Chapter 1. It won't hurt you. Chest muscles. Abdominal muscles. Line. And further down. Song Tang swallowed hard. She was already feeling unbearably hot, and seeing the enticing scene before her made her feel as if she were being roasted on Mount Fire. Uncontrollably, she hooked her arms around the man's neck and pressed her red lips against his. "You shun. Come and give her CPR?" Lu Jinyan never expected that coming to the countryside to pick someone up would lead him to find a woman floating in the river. He didn't like physical contact with the opposite sex. Seeing her drowning, he couldn't just stand by and watch. But after pulling her out, he really couldn't bring himself to perform mouth-to-mouth. Just as he was about to ask his cousin Liang Yushin to come over to help, he felt a soft and boneless little hand clinging to his neck. Then, two soft lips like clouds pressed against his. Lu Jinyan's body stiffened for a moment. He couldn't believe that a woman would dare to kiss him boldly. When he regained his senses, he instinctively wanted to push her away, but to his surprise, she deepened the kiss. Her mischievous hand trailed down his throat. "Huh, help me." Lu Jinyan lowered his gaze and met her incredibly beautiful peach blossom eyes. Her eyes were watery, shrouded in a thin mist, with a hint of red at the corners, as if the slightly upturned tips of her eyes outlined a beautiful peach blossom petal. Her small nose was also red, looking soft and wronged, like a child who couldn't get any candy. Her lips were exquisitely beautiful, like vibrant petals, exuding an alluring sweetness that made one want to. Lu Jinyan rarely lost his focus like this. When he came to his senses, he realized her hand had already landed on his line. "Get away from me." Lu Jinyan's handsome face, sculpted like a masterpiece, turned extremely ugly, especially as he felt a strange heat rising from his body. He wished he could throw this woman in front of him away. "I feel so uncomfortable." Song Tang sniffled pitifully. "I just want it once, it won't hurt you." Earlier in the water, something had scratched his tank top, tearing it open from the front and nearly to the bottom. Song Tang found the precariously hanging tank top particularly bothersome, yanked it hard, and tore it down completely. "Take your hands off." Seeing her touch becoming more inappropriate, Lu Jinyan's face turned pale. He naturally knew she had been drugged with something unclean. When he was on missions, he was used to carrying various detox pills. With a grim face, he pulled her daring hand away and quickly found a pill bottle, poured out a pill, and shoved it into her mouth. The antidote worked quickly. Before long, Song Tang's dazed peach blossom eyes regained their clarity. At the same time, many memories that did not belong to her rushed into her mind. She also realized that the original owner, who had been killed by a car, had somehow become the vicious female supporting character with the same name as hers in a historical novel she had read not long ago. In the book, the vicious female character was the biological daughter of the Song family in the capital, but she had been swapped with the book's protagonist, Song Qinyao, since childhood. It wasn't until she was 18 that she was brought back from the countryside to the military compound. Upon returning, she discovered that the Song Qinyao who had replaced her was smart, elegant, and noble, the darling of the entire Song family. The original owner hoped her family would pay more attention to her, and couldn't help but target Song Qinyao, desperately seeking a sense of existence. But the original owner was too ignorant and foolish every time she targeted Song Qinyao. She faced retribution and made a fool of herself, leading the Song family to be utterly disappointed in her. Later, she hoped to marry a powerful man to overshadow Song Qinyao. She had her sights set on Lu Jinyan, the most promising young man among the military compound's youth. When she pursued Lu Jinyan and was rejected, she actually drugged him, trying to force him into a relationship. Thanks to his strong willpower, he didn't let her succeed, but she then began to drug his two younger brothers and other youths from the compound, creating a scandal and ruining her reputation. Later, seeing Song Qinyao with a rich and handsome male lead, Liang Yushin, the original owner, tried to have a group of thugs ruin her. The outcome, of course, was that the original owner suffered a terrible fate and was humiliated to death by the thugs. Thinking of the original owner's tragic end in the book, Song Tang shivered violently. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, and when she looked up, she saw the drenched Lu Jinyan. By the river, a man. The hair on Song Tang's back stood on end. She remembered this plot in the book. The original owner, being extraordinarily beautiful, attracted the attention of a local ruffian who wanted to marry her. After being rejected, the ruffian, knowing in advance that she was to be taken to the capital, drugged her, intending to force himself on her in the woods by the river, so she would stay in the countryside. The original owner, unwilling to be humiliated, jumped into the turbulent river. And the one who saved her was Lu Jinyan, the talented young man she most wanted to cling to, the powerful figure behind the male lead, Liang Yushin. Remembering how Lu Jinyan ruthlessly taught the original owner a lesson in the book, Song Tang felt even colder in the story. After saving the original owner, Lu Jinyan coldly left. The original owner didn't do anything to Lu Jinyan by the river, yet he hated her so much. Just now she had forcefully kissed him and even attempted to take advantage of him. He would surely despise her even more. She didn't want to climb to a high branch, she just wanted to survive. She had to do something to make Lu Jinyan not hate her so much. Otherwise, with Lu Jinyan being so strong and ruthless, she wouldn't even know how she would die. Are you awake? Hearing his cold, distant voice, Song Tang's fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Especially when she saw the two tank tops he had torn, she regretted it so much she wished she could slap herself. But some things, once done, couldn't be undone. Regret was useless. In a panic, she fished out $2 from her pocket, which were soaked. Sully. Thinking that even though they were wet, they were still $2, Song Tang quickly handed him the two crumpled $1 bills. I didn't mean to. This is to compensate you. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the $2 slide down along his waist and into his line. Chapter 2. Bewitching him. Song Tang felt so embarrassed her toes went numb. She really didn't expect his waistband to be so loose, and those $2 had just slid right in. She wanted to take the $2 back, but taking them out would feel like she was being lewd. She couldn't take them out. She could only harden her resolve and continue apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stuff those $2 in. I seem to have accidentally torn your tank top. You can take this $2 and buy another one. Explaining was also awkward. Song Tang didn't feel comfortable continuing to stare into his eyes. After pointing at his pants, indicating he could take the money out, she hurriedly climbed up from the ground and fled as if escaping. Cousin. Almost as soon as Song Tang disappeared down the village path, Liang Yushin, who had finished his business, walked out from the depths of the woods. Seeing Lu Jinyan drenched and with his tank top torn, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What happened to you?" Lu Jinyan had just taken the $2 out from his pants when Liang Yushin suddenly appeared, making him feel a bit awkward. He certainly didn't want anyone to know he had been forcefully kissed and touched by a woman. After a moment of silence, he expressionlessly replied, "I picked something up in the river." Pick something up? Picking something up would cause lip injuries, tear clothes, and even make things down there a bit unusual. Liang Yushin felt this matter was not that simple, but Lu Jinyan had already changed into dry clothes and walked ahead first. He was somewhat intimidated by his cold and inscrutable cousin, so he didn't dare to ask too much and hurriedly followed him forward. During this time, they were handling matters nearby. Coincidentally, the biological daughter that the Song family found was in the village ahead. They were entrusted by Commander Song to bring Song Tang to the capital in the sweltering summer of June. The wheat fields were golden and waving. With a faint scent of wheat in the air, the two quickly arrived at Song Tang's doorstep. "Tang Tang, what happened to you?" As soon as Song Tang entered the courtyard, her adoptive mother, Zhang Xiaohui, grasped her hand with a worried expression. "Did that rascal Zhao Jing bully you?" This was Song Tang's first time meeting Zhang Xiaohui. However, perhaps due to her possessing the original owner's memories, she didn't feel repulsed when Zhang Xiaohui held her hand. On the contrary, she felt warm inside and wanted to cry. Seeing Zhang Xiaohui's eyes turning red with worry, she quickly spoke softly, "Mom, I'm fine." He didn't get his way. Hearing that Zhao Jing didn't succeed, Zhang Xiaohui let out a slight sigh of relief. However, seeing Song Tang, who was drenched from head to toe, she also understood the danger she had faced. With her eyes glistening with tears, she said, "It's all my and your father's fault for not being capable enough to protect you. Did I know your biological parents sent someone to pick you up? When you get to the city, don't come back. Never come back again." Saying this, she took a palm-sized medicine packet from the side and forcefully stuffed it into Song Tang's hand. This is a kind of medicine that makes men emotional. When you get to the capital, you must cling to a powerful man. Right, the one who came to pick you up. That Lu Jinyan is not bad. I heard he's already a regiment commander at a young age. Just give him this medicine. Once you two have crossed that line, he has to marry you. If he doesn't work out, you can give that Liang Yuanshin or any other young master a dose as well. In short, you must marry a good man. Song Tang definitely couldn't give a man this kind of medicine. But she knew that marrying a good man in the capital was the best escape that Zhang Xiaohui, an uneducated and inexperienced woman from the countryside, could think of. She didn't want Zhang Xiaohui to worry about her, so she accepted the large packet of medicine. The worn wooden door was slightly ajar. When Lu Jinyan and Liang Yuanshi arrived, they happened to see Zhang Xiaohui stuffing a large packet of medicine into Song Tang's hand. After hearing Zhang Xiaohui's words, Song Tang, who had her back to them, accepted the packet and assured Zhang Xiaohui not to worry, cousin. Liang Yuanshi pulled Lu Jinyan to the alley entrance. His dark, phoenix-like eyes were filled with disgust and disapproval. This Song Tang is really disgusting. Uncle Song and Aunt Chin are so good. How could they have such a shameless daughter? I absolutely refuse to return to the capital with a woman of such poor morals. Right? I have something to do. Cousin, I'm leaving first. After saying this, Liang Yuanshi fled towards a village exit. He ran so urgently for a very important reason. He had an engagement with the Song family since childhood. He had to quickly find a phone booth to call his parents and have them annul the engagement with the Song family. Liang Yuanshi would rather marry a dog than marry someone like Song Tang, who only knew how to drug men and was morally dubious. Lu Jinyan's handsome and impeccable face darkened like a pot bottom. The large packet of medicine that Song Tang accepted could probably knock out an elephant. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if she used that large packet of medicine on him. He recognized that Song Tang was the woman he had just saved. She had brazenly made advances by the river before, and he already had a particularly bad impression of her. Now that he knew she even wanted to drug him and many others, his disgust for her reached an all-time high. But he was always one to keep his promises. Since he had promised Uncle Song and Aunt Chin to bring her back, he would ensure her safety on this journey. With a serious expression, Lu Jinyan released a bit of cold air at the alley entrance before turning back. Song Tang, who was familiar with the plot of this story, naturally knew about Lu Jinyan coming to the countryside to pick her up. She understood that once she reached the capital, with Song Qingyao's protagonist halo, her future would be perilous. However, if she stayed in the countryside, she would definitely be bullied by the influential ruffian Zhao Jing. Moreover, with Zhang Xiaohui continuously urging her to leave while crying, she still chose to leave with Lu Jinyan on the way to the train station. Lu Jinyan didn't say a word to her. Song Tang knew he disliked her, and she didn't want to make things awkward. Their seats on the train were right next to each other, in the last row. Song Tang thought that once they got on the train, he wouldn't speak to her at all. To her surprise, as soon as she sat down, she heard his cold and warning voice, "Song Tang, don't have any improper thoughts once we get to the capital." Lu Jinyan glanced down and saw her current appearance. Today, she wore a short-sleeved shirt with a red floral pattern and long pants, which were quite common in the countryside. To be honest, the clothes were rather shabby, with several patches on them, but her face was truly beautiful. Even in old, tattered clothes, she resembled a vibrant red rose blooming under a dull sky. Her watery peach blossom eyes sparkled, seemingly capable of captivating souls, and her petite, delicate nose and rosy lips were charming to behold. Her beauty was so striking that even a rag sack couldn't hide it. Lu Jinyan, who usually spoke little, couldn't help but add, "And don't casually seduce others." He was really fierce. Thinking about how she had grabbed his chest muscles, abs, and several other places today, and even tore his clothes, she felt guilty. With him being so fierce, she wasn't even angry. She tilted her face up and sincerely said to him, "Don't worry, I won't seduce anyone else. You better not." Lu Jinyan didn't quite believe her. After all, she only had one small bundle of luggage, and that packet of medicine took up most of it. With such a large packet of medicine, it was hard for him to believe she was innocent. However, he had already warned her. If she randomly drugged someone once they reached the capital, the consequences would be on her. Song Tang wanted to say that she wouldn't do that, but seeing that he had turned his face to look out the window and had a look of disbelief, she didn't waste her breath and silently shifted her bottom to maintain some distance from him. The journey was long, and the train swayed gently. Song Tang soon dozed off in a daze. Lu Jinyan was distractedly looking out the window when he suddenly felt something resting on his shoulder. He instinctively turned around and saw a slender, fair neck. Below it was a wrinkled collar. The collar of her summer outfit wasn't small, but with it crumpled, large patches of tinder pale skin unexpectedly caught his eye. It was vibrant and alluring. Chapter 3. Hormones overflowing, dangerously fierce. In that moment, he recalled the exquisite cream he had eaten while studying in the Soviet Union. Suddenly, he felt a bit thirsty. Blushing, he turned his face away, intending to keep some distance from her, when he felt a soft little hand slip under the hem of his shirt and onto his abs. That extremely unruly hand of hers audaciously pinched a few times. Lu Jinyan froze in place. His body became as hard as iron. With a pale face, he covered his legs with his jacket and gritted his teeth, saying, "Song Tang, take your hand away." In the 21st century, Song Tang was used to sleeping with a giant plush capybara. This capybara was a gift from her seventh brother. Its eyes were two valuable black diamonds. Usually, the capybara was soft and very comfortable to hug. But at that moment, for some reason, the capybara felt incredibly hard, hurting her hand. Unable to help herself, she squeezed the capybara a few times, trying to soften it. Little did she know, while she was struggling, she heard Lu Jinyan's menacing voice. It was then that she realized that the 21st century version of her was dead, and she could never go home again. Now, she was no longer the cherished treasure of her parents and 7 brothers, but a vicious supporting character who could be abused at any moment. She suddenly opened her eyes and met Lu Jinyan's cold, unfeeling starry gaze. His indifference flung her hand away, and she heard his warning again. "Stay away from me. Don't let me see you within 2 meters of me again. If you dare touch me again, you will face the consequences." Song Tang shivered violently. Especially upon realizing where her hand had just been, she wished she could find a knife to chop off her audacious hand. How dare she touch his abs? Her fingertips trembled in fear, and she hurriedly hid her hand behind her back. She felt like she was dancing on Lu Jinyan's minefield, weakly swallowing her saliva, wanting to say something to remedy the situation. However, before she could explain, he had already picked up his jacket and walked away, radiating coldness. He only stopped when he reached the other end of the carriage, more than 2 meters away from her. After glancing at her guilty hand, Song Tang couldn't help but sneak a look at his back. To be honest, whether it was his face or physique, he perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences. Over 6 feet tall, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, 8-pack abs, and a captivating beeline. He exuded a strong sense of power and overflowing hormones. His muscles were aesthetically pleasing, not overly bulky but beautifully defined, making him look good from every angle. She had never seen a man more handsome than him. Unfortunately, he was a big shot she couldn't afford to provoke. Desiring his body would not end well for her, so she decided not to tease him again. After reaching the other end of the carriage, Lu Jinyan's cold aura continued to radiate outwards. His presence was already powerful, and with an air of "don't come near me." Even though his face was more handsome than male stars in magazines, the passengers in the carriage dared not look at him. Lu Jinyan despised Song Tang so much that he didn't want to spend another second with her. When they arrived at the station, he dropped her off at the military district compound, informing her that the 6th house on the east side of the alley was the Song family, before heading straight back to the army. Lu Jinyan had called Song Tang's biological father, General Song Tsongrong, in advance. Knowing Song Tang was about to arrive, Song Tsongrong, along with his wife Qin Xiuji, sister Song Nanqing, and adopted daughter Song Qinyao, were waiting outside the gate. The original owner had initially been raised by Song Qingyao's biological parents. However, when the original owner was 3 years old, Song Qingyao's biological parents passed away. The kind-hearted Zhang Xiaowei and Song Jijuan from the same village adopted the helpless Song Tang, even though they knew they had taken in the wrong child. Song Tsongrong and his wife still allowed her to stay in the Song family after learning that Song Qingyao's biological parents were no longer around. Coincidentally, both Song Jijuan and Song Tsongrong had the surname Song, so Song Tang didn't need to change her name when returning to the capital. From a distance, Song Qinyao spotted Song Tang. In fact, this afternoon, when she received the news that Song Tang had arrived at the train station, she was shocked. She had previously feared that Song Tang would return and compete with her for their parents and 2 brothers. So she had someone help her inquire about Song Tang's situation in the countryside. Upon learning that the local ruffian Zhao Jing had been coveting Song Tang, she secretly informed Zhao Jing about Song Tang's return to the capital, thinking he would try every means to keep Song Tang in the countryside. She never imagined that Song Tang would actually come to the capital. In the alley, besides Song Tsongrong and the others, there were quite a few children from the courtyard. Most were friends of Song Qingyao, and upon learning that the Song family was bringing Song Tang back from the countryside, they were all indignant on her behalf. They were waiting there to see the commotion surrounding Song Tang. They had all heard about the engagement being called off between Liang family and Song Tang. They wanted to see just how ugly and foolish this country bumpkin from the mountains was to make Liang Yuanshin, even after receiving a beating from his family, insist on breaking off the engagement. From a distance, they couldn't see Song Tang's face clearly. However, they vaguely noticed that she was wearing a terribly rustic flower-patterned cloth dress, which was even patched. The plainness was evident, and it was completely incomparable to the elegance, nobility, and beauty of Song Qingyao. Song Qingyao's friends couldn't help but gossip. Why is she wearing patched clothes? It's really so rustic. Just so ugly. She grew up in the countryside, exposed to wind and sun. Her face must be dark and rough, too ugly to look at. This kind of bumpkin, this ugly creature, isn't even worthy of carrying Yao Yao's shoes. I heard that ugliness and coarseness can be contagious. We should stay far away from her. Before Song Qingyao's friend could finish speaking, they finally got a clear look at Song Tang's face. In an instant, the alley fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Even Song Qingyao, who was usually the calmest and most composed among the courtyard children, stared at Song Tang as if she had seen a ghost. Truly, Song Tang was extraordinarily beautiful. Today, the capital was a bit foggy. As she walked toward them, it was as if the clear lake water dispersed the heavy mist, blooming into a stunning, fresh, and elegant flower bud. Those well-traveled children from the courtyard momentarily found themselves at a loss for words to describe Song Tang's face. From a distance, they would notice her rustic flower-patterned dress. But up close, her utterly flawless and stunning face captured everyone's attention, making it impossible to notice her attire. All they could think was, how could there be such a beautiful person in the world? A beauty so exquisite that even the plainest clothing couldn't hide her national beauty. Chapter 4. Song Tang is more beautiful than Song Qingyao, especially when she lightly raises the corners of her lips, revealing 2 small dimples on her cheeks, adding a touch of sweetness to her dazzling beauty. It also softens the aggressiveness brought by her excessive beauty, making it hard for people to dislike her. After about 10 seconds, everyone slowly came back to their senses. Is this Song Tang really from the countryside? She is too beautiful, right? Yeah. She doesn't look dark and rough at all. She is clearly radiant, like she is glowing. Why do I feel like she is prettier than Yao Yao? I also think Song Tang is prettier. In fact, everyone felt that Song Tang was not just prettier than Song Qingyao. Song Qingyao simply couldn't compare to her. Song Qingyao was recognized as the belle of their prestigious family. She was smart, beautiful, and had a good personality. But Song Qinyao's beauty was the kind that was hard to find, a polished kind of beauty, whereas Song Tang's beauty was extraordinarily rare. They couldn't even imagine that Song Tang had better skin than the pampered young lady Song Qingyao. Song Tang's skin was tender, like soft, fresh tofu. A light pinch could seem to squeeze out water. Her peach blossom eyes also contained a shimmering light, beautiful enough to make one forget the mundane at a glance. Her lips were small yet plump and exquisite, with perfect lip peaks, delicate and soft. Even her 2 braided pigtails looked more elegant than others. Everyone noticed that Song Qinyao's expression was not good and quickly changed their words in tacit agreement. Song Tang is beautiful, but she lacks education, right? I heard she doesn't even have a primary school diploma. She is practically illiterate. Our Yao Yao is a high school student and dances so beautifully. Song Tang doesn't even measure up to Yao Yao's little toes. Song Tang vaguely heard the discussions around her. She admitted that the original owner indeed didn't attend primary school for long. But back then, she entered the best dance academy in the country with first place in both cultural and professional subjects. She was not the illiterate people spoke of. Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji also saw Song Tang. Qin Xiuji was once a famous beauty, and Song Tang's face was even more outstanding than hers when she was young. Seeing her biological daughter grow up to be so beautiful Qin Xiuji was very happy. But thinking about how Song Tang barely attended primary school, and the reason for the Liang family breaking off the engagement was still due to her questionable character, she felt a bit upset. However, no matter what, she was still her biological daughter, and she wouldn't neglect her. But Song Qingyao was also her treasure. She wouldn't ignore her just because her biological daughter had returned, which made her heart ache. She would only love Song Qingyao more. Tang Tang. It was the first time in 18 years that she saw her biological daughter, and Qin Xiuji felt a bit sore in her eyes. She really wanted to hug Song Tang tightly, but she didn't want to make Song Qingyao uncomfortable. She just gently held her hand and said, "I am your mother. These years, you've suffered." Seeing his wife's eyes misty, the iron-willed Song Songrong couldn't help but redden his eyes. He carefully wiped away the moisture from Qin Xiuji's eyes and said softly, "After sitting in the car for so long, Tang Tang must be hungry. Let's go home and eat first. Tang Tang, this is your aunt, and this is Yao Yao. Yao Yao is more than an hour younger than you. From now on, she will be your sister." Song Tang's aunt, Song Nanxing, was also a foster daughter of the Song family. After her husband passed away, she had been living with the Song family. Because they were both foster daughters, she particularly liked Song Qingyao. As for the ill-mannered and illiterate Song Tang, she didn't even want to look at her. She rolled her eyes at Song Tang in disgust as a form of greeting. On the other hand, Song Qingyao gently and kindly called out to Song Tang, "Sister." She wore the most fashionable yellow dress, her long hair slightly curled, with just a strand tied up, exuding elegance. She looked like a girl raised in wealth. Song Tang ignored Song Nanxing's attitude and nodded at Song Qingyao, but deep down she sighed. The original owner grew up in the countryside, and not only was her life poor, but she also had to worry about being bullied by the local rascals every day. Now, she had just been brought to the capital by her biological parents and saw someone taking over her life, dressed like a fairy in a beautiful dress. Soon to join a cultural troupe she had never heard of, with a bright future ahead. It was hard not to feel jealous. And Song Nanxing's poor attitude towards her didn't surprise Song Tang. After all, the plot in the book indicated that Song Nanxing particularly disliked the original owner and always stood up for Song Qingyao. She could be said to be the best tool for Song Qingyao. Just as described in the book, Song Tang's two biological brothers, Song Qi and Song Zhuoye, did not appear today. Song Songrong said they were on a mission and wouldn't be back for a while. But Song Tang knew in her heart that they were both on leave these days. The reason they didn't come back tonight was to prove to Song Qingyao through their actions that they looked down on Song Tang and only recognized Song Qingyao as their sister. Perhaps because in the 21st century, her 7 older brothers treated her too well. Now, her biological brothers only cared about Song Qingyao, making her feel a bit upset. However, she just wanted to survive. Whether her family loved her or not wasn't that important. She still tried to ignore this discomfort. "Tang Tang, what are your plans for the future?" In a moment of distraction, Song Songrong suddenly asked her. Coming back to her senses, she honestly replied, "I want to take the entrance exam for the cultural troupe and join the dance team." Upon hearing Song Tang's words, Song Nanxing burst out laughing. She rolled her eyes again, her tanned face filled with disdain and sarcasm. "Want to join the cultural troupe? You need at least a high school diploma. Tang Tang, you haven't even graduated from primary school. How can you join the cultural troupe? You're not like our Yao Yao, a dance genius. What can a country girl like you do? What do you want to do in the cultural troupe? Perform rice-planting dances?" The more Song Nanxing thought Song Tang was daydreaming, the more she laughed, almost spitting out the rice in her mouth. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji exchanged glances. They also thought Song Tang was a bit overconfident. They admitted that Song Tang was indeed good-looking, but wanting to join the cultural troupe couldn't rely solely on looks. She needed strength. Song Tang couldn't read a word. Just passing the written test would be impossible, let alone the interview. Qin Xiuji picked up a piece of spare rib for Song Qingyao, still deciding to gently remind Song Tang. "Tang Tang, don't you have any other plans? The cultural troupe might not be as easy to get into as you think." Song Tang understood what Qin Xiuji was worried about, but she knew that this year, the cultural troupe would have special recruitment. They didn't look at educational background. As long as one could get first place in the written test, they could enter the interview. Her family had great genes. She and her 7 brothers were all geniuses. Back in her college entrance examination, although she took the special route, she scored over 700 in cultural subjects, being the top student of that year. Qingbei universities were vying for her, but dancing was her dream. So she ultimately entered the dance academy, winning awards effortlessly. As a veritable 6-sided warrior, getting first place in the cultural troupe's written test was really too simple for her. After a moment of silence, she still said honestly, "Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry. I can get into the cultural troupe." Song Nanqing laughed so hard she almost threw her bowl away. She rolled her eyes and pouted. An illiterate wants to join the cultural troupe. It's just a toad wanting to eat swan meat, not knowing her own limitations. Song Tang glanced at Song Nanqing indifferently, too lazy to argue with her, compared to having a moment of verbal triumph. She preferred to use her strength to slap certain people in the face. Qin Xiuji felt that Song Nanqing calling Song Tang a toad was a bit too much. However, she also thought that Song Tang was too boastful and should be humbled a bit, so she didn't say anything more. Song Songrong also didn't believe that Song Tang could get into the cultural troupe. However, with so many subordinates under him, even if Song Tang doesn't have a diploma and can't find a job, as long as she comes to the capital and doesn't have any behavioral issues, he can definitely introduce her to a good match. Song Qingyao has been trying hard to suppress her laughter. She had inquired about Song Tang and knew that she was both foolish and stupid, but she didn't expect her to be so lacking in self-awareness. How could a bumpkin from the countryside possibly join the art troupe? Does she think everyone else is blind? She almost used up the decorum she had accumulated over 18 years to avoid bursting into laughter. She felt that Song Tang was just a pretty but empty-headed girl, not to be feared. But even if Song Tang was foolish and stupid, she would find a way to get her kicked out of the Song family as soon as possible. She would never give Song Tang any chance to take away her parents and 2 brothers. During the meal, everyone ate with their own thoughts. After dinner, Qin Xiuji took Song Tang to the room prepared for her. Song Qingyao lived in the largest and brightest room on the 2nd floor, while Song Tang's room was converted from storage room, less than half the size of Song Qingyao's room. Song Tang felt the favoritism of her biological parents. "Sister, can I come in? I have something to give you." Almost as soon as Qin Xiuji left, Song Tang heard Song Qingyao's voice. Chapter 5. Enthralling and lively. The door to Song Tang's room was slightly ajar. Before she could respond, Song Qingyao pushed the door open and walked in. She was holding a large stack of clothes in her hands. Carefully, she placed the clothes on Song Tang's bed and sincerely said, "Sister, I didn't mean to imply that you're outdated, but now that you're in the city, wearing patched clothes seems a bit strange. These are all my favorite clothes. I want to give them to you. You're so beautiful, sister. You'll definitely look great in these. You should get some rest early. I'll head back to my room now." Afraid that Song Tang would notice something unusual about the clothes, Song Qingyao quickly left. Song Tang stared expressionlessly at the clothes on the bed. The book also had a scene where Song Qingyao sent clothes to the original owner. The stack of clothes that Song Qingyao gave to the original owner was specially folded, and from the top, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, these clothes had all been cut up by Song Qingyao. The original owner had never seen the world. Receiving so many clothes at once made her ecstatic. After Song Qingyao left, she eagerly tried on the clothes, only to discover they had been ruined. The stark contrast filled the original owner with rage. She took the clothes to confront Song Qingyao, alarming Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji. Song Qingyao insisted that the clothes she gave the original owner were intact. Her favorite clothes, claiming that Song Tang was slandering her, and cried heartbreakingly. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji favored her, naturally believing her without doubt. From that moment on, they began to think that the original owner had ulterior motives and were disappointed in her. While reading, Song Tang thought that Song Qinyao's tactic was indeed ruthless. If the original owner made a scene and sought an explanation from Song Qingyao, it would lead Song Songrong and his wife to believe that the original owner was maliciously trying to frame Song Qingyao by intentionally ruining the clothes. If the original owner remained silent and obediently wore the ruined clothes, she would only embarrass herself and become the laughingstock of everyone. Unfortunately, this time, Song Qingyao was not facing the original owner, but her, Song Tang. Tomorrow morning, she would give Song Qing Yao a big surprise. Night passionate and enchanting. Lu Jinyan dreamt tonight of that kiss by the river. However, the scene in the dream was somewhat different from that by the river. He was not wearing the clothes he wore that day, but instead donned armor. His hair was tied up high, adorned with a hair crown, clearly dressed like an ancient warrior. In that form, he resembled a fierce general who had fought on the battlefield for years. Song Tang was not wearing the green floral outfit from that day, either, but was clad in a flowing red ancient costume. In the dream, she was pure and beautiful, yet irresistibly alluring, as if she were a celestial being born from the essence of heaven and earth. With a gentle smile, she could captivate anyone. In his embrace, she was soft and sweet like a fluffy cloud, her luscious red lips, glistening with sweetness, boldly and recklessly pressed against his. And her mischievous little hands dared to land on him. At that moment, he also heard her soft voice tinged with reproach. "General, help me." Rationality told him that he couldn't touch Song Tang. Because she always wanted to drug men and climb the social ladder, he didn't want to get entangled with her. He kept telling the version of himself in the dream that he couldn't touch her, couldn't hold her, let alone be intimate with her. But the armored version of himself in the dream completely ignored his commands. Every sultry word from her made his heart tremble lightly, stirring feelings within him. Ultimately, the dream version of him suppressed his rationality and embraced her tightly, taking the initiative. As the night deepened, Lu Jinyan suddenly woke up in shock. He felt something, and his expression froze for a moment. He couldn't believe he had dreamt about that audacious woman, Song Tang. Even more so, he couldn't fathom. This was simply an absurd nightmare. With a dark expression, he changed out of his shorts and went to the public restroom to wash up. Team leader? Gu Shirshu had a stomach ache in the middle of the night. Just as he finished up, he saw Lu Jinyan with a stormy face washing his underwear and shorts. Who washes underwear in the middle of the night? Gu Shirshu thought his team leader was acting a bit strange. He yawned and sleepily asked, "Team leader, why are you washing underwear at this hour? Did you wet the bed?" Wet the bed. Lu Jinyan's already dark face turned even darker. He completely did not want to see Gu Shirshu's foolish face and snapped, "Get lost." Gu Shirshu shivered slightly, but couldn't leave. Being scolded by the team leader made him feel the urge to run to the restroom again. Having such a strange dream, and then being teased by Gu Shirshu about wetting the bed only darkened Lu Jinyan's mood. The ancient attire, the general. It was simply feudalistic nonsense. He silently recited the 3 major disciplines and 8 points for attention 10 times before calming down slightly. However, as soon as he returned to the dormitory, he immediately noticed the 2 bills he had hung on the windowsill. His ears inexplicably turned red. In the end, he picked up the 2 bills, coldly tossed them out the window, and thought he could not control his dreams. But in reality, he would never get entangled with a woman who only sought to climb onto a man's back. The Song family was used to getting up early. Early in the morning, Song Tsongrong and the others had already washed up and were seated at the dining table. Song Qing Yao looked eagerly towards the stairs. She knew Song Tang was irritable and not very bright. She assumed that after receiving those clothes last night, Song Tang would cause a scene, but unexpectedly, everything was calm last night. She thought that Song Tang's lack of a reaction was not because her temperament had changed, but because she had never seen the world. Even if the clothes were ruined, they were still materials she had never encountered before, and she would still want to wear them. In her parents' eyes, she was a pure and sensible girl, and they would surely not believe that the clothes she gave to Song Tang were ruined. If Song Tang came downstairs wearing the damaged clothes, her parents would only think she was ignorant and foolish, altering the clothes into bizarre shapes, bringing shame upon herself. She also wanted to enjoy the sight of Song Tang's embarrassment. Hearing footsteps, anticipation filled Song Qing Yao's almond-shaped eyes. However, she never dared to dream that she would see. Chapter 6. Colliding into his arms. Song Tang transformed the ugly clothes given to her. Last night, Song Qing Yao gifted Song Tang 6 outfits, all of which she found ugly and refused to wear after bringing them home. Especially the light green dress Song Tang was wearing at that moment, which was so hideous it was shocking. The loose style made her look like a barrel. The light green color was particularly unflattering. If one's skin was even slightly dull, it would make them look yellower and darker, extremely rustic. Song Qingyao's skin was relatively fair. When she wore that dress, her skin instantly appeared gray, as if covered in dust. Song Tang, being a country bumpkin, thought that wearing this dress would only amplify her rustic aura, but to her surprise, after transforming the outfit, Song Tang looked even better than yesterday. So beautiful that even those who despised her couldn't deny her beauty. Song Tang caught the shock and unwillingness in Song Qingyao's eyes. She said nothing, just raised the corners of her lips and smiled brightly at Song Qingyao, her dimples deep, looking as if a goddess had descended to earth. Song Tang made significant changes to the dress. Song Qingyao had ruined most of the sleeves, waist, and hem. Song Tang simply cut off the sleeves on both sides, transforming it into a sleeveless style. After tightening the waist of the dress, she also cut off a large portion of the hem, changing the ankle-length loose dress into a short version. Seeing Song Tang gracefully descend from the second floor, Song Tsong-rong and Qin Xiu-ji were momentarily stunned, while Song Ningxing was so angry he lost his appetite. Song Tang looked truly stunning at that moment. Her skin was as white as a peeled boiled egg, visibly soft and tender. Wearing this light green dress, it did not make her look yellow or rustic. Instead, it enhanced her fair skin and beautiful appearance, with red lips and white teeth. She resembled a delicate lotus flower emerging from a light green lotus leaf, lively, vibrant, and captivating. The summer air was stifling. Initially, Song Tsong-rong and Qin Xiu-ji felt the living room was a bit stuffy. But when Song Tang walked in wearing that light green outfit, it felt like a refreshing breeze had blown away the summer heat. It was as if the air had become fresh. My Tang Tang is really beautiful. Qin Xiu-ji couldn't help but praise, noticing her daughter had all the traits she admired. Song Tsong-rong nodded, saying Tang Tang indeed resembled her when she was young. Song Qingyao bit her lip hard. Tang Tang, the outfit you bought is really nice. Although Qin Xiu-ji favored her adopted daughter, she also had love for her biological daughter. She gently invited Song Tang to sit with her. This dress wasn't bought by me, it was given to me by Song Qingyao, Song Tang said coldly. Glancing at Song Qingyao, Qin Xiu-ji then remembered that Song Qingyao did indeed have a light green dress. It was one she had hardly worn after buying it, and she had already forgotten the exact style. However, upon hearing Song Tang's words, she realized something very important. Her daughter was wearing old clothes. Looking down, she noticed the shoes on Song Tang's feet. Song Tang was wearing a common style of old cloth shoes found in the countryside. Although Song Tang had cleaned them well, city girls generally wore pretty little leather shoes. She had missed out on her biological daughter's 18 years. After her daughter returned, she hadn't even prepared a decent outfit or shoes for her. As a mother, she felt somewhat incompetent. She quickly took out 50 yuan from her wallet and stuffed it into Song Tang's hand. Tang Tang, since you're just at home doing nothing, go out later and buy yourself a nice outfit or shoes. Worried that Song Qingyao might overthink things, she added another 5 bills. Yao Yao, you should also get yourself a few new clothes. Song Qingyao tightly clutched the bills in her hand, her long nails digging into her palm. She had gifted Song Tang ugly clothes to make her look foolish. Who would have thought that not only did Song Tang not embarrass herself, but she also received 50 yuan. Indeed, Qin Xiu-ji had given her 50 yuan. But thinking about Song Tang spending so much of their family's money made Song Qingyao feel uncomfortable all over. However, she was skilled at controlling her emotions and suppressed her inner rage, sweetly saying to Qin Xiu-ji, "Thank you, Mom. If it weren't for the dance class I still have to attend today, I could take my sister out shopping." Silly child, why be so polite with your mom? Qin Xiu-ji fondly ruffled Song Qingyao's hair. You'll have plenty of time to take Tang Tang out later. Right now, the most important thing for you is to practice dancing well and get into the art troupe. This time, the art troupe was only recruiting one person. To ensure Song Qingyao successfully entered the art troupe, Qin Xiu-ji enrolled her in a specialized dance class. Both Qin Xiu-ji and Song Tsong-rong felt that Song Tang had no chance of getting into the art troupe and did not intend for her to join a dance class. Song Tang didn't care much about it. It wasn't that she looked down on the dance class of this era. Rather, in the 21st century, Her teacher was one of the best dancers in the country. She was the pride of her teacher and wouldn't belittle herself. Even if she didn't attend the dance class, she was still exceptional. The Song and Lu families both lived in two-story small buildings, sharing a courtyard, and had a very good relationship. The third son of the Lu family, Lu Xiaoyu, owned a Phoenix brand bicycle. He had to go out for errands today and would happen to pass by the dance class, so his mother, Lin He, asked him to drop Song Qingyao off. After lunch, he came to the Song family. By then, Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiu Ji had already left, leaving the spacious living room with only Song Tang, Song Nanxing, and Song Qingyao. Lu Xiaoyu immediately noticed the dress on Song Tang. He was straightforward and couldn't hide his thoughts. Looking at the graceful Song Tang, he couldn't help but say, "Yao Yao, is that dress Song Tang is wearing the one you bought before? I didn't expect it to look so bad on you, but it looks pretty good on Song Tang." Song Qinyao's face turned green with anger. She shot Lu Xiaoyu a furious glare and left for the courtyard without waiting for him. Lu Xiaoyu scratched his short hair in confusion. Had he done something to upset Song Qingyao? Why was she suddenly angry? Truly, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. No wonder his older brother, at 24, still wasn't willing to date. He himself didn't want to either. Lu Xiaoyu found Song Qingyao quite perplexing and didn't want to be alone with her. But his mother insisted he drop her off, so he had to. He flashed a friendly smile at Song Tang and hurried after Song Qingyao. "Unruly vixen," Song Nanxing muttered, then rolled his eyes at Song Tang with disdain before grabbing his bag and hurriedly leaving. Song Tang couldn't be bothered with this clown, Song Nanxing. She didn't go out shopping either. She had indeed been very skilled at dancing before, but the original owner hadn't practiced dance, so she needed to quickly pick up the basics. After the Song and Lu families left, she went to the courtyard to practice her fundamentals. The original owner not only looked exactly like her, but also had a comparable level of flexibility. By the afternoon, she could easily do both splits and straddles. After practicing her splits, she wanted to try some leg sweeps and then attempted a backflip. To her surprise, she succeeded. She was so absorbed in her flips that she didn't notice the closed courtyard door opening, and Lu Jinyan walked in. She flipped backward a couple of times, losing control of her body and crashing into his arms. Chapter 7. Song Tang is too soft, making Lu Jinyan blush. Lu Jinyan is on vacation recently, but he doesn't want to see Song Tang and plans to stay in the military dormitory. After picking up a few things at home, he drives back. As soon as he enters the courtyard, he feels something soft bumping into him. To his surprise, it's Song Tang who has jumped into his arms. Realizing where his hand is, his ears instantly feel like they are on fire. He has warned Song Tang more than once not to flirt with others. Yet she dares to throw herself at him. "Stay away from me. I told you not to appear within 2 meters of me from now on." Lu Jinyan's hand feels as if it has been stung by a scorpion. He hurriedly withdraws his hand, wanting to maintain distance from Song Tang. The incident happened too suddenly, and Song Tang hasn't steadied herself yet. In the commotion, she doesn't notice how inappropriate Lu Jinyan's hand placement was. She only thinks about not falling. She has always practiced dancing in a specialized dance studio where the floor is soft, so even if she fell, it wouldn't hurt much. But the courtyard of the military compound has a hard bluestone floor, and falling on that would definitely hurt a lot, especially if she fell face first, which could scrape off a large patch of skin. Song Tang, who is delicate and loves beauty, certainly doesn't want to ruin her looks. She hurriedly tries to grab onto something to steady herself. Finally, she stands firmly on the ground. Song Tang, before she can catch her breath, she hears Lu Jinyan's cold voice, as if it comes from the depths of hell. "Get your hands off." Song Tang senses danger. At this moment, she realizes that where she is grabbing is particularly inappropriate. She is gripping his waist. She is clutching his waistband as if she were a desperate vixen trying to pull his pants down. Song Tang is immediately scared stiff. She knows that Lu Jinyan is a powerful figure, stronger than the male lead in this story. She doesn't want to end up as tragically as the original character and has been trying hard to make Lu Jinyan dislike her less. However, every encounter between them seems particularly unpleasant. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Song Tang quickly retracts her hand. Lu Jinyan presses his lips together, his body tense. His voice laced with a heavy warning, I'll say it one last time, don't flirt with others casually in the future, or you'll face the consequences. I didn't flirt with you. Song Tang dislikes being misunderstood and hurriedly explains, I was just practicing dancing and almost fell. That's why I grabbed you. I promise I won't touch you again. To prove that she really won't bother him again, she adds, if I touch you again, I'm a little dog. Lu Jinyan's gaze turns even colder. He does not believe Song Tang's promise. He thinks she is even worse than a little dog. At least a little dog wouldn't think about drugging others all day. The package of drugs in her hand could really take down a tiger, a lion, or an elephant. If he really fell for her trick, even if he took a handful of antidote, it might not work. He wants to warn her again not to casually drug others. But his body is becoming somewhat abnormal again, so he walks into the living room with a dark face. He uses his coat to cover himself, reciting the 3 main disciplines and 8 points for attention several times before slowly calming down. Lu Jinyan doesn't warn her again, and Song Tang feels that he should believe her words now. After all, she said that if she touched him again, she'd be a dog. When someone returns, she feels a bit awkward practicing dance in the courtyard. However, she believes that since Lu Jinyan disliked her so much, he definitely won't watch her dance. So she decides to stick to her plan and complete a full dance before ending her practice. Song Tang is used to playing music from her phone while practicing dance. But in 1975, no one had mobile phones, so she can only dance to the melody in her memory. Song Jinyan sent her ugly clothes with ill intentions. However, she has to admit that the fabric of the clothes Song Jinyan sent is quite good. The light green knee-length dress she is wearing has great elasticity and is particularly comfortable for dancing. The more she dances, the more immersed she becomes, as if she is back on the beloved stage, shining brightly. After Lu Jinyan's body returns to normal, he goes upstairs to his room to get something. The room feels a bit stuffy, so he wants to open the window for some fresh air. Just as he stands by the window, he sees the scene in the courtyard. The girl in the light green dress is dancing gracefully in the wind. She twirls and leaps, light as a soft cloud, as if a stronger gust could blow her away. The hem of her dress has a slight slit, revealing her long, straight legs, which are pale and dazzling. Above that is a slender waist. In the absurd dream last night, he held that soft waist, and what a tease! Lu Jinyan pulls down the curtains with a dark face, grabs a copy of the China Youth Daily from his desk, and quickly walks downstairs. Song Tang has just finished a dance, feeling exhilarated. She is about to head back to her room when she hears Lu Jinyan's cold, particularly ruthless voice. Take it. Song Tang is taken aback. She didn't expect Lu Jinyan to actively hand her a newspaper, although his attitude toward her is still quite cold. The fact that he is willing to give her something is a good sign. Does this mean he doesn't hate her as much anymore? If the most powerful figure no longer dislikes her, does that mean she won't have to die so tragically? In her moment of distraction, Lu Jinyan has already left the courtyard, exuding an icy aura. When she comes back to her senses, she eagerly looks at the newspaper in her hands, only to find. Chapter 8, The Child Born to Lu Jinyan and Song Tang is very good-looking. The headline of this newspaper reads, Unity is Strength. Eliminate all feudal remnants and evil ways. So, does he think she is an evil way? Song Tang feels a bit uncomfortable. It's really hard to build a good relationship with the big shots, but she will still strive to change her grim fate. It's quite hurtful that Lu Jinyan thinks she is an evil way. However, the newspaper he gave her sparked a particularly good idea. On the last page of this newspaper, there is actually a serialized novel. She could also publish her novel there. In the era Song Tang lives in, martial arts novels are declining, and fantasy is flourishing, but her favorite is still martial arts novels. She even used her spare time to write a martial arts novel. After reading it, her elder brother said it was particularly wonderful and would definitely become a hit. Their family business has a publishing house, and her brother even said he would publish it for her. However, before her martial arts novel, which she wrote while staying up late, could be published, she suffered a tragic death in a car accident and found herself in the unfortunate role of a vicious female supporting character. She wants to rewrite it and submit it for publication. Qin Xiuji gave her 50 yuan, but she definitely needs to buy clothes and shoes for her audition at the art troupe. She loves beauty, Just buying one or two beautiful outfits won't satisfy her. The Zhang Xiaohui couple treats the original owner very well. Since she is using the original owner's body, she will take on the responsibility to help the Zhang Xiaohui family live a good life. She has to work hard to make money, filled with determination. Song Tang quickly wrote several thousand words. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji are particularly busy, and they will return late tonight. Lu Jinyan's mother, Lin He, directly invited her, Song Nanxing, and Song Qingyao to her house for dinner. The three brothers of the Lu family are not coming back tonight. Only Lin He and her husband, Commander Lu Shoujiang, are in the living room. Are you Tang Tang? Lin He immediately spotted Song Tang. She had heard from the neighbors that Song Tang was quite good-looking. However, she never expected Song Tang to be this beautiful. Seeing Song Tang nod, she stepped forward enthusiastically and shook her hand. You and Xiuji looked so much alike when you were young, really beautiful. As Lin He spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Song Tang several times. Truly, in all her years, she had never seen a girl more beautiful than Song Tang. Especially when she smiled, the dimples on her cheeks seemed to hide honey, making people's hearts feel sweet. Song Nanxing rolled her eyes in disdain. The first time she saw Song Tang, she disliked her from the bottom of her heart and naturally couldn't stand others praising her. She served a piece of fish to Song Qingyao, habitually belittling Song Tang. What's the use of being good-looking? No matter how good-looking she is, it doesn't change the fact that she didn't even graduate from elementary school and is illiterate. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, nearly spitting with rage. Yesterday, my brother and sister-in-law asked her what her plans were, and guess what she said? She actually said she wants to join the art troupe. If a person as illiterate as her can join the art troupe, then I can still be a commander. Lin He's eyes turned cold. She never liked the selfish, mean, hypocritical Song Nanxing. And hearing her speak like that about Song Tang made her feel even more that something was wrong with her. However, since they live in the same courtyard and see each other often, she didn't want to speak too harshly and only said lightly, "It's good that Tang Tang has goals. We should encourage her." What goals? She just has high aspirations but low abilities, like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Song Nanxing rolled her eyes dramatically, in my opinion. Someone so useless should quickly find a man to marry instead of eating free food at home all day. Unfortunately, the Liang family rejected her because of her improper conduct. So who would dare to marry her? Song Nanxing's words were truly too harsh, and Lu Shoujiang's expression turned somewhat unsightly. They were relatives of the Liang family and naturally knew about Liang Yueshin's engagement being called off with Song Tang. However, even though he is Liang Yueshin's uncle, there are some things he wouldn't just take Liang Yueshin's word for. Lin He didn't want to argue with Song Nanxing, but in this era, a woman's improper conduct could cause too much harm. Moreover, she felt that Song Tang's gaze was clear and firm, not the kind of person who is indecent. She still said coldly, "Song Nanxing, you should stop while you're ahead. You are Tang Tang's aunt. How can you say such things about your own niece?" Song Nanxing didn't expect Lin He to defend Song Tang, and her face turned as red as a pig's liver. She always cared about her pride and certainly didn't want to back down. She secretly ground her teeth, holding her neck high as she continued. When the Liang family came to break off the engagement, I heard it was because Song Tang had issues with her conduct. With such a seductive face, who knows how many men she has been ambiguous with in the countryside. Song Nanxing, in this society, women are already held to stricter standards. And Lin He truly detests those who spread unfounded rumors about women. She was almost ready to throw her out. Song Qingyao turned pale. She liked Lu Jinyan. And seeing Lin He defend Song Tang like this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis in her heart. She poured a glass of water for Lin He, gently hugging her arm, elegant and understanding. "Aunt Lin, please don't be angry. Sister is good. She may have made mistakes, but I believe that once she comes to the capital, she will definitely change." Song Qingyao is like this, seemingly helping Song Tang, but in reality, she was affirming that Song Tang had improper conduct in the countryside. She thought that by saying this, Lin He and Lu Shoujiang would dislike Song Tang. To her surprise, Lin He's gaze towards her turned several degrees colder. Lin He didn't criticize Song Qingyao, considering Qin Xiuji's feelings, but she coldly withdrew her hand and gently said to Song Tang, "Tang Tang, Aunt thinks you are a good child. If you haven't done anything wrong, you don't need to take some rumors to heart. Song Tang felt warmth in her heart, trembling slightly. She didn't expect Lin He to speak for her. Lin He made her feel truly warm, even more than Qin Xiuji did. Lin He's gentle voice continued, if you want to join the art troupe, you need to prepare well. How are you preparing? Song Tang knew that Lin He was worried she wouldn't even pass the first round of the written exam. She didn't deliberately hide her shortcomings and honestly replied, although I haven't had the chance to study, I have self-studied quite a few subjects. So I should be fine on the written exam. I really enjoy dancing, and during this time, I will prepare well. Seeing Song Tang's demeanor, which was neither humble nor arrogant, Lin He felt even more fond of her. She understood that the limited conditions in the countryside and not having a high degree were not Song Tang's fault. It was already very good that she was willing to self-study and was motivated. But Song Nanqing rolled her eyes and scoffed. Still fine on the written exam? An illiterate probably can't even write her own name. What a big mouth. Song Qinyao was also trying hard to suppress her laughter. She thought Song Tang was really boasting too much. She waited to see Song Tang fail miserably and be slapped in the face. Now Lin He might have a good impression of Song Tang, but once she sees the results of the art troupe's written exam, she will definitely hate Song Tang, who only knows how to brag. There were many things Lin He couldn't say in front of Song Qinyao and the others. After they left, she couldn't help but complain to Lu Shoujiang that Song Nanqing is getting more and more mean, even belittling the younger generation. And then there's Qinyao. I feel like this child is a bit heavy-minded. Lu Shoujiang nodded in agreement. Song Tang's gaze is clear. She looks quite good. When it comes to Song Tang, Lin He's gaze softened instantly. People's eyes cannot deceive others. She felt that Song Tang was not as despicable as others said. Moreover, Song Tang is really too beautiful. Just looking at her face makes people feel good. I think Tang Tang and our little Yin are quite compatible. I can't even imagine how beautiful their children would be if they were together. Why don't we try to matchmake little Yin and Tang Tang? Lin He is a typical doer. As soon as she has an idea, she rushes to the landline and calls Lu Jinyan. Once the call connects, she excitedly says, I saw Tang Tang, and he is really handsome. I know your unit is on leave recently, and you're coming back tomorrow night. How about having dinner with Tang Tang? Chapter 9. Matchmaking Lu Jinyan and Song Tang. Clearly, Lin He wanted to match him with Song Tang. Originally, Lu Jinyan disliked Song Tang, and with Lin He being so fond of her, Song Tang's impression on him became even worse, now adding the trait of being scheming. There was no way he could develop anything with Song Tang, and he decided to directly make Lin He give up on this idea. Mom, I can't possibly have dinner with Song Tang. As long as she stays in the same courtyard with us for a day, I won't go home. I have no plans to get married. If I have to get married, even if I look for someone, I wouldn't consider Song Tang. After saying this, he coldly hung up the phone. Shuzi, gu shirshu. Lin He was so angry that her chest hurt. Lu Shoujiang also heard Lu Jinyan's words and slammed the table in anger. If he doesn't want to get married, fine. Let him really marry that goof family kid. Lin He certainly disagreed with Lu Jinyan marrying Gu Shirshu, but she also wouldn't try to set him up with Song Tang anymore. Initially, she thought Lu Jinyan and Song Tang looked quite compatible, but now she felt that her son was so infuriating that he didn't deserve a wife. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Let him do whatever he wants. I'm too lazy to manage it. When Song Tang returned to the Song family, Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji had been back for a while. Almost as soon as she came out of Qin Xiuji's room, she heard Song Nanqing's sharp voice. Thief! Big brother and sister-in-law, come out and help me judge. Song Tang is a thief. She stole the 100 yuan I worked so hard for. Song Nanqing's voice was really too loud for Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji to not hear. They exchanged glances and hurried to the living room. Song Qinyao was holding Song Nanqing's arm, constantly comforting her. Seeing them come out, Song Nanqing raised her voice several degrees. How could there be such a shameless person in our Song family, even stealing her own aunt's money? This is my salary for 3 months. Big brother and sister-in-law, you must make this thief return my money. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji exchanged complex glances. After a long silence, it was Qin Xiuji who asked, with so many people in the house, how can you be sure that Tang Tang stole your money? It was her. Song Nanqing pointed at Song Tang angrily. as if she would pounce on her and devour her at any moment. In the evening, I saw her sneakily come out of my room. I felt something was wrong. Checked, and found that 100 yuan was missing. She must have hidden the money in her room. I wrote my name on the money with a ballpoint pen. Big brother and sister-in-law, you go search her room, and you will know she's a disgusting, shameless thief. Yes, Yao Yao also saw her enter my room. Song Yao, who was named, instantly filled her beautiful apricot eyes with tears. After responding with a choked voice, she looked sincerely and kindly at Song Tang. Sister, stealing is really a very bad behavior. If you want money, I can give you all my pocket money. Can you return that 100 yuan to Aunt? After speaking to Song Tang, she turned to Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji with extreme understanding and obedience. Dad, Mom, please don't blame sister. I believe sister just got confused for a moment. She has lived in the countryside for so many years, and it's normal to develop some bad habits, but I believe sister will get better in the future. With Song Qingyao supporting her, Song Nanqing became even more arrogant. She raised her finger, almost poking it at Song Tang's forehead. Big brother and sister-in-law, did you hear? Yao Yao also saw it. That illiterate Song Tang, that vixen, stole my money. If you are unwilling to search her room, I will search it myself. Tonight, I must let you see her despicable true face. Saying this, Song Nanqing angrily rushed upstairs, even kicking open Song Tang's slightly ajar door. Seeing Song Nanqing enter Song Tang's room, Song Qingyao couldn't help but secretly smile. Yes, the so-called accusation of Song Tang stealing money was a trap set by Song Nanqing, and Song Nanqing's scheme against Song Tang was inseparable from her hints and instigations. Ever since she was young, she hated others competing with her for things. But this rural bumpkin, Song Tang, wanted to compete with her for everything. Mom and Dad are people who can't tolerate any sand in their eyes. Once they determine that Song Tang is a disgusting thief, they will definitely despise her. This despicable little thief, Song Tang, will eventually be driven out of the Song family. She was waiting to see Song Tang be rejected by everyone and become infamous. Chapter 10, he was moved by Song Tang. Song Nanqing, what are you doing? Get out here. Seeing Song Nanqing barging into her room without Song Tang's permission, Song Tsongrong's expression changed completely. He and Qin Xiuji quickly followed into Song Tang's room. Qin Xiuji, who usually had a good temper, couldn't hold back anymore and pushed Song Nanqing hard. Song Nanqing, stop it. Tang Tang didn't steal anything. Tsongrong and I have known for a long time that tonight you set her up on purpose. What? Song Nanqing was stunned as if struck by lightning, her mouth agape. Song Qingyao's eyelids were also twitching. Everything Song Nanqing planned tonight was seamless. How could Mom say she framed Song Tang? Song Nanqing. Before Song Qingyao could recover from her shock, Song Tsongrong took out 10 large bills from his pocket and slammed them on the floor. This is the money you secretly put under Tang Tang's pillow. Fortunately, Tang Tang discovered it in advance and gave the money to me and Xiuji. Otherwise, we would have truly fallen into your trap, mistakenly believing Tang Tang was a thief. Big brother, what are you saying? Song Tang already took the money. Song Nanqing trembled as she picked up a few large bills. She immediately saw her name written under the bills in her own handwriting. This was indeed the money she had quietly placed under Song Tang's pillow. Song Qingyao also didn't expect Song Tang to be so cunning. Her delicate face looked worse than someone who had eaten something terrible. Song Nanqing apologized to Tang Tang. After scolding Song Nanqing, Song Tsongrong turned to look at Song Qingyao. Frowning, Yao Yao, Tang Tang clearly didn't steal anything. How could you help your aunt lie and accuse Tang Tang of sneaking into your aunt's room? Song Qingyao's face turned even paler. However, she was always smart and knew that Song Tsongrong and his wife were most reluctant to see her cry. So she immediately began to sob uncontrollably. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to lie or frame my sister. I just saw my sister walk past my aunt's door, and I thought she had gone into my aunt's room. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You can hit me or scold me, just please don't hate me. Okay. Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji felt that Song Qingyao shouldn't have jumped to conclusions without understanding the truth and assumed Song Tang was a thief. However, this was just a small mistake. They had doted on her for so many years, and seeing her cry so hard, they couldn't bear to scold her and comforted her for a while. after seriously reprimanding Song Nanxing and making her apologize to Song Tang. Song Songrong returned to his room with Qin Xiuji. She meticulously planned a good show, but ended up not making her brother and sister-in-law dislike Song Tang and got scolded herself. Song Nanxing was furious, but after being scolded, she didn't dare to trouble Song Tang again. She shot Song Tang a fierce glare and angrily returned to her room. Song Tang was not intimidated by Song Nanxing's anger. She calmly met her gaze, her dimples deep, infuriating her even more. "Sister, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it tonight. I heard Aunt say that, and I thought." Song Qingyao cried like a pear blossom in the rain, repeatedly apologizing to Song Tang. "Song Qingyao, whether it was intentional or not, you know in your heart. There's no need to tell me. Also, I won't accept your apology." Song Tang had no interest in appreciating Song Qingyao's feigned tears and directly shut the bedroom door. She had prepared in advance because the book also included the plot of Song Qingyao instigating Song Nanxing to frame the original protagonist for stealing money. In the book, Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji believed the original protagonist was a thief and developed a dislike for her. This incident could be said to be the fuse that led to the original protagonist being kicked out of the Song family. She knew Song Qingyao was the female lead of this book. The female lead seemed to be favored by everyone no matter what she did. Just like tonight, even though Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji knew Song Qingyao was helping Song Nanxing smear her, they still chose to comfort and love her when she cried. She knew that as a vicious female supporting character, it would be difficult to have a good ending competing with the female lead. If Song Qingyao didn't target her, she wouldn't proactively go against her. But since Song Qingyao was unwilling to let her off, she wouldn't sit back and wait to be slaughtered. Song Tang knew that after failing to frame her, Song Nanxing would definitely be filled with resentment. However, after being warned by Song Songrong, Song Nanxing didn't cause any trouble in the following days. Song Qingyao also kept trying to repair her relationship with her, and on the surface, everyone seemed relatively harmonious. Over the past few days, Song Tang had become familiar with her surroundings. She also sent out her manuscript. She thought that it would take at least half a month to hear back from the newspaper office, but to her surprise, just 4 days after sending her manuscript, she received a reply from the newspaper. The newspaper directly used half a page to publish her martial arts novel. Those 3,000 words were just the first chapter of the novel. The editor hoped she could keep a stable serialization. She also received 6 yuan in manuscript fees. This was the first money she earned in this era, and she was really, really happy. The response to her martial arts novel was better than she had imagined. Although it was only a little over 3,000 words, that issue of the newspaper broke sales records. And countless people were talking about the heroes and heroines in her novel on the streets. Lu Jinyan also saw that issue of the newspaper. He actually rarely read novels. However, the strong sense of patriotism and the grand descriptions in those 3,000 words made his blood boil. For the first time in his life, he had the thought of wanting to write a letter to the author. There was no address for the author, Tang's song, on the newspaper. Coincidentally, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper was his friend, so he asked the editor-in-chief to help him forward the letter to Tang's song. Since they all lived in the capital, the next day, Song Tang received the letter Lu Jinyan wrote to her. She was particularly shocked. She couldn't believe he actually liked the martial arts novel she wrote. She wanted to make him dislike her less, so she used a pen name and seriously wrote him a reply. She hoped that considering their correspondence, when a male and female leads teamed up to bully her later, he could lend her a hand. Soon, Lu Jinyan also received a reply. Her martial arts novel was so grand and magnificent, and since she used the pen name Tang Song, which was somewhat masculine, he had always thought she was a man. It was only when he saw the neat, clean handwriting on the letter that he realized she must be a girl. Recently, his grandfather had been calling him, urging him to get married quickly, and his superiors were also anxious about his personal issues. Seeing the male lead in her novel being forced into marriage by his family as soon as he appeared, he couldn't help but say when he wrote to her, "Is it necessary to get married and have children to live?" In her reply, she said, "The meaning of life is not to get married and have children, nor to please anyone. To live is to have a clear conscience and not let oneself down." He tightly held that beautiful piece of stationery, suddenly feeling that he had encountered a kindred spirit. Tang Song would be his lifelong friend. Chapter 11. fox spirit. Because he had mentioned the dreams of the male protagonist in a martial arts novel in the letter he wrote to her before. She asked him a question in her reply. What is his dream? His dream, gently touching that line of elegant small characters. Lu Jinyan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He had a dream, but his personality was too steady, mature beyond his years, and he was always sparing with words, rarely opening his heart to others. He had never confided in anyone about his dream. This time, however, he picked up the fountain pen and seriously wrote on the letter paper, "My dream is to defend my country and protect my home. I wish for a prosperous nation and a peaceful world." He wrote several lines with grace before solemnly folding the letter and placing it in the envelope. After going to the post office to send out the manuscript today, Song Tang casually strolled around the nearby state-owned supermarket. The old-fashioned cloth shoes she wore had already exposed her toes, so she bought herself 2 pairs of Mary Jane leather shoes to alternate with. The leather shoes she bought were not of very good quality, but were quite expensive, costing 15 yuan a pair. She only had 56 yuan left in her hand, and suddenly spent more than half of it. While browsing the women's clothing section, she immediately spotted a short-sleeved white shirt. 8 yuan. She paired the white shirt with a pink pleated skirt, spending another 15 yuan. With 56 yuan, only 3 yuan remained. Looking at the 3 measly 1 yuan bills in her hand, Song Tang felt quite pained. But she believed that she could definitely earn more money with her own abilities to buy more beautiful shoes and clothes. When she returned to the military compound, it was already evening. Almost as soon as she entered the courtyard, it started to rain. Originally, Song Nanqing was happily munching on sunflower seeds, but seeing Song Tang approach, she suddenly found the seeds in her hand unappetizing. Song Tang had already changed into her new clothes from the state-owned supermarket, including those white Mary Jane shoes. Song Nanqing really hated pink. Previously, she had worn a pink skirt to work and was ridiculed by her arch-nemesis for trying to appear younger. They even said she looked like an old cucumber painted green or a donkey's droppings covered in frost. She was so angry that she never wore pink again. She also thought pink was the ugliest color in the world. Who would have thought that Song Tang, wearing a white shirt and a knee-length pink pleated skirt, could look so refreshing and beautiful? She walked in gracefully through the rain, as lively as a flower bud in morning dew, fresh, delicate, and full of vitality, making it hard for anyone to look away. Not long ago, Song Nanqing had just been scolded by Song Songrong, so she didn't dare to openly target Song Tang. After Song Tang went upstairs, she spat at her back fiercely, fox spirit. Just scolding Song Tang a few times didn't satisfy her anger, and in frustration, she slammed the newspaper containing the sunflower seeds onto the ground, thinking about how that bag of seeds cost her 10 cents. She was not only angry, but also felt pained, wishing she could belittle Song Tang to nothing. "Aunt, what's wrong with you?" Song Qinyao, who had been standing at the corner of the second floor, also saw Song Tang. Song Tang had tied her hair in a high ponytail today, with slightly curled ends, looking vibrant and stunning, like a young lady returning from abroad. Song Qinyao hated Song Tang's face immensely, and seeing Song Nanqing so angry, she knew this was a great opportunity to stir up trouble. She hurried downstairs and kindly helped Song Nanqing pick up the sunflower seeds that had fallen to the ground. It's not that country bumpkin Song Tang, that fox spirit. Every time Song Nanqing mentioned Song Tang, her anger swelled, and she felt like she was about to explode. That fox spirit always dressed flamboyantly to attract men, completely lacking in decency. She couldn't understand what her older brother and sister-in-law brought her back for. It was simply embarrassing and a misfortune for the family. "Aunt, don't be like this. After all, sister is our parents' biological daughter. We can't make her angry." Song Qingyao's words seemed to be advising Song Nanqing, but in reality, she was intentionally fanning the flames. Sure enough, hearing this, Song Nanqing became even angrier. So what if she is a biological daughter? Her behavior is improper, dirty, and vile. She doesn't deserve to be a daughter of the Song family at all. There are 2 more important reasons why Song Nanqing hated Song Tang. Her daughter, Su Shanshan, was studying at the Workers' Peasant Soldiers University. Previously, Song Songrong would give Su Shanshan 15 yuan for living expenses every month, but after she framed Song Tang for stealing money, Song Songrong said she had a salary and would give Su Shanshan her own living expenses from then on. Qin Xiuji used to give her a 10-foot and a 5-foot fabric coupon every month. A 10-foot fabric coupon could make a whole outfit, and a 5-foot coupon could make either a top or a pair of pants. Her unit only issued a dozen feet of fabric coupons a year, and her brother and sister-in-law treated her so well that her colleagues were extremely envious. But as soon as Song Tang arrived, her brother and sister-in-law changed. If Song Tang continued to stay in the Song family, would there still be a place for her and Su Shanshan in the Song family in the future? The more Song Nanqing thought about it, the more she hated it. Suddenly, she grabbed Song Qingyao's hand tightly and lowered her voice. If Song Tang continues to stay here, none of us will have a good time. Yao Yao, please help your aunt out, okay? That shameless fox spirit must be kicked out of our Song family. Song Qingyao was secretly delighted but still pretended to look troubled. I do have a way, but Dad and Mom really love sister. It seems not very good for us to do that. Hearing Song Qingyao mention that Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji love Song Tang, Song Nanqing became even angrier. She spat again. Pa, love her? Does she even deserve it? The kind of fox spirit who only knows how to seduce men doesn't deserve to live in our Song family. I must make my brother and sister-in-law see her disgusting true colors. Yao Yao, right now, only you can help your aunt. I'm begging you, please help me. Song Qingyao bit her lip hard, her beautiful apricot eyes filled with struggle. After nearly half a minute, it seemed she made a great decision. All right, aunt, I'll help you. She leaned close to Song Nanqing's ear and whispered a few words that only the two of them could hear, causing the corners of Song Nanqing's lips to curl up uncontrollably. She didn't raise Song Qingyao in vain. With such a good scheme from Song Qingyao, she believed that tonight, that fox spirit Song Tang would definitely be kicked out of the Song family. After returning to her room, Song Tang sat down at her desk and continued writing the next chapter of her novel. The rain grew heavier. A low rumble of thunder swept past under the eaves, startling her. Looking at the raindrops falling outside like they were dancing, Song Tang suddenly thought of a particularly important plot point in that era novel. In the story, the original host was first kicked out of the Song family on a stormy night. It was the first stormy night after the original host was taken to the capital, and the original host was kicked out of the Song family because Song Qingyao was pushed down the stairs. Song Nanqing firmly claimed that she saw the original host push Song Qingyao down the stairs with her own eyes. Originally, Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji already had a very poor impression of the original host, after they believed that she pushed Song Qingyao down the stairs. They thought she was not only unclean, but also particularly malicious. Furthermore, since the original host refused to admit it, they were utterly disappointed in her. In a fit of rage, Song Tsongrong directly told her to get lost. If it were the 21st century, Song Tang would have a way to crush Song Qingyao. But in this era, there were no mobile phones, no surveillance cameras. She couldn't capture the scene of Song Qingyao framing her at all. Song Qingyao's trick was really particularly vicious. She had to find a way to break the deadlock. Chapter 12. Heartbroken like crazy. It hurts so much. Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji were very busy, and they came home particularly late that night. As soon as they entered the door, they heard the heart-wrenching cries of Song Qingyao, followed by the piercing screams and curses of Song Nanqing. How could that vixen Song Tang be so malicious? Yao Yao treated her like a beloved sister. How could she so cruelly push Yao Yao down the stairs? Big brother and sister-in-law, you must give Yao Yao an explanation tonight. At that moment, Song Tsongrong also saw the helpless and disheveled Song Qingyao lying on the floor. Both of her arms had obvious abrasions, and large patches of blood stained her sleeves, which looked particularly painful, especially since Song Qingyao had deliberately worn a white dress tonight. The red looked even more shocking. What happened? Lu Shoujiang and Lu Xiaoyu happened to come back with them. Hearing the commotion, they quickly followed along. It was that vixen Song Tang. The Lu family coming over was an unexpected surprise. Song Nanqing was delighted to have everyone believe that Song Tang was sinister and vicious. She was so excited that she was spitting. She was illiterate and couldn't dance, so there was no way she could get into the art troupe. She was jealous of Yao Yao's excellence, and even wanted to prevent her from entering the art troupe. I saw with my own eyes that when Yao Yao was going downstairs, she quietly hid behind Yao Yao and, taking advantage of her unpreparedness, viciously pushed her down the stairs. with just over 20 days until the exam. What if Yao Yao hurt her bones? Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji both changed their expressions. They all knew how much Song Qingyao wanted to enter the art troupe. If Song Tang truly intended to harm her and cause her to miss out on the dance team, that was indeed quite malicious. Daddy, Mommy, it really hurts. Song Qingyao's acting was impeccable. She sniffled with grievance, her eyelashes trembling, and large tears rolled down her cheeks. I really don't know what I did wrong for my sister to treat me this way, but I don't blame my sister. I truly don't blame her. Daddy, Mommy, please don't be angry with my sister, okay? At that moment, Song Tang walked to the top of the stairs on the second floor. Song Nanxing and Song Qingyao had carefully staged this drama, and she certainly had to give them a chance to perform. After pondering for a moment, she still wore a cold expression and walked down the stairs. Upon seeing Song Tang, Song Qingyao cried even more heartbreakingly, "Sister, why? Why did you push me? If you don't want to see me enter the art troupe, I can choose not to take the exam. Really, as long as you're happy. I'm willing to do anything you ask. I really care about you. Sister, why do you treat me this way?" She asked just bad. Unable to stand others doing well, Song Nanxing glared at Song Tang with disgust, as if Song Tang were something filthy that would dirty her eyes. She shot a resentful glance at Song Tang and then said to Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji, big brother and sister-in-law, Song Tang has gone too far this time. If she could push Yao Yao down the stairs today, she could stab her a few times tomorrow. Her behavior is improper, messing around with men and women, and she intentionally harms others. If she continues like this, she'll get shot. You can't keep protecting her. Qin Xiuji was a doctor. After having the maid bring over a medicine kit, she helped Song Qingyao sit on the nearby sofa. She checked Song Qingyao's legs. They could still move, so her bones should be fine. However, seeing the large abrasions on both of Song Qingyao's arms, with her originally white sleeves stained red, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken and red in her eyes. Song Qingyao was her precious daughter for 18 years, and seeing her bloodstained appearance made her feel that Song Tang had gone too far. She couldn't help but scold Song Tang, "Tang Tang, how could you push Yao Yao?" Noticing that Song Qingyao was still bleeding from her arms, Song Tsongrong also felt that Song Tang had gone too far. His rigid, square face was filled with sternness and disapproval. "Tang Tang, Yao Yao is your sister. How could you do such a heartless thing to your own family?" Standing aside, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but grab his short hair. He wasn't very familiar with Song Tang, but since they lived in the same courtyard, they had seen each other around these days. Song Tang had a clean and straightforward gaze. He always felt she wasn't that kind of person. He had a strong sense of justice, and seeing everyone criticize Song Tang, he still said, "Uncle Song, Aunt Qin, should we hear what Tang Tang has to say? Tang Tang, did you really push Yao Yao down the stairs?" Song Nanxing didn't expect Lu Xiaoyu to speak up for Song Tang. Before Song Tang could speak, she disdainfully sneered, "Song Tang is just an illiterate full of lies, a country bumpkin. How could she admit to harming Yao Yao so badly? Yao Yao has lost so much blood." Song Nanxing pretended to wipe her tears. How much pain must Yao Yao be in to be hurt like this? "Big brother, our Song family has a righteous family tradition that cannot tolerate the wolf-hearted and dog-lunge bad things like Song Tang. Tonight, you and sister-in-law must teach her a lesson and seek justice for Yao Yao." Song Tsongrong, upright and incorruptible, despised infighting among family members, and his bright eyes grew several degrees colder. He sternly commanded Song Tang, "Song Tang, apologize to Yao Yao." Qin Xiuji also gently nodded, "Tang Tang, you indeed did something wrong tonight. You should apologize to your sister." Song Tang didn't speak immediately. Looking at Song Tsongrong's cold, hard face and Qin Xiuji, who was holding Song Qingyao's hand, looking heartbroken with tears in her eyes, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the original owner. She suddenly began to understand the various antics of the original owner after arriving in the capital. The original owner had a low level of education and wasn't very smart. She certainly wasn't a match for the meticulous Song Qingyao. Song Qingyao and Song Nanxing were constantly setting traps for her. Her biological parents didn't trust her and even helped their adopted daughter criticize and despise her. It was no wonder she would go crazy. Song Tang was really disappointed in Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji. "Apologize," Hearing Song Songrong's unyielding roar, Song Tang slowly came to her senses. She met his gaze without humility or arrogance and said clearly, "I did not push Song Qingyao. It was she and Song Nanqing who deliberately framed me. I have a clear conscience and will not apologize." You. Song Songrong was infuriated by Song Tang's unrepentant demeanor, completely losing his temper. "Song Tang, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize to Yao Yao. If you still refuse to apologize, just get out. Daddy, please don't be angry." Seeing that Song Songrong was about to expel Song Tang from the Song family, Song Qingyao couldn't be happier. But she was best at pretending to be kind and pitiful, so she still spoke up with a wronged and cautious tone. I really didn't expect my sister would push me downstairs. But after all, she is Daddy and Mommy's daughter, my sister. I won't blame her. Daddy, I truly beg you, please don't be angry with my sister anymore, okay? With Song Qingyao crying so pitifully, it was almost impossible to get angry. And she was even helping Song Tang speak. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji felt she was understanding and sensible. And they felt even more that Song Tang had gone too far. Song Songrong was even more disappointed in Song Tang. He snorted coldly and said unkindly, "I, Song Songrong, have no such daughter who only knows how to harm others. Big brother, are you not recognizing Song Tang as your daughter anymore?" Hearing Song Songrong's words, Song Nanqing was so delighted that she almost burst out laughing. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from making a sound. Song Qingyao continued to cry silently. But inside, she was overjoyed. Chapter 13. Crying over the green tea. The two were eagerly waiting for Song Songrong to sever his father-daughter relationship with Song Tang and kick her out of the Song family. When they unexpectedly saw Lin, he appeared at the staircase on the second floor. "Tang Tang, didn't he push Yao Yao? I was just in Tang Tang's room explaining problems to her." Lin only came out after Song Nanqing screamed. There is no way she could have pushed anyone down the stairs. Song Qingyao and Song Nanqing's expressions changed simultaneously. They hadn't expected Lin He to be in Song Tang's room. Lin He and Qin Xiuji had a really good relationship. They had been close friends since they were young. Their husbands were comrades in arms, and they had lived together in the courtyard for so many years. Although they weren't blood relatives, they were closer than sisters. Moreover, Lin He was the wife of Commander Lu, and she was known for her fairness, so no one would doubt her words. He? Qin Xiuji was also taken aback. She slowly released Song Qingyao's hand. "Were you really in Tang Tang's room the whole time?" Lin He gently nodded. "Tang Tang came to find me, saying there were a few problems she couldn't solve. I happened to have nothing to do, so I went to her room to help her. When I heard Song Nanqing shout that Yao Yao had fallen down the stairs, only then did Tang Tang worry and run out of the room. I can vouch for Tang Tang. She didn't harm anyone tonight. Xiuji, Tang Tang is a good child. She's your biological daughter. You should trust her more." Qin Xiuji's eyes, which were just like Song Tang's, were filled with helplessness. Concern breeds chaos. After seeing so much blood from Song Qingyao and hearing Song Nanqing insist that she saw Song Tang push her downstairs, it was natural for her to instinctively believe that Song Tang had done something wrong. Now, thinking it over calmly, she realized she had been too impulsive. Song Nanqing had a history of trying to frame Song Tang. Why had she believed her words so easily, after knowing each other for so many years? Song Songrong naturally knew how upright Lin He was. Thinking about his biological daughter being slandered, he not only didn't support her, but also wanted to kick her out. The normally decisive Commander Song found himself at a loss. He couldn't bring himself to apologize to his daughter and could only sternly question Song Nanqing. Tang Tang clearly didn't push Yao Yao. How could you insist that she harmed her? Song Nanqing, you must clarify this matter for me today. Qin Xiuji shot a cold glance at the trembling Song Nanqing, her gaze slowly falling on Song Qingyao. Both Tang Tang and Qingyao are my precious daughters. I don't love one more than the other. I just worry that Qingyao, not being my biological daughter, might overthink things, so I take more care of her. But I want to condone Qingyao harming my biological daughter. After a moment of silence, she still spoke with a hint of disappointment. Yao Yao, why did you also say that it was Tang Tang who pushed you? What really happened tonight? I want to hear the truth. Song Qingyao covered her mouth in pain. She really couldn't believe that Qin Xiuji would suspect her. It was all Song Tang's fault. If it weren't for Song Tang insisting on coming back to the capital to snatch things from her, her parents wouldn't have doubted her. Song Qingyao certainly wouldn't tell the truth. With tears in her eyes, she helplessly shook her head. I didn't see. I really didn't see. In Song Nanxing's view, everything Song Qingyao had done tonight was to help her. She knew that with Lin He stepping in, she would definitely face a scolding tonight. Feeling somewhat righteous, knowing she would be reprimanded, she decided to take the blame off the genuinely good Song Qingyao. This matter has nothing to do with Yao Yao. Song Nanxing gritted her teeth and continued. I pushed Yao Yao down the stairs. I also deliberately framed Song Tang. Who told that fox spirit Song Tang to only harm others? Ever since she came to our house, she caused Shan Shan to lose her living expenses and me to lose my fabric coupons. I just can't stand her. Why push Yao Yao? She didn't see me. When she heard me shout that it was Song Tang who pushed her, it's normal for her to misunderstand. Hearing Song Nanxing take all the blame, Song Qingyao let out a long sigh of relief. She was always able to bend and stretch, to clear herself of suspicion. She weakly knelt on the ground, crying and slapping her own face. Sorry. I don't blame my aunt. Please don't blame her. I really didn't mean to frame my sister. When I heard my aunt say that my sister pushed me, I thought my sister wanted to hurt me. I didn't mean to harm anyone, but I still caused my sister to be criticized by my parents. It's all my fault. I'm really so bad. Sorry. Sorry. Yao Yao. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji's eyes were filled with pity. Clearly, they both believed that this matter had nothing to do with the innocent and kind Song Qingyao. They hurried forward, trying to stop Song Qingyao from continuing to harm herself. Song Qingyao, being so clever, naturally knew that her suspicion had been cleared. She knelt down again at Song Tang's feet, looking pitiful as she pleaded, Sister, I really didn't mean it. I misunderstood you. I should be punished. Sister, please forgive me, okay? Saying this, she began to cry and slap her own face again. Yao Yao, stop it. Qin Xiuji's heart ached to the point of tears. A cold glint flashed quickly in Song Tang's peach blossom eyes. She knew that most of the blood on Song Qingyao was fake. After planning their strategy, Song Qingyao and Song Nanxing had one keeping watch outside the courtyard for Song Songrong and his wife to return, while the other went to a friend's house to get a blood packet. Song Tang took this opportunity to quietly invite Lin He to her room. However, she couldn't prove that the blood on Song Qingyao was fake, nor could she prove that Song Qingyao was the mastermind behind the framing. As for Song Qingyao crying so pitifully, if she didn't say she forgave her, Song Songrong and his wife would think she was being too calculating and feel even more pity for Song Qingyao. She wouldn't let Song Qingyao succeed. After all, when it came to scheming, she, Song Tang, would not lose. Tang Tang, Yao Yao's face is almost swollen. Can you just forgive her? Hearing Qin Xiuji's voice, Song Tang pinched herself hard, instantly reddening her eyes. Dad, Mom, I feel like I shouldn't have come back to the capital. I've really suffered a lot since I was little. I've gone hungry and cold. It was until I came to the capital that I wore clothes without patches for the first time. I thought I found my biological parents, that I finally had a home, but my dad and mom don't trust me, and it seems like you don't love me either. If my sister hates me, I really can leave. I can leave right now. As Song Tang spoke, at first, it was indeed an act, wanting to return tea for tea. But thinking about the tragic ending of the original owner in the book, she inexplicably felt sad and genuinely shed a few tears. Song Qingyao was stunned. She really hadn't expected that Song Tang could be even more scheming than her. However, Song Songrong and his wife were heartbroken and guilt-ridden, and they didn't even care about Song Qingyao anymore, rushing to comfort Song Tang. Even Song Songrong, who cared so much about his image, awkwardly lowered his head and clumsily said to Song Tang, I'm sorry. Tang Tang, Dad didn't mean to wrong you. When I heard your aunt say that you pushed Yao Yao, I thought. Anyway, Dad was wrong this time. Dad admits it. This steel man, who was fearless on the battlefield, was truly not good at comforting children. He could only awkwardly express his guilt and concern with money. He hurriedly took out a few large bills and stuffed them into Song Tang's hands. You take this money and buy something good to eat. If it's not enough, come ask Dad for more. Qin Xiuji also cried as she apologized to Song Tang. Tang Tang, Mom should trust you, right? Don't you want to join the art troupe? Mom supports you. Mom will hire a teacher to tutor you, okay? No need. Song Tang didn't say this on purpose. In this era, the college entrance examination had not yet resumed, and the teachers Qin Xiuji hired for her were at most of high school level. To be honest, those teachers couldn't teach her anything. Here are some fabric coupons for you. You girls love to look pretty, so make yourself a few more sets of clothes. Qin Xiuji desperately wanted to compensate Song Tang and directly stuffed several 10-foot fabric coupons from her bag into Song Tang's hands. Song Nanxing and Song Qingyao weren't blind. Of course, they noticed what the two were stuffing into Song Tang's hands. Song Nanxing roughly counted and saw that Qin Xiuji had given Song Tang 5 10-foot fabric coupons. The large unity that Song Songrong gave her must have been at least 5 or 6 coupons. Why did Qin Xiuji give her 15 feet of fabric coupons in a month, being so stingy, yet could suddenly give Song Tang 50 feet of fabric coupons? She was not satisfied. Song Qingyao was also gnashing her teeth in hatred. She thought that tonight she would successfully drive Song Tang out of the Song family. Who would have thought that Song Tang was so lucky, having Lin He to testify for her and receiving so many good things? These fabric coupons and a large unity should belong to her, Song Qingyao. Why did Song Tang always get to spend money that should belong to Song Qingyao? Chapter 14, they found a little wolf dog for Song Tang. She doesn't deserve it. She never expected Lin He would actually favor Song Tang. She was going to marry Lu Jinyan, and Lin He must like her. She can only like her. She had to adjust her plan and make Lin He detest Song Tang as soon as possible. Song Qingyao was filled with resentment. But in front of Song Songrong and others, she couldn't show it, so she could only shed tears pitifully. Qin Xiuji had already treated the wound on her arm. After scolding Song Nanxing a few more times and sending off the Lu family, Song Songrong returned to the room with Qin Xiuji. They closed the door and didn't have to hide their thoughts. Qin Xiuji gently tugged at Song Songrong's sleeve and couldn't help but say, "Nanxing was really too much tonight." Song Songrong nodded. "I've already warned her. She shouldn't dare to target Tang Tang anymore. If she dares to bully Tang Tang again, even if Dad protects her, I will make her move out." Qin Xiuji agreed. She had always thought Song Nanxing was a troublemaker, but since they were relatives, she didn't want to make her move out. However, if she bullied her daughter again, she definitely couldn't continue to indulge her. Thinking of Song Tang, the fairy, crying tonight, Qin Xiuji felt guilty again. We should treat Tang Tang better in the future. Song Songrong knew what his wife was worried about. He affectionately squeezed her hand. In the future, let us give Tang Tang a little more pocket money. But we can't be biased. Yao Yao's pocket money should also increase a bit. I'll also help Tang Tang find a decent partner. Tang Tang definitely can't get into the art troupe. With her qualifications, she won't find a good job. If she can find a reliable partner, with our support, she will definitely be able to live well. Qin Xiuji also felt that, not to mention getting into the art troupe, Song Tang might not even be able to find a job. Both she and her husband were straightforward people who didn't want to take shortcuts. All they could do was help her find a good partner. Thinking of something, worry appeared in Qin Xiuji's beautiful peach blossom eyes. Xiao Qi and Xiao Yi still don't want to come home. I'm really afraid they will conflict with Tang Tang. Sigh. Qin Xiuji didn't say the rest, but Song Songrong understood her meaning. She was afraid the two little rascals at home wouldn't get along with Song Tang. Song Songrong was also troubled. The Liang family had broken off the engagement, and although they didn't publicly spread the word about Song Tang's improper conduct, Liang Yuanshan had a particularly good relationship with Song Zhuye from the Song family, so he must have told him about these matters. He was worried that the eldest, Song Qi, also knew about it. Both sons were the type who couldn't tolerate any sand in their eyes, and since they favored Song Qingyao so much, it would be strange if they were willing to accept Song Tang as their sister. Song Songrong couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. It was difficult to get the two little rascals to accept Song Tang as their sister. After Lu Shoujiang and Lin He returned home, they crawled into bed and whispered. Lin He always felt that Song Qingyao was not as innocent as she seemed tonight. She had a good relationship with Lu Shoujiang and discussed everything with him. Expressing her doubts, "Old Lu, do you really think Yao Yao didn't see who pushed her?" I can't help but feel that tonight she and Song Nanxing conspired together to slander Tang Tang. Lu Jiang had always thought that Song Qingyao was quite scheming. But without solid evidence, he wouldn't jump to conclusions. After pondering for a moment, he said, in any case, that child Yao Yao thinks too much and is a bit extreme. Thinking of a scene where Song Qingyao was kneeling on the ground, frantically slapping her own face, Linny also felt she was quite extreme. She shivered. If I hadn't happened to be tutoring Tang Tang, Tang Tang would have really been wronged. Lu Jiang nodded. However, he felt that Song Tang asking Lin he to tutor her was not coincidental, but rather a strategy to break the deadlock. It wasn't wrong to use some means to protect oneself, as long as it didn't harm others. He didn't think Song Tang was overly scheming. Instead, he appreciated her even more. Lin, he continued, that child Tang Tang is really smart. She hasn't even been to school for long. And when I was explaining high school problems to her, she could actually apply what she learned, and later I even found it hard to keep up with her thinking. They say our kids study well. If Tang Tang studied with them, who knows who could come out on top? Really? Lu Jiang thought Song Tang was asking Lin he about elementary school problems, but he didn't expect her to tackle high school questions. Seeing Lin he nodding vigorously, Lu Jiang suddenly felt that Song Tang and his third child were quite a match. The third child was carefree and silly, while Song Tang was brave and resourceful. They were about the same age, simply a perfect match. As he thought about this, he couldn't help but share his feelings with his wife. Lin he sighed and said honestly, actually, I think Tang Tang is more suited to Xiaoyan, but Xiaoyan is a bit slow on the uptake. I can only try to match Tang Tang with Xiaoyu. Our Xiaoyu just graduated from high school and happens to have nothing to do lately. I can let him tutor Tang Tang. This way, they will definitely spark some chemistry. As night deepened, Lin he became more and more animated, wishing she could tie Song Tang up tonight and make her the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Song Tang didn't want those around her to know that she was writing martial arts novels. She also didn't dare let Lu Jinyan know that the person corresponding with him, Tang Song, was her. So whether it was the address she left with the newspaper office or the one for Lu Jinyan, it wasn't near the military compound, but rather in a more remote alley. She had become accustomed to checking that mailbox daily for any letters addressed to her. This morning, after having breakfast, she went there. Pa pa pa, fox spirit, smelling of fox. After being sternly warned by Song Rong, Song Nanxing, afraid of being kicked out of the Song family, didn't dare to confront Song Tang directly. However, after Song Tang walked out the door, she still spat a few times at the empty yard. Song Qingyao didn't notice Song Nanxing's anger. Her mind was now occupied with how to please Lin He. Lin He's birthday was coming up soon. That night, Lu Jinyan would definitely come back. When the two families had dinner together, she not only had to overshadow Song Tang with her birthday gift, but also make Lu Jinyan think she looked better. It would be best if she could embarrass Song Tang in public. That way, Lu Jinyan would definitely see her good side and treat her differently. She had to create a spark of romance with him. Song Tang had no idea that Song Qingyao was gearing up to compete with her. She soon arrived at that alley. There were no letters for her in the mailbox. As she closed the mailbox and was about to leave, she suddenly heard someone shouting, "Help!" She quickly ran to the front of the alley and saw two tall and burly thugs forcefully dragging a young girl with double braids into the depths of the alley. This alley had long been abandoned, and there wasn't even a ghost in sight. If that girl was dragged deep into the alley, everything would be irreversible. Song Tang was not a saint, but since she stumbled upon this incident, she couldn't just stand by and watch a vibrant girl be ruined by these two thugs. She wanted to help the girl while ensuring her own safety. There was a telephone booth in the alley next door, which also had a mailbox. She didn't dare to waste any time and quickly rushed to the telephone booth to call the police. She was actually thinking of finding a few helpful citizens to assist. However, at this time, everyone had gone out to work, and since there were too few residents around, she couldn't find anyone to help at all. Meanwhile, the two thugs had already dragged the girl deep into the alley and started tearing at her clothes. She couldn't afford to waste any more time. She quickly grabbed two bricks and ran towards the alley. "Let go of me. You better let go of me. My uncle is Commander Lu. If you dare to bully me, he won't let you off. Just right, if we sleep with you, we can become the son-in-law of the commander." Ugh! Hearing the lewd laughter of those two rogues, Liang Tingxue couldn't help but fall into despair. She cried out, "Uncle, save me! Brother, cousin, save me! Help me! Who can save me? Woo-woo!" Bang bang. Her collar was violently ripped open, and Liang Tingxue closed her eyes in pain. She thought her innocence would be completely destroyed, but unexpectedly, she heard the sound of a brick hitting someone's head. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw Song Tang fiercely smashing the brick in her hand onto the back of the heads of the two rogues. Damn! Song Tang didn't manage to knock them out. Instead, they angrily snatched the brick from her hand. She didn't dare to fight back, grabbed Liang Tingxue's hand, and sprinted out of the alley at full speed. Originally, after being hit by a brick from Song Tang, the two rogues were quite furious. However, when they saw her stunning face, all that was left in their eyes was lust. They quickly caught up, no longer grabbing Liang Tingxue, but instead firmly grabbing Song Tang's shoulders, one on each side. Song Tang had learned Sanda in her previous life and definitely wouldn't sit back and wait. She kicked up and fiercely kicked one of the rogues in the groin. The rogue yelled in pain and kicked directly at Song Tang's lower back. His kick was so fierce that Song Tang lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. The two rogues grinned as they walked towards her, and she hurriedly tried to get up to continue running forward with the already terrified Liang Tingxue. Just as she got up, the two rogues pressed down on her shoulders again. She thought that in the next second, her clothes would be violently ripped open, but unexpectedly, the two rogues were kicked away with great force. She instinctively turned around and bumped into a hard, hot chest. Chapter 15, he looked at Song Tang, and it felt like a lifetime in a glance. Really, it was too hard. The collision made Song Tang's body ache a bit. She hadn't steadied herself yet and reflexively pressed forward, trying to stabilize herself. "Song Tang, take your hand away." Just as she pressed down, she heard Lu Jinyan's voice, cold as if it came from an icy hell. It was then she realized that she had pressed against his chest muscles. He had warned her multiple times not to touch him and not to appear within 2 meters of him. Thinking of his ruthless methods in the book, her fingertips trembled violently, and she hurriedly withdrew her hand from his chest. "You little brat, meddling in others' business, looking for death." Those two ruffians, used to bullying others, had never suffered such a loss. After they got up from the ground, they grabbed bricks and yelled as they lunged at Lu Jinyan, looking vicious enough to want to torture him to death. Song Tang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lu Jinyan. To her surprise, before those two ruffians could even touch his pinky finger, he kicked them, sending them flying into the wall. His strength was truly immense. One of the ruffians was kicked so hard that he spat blood. They curled up against the wall, writhing in pain. They couldn't even muster the strength to curse, let alone get up and continue fighting him. "Cousin, what's going on?" Liang Yuanshan had come with Lu Jinyan, knowing that Tang Song lived in the alley nearby. Lu Jinyan didn't go to the post office to mail a letter, but directly put the written letter into her mailbox. Just as he placed the letter in the mailbox, he heard the commotion and rushed over, only to see ruffians trying to bully Song Tang, Liang Tingxue. Liang Yuanshan ran over a bit slower, and when he arrived, he saw his own sister, Liang Tingxue. Seeing her collar torn and her shoulders trembling, worry filled his exceptionally beautiful Rue Feng eyes. "Shua, how'd you end up here? Did they bully you?" "Woo-woo." Upon seeing her cousin and older brother arrive, Liang Tingxue immediately cried out in grievance. "I just wanted to go out for a stroll, but I didn't expect to run into two ruffians. Woo-woo. Thankfully this sister saved me. Otherwise, I really would have been bullied by them. Woo-woo." It had truly been dangerous. Those two ruffians had already lifted her skirt. If Song Tang had appeared just a few seconds later, her innocence would have been ruined. She was only 16. If her innocence were destroyed like this, she really wouldn't be able to live. Liang Yuanshan was too focused on worrying about his sister and hadn't noticed Song Tang standing aside. Only after hearing Liang Tingxue's words did he subconsciously look at Song Tang. She was standing with her back to him. Not long ago, he had gone with Lu Jinyan to the countryside to pick up Song Tsongrong's biological daughter, and he had only seen her back then. He didn't know what she looked like. For some reason, at this moment, he felt that the girless back in front of him resembled the silhouette he had seen that day. But almost immediately, he dismissed this thought. That Song Tang from the Song family was just a bad woman who only knew how to drug men and wanted to climb the social ladder. How could she possibly act heroically? They were definitely not the same person. He comforted Liang Tingxue again, and then sincerely thanked Song Tang. Thank you for saving my sister. My name is Liang Yuanshin. My sister's name is Liang Tingxue. We will definitely find a way to repay your kindness. Liang Yuanshin, the male lead? Song Tang slowly turned around and saw Liang Yuanshin's handsome, charming face. Just as described in the book, the male lead was indeed very good-looking, almost comparable to Lu Jinyan. But regardless of how handsome the male lead was, she didn't want to have any intersection with him. She also didn't expect that the person she inadvertently saved this time would be Liang Yuanshin's younger sister, Liang Tingxue. In the book, Liang Tingxue was also a tragedy. She died at the age of 16, in the prime of her life. It was said that she was bullied to death by 2 ruffians in a desolate alley. In the book, those 2 ruffians were eventually caught by the police. At first, they claimed it was lust that drove them to attack Liang Tingxue. She was too strong-willed. When they bullied her, she struggled desperately, and they hit her with several bricks, causing her to bleed to death. But later, the 2 ruffians suddenly changed their testimonies, saying they bullied Liang Tingxue at the behest of the original owner. They claimed that because Liang Yuanshin had gone to the Song family to break off the engagement. The original owner hated the Liang family, and therefore targeted Liang Tingxue, because they insisted that the original owner was the mastermind behind Liang Tingxue's death. Liang Yuanshin hated the original owner deeply and used extremely cruel methods to torture and take revenge on her, making her utterly miserable and unable to turn her life around. This time, Song Tang did not instigate those 2 ruffians. They still attempted to bully Liang Tingxue. It was clear that the original owner was wronged. It was likely that in the book, those 2 ruffians would change their testimony to say they were instructed by Song Qingyao. Song Qingyao was even more ruthless and bottomless than she had imagined. At this moment, Liang Yuanshin also saw Song Tang's appearance. Today, she was wearing a sleeveless burgundy dress modified from an ugly dress sent to her by Song Qingyao. Like light green, burgundy was also a color that was particularly picky. If the skin was slightly duller, it not only made one look dark, but also aged a person, making them appear much older than their actual age. Song Tang's skin was so fair that it seemed to emanate a soft glow. The fitted dress accentuated her slim waist, while her red lips and white teeth made her stunningly beautiful. She had an innate purity and clarity, along with the charm of a Hong Kong-style beauty, both innocent and alluring, making it impossible for anyone to look away. A glance felt like a lifetime. Liang Yuanshin's face flushed bright red. Indeed, their family genes were particularly good. Every woman around him, whether his mother or sister, was a rare beauty. But he had never seen a girl as beautiful as Song Tang. His nature was free and uninhibited, and he never felt shy in front of women. At this moment, however, he stumbled over his words. Why you? What's your name? Just as she was lost in thought recalling the plot of the book. Song Tang slowly came back to her senses upon hearing Liang Yuanshin's voice. The vicious female antagonist would not have a good ending by getting close to the male lead. She didn't want to take credit. She only hoped that this time, by helping Liang Tingxue, Liang Yuanshin would stop torturing her crazily for Song Qingyao in the future. She also didn't want to have any intersection with him. After thinking for a moment, she decided to casually give a name to brush him off. My name is Tang. Tang. She instinctively wanted to use her pen name, but then she thought that if she said her pen name, Lu Jinyan would know that the person corresponding with him was her. She hadn't built up enough goodwill with the big shot using her pen name yet, so she definitely couldn't expose herself now. Just as she was about to think of another name, she heard Liang Yuanshin's voice, clearly filled with joy. Tang Tang. That's a really nice name. All right then, Tang Tang it is. She was too lazy to correct him. After all, it was highly likely they wouldn't meet again in the future. The police. The police also arrived and, after briefly understanding the situation, handcuffed the 2 ruffians. Since Liang Tingxue was the victim, she had to go to the police station to give a statement. Song Tang only acted heroically, so she didn't need to go. Liang Yuanshin originally wanted to invite Song Tang to dinner, but since his sister had to go to the police station to give a statement, he had to accompany her. He still entrusted Song Tang to Lu Jinyan. Cousin, Tang Tang hurt her arm. Please take her to the health station to get it treated. Thank you. Chapter 16. petulant and scorching. Liang Yueshin, you take her yourself, I don't have time. Liang Yueshin had already taken Liang Tingxue onto the police car and drove away. Lu Jinyan's face instantly darkened. He really didn't want to take Song Tang to the clinic. He also didn't expect her to act heroically. But even if she happened to help Liang Tingxue, it couldn't change the fact that she always wanted to drug man. He didn't want any interaction with her. But after all, she saved Liang Tingxue and got injured, so he had to pay for her medical expenses. He coldly said to her, "Let's go." Song Tang knew he hated her. She didn't want to trouble him either, but she really didn't know where the clinic was, so she followed him forward. His legs were too long, and he walked fast, leaving a distance of more than 2 meters between them. He looked at her as if she were a venomous snake, as if he wished he could live in a different time and space from her. Along the way, he didn't say a word to her. Song Tang didn't want to make herself look foolish, so she didn't initiate any conversation either. Soon, they arrived at the nearby clinic. The female doctor asked her to wait in the adjacent examination room while she treated a few patients in front of her, and then she would come over to apply medicine for her. "Comrade, why don't you go apply medicine for your girlfriend?" The female doctor was particularly busy today. Just as the patients left, another severely injured patient arrived. This patient was covered in blood, and compared to him, Song Tang's minor abrasions were nothing. She had to treat the more seriously injured patient first. "She's not my girlfriend." Lu Jinyan's expression darkened several degrees. He and Song Tang were never meant to be, and he certainly didn't want to be misunderstood. All right, not your girlfriend." The female doctor, while treating the patient, explained to him, "I see she only has an injury on her arm. Just take these 2 bottles of ointment and oil to her. Let her apply it herself." "Okay," Lu Jinyan replied lightly and walked into the adjacent examination room. Once inside, he didn't see Song Tang at a glance. There was a curtain in the examination room. He couldn't understand why Song Tang would be behind the curtain for just a scraped arm. However, her minor injury certainly didn't require her to take off her clothes. So he didn't have to worry about seeing something he shouldn't. He would just give her the medicine, pay the bill, and leave. "Doctor Sister, you finally came. I'm about to die from the pain." In the 21st century, with doting parents and 7 older brothers indulging her, Song Tang was indeed quite spoiled. Just now in the alley, she had fallen to the ground, scraped a large patch of skin off her arm, and had been kicked hard in the lower back. She was really in a bit of pain. In front of Lu Jinyan and Liang Yueshin, she wouldn't cry out in pain. But in front of the female doctor, she certainly wouldn't hold back, her voice tinged with a bit of petulance. Soft and sticky, as if about to overflow with water. Lu Jinyan's body stiffened for a moment. He never expected Song Tang to act spoiled in front of him when she was awake. He dare not think that when he lifted the curtain, he would see such a scene. Song Tang was not properly dressed. Her wine-red long dress had slipped down to her waist. She lay lazily on the bed, exposing a large area of her fair skin. It was like high-quality, creamy white jade, exuding an enticing sweet fragrance in the air. What she wore underneath was a hand-sewn little outfit, with only a thin scarlet strap at the back. This little bit of scarlet on her body made her skin appear even whiter, as if it emitted a warm glow. From his angle, he could vaguely see the curves on one side of her body. Below, there was an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio. Yet she was unwilling to lie still on the bed. She playfully swung her feet, which were at most size 35, also incredibly white, with her small, rounded toenails showing a healthy pink. So charming and alluring, without a trace of a girl's modesty. "Don't look." Lu Jinyan's ears burned, and he wanted to turn and leave. However, just as he was about to lift his foot, she reached out her hand, pitifully grabbing his arm. "Dr. Sister, my waist really hurts. Can you take a look and see if it's swollen? Would applying some ointment help? Please help me apply some ointment. It would be best if you could massage it a bit. Otherwise, it will hurt even more tomorrow. Thank you." Song Tang lazily closed her eyes, slightly pouting her lips, soft and sweet, like a fallen fairy. She was indeed in pain from the fall. She wanted the doctor's sister to take a look at her leg later, but she suddenly sensed something was off. Why was the doctor's arm so hard? And it was particularly hot, like a hot iron. Did the doctor's sister like to lift weights? Just as she was puzzled, she heard Lu Jinyan's cold voice, which could free someone. "Take your hand away. Don't touch me." Song Tang was startled and quickly opened her eyes wide. When she raised her face, she saw Lu Jinyan's dark expression, as if someone owed him billions. before she could recover from her shock. Lu Jinyan had roughly shaken off her delicate hand and left without looking back, thinking that he still held the ointment and oil in his hand. When he reached the door, Lu Jinyan paused for a moment and placed the items on a nearby shelf. With a dark face, he released a few seconds of cold air before coldly warning Song Tang, "Stay away from me in the future. Don't appear within 10 meters of me." Remembering her earlier cute gesture with her soft white feet, he added expressionlessly, "And don't seduce people again." Previously, he had warned her not to appear within 2 meters of him. Song Tang didn't expect the distance to suddenly increase to 10 meters. This was not the first time he had warned her not to seduce people. She had never seduced anyone, and she felt quite wronged. She knew he was a big shot she couldn't provoke, but she was already in pain, and he kept warning her without reason, which made her a bit angry. She coldly replied, "I didn't seduce anyone. In the future, don't mention 10 meters. I won't appear within 100 meters of you." Lu Jinyan naturally didn't believe her nonsense. Not seducing people while casually taking off her clothes and carrying such a large package of medicine. He was always concise with words and didn't want to argue with her, simply saying, "You better mean what you say." His meaning was clearly that he didn't believe her. Song Tang became even angrier. She quickly zipped up her dress, her soft voice now tinged with a bit of fierceness, like an annoyed little cat ready to scratch someone. "I definitely mean what I say. I won't seduce you." Song Tang felt it was particularly unfair that she always had to prove herself. She said fiercely, "You stay away from me too in the future. Let us keep our distance. Anyway, let's not have any improper thoughts about each other. Whoever crosses the line first is shameless." Okay. Lu Jinyan certainly would not have any improper thoughts about her. He didn't linger, lightly replied, paid for the medicine, and left without waiting for her. The female doctor was too busy to come over to apply medicine for her, so Song Tang could only handle her wounds simply herself. By the time she returned to the military compound, it was already afternoon. She didn't expect her 2 brothers, Song Qi and Song Zhuye, to be there. Song Qi and Song Zhuye disliked Song Tang. After she returned to the Song family, they initially didn't want to come home. They hurried back only after hearing the news that Song Qingyao had fallen down the stairs. When Song Tang pushed open the door and walked into the living room, they had just arrived less than half a minute earlier. Seeing the abrasions on Song Qingyao's arm, Song Qi's brown eyes instantly filled with concern. "Yao Yao, how did you fall down the stairs? What exactly happened?" Song Nanxing is after all an elder. When Song Songrong called his sons, he spared her some face and didn't say that it was she who pushed Song Qingyao, only mentioning that Song Qingyao fell down the stairs. Song Zhuye's handsome face was filled with concern. "Yes, what exactly happened? How did you get hurt like this?" "No one pushed me." Song Qingyao sniffled, feeling wronged. "I was careless and fell." Song Nanxing, hiding in the corner, allowed a long sigh of relief, seeing Song Qingyao defend her like this. Her affection for her increased severalfold. She also noticed Song Tang, who walked in gracefully. Seeing Song Tang's stunning face, which seemed even more beautiful than yesterday, Song Nanxing felt a pang of jealousy. Remembering Song Qi, the reason Song Zhuye was reluctant to come home before was because he despised Song Tang so much. Noticing a small tear on Song Tang's dress and the obvious wrinkles, her mind quickly devised a good idea to drive her out of the Song family. She hurriedly walked up to Song Tang, her voice sharp and cutting. "Oh, look who's back, the seductive little vixen. Your clothes are all wrinkled like this. Have you been sneaking off to the woods with some wild man again? All you do is flirt around. It's disgusting." Hearing Song Nanxing's voice, both Song Qi and Song Zhuye turned to look at Song Tang. When they saw Song Tang's face clearly, they were both momentarily stunned. They had been hearing Liang Yueshan say that Song Tang was both dull and had improper conduct, and they subconsciously thought she looked ugly and was crass. Neither of them expected that their own sister would be so beautiful. Chapter 17, Ruining Her Skirt. Moreover, her gaze was straightforward and clean, not like that of a loose woman, making it really hard to dislike her. But thinking of Song Nanxing saying she always bullied Song Qingyao, Liang Yueshan couldn't possibly be lying, and they both felt that treating her well would be a betrayal to Song Qingyao, so their eyes grew cold again. Song Qi was the first to draw a line with her, saying, "I, Song Qi, do not have a sister with such improper conduct. I only have one sister. Yao Yao, Me too, Song Juya hurriedly echoed. His gaze was like a knife stabbing her face, unexpectedly finding that not only did she not do good deeds in the countryside, but upon arriving in the capital, she still hadn't changed her ways. I, Song Juya, do not want a sister who only goes around ruining morals all day. Song Tang turned pale. She hadn't expected that her first meeting with her two elder brothers would result in such accusations. In the 21st century, her 7 brothers had treated her exceptionally well. They were so good that even if she wanted the stars from the sky, they would use every means to get them for her. Perhaps she had become accustomed to being spoiled and protected by her brothers, so when Song Qi and Song Juya treated her so poorly, she couldn't help but feel a bit sad. She coldly shot a glance at Song Nanqing, who was spewing filth, and hoarsely said, I haven't sneaked into any small woods with anyone. I also haven't gone around ruining morals. I, Song Tang, am upright and have nothing to be ashamed of. Huh, you still say you have nothing to be ashamed of? Song Nanqing rolled her eyes and sneered, her voice becoming sharper and more cruel. If you haven't ruined morals, why did the Liang family say your conduct is improper and break off the engagement with you? You say you're upright, yet you dress up flamboyantly like a fairy and go around fooling around with wild men. You're just irritating. Song Tang didn't like arguing with others. But since Song Nanqing was speaking so harshly, she wouldn't let her off easily. She directly grabbed a handful of sunflower seed shells and stuffed them into Song Nanqing's mouth, saying, your mouth is so foul, always spewing filth. Song Nanqing, you are the one who is irritating. You. Song Nanqing didn't expect Song Tang would dare to retort and even shove sunflower seed shells in her mouth, which made her furious. Song Tang ignored her furious rage and instead spoke to Song Qi and Song Juya, enunciating each word. If you don't want me as your sister, how coincidental. I also don't need brothers who can't tell right from wrong and just follow the crowd. Song Tang, Song Qi, and Song Juya already had prejudices against her. With her talking back like this, they felt she was even more ungrateful. They began to scold her in unison. How can you treat your aunt like this? If you had even half of Yao Yao's understanding, we wouldn't dislike you so much. In any case, you'd better behave yourself in the future and not bring the bad habits you picked up in the countryside to the capital. If you dare to ruin our Song family's reputation again, I will not let you off lightly. What's going on? Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji had just returned home and heard their children arguing. Song Nanqing was eager for her brother and sister-in-law to dislike Song Tang, so that Song Tang would spit out those 5 fabric tickets for her. After digging the sunflower seed shells out of her mouth, she quickly walked up to Qin Xiuji, pointing at Song Tang's skirt to fan the flames. Eldest brother and sister-in-law. Look at Song Tang's clothes. They're torn and so wrinkled. She must have sneaked into small woods with wild men or hidden in some corner shamelessly. After all, she has a criminal record. She liked to seduce people everywhere in the countryside. Yao Yao and Shan Shan are both pure girls. Someone as cheap as Song Tang must not be allowed to ruin them. Qin Xiuji also noticed that the fabric on Song Tang's shoulder was slightly torn and her skirt was a bit wrinkled. She was actually a bit worried that her daughter had been bullied, but remembering how she had misunderstood Song Tang before, this time she wouldn't easily jump to conclusions. She stepped forward, gently holding Song Tang's hand, and asked softly, Tang Tang, did you run into bad people today? Bad people? Before Song Tang could speak, Song Nanqing rolled her eyes and sneered again. Is it a lover? With her shamelessness, which man would bully her? She only sticks to men, with that fox-like appearance. She looks like nothing good. Song Nanqing. Song Nanqing's words were truly excessive. Song Tsongrong couldn't help but roar angrily. Fox-like cheap. Is that something an elder should say? Tang Tang, tell your father what happened today, and I will stand up for you. Song Tang didn't expect that this time Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji would be willing to give her a chance to explain. After a moment of silence, she truthfully said, I was acting bravely today and fell. Ha. Song Nanqing laughed, rolling her eyes. Acting bravely? Quite the storyteller. Who would believe she would act bravely? Song Tang, you saw a wild man who needed a woman, and you acted bravely, sneaking into the woods with him, right? Dad, you shouldn't have let anyone bring Song Tang back. Song Qi frowned so tightly it seemed he could crush a fly. Liang Yueshan had said she truly had a problem with her conduct. Bringing her back. What will Yao Yao think? I think we should send her back to the countryside. We can't let her continue to fool around in the capital. Song Jie always listened to his elder brother's words and hurriedly said, I also support sending Song Tang back to the countryside. Seeing her two nephews standing on the same side, Song Nanxing grew more confident. She straightened her back, disgusted, and arrogantly pointed at Song Tang. You say you acted bravely. Who can testify for you? No one can testify for you. You're just boasting. You must have been up to no good with wild men. Song Tang didn't speak immediately. She raised her chin, her gaze piercing sharply at Song Nanxing. In the 21st century where she had lived, people were relatively open-minded, and spreading rumors about women could still cause particularly bad influences on innocent girls. In this turbulent era, spreading rumors about women could ruin a girl's life. Song Nanxing's behavior was truly disgusting. She particularly disliked the need to prove herself. However, if in this era, she couldn't prove she hadn't been involved with wild men today, she would become notorious and might even end up in prison. Fortunately, she had a way to prove her innocence. The two police officers who had seen her today could help her testify that she had indeed acted bravely. She was thinking about how to contact those two police officers when the slightly ajar living room door was pushed open, and it was Lu Jinyan carrying a plate of pastries made by Lin He. Song Tang also lived in this courtyard, and Lu Jinyan didn't want to go home. But today, his grandfather, Chief Lu, had come and insisted on seeing him, so he had to go home for a bit before returning to the army. After Lin He finished making the pastries, she asked him to deliver them to the Song family. Since Lu Xiaoyu hadn't returned home, and his second brother, Lu Yu, was working overtime at the Academy of Sciences, he certainly couldn't let his elders come to deliver them, even if he was reluctant to run into Song Tang. He had to make a trip to the Song family. Xiaoyan, you're here. Song Nanxing wanted to marry Su Shanshan into the Lu family, so she treated Lu Jinyan particularly well. She was also afraid that the talented young men of the Lu family would be enchanted by Song Tang's fox-like appearance, so she would definitely smear her in front of Lu Jinyan. I know you're a sensible child. Come and judge this. Song Tang's clothes are torn and her skirt is so wrinkled. She must have sneaked into the woods with wild men. Yet she still has the nerve to say she acted bravely. Xiaoyan, don't you think she is too shameless? Song Tang's face was truly stunning and beautiful. Her beauty was overwhelming compared to Song Qinyao, who was recognized as a pretty girl. Song Qinyao was particularly concerned about Song Tang's face, even though she thought of Song Tang as a country bumpkin who couldn't compare with her in education or experience. She still worried that Lu Jinyan would be blinded by her looks. She naturally hoped that after listening to Song Nanxing's words, Lu Jinyan would develop hatred and disdain for Song Tang. Both of them looked at him eagerly, but to their surprise, they heard him say, Chapter 18, Song Tang is coveting his body. Today, Song Tang truly acted bravely. She saved a little girl. She fell while saving the person, and I happened to pass by and saw that scene. The police were also there. If you don't believe it, you can ask those two officers. Lu Jinyan still doesn't tea like Song Tang, but he is a soldier, and one tea condones Song Nanxing's continued slander. Uncle Song, Aunt Qin, my mom made some snacks. I'll head back now. After placing the snacks on the coffee table, Lu Jinyan didn't linger any longer, striding straight out of the living room. Song Nanxing and Song Qinyao didn't expect that Song Tang, with her slender arms and legs, would truly act bravely. They were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses for a while. Song Tang was also slightly stunned. She didn't expect Lu Jinyan would actually speak up for her. However, she wouldn't overthink it. After all, he had just warned her today. He would speak for her, at most, because of his upright character, unwilling to turn black into white. Indeed, Song Songrong looked at Song Tang with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, not expecting Tang Tang would act bravely. She truly is the daughter of the Song family. The color drained from Song Qingyao's face in an instant. She bit her lip hard, almost unable to suppress the fierce hatred in her eyes. Song Tang is the daughter of the Song family. What does that make her, Song Qingyao? Lu Jinyan is even protecting this vixen, while he never cared for her. Song Qingyao, Song Tang's hypocritical bravery made him treat her differently, didn't he? It turns out this wretched girl returned just to take away everything that should belong to her. She must make the wretched girl pay. Tang Tang, how did you get hurt? At this moment, Qin Xiuji also noticed the scrape on Song Tang's left arm. In fact, the wound was very shallow and wouldn't leave a scar. However, Song Tang's skin was really too fair and delicate. Even a light pinch would leave a frightening red mark. With a walnut-sized piece of skin broken, it looked even more eye-catching and heart-wrenching. Qin Xiuji's eyes turned red, and she hurriedly asked the maid to bring the medicine box to treat her. Seeing her daughter hurt, Qin Xiuji felt very distressed. Remembering what she had heard from Song Nanqing earlier, she vaguely suspected that her daughter had done something bad today, and she began to feel guilty. Once she felt guilty, she wanted to give Song Tang something. Noticing that Song Tang was still wearing the old clothes given by Song Qinyao, she gently said, "Tang Tang, Mom is about to issue some fabric coupons again. After I get the coupons, I'll make you a few pretty clothes. My Tang Tang is so beautiful and should dress beautifully." Song Tang didn't respond to Qin Xiuji's words. She just raised her face and coldly said to her, and Song Songrong, "Dad, Mom, is Song Nanqing's deliberate slander against me just going to be overlooked?" Qin Xiuji's expression immediately turned cold towards Song Nanqing. "Song Nanqing, you have gone too far this time." Song Songrong also sternly reprimanded Song Nanqing. "If you dare to slander again, pack your things and move out. Our Song family doesn't need a gossiping woman. Today, you must apologize to Tang Tang. And about the bicycle I promised to buy you, don't even think about it." Big brother, sister-in-law. Song Nanqing was so angry that she cried. She cared so much about her pride, being an elder. How could she possibly apologize to Song Tang? Moreover, she loved money. The flying pigeon bicycle that Song Songrong promised her cost nearly 180 yuan. Losing so much money in one go was practically taking her life. She stomped her foot in anger and ran upstairs crying. Song Qi and Song Zhuya also didn't expect that Song Tang would truly act bravely today. They vaguely felt that Song Tang was not as unbearable as Liang Yushin said. Thinking back to how poorly they had treated Song Tang earlier, they both felt some regret. However, if they treated Song Tang well, it would inevitably hurt Song Qinyao feelings. They had watched Song Qinyao grow up. She was their little princess whom they cherished, so they certainly didn't want to disappoint her. If they could only choose one of the two younger sisters, they would choose Song Qinyao. Having misunderstood Song Tang today, they wouldn't insist on driving her out of the Song family, but they also couldn't treat her well. They exchanged glances and tacitly ignored Song Tang, taking out the gift prepared for Song Qinyao and competing to please her. Song Tang had no interest in admiring their sibling affection. After Qin Xiuji finished applying the medicine for her, she went upstairs. As she climbed the stairs, she heard Song Qinyao surprised voice. "Big brother, you actually brought me Soviet-produced platinum cream. I really like it. Second brother, thank you for the music box. It's so beautiful." Song Tang kept telling herself not to care, but thinking about how her biological brother only brought gifts for Song Qinyao and completely forgot about her. Her eyes couldn't help but feel a bit sour. However, this bit of sourness wasn't that important. Even if her family didn't love her, she could still live well on her own efforts. Relying on anyone is not as good as relying on oneself. Today, after leaving the health station, she went to the mailbox again. Sure enough, she received a letter from Lu Jinyan addressed to her. Back in her bedroom, she took the letter out from her small cloth bag, opened it, and saw the powerful Chinese characters on it. The saying the characters reflect the person was indeed quite accurate. His writing resembled him, sharp yet calm, and particularly strong. Looking at the almost piercing words on the letter, inexplicably, Song Tang thought of that scene by the river. That day she not only touched his chest muscles, abs, and the mermaid line, but also, he was nearly 9 meters tall, overflowing with hormones, with beautiful muscle lines, and his face was exceptionally rare to see. He was more attractive than the top celebrities she liked in her past life. She was truly captivated by his looks. She was also a bit covetous of his body. Unfortunately, he despised her. Even though she liked his face very much, she wouldn't make herself feel awkward. Her gaze shifted down, and she saw his reply to her. His dream was to defend the country and ensure its prosperity and peace. He always warned her not to flirt with just anyone, and she really disliked his bad temper in reality. But looking at these two lines of flourishing characters, she still felt a deep respect for his profession as a soldier. In reality, he was indeed infuriating, and she certainly wouldn't want to engage deeply with the real him. But she had to admit he was quite a good pen pal. The letter she had sent him before was mostly to cater to him and please him. This time, her reply was more genuine and heartfelt. In the novel, Lu Jinyan would indulge in harshly mistreating the original owner, partly because the original owner drugged him and partly because he believed the original owner was the culprit behind Liang Tingshue's death. This time, neither of those things would happen again. He would likely not hate her as much. She also didn't need to build a good relationship with him and then expose her identity as Tang Song, asking him to help her. He probably would never know that Tang Song was actually her, Song Tang. She would just treat the Lu Jinyan who was corresponding with her as a different person from the one who always wore a stinky face in reality. One was her friend, a confidant. The other was a dog, free from psychological burdens. Song Tang wrote with great inspiration, and she ended up writing 2 whole pages in her reply. Late at night, when no one was paying attention, Song Qingyao quietly entered Song Nanqing's room. Song Nanqing was sulking. In her extreme anger, she smashed the newly bought pearl cream on her vanity and then began to feel heartache. She half squatted on the floor, trying to transfer the pearl cream into another bottle. However, the cream on the ground was full of broken glass shards and couldn't be used anymore. Thinking about how this bottle of pearl cream cost her 10 yuan, her heart began to bleed. And when Song Qingyao entered, she saw Song Nanqing crying over the remnants of the pearl cream on the floor. She secretly rejoiced that she had come at just the right time. She thoughtfully placed a bottle of platinum cream in her hand. Big brother brought me 2 bottles of platinum cream, and I can't use that much. So this is for you, Aunt. Really? Seeing Song Qingyao nod vigorously, Song Nanqing instantly broke into a smile. The platinum cream from the Soviet Union is much more expensive than her pearl cream, and her heart, which had been aching, was completely soothed by this bottle of platinum cream. She felt that her affection for her niece, Song Qingyao, was not in vain. Compared to Song Qingyao, she increasingly felt that Song Tang was inconsiderate and annoying. She closed the door tightly and lowered her voice, saying, "That little vixen, Song Tang, is so scheming. Last time she had Lin He testify for her, and this time she even got Xiao Yin to speak up for her. Song Tang is a natural seductress. I believe she must have done a lot of disgusting things since coming to the capital." "It shouldn't be," Song Qingyao replied. "She has always been smart and wouldn't leave any evidence in others' hands." After a pause, she continued, "Even if sister really did something, if no one saw or caught her with those wild men, it wouldn't matter. Aunt, let's try to get along with sister in the future. We really can't fight against her." "Impossible." Song Nanqing gritted her teeth and roared. "That vixen is always targeting me and even got me scolded by big brother and sister-in-law. I will never let her off the hook. In this family, it's either her or me." Song Qingyao continued to persuade her while secretly fueling the fire. She knew that Song Nanqing was both foolish and wicked. Listening to her words, even if Song Nanqing didn't stuff a wild man into Song Tang's bed, she would make sure she was thoroughly discredited. And Song Nanqing did not disappoint Song Qingyao's expectations. She really thought of a particularly vicious plan. Chapter 19, he realized that Song Tang was Tang Song. Aunt Nanqing. This afternoon, Lu Xiaoyu had just returned from outside and ran to the Song family. Ever since Lin he asked him to help Song Tang with her studies, Lu Xiaoyu often came to the Song family to teach her. At first, he indeed explained a few problems to Song Tang, but soon he realized that Song Tang was better at solving problems than he was. In fact, there were many problems that he couldn't solve, yet Song Tang could. So now when he came to the Song family, it was no longer to guide Song Tang in her studies, but rather to seek her advice on problems he couldn't solve. Aunt Nanqing was sitting on the sofa in the living room, snacking on sunflower seeds. Out of politeness, Lu Xiaoyu had to greet her. He was holding a book and about to go upstairs when suddenly, Aunt Nanqing stood up and blocked his way. "Aunt Nanqing, what's wrong?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. "Xiaoyu, Aunt Nanqing has watched you grow up. I don't want to see you being harmed by others, so there are some things I must tell you." Seeing Aunt Nanqing's mysterious demeanor, Lu Xiaoyu felt even more confused. However, although he had a lively personality, he always respected his elders. And even though he didn't particularly like Aunt Nanqing, he still listened when an elder spoke to him. He scratched his head awkwardly his clear, doe-like eyes filled with confusion. Aunt Nanxing, what do you want to tell me? Who wants to harm me? Aunt Nanxing cracked another sunflower seed and quickly pulled him aside, lowering her voice. You need to be wary of Song Tang. Tang Tang? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. He admired Song Tang's intelligence from the bottom of his heart, and given their special rapport, he genuinely regarded her as a friend. He truly couldn't understand why Aunt Nanxing wanted him to be wary of Song Tang. Before he could recover from his extreme shock, he heard Aunt Nanxing say, that little vixen Song Tang is really too dirty. You really have to stay away from her in the future. When she was in the countryside, she slept with many men from the village. She's utterly rotten. Yes, she also has that very filthy disease. Be careful getting close to her, or you'll get infected too. In short, Aunt Nanxing is telling you these things for your own good. I truly don't want you to be deceived by that vixen Song Tang. Aunt Nanxing's words to Lu Xiaoyu were not for his benefit, but rather for her precious daughter Su Shanshan. Su Shanshan was 2 months younger than Lu Xiaoyu and had been very attached to him since childhood. Aunt Nanxing could see Su Shanshan's feelings and surely hoped her precious daughter could have her wishes fulfilled. Lu Shoujiang was now the commander of the capital military district, and Lu Jinyan was only 24 years old but was already a regiment commander with a bright future ahead. Lu family's second son, Lu Yu, was working at the Academy of Sciences and was praised by many as a research genius, perhaps even more promising than Lin He, who also worked there. Lu family's third son, Lu Xiaoyu, although not yet assigned a job, was a high school student known for his cleverness since childhood. If Su Shanshan could marry Lu Xiaoyu, she would surely have a life of endless good fortune and blessings. Recently, Lu Xiaoyu's frequent visits to see Song Tang made Aunt Nanxing feel a sense of crisis. She definitely couldn't let that vixen Song Tang steal her future son-in-law. Song Tang was really particularly undisciplined. After coming to the capital, she didn't behave herself. She had been with several wild men in the woods. That kind of disease she had was highly contagious. Xiaoyu, you must never come to find her again. After saying this, Aunt Nanxing looked at Lu Xiaoyu with anticipation. Men, after all like pure and innocent girls. By painting Song Tang in such a dirty and disgusting light, she was sure Lu Xiaoyu would detest her deeply. She was eagerly waiting for Lu Xiaoyu to join her in disparaging Song Tang when she unexpectedly heard his extremely indifferent voice. Aunt Nanxing, I think the problem is not with Tang Tang, but rather that your brain is falling apart. You say Tang Tang is looking for men. Have you seen it with your own eyes? Or do you have any evidence? Lu Xiaoyu had always been loyal. He was already angry that his friend was being slandered. Seeing Aunt Nanxing stammering and unable to produce a coherent response, looking guilty and pathetic, his dislike for her increased several-fold. His voice was as cold as if frozen by ice. Since you haven't seen it with your own eyes and have no evidence, you're just spreading rumors. Spreading rumors doesn't bear consequences. So can I also say that, Aunt Nanxing, you are stealing men everywhere? How could that be? Aunt Nanxing panicked. I am innocent. How could I steal men everywhere? Xiaoyu. Aunt Nanxing, look, you're cornered. Without waiting for Aunt Nanxing to finish her sentence, Lu Xiaoyu coldly interrupted her. I say you steal men, and you know you're anxious. You spread rumors and slander Tang Tang. Do you think she won't be sad? Spreading rumors about your own niece can lead to a bad mouth. Aunt Nanxing, I advise you to be careful. You. After coldly throwing down this remark, Lu Xiaoyu went upstairs. Aunt Nanxing pointed at his straight back, so angry she was gasping for breath. She truly couldn't believe that as an elder, he dared to say that she would have a bad mouth. She was so furious that her whole body trembled and hurriedly tried to crack a few sunflower seeds to calm down. However, in her rage, she ended up spitting out the seed kernels and swallowing the shells. Several shells got stuck in her throat, making her turn pale. Help! Help! Aunt Nanxing desperately scratched her throat, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get the shells out. She felt so uncomfortable that she was shaking. Fortunately, Qin Xiuji returned home from work and, seeing her in such a state, helped her remove them with tweezers. The experience of having seed shells stuck in her throat was truly unbearable. Aunt Nanxing's throat was scratched. Even though Qin Xiuji eventually helped her remove them, she was still uncomfortable and broke into a cold sweat. She felt that the suffering she endured was all caused by Song Tang. Her hatred for Song Tang deepened. She had to make everyone believe that Song Tang had an improper character. 3 people can create a tiger, as long as everyone says Song Tang is dirty and disgusting. Even if Lu Xiaoyu is enchanted by her, influenced by popular opinion, he would surely find her repulsive. She would never let Song Tang steal Shanshan's man. She had to make that harmful vixen Song Tang pay the price. Lu Xiaoyu was in a hurry to ask Song Tang questions and didn't notice Aunt Nanxing's embarrassment. Tang Tang, seeing that Song Tang's door was half open, he gently knocked and pushed the door open to walk in. He didn't expect that Song Tang was not in the room. He had seen her enter the Song family when he returned home earlier. He knew that since Song Tang wasn't in the room, she must have gone to the bathroom. When they studied together, they always left the door open, feeling at ease. He fully opened the door, planning to wait for Song Tang by the desk. He opened the book, intending to review the problems he couldn't solve, when he noticed several sheets of letter paper on the desk. On those sheets of paper were clearly written unpublished chapters of the martial arts novel Heroic Aspirations, which he had been obsessively reading recently. Lu Xiaoyu was still in shock when he saw the letter on the other side of the desk. It was evidently a reply from the newspaper to Song Tang. The envelope was addressed to Tang Song. Clearly, Song Tang was the author of Heroic Aspirations, the Mr. Tang Song whom he particularly admired. Chapter 20. Big Brother Tang Tang is Tang Song. Lu Xiaoyu was so excited that he jumped up and down, his eyes sparkling. When he saw Song Tang coming over, he was even more thrilled, as if he wanted to lift the roof off. Tang Tang, you are actually Tang Song. I really met the living Tang Song. Song Tang. Could it be that she's still the dead Tang Song? Song Tang didn't expect Lu Xiaoyu to know her identity as Tang Song. Seeing the letters and manuscripts on the table that she hadn't had time to put away, she immediately understood what was going on. She didn't want everyone to know she was Tang Song. But time couldn't flow backward. Lu Xiaoyu already knew, and she couldn't erase that memory from him. She could only ask him to keep his secret. Tang Tang, you are really amazing. Not only are you great at solving problems, but you also write martial arts novels. You are simply my idol. Lu Xiaoyu calmed down, feeling rejected by her idol. Lu Xiaoyu realized he was too excited. He quickly covered his mouth, but he couldn't suppress his bright smile. Song Tang could clearly see his big white teeth through his fingers. Song Tang felt a bit speechless. Was it really that exciting to know she could write martial arts novels? She was good at many things. Wouldn't that scare him later? Tang Tang. Lu Xiaoyu removed his hand, revealing his big white teeth again. I really want to know who won the Purple Gate competition. Tang Tang. Can I take a look at the new chapter you wrote? Song Tang had a good impression of Lu Xiaoyu, and she thought it was fine to let him see it before sending the manuscript to the newspaper. She gently nodded. Really? Confirming that he could really see it first. Lu Xiaoyu jumped up high with excitement. He nervously rubbed his hands together and shamelessly asked, Can I see everything you write in the future first? Lu Xiaoyu actually felt that his request was a bit excessive. But he loved Song Tang's martial arts novels so much that sometimes he would toss and turn in bed at night, unable to wait to see the next plot. Still blushing, he asked. After asking, he became even more nervous, his fingers trembling slightly, afraid that Song Tang would refuse. Sure, but you have to promise me one condition. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyu was really getting anxious, Song Tang said slowly, You have to help me keep it a secret and not tell anyone that I am Tang Song. When Lu Xiaoyu heard that Song Tang wanted him to agree to a condition, he had already thought it through. Even if she asked for all his living expenses, he would agree. Who knew? She only wanted him to keep a secret. He felt that Song Tang was really too good. He silently vowed in his heart that she would be his best friend from now on. Don't worry, Tang Tang, I can keep my mouth shut. Even if someone puts a knife to my neck, I won't betray you. Song Tang's lips twitched fiercely. That won't happen. Tang Tang, I really feel so happy. Lu Xiaoyu carefully and respectfully held Song Tang's manuscript, his wheat-colored face unable to hide his joy and excitement. My good friend Tang Tang is actually Mr. Tang Song. This is something I can brag about for a lifetime. In the future, I want to tell my son that Mr. Tang Song actually taught me how to solve problems. Song Tang silently facepalmed. Let him be, as long as he was happy. Really, she felt a bit like not wanting to talk to him anymore. He was smiling so foolishly that she was afraid it would affect her IQ. Until he left the Song family, Lu Xiaoyu was still in indescribable excitement. When he went downstairs, he felt like he was floating, with his lips raised, showing at least 12 big white teeth. He was genuinely happy and proud. However, the way he was grinning widely didn't seem that way in the eyes of Song Nanqing and Song Qinyao. They both tacitly felt that Lu Xiaoyu and Song Tang were eyeing each other. Song Qinyao was gnashing her teeth in hatred. She liked Lu Jinyan and had always regarded Lu Xiaoyu as a future little brother-in-law. She hoped to build a good relationship with her future brother-in-law and often did things to please him. But his attitude towards her had always been lukewarm. Why didn't he like her, the smart, elegant, and noble Song Qinyao, but treated that country bumpkin Song Tang so well? Song Qinyao also knew that Su Shanshan liked Lu Xiaoyu. She quickly suppressed the malice in her eyes and softly said to Song Nanqing, "Lu Sanji treats my sister really differently. That BTCH Song Tang is not worthy." Song Nanqing spat fiercely, almost choking on a sunflower seed shell. She coughed painfully for a while before gritting her teeth and saying, "Just wait. That vixen wants to join the art troupe? I will make her lose her reputation and not even qualify for the exam." Originally, last night, when Song Nanqing said she would teach Song Tang a lesson, but delayed taking action, Song Qinyao was a bit anxious. Now, hearing her say she would make Song Tang lose her qualification for the exam, the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise slightly. Given Song Nanqing's vicious nature, she would definitely find a way to ruin Song Tang before the exam. She just needed to wait and enjoy the show. Lu Xiaoyu particularly wanted to brag. His few good brothers who played together had recently been following heroic will. Everyone was particularly obsessed. Last time they went for a picnic together, his brothers were waving barbecue skewers, pretending to be heroes. If they knew that Tang Song was actually his good friend, and that he could see the latest content of heroic will days in advance, wouldn't they be envious to death? However, thinking about his promise to keep Song Tang's secret, he suppressed his desire to show off. He was sitting on the living room sofa, grinning foolishly when the home phone suddenly rang urgently. "Big brother?" Hearing that the person on the other end was Lu Jinyan, Lu Xiaoyu, who was still quite smug, instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Not long ago, he had heard that his parents wanted to matchmake Big Brother and Tang Tang. As a result, Big Brother said he would rather marry Gu Shirshu than be with Tang Tang. If Big Brother agreed, his best friend Tang Tang might become his sister-in-law, which would be wonderful. It's all Big Brother's fault. He didn't even have the chance to be Tang Tang's little uncle. Feeling down, the usually talkative Lu Xiaoyu rarely felt like talking to his most respected big brother. He drooped his head. "Big brother, are you looking for mom and dad? They haven't come back yet. When they do, I'll have them call you back." "I'm not looking for mom and dad. I'm looking for you this time." This morning, Lenny called Lu Jinyan and excitedly talked about her plan to matchmake Song Tang and Lu Xiaoyu, saying they got along very well and there was hope. He told Lin that Song Tang and Lu Xiaoyu were not suitable, but she wouldn't listen to him at all. He could only call Lu Xiaoyu to warn him not to be poisoned by Song Tang. "Xiaoyu, stay away from Song Tang in the future. She's not a good person." Lu Xiaoyu had always respected his big brother, who was immensely powerful, but he was also very loyal. He had already regarded Song Tang as a good friend and would definitely not allow anyone to speak ill of her. He instinctively defended her, "Big brother. Tang Tang is really great. She's very smart. Questions I can't solve, she actually can. Big brother, do you have a misunderstanding about Tang Tang?" Lu Jinyan was slightly taken aback. His third brother Lu Xiaoyu was known for being smart and good at studying. He didn't expect that Song Tang, who hadn't even graduated from elementary school, could actually solve problems better than Lu Xiaoyu. However, even if she was smart and could solve problems, it didn't change the fact that she always wanted to drug men. He fell silent for a moment before saying again, "Stay away from Song Tang. Be careful not to get tricked by her. Tang Tang does not scheme against others." Lu Xiaoyu does not want his older brother to misunderstand his good friend. His neck is turning red from anxiety. She is really amazing. "Older brother, do you know that Tang Tang is actually Tang?" Chapter 21. Lu Jinyan wants to see Tang Song. Lu Xiaoyu really wanted to tell his big brother that Song Tang was the author of heroic ambition, Tang Song. She could write such grand and moving novels, so she must be a straightforward girl. He didn't want his big brother to have any prejudice against Song Tang. However, Remembering that he had promised Song Tang to keep her secret, he tightly pinched his lips together to avoid saying something impulsive. In any case, Tang Tang was particularly good. She definitely wouldn't harm anyone. He pinched his lips again and, after a few seconds, mustered his courage to continue. Tang Tang and I are good friends. If you say anything bad about her again, I will be angry. Big brother, I won't talk to you anymore. I want to go read the latest chapters of the novel that Tang Tang wrote. Yes, Lu Xiaoyu had brought Song Tang's manuscript home. Because Heroic Ambition had received an exceptionally strong response, the editor hoped that Song Tang could update more this time, wanting to use the entire 8th edition to serialize her martial arts novel. This time, Song Tang had written 2 chapters, over 7,000 words. Lu Xiaoyu was so excited to catch up on 2 hefty chapters at once. He was eager to read the novel and definitely didn't want to waste time on a pointless phone call with his big brother, who was still single. Realizing he almost let something slip again, he deftly pinched his lips, paused for a moment, and then changed his words. I'm going to look at the problem-solving methods that Tang Tang wrote for me. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound on the phone, Lu Jinyan's handsome face couldn't help but darken with a heavy cloud of worry. Song Tang was most likely eyeing the innocent and straightforward Lu Xiaoyu. Since Lu Xiaoyu was so protective of Song Tang now, it was clear he wouldn't listen to any further advice. He could only find a way to stop Song Tang from drugging him. He absolutely could not allow his optimistic and cheerful third brother to become a victim of Song Tang's schemes. Captain, your letter. Almost right after Lu Jinyan finished the call, Gu Shirshu approached with a letter, looking mysterious. He pointed at the words Lu Jinyan personally opened on the envelope. Grinning like he had just tasted honey, Captain, why do I feel like this is written in a girl's handwriting? You wouldn't be secretly in love, would you? In love. Lu Jinyan was not in love. But hearing Gu Shirshu's teasing and seeing the neat and delicate handwriting on the envelope, he inexplicably felt his face flush. Gu Shirshu had grown up in the same courtyard as Lu Jinyan. They were childhood friends who had shared many experiences together, and there was nothing they couldn't talk about. Seeing Lu Jinyan's face actually turn red, Gu Shirshu felt it was more surprising than seeing the sun rise in the west. He couldn't help but tease him. It wouldn't be a letter from Song Qingyao, would it? I ran into her last time I was home on leave, and she even asked me about you. Song Qingyao? Lu Jinyan was slightly taken aback, then recalled that person. The Lu family and the Song family did live in the same courtyard, but he had never liked playing with Song Qingyao as a child, and as they grew older, they had hardly spoken a few words, so they were really not familiar. He had no interest in Song Qingyao, and certainly didn't want to affect her reputation. So he coldly scolded Gu Shirshu, "Don't talk nonsense." Gu Shirshu immediately straightened up. Seeing Lu Jinyan sit on the edge of the bed and open the envelope, Gu Shirshu couldn't help but lean over. "Captain, who exactly wrote you this letter?" Gu Shirshu blinked at him pitifully. "Considering we shared a blanket when we were kids, can't you just tell me?" "Get lost." Seeing Gu Shirshu stretching his neck to peek into the envelope, Lu Jinyan kicked him away. Gu Shirshu didn't dare to provoke his fierce and ruthless captain any further, pouting as he went to the door, feeling a bit wronged, just as he was lamenting that Lu Jinyan no longer loved him as a brother. He looked up and saw Lu Jinyan had already taken out the letter. Lu Jinyan had been known for his icy demeanor in the courtyard when he was young. As he grew up, he became even more formidable, exuding a powerful aura that made it hard for anyone to look directly into his eyes. Gu Shirshu often lamented that the little ice cube had turned into a cold hell. Who would have thought that at this moment, as Lu Jinyan read the letter, he had retracted his coldness and even seemed a bit gentle? His eyes, like dark night stars, melted like ice and snow, as if spring had arrived. Gu Shirshu was left utterly stunned. He suspected that the captain had taken the wrong medicine today. Lu Jinyan was unaware of Gu Shirshu's complex thoughts. All his attention was captivated by the letter before him, not even noticing that Gu Shirshu was still standing foolishly at his dormitory door. In a letter he had sent to Tang Song, he wrote that his dream was to defend the home and country, wishing for a prosperous nation and a peaceful world. Her reply brought him comfort. She said that turmoil would end. Our country will become stronger and stronger, and the people will live and work in peace and contentment, with life getting better and better. Internationally, We will have more say. Foreign enemies will no longer dare to invade, and the great powers will no longer underestimate us. This prosperous era will come true as you wish. Currently, the turmoil has not yet ended, but looking at the elegant and beautiful handwriting on the letter, he seemed to see a vision of standing proudly among the powerful nations of the world, and a sense of pride welled up in his heart. The last time he wrote to her, he also asked her what her dream was. This time, she replied, saying that she particularly loved dancing. Her dream was to become one of the greatest dancers in the world. She wanted to join the dance troupe of the art troupe, dancing while writing martial arts novels. Once the college entrance examination resumed, she also wanted to participate. She had self-studied many courses. She wanted to obtain a university diploma and, ideally, a master's and doctorate, as she didn't want to be called an illiterate who hadn't even graduated from elementary school. She also wanted to earn a lot of money to buy herself many beautiful clothes, dressing herself up nicely every day. Lu Jinyan's thoughts drifted far away as he absorbed the words on the letter. He seemed to see a lively and playful little girl sitting in front of her vanity, admiring herself in the mirror. Arrogant, money-loving, quite cute. As he thought about it, Lu Jinyan couldn't help but smile. Initially, he wrote to Tang Song simply because certain points in her martial arts novel resonated with him. Upon receiving her first reply, he felt she would be a lifelong confidant. And now, he suddenly really wanted to see her adorable, money-loving, and self-admiring self in person. Captain? Hearing Lu Jinyan's pleasant laughter, Gu Shirshu was completely dumbfounded. He had known Lu Jinyan for so many years and had only heard his cold laughter. He had never heard him laugh so openly and joyfully. He felt anxious. His brotherly love struggled to suppress his fear of Lu Jinyan's formidable combat skills. And he stammered as he advised, "Captain, you just laughed so charmingly. Are you sick? Do you want to see the military doctor?" Upon hearing Gu Shirshu say he was sick, Lu Jinyan's exceptionally handsome face instantly turned cold. He thought Gu Shirshu was the one who was sick mentally. But since he still wanted to trade with Gu Shirshu, he maintained a cold expression and said, "Do you have any fabric coupons? I'll trade you for some other tickets." Yes. Gu Shirshu usually didn't need fabric coupons, and most of the coupons distributed by the army. He had saved up. His family didn't lack various tickets, and he wanted to directly give all his fabric coupons to Lu Jinyan. However, Lu Jinyan didn't want to take advantage of him. So in the end, he took a considerable number of other tickets from Lu Jinyan and left. Lu Jinyan exchanged a total of 35 feet of fabric coupons from Gu Shirshu. He still had 65 feet of fabric coupons in his possession. He carefully unfolded and smoothed out the fabric tickets. After he finished writing a reply to Tang Song, he also carefully placed all the fabric tickets into the envelope. He faintly sensed that he had feelings for Tang Song. He had never been in a relationship before and didn't know how to treat a young girl well. But he wanted to do his best to make Tang Song happy and cheerful. He also hoped that one day he could see her smile with her eyes curved in delight. Chapter 22. Lu Jinyan uncontrollably kissed Song Tang's red lips. Lu Jinyan wrote his reply with great seriousness. By the time he solemnly sealed the envelope, it was already late at night. Looking at the letter he placed on the bedside table, he felt a surge of sweetness in his heart and soon fell into a deep sleep. He thought he would have a good night's rest, but unexpectedly, he dreamt of Song Tang again that night. The dream resembled the scene from the health station that day, but it was not exactly the same. Because that day at the health station, Song Tang wore a wine-red sleeveless dress. In the dream, however, she was dressed in a bright red light gauze ancient costume. She lay softly on the bed. The light gauze already slipped down to her waist, revealing a large expanse of smooth, satin-like white skin. She was also whining in a soft voice, calling out for the general. Underneath, she wore the same red small dress as that day at the health station. The back of the small dress had only a thin red ribbon tied into a beautiful bow on her creamy white back. The gorgeous red made her snow-white skin appear even more translucent, like the first snow of early winter, so white that it was breathtaking. So white that one couldn't take their eyes off her. What a captivating creature. At that moment, Lu Jinyan also saw himself in the dream. In the dream, he was still dressed in armor, full of vigor. Seeing his dream self walking step by step towards the bedside, Lu Jinyan desperately reminded himself not to go over. But his dream self completely ignored his commands, and in the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the bedside. It hurts so much. General, please apply medicine for me. As his dream self approached Song Tang, Lu Jinyan also noticed several clear red marks on her back up to her waist. The red marks were faint. Really, if he didn't apply medicine quickly, it would be too late. Don't touch her. She's deliberately seducing you. Don't fall for her tricks. Lu Jinyan kept reminding himself. But his dream self was still completely unresponsive to him. His calloused fingertips could not help but land on her back, which felt as tender as soft tofu. He even carefully applied medicine for her. That kind of tenderness and cherish made it seem like she was the treasure in his heart. Lu Jinyan found it absurd. He hated Song Tang, a seductive creature who only drugged men. How could he possibly cherish her like this? He continued to force himself to distance from her. He could never become a subordinate of a seductress, but his hands completely disobeyed him. He wanted to push her away, but after applying the medicine, his hands uncontrollably fell on her back, as white as moonlight. He could even distinctly feel the tremor brought by their skin touching. Song Tang, stay away from me. Don't touch me. But what he said in the dream was, does it hurt a lot? Will you dare to run away from home again? Song Tang raised her face, her peach blossom eyes sparkling, innocence mixed with charm, as if she were a fairy that could drain one's spirit. She pouted in dissatisfaction, playfully angry. Why wouldn't I dare? If you make me angry again, I will run away from home. General, what are you doing? Hurry up and take your hand away. Hearing her voice tinged with a bit of fierceness, Lu Jinyan suddenly realized that his dream self's hand had uncontrollably moved forward, as if enchanted, lifting her body up. General, don't. Song Tang's reproachful voice suddenly stopped, because he abruptly turned her body around and fiercely kissed her red lips. Song Tang, don't kiss me. Lu Jinyan was almost exasperated. Ever since he saw Song Tang receiving that big package of medicine in the rural courtyard, he began to dislike her and was on guard against her drugging him. He didn't want to have any interactions with her. Even less could he develop romantic feelings for her. But his dream self, who wasn't drugged by anyone, seemed to be starving for thousands of years. Wishing to consume her completely, he wanted to push her away. Ideally, they would never meet again in this life. But his kiss uncontrollably deepened. Moreover, his hands were reckless, wandering down her back, and later even more. Will you dare to run around again? I dare. Song Tang was already bullied to the point of tears, but still stubbornly contradicted him. If you marry someone, I will definitely leave. General, you need to stop. I won't marry anyone. Lu Jinyan's kiss grew fiercer, making it hard for her to withstand. His serious voice, like a promise, turned all her resistance into compliance. He said, in this life, I only want you. Tang Tang, for all eternity, I only want you. The thin red ribbon was torn apart, the red gauze dress fluttered, and within the red canopy, a moment of spring light was boundless. Tang Tang, for all eternity, I only want you. Lu Jinyan gasped as he woke up from his dream. He had feelings for Tang's song. He was also certain that he hated Song Tang. But his dream self seemed to be possessed, uncontrollably losing control with Song Tang again and again. He even promised eternity, as if she were the only one. Especially since he felt something unusual in his body. Lu Jinyan loathed himself to the extreme. How could he, who clearly had some feelings for Tang's song, keep having absurd dreams with Song Tang? He believed that one should be loyal in love. One life, one generation, one couple. Once committed, one should not let down or change their heart. He truly hated his fickle self, with a darkened face. He got out of bed to wash the shorts he had just changed out of. While washing the shorts, he secretly vowed that from now on, he would make an even greater effort to keep his distance from Song Tang. In the future, he wouldn't even glance at that seductive creature. He would also do everything he could to never dream of her again. The next day, Song Tang received Lu Jinyan's reply. She thought that after mentioning her desire to join the dance team of the literary and art troupe, he would think she was overreaching like Song Nanxing and others, being unrealistic. To her surprise, he said that having dreams was not shameful, as long as one was willing to strive for their dreams. Even if they ultimately failed or fell, it was still worthy of respect. She also thought that after stating her wish to buy many beautiful clothes to dress herself up nicely, he would see her as vain and pretentious. His reply also surprised her. He said it was great for girls to love beauty, and everyone should live their own wonderful life. The real Lu Jinyan would only be cold and fierce to her. The Lu Jinyan who corresponded with her was truly wonderful. She increasingly felt that he was her most precious confidant in this era. What surprised her even more was that inside the envelope, there were also many. Chapter 23. Song Qingyao ruined the birthday gift Song Tang sent to Lin He. So many fabric coupons. The total value of the fabric coupons adds up to a full 100 feet. If it were the real Lu Jinyan, she wouldn't want it even if he gave her a mountain of gold. But the Lu Jinyan who corresponds with her is a cherished friend, a confidant. And she feels that returning the fabric coupons would be somewhat inappropriate. Gift giving is a reciprocal tradition, and she plans to send him a gift in return. What kind of gift should she give him? Song Tang leaned over her desk, racking her brains for a long time. Finally, a brilliant idea flashed in her mind, and she believed Lu Jinyan would definitely love the gift she planned to give him. She intended to gift him a jade seal that she carved herself. In her previous life, her mother was a domineering CEO, and her father was a top-notch cultural relic restoration master internationally. Her 7 brothers were all exceptionally talented in various fields. She was smart and learned things particularly quickly, mastering many skills. She claimed to be a hexagonal warrior, and it wasn't just bragging. Besides restoring cultural relics, her father's favorite hobby was jade carving. She had studied under her father for a while, and he praised her, saying she surpassed him, truly his precious daughter. She believed Lu Jinyan would treasure the jade seal she carved with her own hands. However, since she hadn't been in this era for long, she didn't know where to buy suitable jade. She could only go out for a walk and try her luck to see if she could find some good quality jade. Tang Tang. When will you write the next chapter of Hero's Aspirations? As soon as Song Tang arrived in the courtyard, she ran into Lu Xiaoyu. He grinned wide, revealing 12 big white teeth, full of youthful energy. Can you tell me first why Fang Daxiao wants to become a monk? Tang Tang, just tell me, okay? I'm really anxious. Song Tang replied. He looked quite anxious, as if his pants were on fire. The reason why Fang Daxiao became a monk couldn't be explained clearly in a few words. After thinking for a moment, Song Tang said, "It will be explained in the next chapter. I'm almost done writing it. I'll give it to you tomorrow morning." That's great. Lu Xiaoyu was so excited he jumped high, his smile radiant like sunshine. He grabbed a broom from the yard and swung it around, acting as if he were truly Fang Daxiao. Song Tang found it a bit hard to watch. However, thinking that Lu Xiaoyu had lived in the capital for so many years, he must know where to buy good quality jade. She asked him, "Do you know where I can buy Hetianxi jade?" Tang Tang, you found the right person. He was overjoyed to help Song Tang. He tossed the broom aside and pulled over his Phoenix brand bicycle parked against the wall. "Get on. I'll take you to a good place." Lu Xiaoyu rode the bicycle skillfully. Soon, he brought Song Tang to their destination. To Song Tang's surprise, he took her to the black market. In 1975, before the reform and opening up, selling goods privately was considered speculative behavior. However, state-run stores and supply cooperatives couldn't meet everyone's needs, leading to the emergence of the black market. The black market of this era opened Song Tang's eyes. Not only were daily necessities like rice, flour, oil, and sugar sold, but there were also vendors selling jade and porcelain. Some even sold antiques. Of course, among those antiques, there were both fakes and real ones, which required buyers to discern for themselves. In her previous life, Song Tang had been exposed to antiques since childhood, which helped her develop a discerning eye. She quickly noticed a genuine work by Tang Bohu. She asked the vendor for the price, and the vendor, having acquired it from someone else, said he was selling it for 10 yuan. In this era, 10 yuan was already a considerable amount. However, decades later, genuine works by Tang Bohu could be auctioned for hundreds of millions. Compared to hundreds of millions, 10 yuan truly didn't mean much. Song Tang had a total of more than 60 yuan on her, and after haggling with the vendor, she finally bought the painting for 8 yuan. The vendor was overjoyed, thinking he had found a big spender. Song Tang was also happy. She knew she couldn't go home anymore. Since she had come to this era, she needed to live well. Perhaps decades later, she could become wealthy because of this painting. Soon, Song Tang found a small stall selling Hetian seed jade. In the 21st century, where she lived in her previous life, good quality Hetian seed jade was indeed expensive. For her 18th birthday, her mother had gifted her a set of fine Hetian jade jewelry. The headpiece, hairpin, earrings, pendant, and bracelet added up to several million. However, in this era, a piece of jade the size of an egg cost only 10 cents, about the price of an egg. 2 jin of Hetian seed jade only cost a bit more than 2 yuan. If possible, Song Tang would love to buy hundreds of jin of Hetian seed jade. But with limited money, she could only choose a dozen pieces of good quality Hetian seed jade and spend another 3 yuan to buy a set of jade carving tools. Little girl, I also have a genuine work by Wu Daozi. Do you want to take it back too? The vendor who had sold her the painting saw Song Tang's spending spree and couldn't help but shout to promote other ancient paintings to her. Song Tang was interested. Just as she was about to go over, she heard the lookout at the black market shout, "Tianlong Dihua." Upon hearing this, the painting vendor stopped promoting and quickly packed up to run. Other vendors also fled quickly. "Tang Tang, hurry and get on the bike." Song Tang was a bit confused, but hearing Lu Xiaoyu calling her to get on, she quickly hopped on the back seat after securing her bag. Once she sat steady, she listened to Lu Xiaoyu's explanation and learned that Tianlong Dihua was a code for when patrolling police arrived and everyone had to flee quickly. Otherwise, not only would their goods be confiscated, but they would also face fines. If it got serious, they could end up in prison. So selling at the black market was lucrative but risky. Song Tang felt a bit regretful for not buying Wu Daozi's painting today. However, she knew she would have plenty of opportunities to visit the black market in the future. She had to find a way to earn more money, to buy more jade. The value of these Hetian seed jades could indeed appreciate hundreds of thousands of times in several decades, if she was lucky enough to find some antiques. In a few decades, she could really count money until her hands cramped. Just thinking about it was delightful. However, the most important thing for now was still to get into the performing arts troupe. After all, her biggest dream was to become a dancer. In the following days, besides writing novels, carving jade, she practiced her basic skills. Of course, she didn't forget about Lin He's birthday. She also took time to prepare a particularly exquisite birthday gift for Lin He. Song Qingyao also carefully prepared a birthday gift for Lin He. She was sure that the birthday gift Song Tang prepared could not be better than hers. But to make Lin He like her more and to deeply despise Song Tang, she decided to secretly meddle and make Song Tang embarrass herself in public. She had already noticed the gift box Song Tang had placed on her desk. This afternoon, confirming that Song Tang was not home, she pushed open the slightly ajar door and stealthily entered her room. On the gift box was a delicate card that read, "Happy birthday, Aunt Lin." Song Qingyao scoffed disdainfully. The country bumpkin really had no literary talent at all, only able to say happy birthday. She had even tied such a big bow with pink ribbon on the gift box. How tacky. She quickly untied the bow, opened the gift box, and saw the birthday gift Song Tang prepared for Lin He. It was a dark blue dress. It was even altered from the ugly clothes she had given. The country bumpkin was indeed a country bumpkin, stingy and unrefined. Song Qingyao proudly lifted her chin and took out the dress. Using the red paint she had prepared in advance to write an English word on it. Bitch. She knew that Song Tang, being illiterate, definitely wouldn't know that bitch has meanings like female dog and slut. But Lin He, Qin Xiuji, and others all knew English, and they naturally understood that bitch is used to insult someone. She was already looking forward to the expression on Song Tang's face when she publicly opened the birthday gift she had given to Lin He and everyone saw the word bitch. Chapter 24. Lin He likes Song Tang, driving Song Qingyao crazy. Lin He is low-key and doesn't like to be in the limelight. Every year, on her birthday, she just has a meal with the family. Lu Jinyan knows that Song Tang will definitely go to the Lu family for dinner tonight. He particularly doesn't want to see that tempting girl. However, Lu Shoujiang has given a strict order that on Lin He's birthday, all 3 brothers must return home. So he has no choice but to go back. Song Qi and Song Zhuye have already returned to the army. Recently, both of them have been on missions and won't be back tonight. In the evening, Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji returned home and took Song Nanxing, Song Tang, and Song Qingyao to the Lu family together. Happy birthday! The Lu family's nanny had already prepared the meal. As soon as they entered, Qin Shouji handed Lin He an exquisite gift box, having chosen a pair of beautiful pearl earrings for her best friend. Although Song Qi and Song Joya didn't come, they also prepared birthday gifts for Lin He. Song Qi gave her a lady's fountain pen, while Song Joya gave her a set of physics books, both of which Lin He particularly liked. Auntie, happy birthday! Wishing you many more birthdays like today and forever young and beautiful. After sitting down at the dining table, Song Qing Yao handed the gift box in her hand to Lin He. Yao Yao, you're so sweet. You really shouldn't have spent so much. The three brothers, Lu Jinyan, Lu Yu, and Lu Xiaoyu, also gave Lin He birthday gifts. Lin He felt that it was fine for her own son to give her gifts, but she didn't want Song Qing Yao, a younger generation, to spend so much. However, since she received a birthday gift from her, it would be rude to refuse. So, she could only find a way to repay her double in the future. No need to spend so much. Song Qing Yao hugged Lin He's arm and spoiled. I wonder if you like the gift I gave you, Annie. The way she spoke was obviously indicating for Lin He to open it in public. Indeed, there's a custom here to open gifts publicly. Lin He looked at Song Qing Yao with a gentle smile and opened the elegant navy blue gift box in front of her. When she saw what was inside, the smile on Lin He's face slightly froze. She thought that what Song Qing Yao gave her would only be a small trinket worth a few bucks. She didn't expect it to be a high-quality Shanghai brand leather bag. She had seen this leather bag in a state-run store. It was decorated with pearls and other items, and it was particularly expensive, costing 79 yuan. Song Nanxing's workplace is not bad, and his monthly salary is only a little over 30 yuan. She is the deputy section chief of a department at the Academy of Sciences, so her salary is a bit higher. 79 yuan is almost her entire month's salary. The gift Song Qing Yao gave her was really too precious. Accepting it put a lot of psychological pressure on her. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on the bag in Lin He's hand, Song Qing Yao felt extremely proud. The gift she gave Lin He this time was definitely a big deal. She believed Lin He would surely like it. Director Lu Jinyan, and the others would also think she was generous and have a good impression of her. Under her elegance, nobility, and generosity, Song Tang, the illiterate, would seem even more disgusting and petty, even though she was almost bursting with pride inside. Song Qing Yao still deliberately acted spoiled and said, Annie, I'm really not good at choosing gifts. You wouldn't dislike the leather bag I gave you, would you? Lin He indeed did not like it very much. With a nationwide advocacy for frugality, carrying such an expensive leather bag out would be too eye-catching. Moreover, she felt that bags were just for carrying things, practicality was enough, and there was no need for something too expensive. After accepting the bag, she could only put it away. She might never have the chance to use it in her lifetime. However, since Song Qing Yao's gift was well-intentioned, Lin He wasn't the type to spoil the fun and certainly wouldn't say the truth. She carefully placed the leather bag back into the gift box, lightly patted Song Qing Yao's hand, and said, Yao Yao is thoughtful, and he really likes the bag you gave me. But this bag is too expensive, so please don't spend so much in the future. Song Qing Yao thought Lin He's comment about spending was just being polite. She gently leaned her head on Lin He's shoulder, proudly glanced at Song Tang, as if to show off her close relationship with Lin He. No need to spend, as long as Annie likes it. After being spoiled by Lin He for a while, she suddenly raised her head and innocently asked Song Tang, Sister, what birthday gift did you prepare for Annie? The moment she spoke, everyone's gaze in the living room instantly fell on Song Tang. Lin He felt a bit awkward. She hoped everyone could just enjoy a meal together, chat, laugh, and have a good time on her birthday. She really wasn't looking for everyone to give her birthday gifts. Song Tang had only just returned to the Song family half a month ago, so she certainly didn't know about Lin He's birthday, like Song Qing Yao, who had grown up in the Song family. Song Qing Yao's public question to Song Tang was indeed a bit of a dilemma. Lin He was afraid that Song Tang would be put on the spot and quickly smooth things over. Tang just came back. She definitely doesn't know it's my birthday. I'm really just happy that everyone came to have dinner. There's no need to give me anything. The food is getting cold. Let's eat. However, Song Qing Yao felt that Lin He was just being polite. After all, who doesn't like receiving birthday gifts on their birthday? Moreover, she had made so many preparations just to embarrass Song Tang in public, using Song Tang's ignorance and pettiness to highlight her own perfection and grace. How could she easily let go of the opportunity to belittle Song Tang? Her big, watery apricot eyes blinked gently, pretending to be innocent and kind, genuinely thinking of Song Tang. When I was leaving, I saw my sister with a gift box. Sister is so nice. She must have prepared a special and thoughtful birthday gift for Annie. Sister, quickly give the gift to Annie. Song Tang knew what Song Yao was expecting. She glanced coldly at the seemingly innocent but actually full of malice Song Yao, then took out the light blue gift box from behind the chair. Song Yao immediately spotted the pink ribbon on the gift box. She could even vaguely smell the paint. Clearly, Song Tang had no idea that she had tampered with the clothes inside. Thinking about how Song Tang would soon be looked down upon and despised by everyone, Song Yao could hardly contain her inner joy. She gently covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. She then pretended to cough lightly before continuing, Sister, what did you prepare for Annie? Annie likes my sister so much, so she will definitely like the birthday gift you prepared for her. Song Yao's words were completely flattering Song Tang to her detriment. The more she elevated Song Tang now, the harder she would fall when everyone saw the bitch on that navy blue dress. She was waiting to see Song Tang's tower collapse and the country bumpkin roll back to her dirt place. Annie, happy birthday. This is my birthday gift to you. I hope you like it. Song Tang did not disappoint Song Yao's expectations. After sincerely wishing Lin He a happy birthday, she opened the gift box in her hand. Song Yao was so excited that her eyes were almost popping out. She kept silently chanting, bitch, bitch. However, she could never have imagined that what was in the gift box was actually. Chapter 25. The Lu family all love Song Tang, driving Song Yao crazy. A white jade seal. Song Yao couldn't believe what she was seeing. She suspected she was hallucinating. But even after rubbing her eyes several times, she still didn't see the ugly clothes she had been looking forward to, nor the glaring bitch on those clothes. Looking into Song Tang's sparkling, smiling eyes, she suddenly realized that she had been set up by that bitch Song Tang. Yes, Song Tang had long guessed that Song Yao would tamper with her birthday gift. The original plot didn't mention the protagonist giving Lin He a birthday gift because at that time, the original protagonist had already had a big fight with the Song family and, in a fit of anger, left home. So she naturally had no chance to attend Lin He's birthday party. But she knew Song Yao's bad nature and had to be prepared in advance. The gift box she placed on her desk was waiting for Song Yao to make a move. Wow, Tang Tang, is this really for me? Seeing the Hetian jade seal, Lin He, usually so laid back, was so excited that she exclaimed. She really loved this seal. On the rectangular base, there were several vividly carved lotus flowers, breathtakingly beautiful. Those elegant lotus flowers had both the purity of rising from the mud and the grace of being washed by clear water, embodying a gentle love for the world. Just like Lin He, who was soft yet had a proud spirit. How could she not like it? Moreover, in this era, jade was very cheap. This gift from Song Tang was thoughtful, but wouldn't put any psychological pressure on her, so Lin He genuinely liked it. Tonight, Lu Shouzhang's father, Chief Lu Jinyan, was also present. He was older and liked to fiddle with small jade items. Recently, he had even taught himself carving, but his hands, skilled in wielding weapons, were only capable of ruining jade when it came to delicate items. He couldn't make anything himself and wanted to buy. However, he had visited many jade shops and even the black market, but hadn't found anything he liked. The craftsmanship of those masters was either too rough or lacked grandeur. In short, nothing satisfied him. Although the seal Song Tang gave Lin He was carved with lotus flowers that girls loved, it also had a strong character, and he immediately took a liking to it. He greedily glanced at the seal again and remarked, "This seal is really good." Song Yao turned pale. She had schemed to embarrass Song Tang in public, but who would have thought that this bumpkin had been prepared in advance and even stole her thunder? She almost couldn't suppress the grimace on her face. After taking several deep breaths, she barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "Sister, the seal you gave Aunt Lin is really beautiful. Where did you buy it? I also want to buy one." Song Yao said this out of concern that everyone might mistakenly believe that this seal was carved by Song Tang herself. How could a foolish illiterate carve such an exquisite seal? Jade ornaments were so cheap now. She had to let everyone know that even if Song Tang's gift to Lin He was beautiful, it was at most worth just a few dollars. Song Tang was just as stingy petty person, not worthy of attention. Who said this seal was bought by Tang Tang? This was clearly carved by Tang Tang herself. Lu Xiaoyu, with his clear thoughts, didn't like to play games. However, he felt that Song Qingyao was deliberately targeting Song Tang tonight. In his heart, Song Tang's image was tall and heroic. Plus, he was very loyal. If someone targeted his friend, he would certainly come to her aid. So, before Song Tang could respond, he spoke up first. After a pause, he continued, Tang Tang is amazing. Not only is she good at solving problems, but she also knows how to write martial arts novels. Realizing that he almost let something slip, he quickly pressed his lips together. In short, Tang Tang is just better than me. I can't learn to carve J no matter how I try. But she lightly tinkered with it for a while, and a vividly carved lotus flower came out. If only Tang Tang had gone to school, I can't imagine how much smarter she would be than me. Everyone was astonished. They all thought the seal Song Tang gave Lin he was excellent. But after all, she grew up in the countryside, had never attended school, and hadn't had much contact with Jade. Who would have thought she would have such amazing skills? Lu Shoujiang also liked this seal very much. However, as a man, he couldn't possibly take his wife's birthday gift, right? He disdainfully patted his silly younger brother's head and commented reasonably, this seal carved by Tang Tang is indeed very good. Lin took the seal and couldn't put it down. She already liked Song Tang, and seeing her have the skill to carve seals, and with her silly son admiring her so much, she liked her even more, even considering her as a future daughter-in-law in her heart. Lu Jinyan was very shocked. In his eyes, Song Tang was just a seductive woman who only wanted to drug men. He hadn't expected her to be able to carve jade. But even if she had skills, it didn't change the fact that she was hiding a whole bag of drugs and had ulterior motives. Nor did it change the fact that he disliked her. Li was also very shocked. Not long ago, he had dinner with Liang Yushun and asked him about the annulment of his engagement to Song Tang. Liang Yushun said that Song Tang was just a foolish bumpkin, full of bad intentions, always wanting to drug men and climb the social ladder. So he warned him to be careful not to be tricked by her. He hated people with bad intentions, so he'd been living in the academy dormitory lately. He hadn't expected her skills to be this impressive. She seemed not as stupid and ignorant as Liang Yushun said. But even if she had a bit of cleverness, it didn't change the fact that her character was extremely bad. He would work with his elder brother to remind their naive and kind-hearted silly third brother not to let himself be deceived by a bad woman. This girl from the Song family is really good. Chief Lu, looking at the seal more and more greedily, couldn't help but mutter, why hasn't my birthday arrived yet? It seems like there's still more than 8 months to go. What's worse, the Song girl might not even attend his birthday party. She wasn't planning to give him a birthday gift. As an elder, he certainly couldn't ask for one, right? Song Tang couldn't help but laugh in her heart. She really liked Lin He. She also had a very good impression of Chief Lu. Chief Lu had recently been living near the courtyard, and unlike many people in the courtyard who thought of her as a bumpkin and illiterate and looked down on her, he told her when he first met her not to care about others' opinions, just to work hard. Coming from the countryside, she could still achieve great things in the future. She didn't want to disappoint him and couldn't help but say, Grandpa Lu, I still have a few pieces of jade material. I've been itching to practice my skills lately. If you don't mind, I can also give you a seal. Of course I don't mind. I don't mind. Chief Lu was beaming with joy. Lu Shoujiang slightly raised his hand, feeling envious. But his cold demeanor and authority in front of the younger generation made it hard for him to ask. So he could only hold it in. Chief Lu was smiling so much that he couldn't close his mouth, still praising Song Tang for being smart, capable, and having a bright future. Seeing Chief Lu's expression, which seemed to want to adopt Song Tang as his own granddaughter, Lu Jinyan's bad impression of her added another point. She knew how to charm people. No wonder Xiao Yu was always protective of her. He absolutely couldn't let his silly brother be harmed by a seductive woman. Seeing how much Chief Lu liked Song Tang, Song Qingyao was almost grinding her silver teeth in hatred. She wanted to marry Lu Jinyan and had naturally flattered Chief Lu a lot. Lu Shoujiang's attitude towards her had always been that of a kind neighbor to a junior, affectionate yet distinct, never looking at her with such fondness. Why did Song Tang, this despicable person, receive such favoritism from Lu Shoujiang shortly after returning to the capital? She was unconvinced. Song Nanxing and Song Tang were like fire and water. Seeing Lu Shoujiang, Even Lin he praised Song Tang, and even her brother and sister-in-law looked at Song Tang with pride, which made her hate it even more. Feeling that everything was bitter, she put down her chopsticks and said sarcastically, "Yes, our Song Tang is really something. This carving skill, who knows how many men she learned it from the countryside. It's no surprise she's good at it. But if you ask me, the best thing about our Song Tang is her ability to attract men. I can't even count on two hands the number of suitors she had in the countryside." She exaggeratedly covered her nose in disgust. "You all don't mind the gifts she gave you, even if they're dirty." Chapter 26, she confessed to Lu Jinyan. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji both turned cold. The Liang family indeed said that Song Tang had improper conduct when she was in the countryside. However, Song Tang is still their daughter, and Song Nanxing belittling her in front of them was like rubbing their faces in the dirt. They exchanged glances and were about to tell Song Nanxing to shut up when a loud bang echoed in the air. It was Lu Shozhong who slammed the table. His piercing eyes seemed like a sharp sword, fiercely stabbing at Song Nanxing's face. He hated it most when people spread rumors. 7 years ago, he witnessed the power of slander firsthand. The daughter of his comrade went to the countryside and was rumored about by several jealous female educated youths in the team because she was pretty. After her reputation was ruined, the village's ruffians took advantage of her in a deliberately lewd manner. Even though she ultimately escaped, she still became a disgrace in the eyes of countless people. She was excluded, isolated, and hated. Later, unable to bear the external rumors, she sent a letter to her parents and then drank pesticide. He had accompanied his comrade to the countryside at that time. They were ultimately too late. Her body had long since gone cold. Now, at 68, he had seen all kinds of people over the years. At a glance, he could tell that Song Tang was not the kind of girl who would not cherish herself and would mess around. Song Nanxing had no evidence, but still maliciously slandered her, which was truly detestable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more oppressive his gaze towards Song Nanxing grew. He spoke without giving her any face. "Song Nanxing, how about you let Tang Tang call you aunt? You are really capable of slandering the younger generation and spreading rumors." Song Nanxing was stunned. She thought that Lu Xiaoyu would help Song Tang because he was young and naive, charmed by that vixen Song Tang. She believed that people like Lu Shozhong would look down on Song Tang's improper behavior. But who would have thought that they would stand up for that seductress? Lu Shozhong had killed hundreds of enemies in a battle. He exuded a righteous aura, carrying the pressure of someone who had been through many battles. And Song Nanxing was truly afraid of him. She trembled at his reprimand. But the more embarrassed she felt, the more unwilling she was, grinding her teeth in resentment. She mustered her courage to say, "Song Tang, she just doesn't behave properly." "Yes, it was your grandson Liang Yueshin who said it himself that he would break off the engagement because Song Tang was messing around." Nonsense. Lu Shozhong was Liang Yueshin's maternal grandfather, and he naturally knew about the engagement being broken off. He also heard from his daughter Lu Feng that Liang Yueshin was breaking off the engagement because he had seen Song Tang's adoptive mother give her a packet of medicine. Lu Feng had also developed a prejudice against Song Tang because of that packet of medicine. However, after meeting Song Tang, he felt that her eyes were firm and clear, not the sort of girl who would casually drug a man. He knew that with Song Tang's looks, if her parents couldn't protect her in the countryside, it would bring her a lot of trouble. He felt even more that she would accept that packet of medicine to reassure her adoptive mother. Liang Yueshin breaking off the engagement with Tang Tang was his lack of vision, and it had nothing to do with Tang Tang. "Enough, your mouth is too big. Our Lu family can't accommodate such a long tongue. You should go home after you've eaten." Uncle Lu, Song Nanxing, was humiliated to the point of wanting to cry. With so many younger generations present tonight, she couldn't believe that Lu Shozhong would show her no consideration and actually want to kick her out. Song Qingyao also didn't expect Lu Shozhong to defend Song Tang to such an extent. She was so angry that her fingertips began to tremble. She understood best how to poke at Song Nanxing's sensitive nerves. She deliberately pretended to think of Song Tang. "Aunt, don't say any more. My sister is really very good. She is good for nothing." Indeed, hearing Song Qingyao speak up for Song Tang completely triggered Song Nanxing. She pointed at Song Tang's face, almost screaming with resentment. Look at her face. With such a seductive face, what good could she possibly be? She was born to seduce men. Enough. Lin He could no longer listen. Earlier, since Lu Shozhong had spoken first, she didn't want to say much. But now that she heard Song Nanqing curse so foully, her usually good temper flared up as she directly retorted, Song Nanqing, Dad is right. You are really capable of slandering the younger generation. Lu Xiaoyu could no longer hold back either. Seeing Lin He speak up, he angrily said, We're not blind. We know Tang Tang is pretty. Just because someone is good-looking doesn't mean they are bad. Should good-looking people be the target of rumors? Nanqing Aunt, I know you are ugly, but you shouldn't be so jealous of others. After all, ugly is ugly. No amount of jealousy can change the fact that you have rough, dark skin, a mouth full of filth, and a mean-looking face. Be careful. If you enjoy ruining others' reputations, not only will your face become uglier, but your mind will also become twisted. You. Song Nanqing was so furious, she almost spat blood. The Song family members were all good-looking. She was a foster daughter of the Song family and had not inherited the superior genes of the Song family. Since she was young, everyone said that her face was too stark a contrast when compared to Lin He and Qin Xiuji. But those people only dared to gossip behind her back and didn't dare to say it to her face. She couldn't believe that a younger generation like Lu Xiaoyu actually dared to publicly say she was ugly. Thinking back to when she confessed to Lu Shoujiang in her youth and was rejected, she also began to hate Lin He. Enough, stop embarrassing yourself here. Song Tsungrong also felt that his sister was truly not worth showing off. Hurry up and apologize to Tang Tang, then go home. Just like last time, Song Nanqing couldn't bring herself to apologize to Song Tang. She stomped her foot in frustration and then covered her face, rushing out of the living room. Tang Tang, you don't need to take Song Nanqing's words to heart. And he knows you are very good. Lin He, fearing that Song Tang would be upset, couldn't help but hold her hand and comfort her softly. Song Tang gently squeezed her hand in return. Lin He, Lu Shozhong, and Lu Xiaoyu truly made her feel warm. Meeting them was really nice. She didn't feel sad. Instead, she found Song Nanqing's ridiculous antics quite amusing. Lu Shozhong was a tough, iron-blooded man and wasn't very good at comforting people. However, he still said to Song Tang, why care about the barking of dogs? Tang Tang, eat more. As he spoke, he used the public chopsticks to serve Song Tang a piece of rib. After Song Nanqing left, everyone was chatting and laughing, and the meal was quite enjoyable. Of course, except for Song Qingyao. Seeing Lin He and the others favoring Song Tang so much, Song Qingyao was so jealous that her teeth ached. There was no way she could enjoy the meal, but she didn't believe that after living in the same large compound with Lin He, Lu Xiaoyu, and others for 18 years, Song Tang could truly take away all their affection for her. Sooner or later, she would reclaim the love that rightfully belonged to her and make that filthy Song Tang roll out of the compound. After dinner, Lin He took Qin Xiuji to a room to whisper, while Lu Shozhong and the other men went to the study to discuss matters. In a large living room, only Song Qingyao and Song Tang remained. The two had completely torn off the facade, and Song Qingyao no longer hid her intentions. She coldly glanced at Song Tang and said, Sister, let me give you a piece of advice. If you try to take things from me, it won't end well. Song Tang was directly amused by Song Qingyao's inexplicable words. Take things from her? Take what? Their parents and brother? Or the affection of Lin He and the others? Their parents and brothers were never Song Qingyao's to begin with. It was Song Qingyao who had occupied the original owner's life for 18 years. And the affection of Lin He and the others did not inherently belong to Song Qingyao. How could she have the face to say that she was competing with her for things? Song Tang didn't indulge her. She directly grabbed her collar, half smiling, and said, Let me give you a piece of advice. Harming others ultimately harms yourself, Song Qingyao. Stop being so cheap. With that, Song Tang turned around and left gracefully. Cheap person. Looking at Song Tang, whose back was even breathtakingly beautiful, Song Qingyao felt her face turn green with anger. Thinking about how rare it was for Lu Jinyan to come home, she decided to seize the opportunity to enhance their relationship. She tried hard to suppress the resentment in her eyes and, like a shy mimosa, walked upstairs step by step. She waited outside his door for nearly half an hour. And finally, she saw him return to his room. She lowered her eyelids, took a shy step toward him, and said, "Brother Lu, you're back. I have something to give you." As she spoke, she blushed and stuffed a pair of wrist guards she had knitted herself into his arms. Chapter 27. Blushing and heart racing tonight. It was quite puzzling for Song Jinyan to be standing at his door late at night. The fact that she suddenly brought him something surprised him even more. He quickly stepped back to avoid the pair of wrist guards she had thrown at him. Song Jinyan's face turned pale. She never expected that this would be the first time in her life giving a handmade gift to a man, only to be rejected. She bit her lip helplessly, her eyelashes trembling, instantly glistening with tears. "Brother Lu, do you not like these wrist guards? I knitted them myself." If she made them herself, then he definitely couldn't accept them. Lu Jinyan took another step back. His handsome face, carved like stone, was filled with a coldness that drew a clear line. "Song Jinyan, we are not close enough for you to give me things. Don't do this again in the future." Not close enough? Tears streamed down Song Jinyan's face. They had grown up together, childhood sweethearts, and she couldn't believe he would say they weren't close. What did he think of her, Song Jinyan? She was the recognized beauty of the compound. She was used to men chasing after her, pampering her, and she truly couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. However, among all the talented young men in the compound, the only one she liked was Lu Jinyan, and she was unwilling to give up just like that. Recalling what her friend had said about how subtle physical contact between men and women could spark feelings, she gritted her teeth and lunged directly into Lu Jinyan's arms. Lu Jinyan was a man. If he had any compassion, he would catch her. She was certain he wouldn't just watch her fall to the ground. Lu Jinyan's reaction once again surprised her. He actually stepped aside, watching her fall to the ground with an expressionless face. "Brother, what happened? Why did Yao Yao fall?" Lu Xiaoyu happened to be going upstairs and saw this scene, exclaiming in surprise. Maybe her brain is waterlogged and her body lost balance. "You take her back." Lu Jinyan's face darkened as he opened the door, went inside, and slammed the door shut, clearly not planning to help Song Jinyan up. Song Jinyan was particularly good at fake crying. This time, however, she shed genuine tears. She couldn't believe that despite their mutual feelings, he would say she had a problem with her head. Yao Yao's brain is waterlogged? Which side is waterlogged? Lu Xiaoyu innocently scratched his head. "Yao Yao, you fell flat like this? It seems your brain really is having issues. Should I tell Aunt Qin to check you out or take you to the hospital? Her brain has issues." Song Jinyan felt even more humiliated, nearly going crazy. She ground her teeth, got up from the ground, and shoved Lu Xiaoyu hard. "No need for you to meddle." After saying that, she covered her face and ran downstairs, crying. Lu Xiaoyu. Why was she inexplicably angry at him again? What had he done to deserve this? If her brain was problematic, shouldn't she go to the hospital? Brother was right. She really was waterlogged and beyond help. Lu Xiaoyu initially cared about her out of the goodwill that came from living in the same compound, but since she didn't appreciate it, he didn't want to worry about her anymore. He had just gone to ask Song Tang for the latest chapter manuscript of Heroic Aspirations. Thinking about how he would soon see the long-awaited showdown at Yunding Mountain, he happily hummed a little tune and returned to his room. Song Tang thought Lu Xiaoyu was simply a walking bundle of questions. He had been chasing her for details about the plot. She had spent quite a bit of time explaining things to finally send him away. She felt telling him a story was more exhausting than raising a child. Leaning against the door and taking a few deep breaths, Song Tang gradually calmed down and planned to grab the small clothes she had hung by the window to take a shower. But the clothes were gone. The Song and Lu families lived in the same compound, so Song Tang felt embarrassed to hang her intimate clothing outside. She always hung them by the window. Today the wind was particularly strong, and she suspected her small clothes had blown into the yard. She leaned over to the window, wanting to see where her clothes had fallen in the yard, but when she lifted her face, she noticed that the pen holder on Lu Jinyan's desk across the way had her small clothes tangled in it. Yes, her room was directly across from Lu Jinyan's. Their windows were practically facing each other, but she still couldn't believe it was such a coincidence that her small clothes had been blown into his room. He already thought she liked to tease people, and if he saw her small clothes in his room, who knew what he would think? Song Tang felt so embarrassed that she wished she could fly into his room and take her small clothes back. But she couldn't fly. She was shy and didn't want to go over to ask for them. She could only quietly close the window, pretending nothing had happened. After all, it was the wind that blew them over. What did it have to do with her? She had already gotten used to him disliking her in reality. It didn't matter if he disliked her a bit more. After all, the one she cared about was the Lu Jinyan who wrote to her, her confidant, not this unpleasant person in reality. Moreover, he had never seen her wear those small clothes, so he wouldn't know whose they were, and he might not deepen his hatred for her because of them. She just felt particularly sorry. The small clothes that Zhang Xiaoyi made for her were so comfortable to wear. They were handmade with embroidery, much better than any high-end lingerie she had worn in her past life. Zhang Xiaoyi had only made her 2 pieces, and throwing one away felt like cutting her heart out. It hurt. Tomorrow was the weekend, and Lu Jinyan had a day off. Colonel Lu insisted that he stay home tonight, so he could only return to the dormitory early tomorrow morning. After shutting Song Qingyao outside, he was about to pull the curtains to change clothes and take a shower when he saw a bright red belly band tangled on his desk's pen holder. He immediately recognized it as the small clothes Song Tang had worn last time at the health station. Seeing this small piece of clothing, many inappropriate images flooded into his mind. His face turned ashen as he averted his gaze, unable to suppress a curse in his heart. Tease. But he also couldn't just leave this small clothing on his pen holder. Lu Jinyan looked up and saw the tightly closed window of Song Tang's room. Their windows faced each other. She must have hung her small clothes by the window, and today the strong wind blew them into his room. He withdrew his gaze, wanting to return the small clothes to her quickly. His hand reached for the clothing, but it felt like he had grabbed a hot potato. Before he could take the small clothes from the pen holder, he quickly retracted his hand, his ears burning as he pulled the curtain shut. Really, he had never touched a woman's intimate clothing this closely before. As a man, touching a bright red belly band embroidered with begonia flowers made him feel perverted. There was also an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if he had committed a crime. He realized he couldn't return this small clothing to Song Tang. If he returned it to her, she would think he had seen her small clothes, and who knows what thoughts would cross her mind. If someone else caught him, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash the shame away. With a darkened face, he released a deep breath before forcibly yanking the small clothes from the pen holder and throwing them into the trash can. Chapter 28. Commander Lu is trying to match Lu Jinyan and Song Tang. Even if he throws in the trash, he feels guilty. What if Lin He and the others find out that there's Song Tang's little clothing in the trash he threw away? He would have a hard time explaining that. The trash can is very clean, with nothing else but this little clothing. After a long silence, he still coldly bent down and picked up the little clothing. He reopened the window, thinking of throwing it directly into the yard. But if someone happened to see it, he would be forced to take responsibility for the seductress. After thinking it over, if he didn't want to be misunderstood, he could only put this little clothing away for now and wait for the right time to dispose of it. Anyway, Song Tang would definitely not think that her little clothing would be blown into his room. As long as he handled it well enough, no one would know about tonight's ridiculous accident. Lu Jinyan stood frozen for a long time, still feeling that under his bed was the safest place. He clenched the little clothing tightly, and with a rare panic, took a long step and threw the little clothing under the bed. He smelled a faint, sweet fragrance. It was like soap mixed with her sweetness, especially when he caught a whiff of the sweet scent still lingering in his palm from her little clothing. He uncontrollably blushed. In the future, when he sees this seductress, he will just take a detour. He will never get involved with a seductress. Brother, sure she was calling for you. Just when Lu Jinyan was feeling extremely embarrassed and angry, Lu Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out from outside. He feared that Gu Shirshu might need him urgently, so he hurried downstairs to answer the call. What's the matter? Upon hearing his voice, Gu Shirshu immediately shouted excitedly, Captain, that little girl from last time sent you something again. This time she sent you a box, and it's quite heavy. I don't know what good stuff is inside besides the letter. I just went to the dispatch room to pick it up and brought it back for you. Is it something delicious? Captain, can I eat it with you? Before Gu Shirshu could finish speaking, Lu Jinyan had already hung up the phone. Commander Lu told him to stay at home tonight, and he shouldn't go against his orders. But he really wanted to see Tang Song's reply. So he took the car keys and rushed out to the living room as fast as he could. It seemed like he had learned to miss someone without a teacher. He hadn't even met Tang Song yet, and he had already started to miss her. Xiaoyan, where are you going so late? Commander Lu came out of the study and happened to see Lu Jinyan darting out like lightning, unable to help but ask. In the blink of an eye, he had already run far away. He drove out of the yard. You little brat, you promised to stay at home, and now you're running around in the middle of the night. If you're not going to see my granddaughter-in-law, I'll break your legs. Grandpa, where did you get a granddaughter-in-law? Lu Xiaoyu thoughtfully poured cold water on Commander Lu's heart. Big Brother said that if he gets married, it can only be with Shirshu. What? Commander Lu was so angry he couldn't catch his breath. Are you saying that kid from the Gu family? Seeing Lu Xiaoyu nodding innocently, Commander Lu was even more furious, his head nearly smoking. When he was Lu Jinyan's age, Lu Shoujung would have already been dating. Originally, Commander Lu was already anxious because Lu Jinyan, at 24, didn't even have a girlfriend, and now to see him wanting to marry Gu Shirshu, he felt even worse. He would never allow his most proud grandson to marry a man. He had to think of a way to quickly steer him back onto the right path. His sharp eyes widened for a few seconds, and suddenly, Song Tang's lovely and lively face appeared in his mind. He knew that his son and daughter-in-law wanted to matchmake Song Tang and Lu Xiaoyu. But his third grandson was still young, completely uninterested in love. He could see that the third grandson and Song Tang were just good playmates. He actually felt that his eldest grandson and Song Tang, both in appearance and personality, were a perfect match. He clasped his hands behind his back and leaned closer to Lu Xiaoyu. A hint of gossip appeared on his usually stern face. Xiaoyu, what do you think about Tang Tang being your sister-in-law? Tang Tang as my sister-in-law? Lu Xiaoyu's clear doe eyes widened innocently. I originally wanted Tang Tang to be my sister-in-law, but unfortunately, my big brother said he likes Shirshu and doesn't he like Tang Tang. So it seems she can't be my sister-in-law. Oh, after hearing Lu Xiaoyu's words, Commander Lu clutched his heart and sat down on the sofa. After calming down for a while, he spoke again with full vigor. How can a man marry a man? No way. I must quickly get that little brat Xiaoyan back on the right track. Xiaoyu, you had to help Grandpa get your big brother back. Otherwise, if your big brother really ends up with that kid from the Gu family, I'll die without peace. Grandpa, calm down. I'll help you. Lu Xiaoyu was afraid that Commander Lu would get too worked up, so he agreed to whatever he said. After all, Big Brother had said that he would rather have children with Shirshu than with Tang Tang. Whether he helped or not made no difference. Big Brother definitely wouldn't marry a wife. He didn't mind just going along with Grandpa. Captain, your package. Almost as soon as Lu Jinyan entered the dormitory building, Gu Shirshu stuffed a shoebox-sized paper box into his arms. This is the package that Tang Song sent him. Without even opening the box, the starlight in his deep black eyes began to stir. When he opened the box and took out the letter that Tang Song had written to him, his starry eyes sparkled as if they contained an entire galaxy. He also saw other things inside the box. A bag of Daxiankan snacks, and a piece of something wrapped in layers of cotton cloth. The night was deep, and after waiting for Lu Jinyan for so long, Gu Shirshu was also hungry. Seeing the bag of Daxiankan snacks, his eyes instantly sparkled with a hungry wolf's green light. Captain, you never eat snacks. Can I have this bag of Daxiankan snacks? No. Lu Jinyan didn't even think, and swatted away Gu Shirshu's greedy paw. He blushed and carefully untied the string on the bag of snacks, took a piece, and put it in his mouth. He didn't like sweet things. But at this moment, eating the sweet snacks made him feel like the sweetness had reached deep into his heart. These were the snacks that Tang Song had personally picked for him. Gu Shirshu was stunned. He didn't expect that the captain, who hated sweet food the most, would look so indulgent while eating snacks. It was as if the snack in his mouth was the most delicious thing in the world. Gu Shirshu became even more greedy. However, since the captain wouldn't let him eat, he was afraid of being beaten and didn't dare to snatch it. Especially since he couldn't possibly win in a fight. He could only gaze longingly at the snacks in the paper bag, hoping that the captain's brotherly love would awaken and feed him a piece. Clearly, Lu Jinyan's brotherly love had already died. He slowly ate 2 pieces of snacks without any intention of sharing with him. Instead, after carefully tying the bag of snacks back up, he coldly warned him, "These are my snacks. If you dare to steal, I'll break your legs." Originally planning to sneak a snack in the middle of the night, Gu Shirshu immediately dismissed this dangerous thought. He weakly lay on Lu Jinyan's bed, feeling a wave of sorrow in his heart. Really, the captain, who seemed to have a potential partner, was going to ruthlessly starve his good brother, who grew up wearing the same pants. Lu Jinyan didn't notice Gu Shirshu's silly sorrow. After tasting the snacks sweetly, he carefully unwrapped the layers of cotton cloth. To his surprise, what was wrapped in layers of cotton cloth was actually a seal. Tonight, Song Tang also sent Lin he a seal. An incredibly unbelievable thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be that Song Tang is actually Tang Song? Chapter 29. Lu Jinyan's obsession with Song Tang. Almost immediately, Lu Jinyan dismissed this absurd thought. Tang Song was intelligent and open-minded, with a refined demeanor shaped by her extensive knowledge. She was the best girl in the world. How could she possibly be the same person as Song Tang, who hid such a large stash of drugs? There were plenty of people in the world who could carve jade, and both Tang Song and Song Tang happened to be skilled at it. That was completely normal. Furthermore, he had noticed the card on the gift box Song Tang had given to Lin he tonight. Her handwriting was different from Tang Song's, and the characters carved on the seal were also completely distinct. The Tang Song he admired and Song Tang were definitely not the same person. The seal that Tang Song had given him was slightly larger than an egg. The square base supported an eagle soaring high in the sky. The feathers on the eagle were intricately carved, lifelike, as if the majestic eagle had aspirations to soar into the clouds. Just like him, he too had lofty ambitions. Lu Jinyan gently stroked the seal in his hand, and his perfectly shaped thin lips couldn't help but curve up. He truly liked the gift she gave him. He thought he would cherish it for a lifetime, even wanting to take it to his grave when he died. Wow, Commander, is this the seal the little girl made for you? Did she carve it by herself? It's so beautiful. Lu Jinyan was lost in extreme excitement and sweetness when Gu Shirshu's loud voice suddenly rang in his ears, completely ruining the moment. Commander, you're smiling so enchantingly. Still won't admit you're in a relationship? Commander, considering that we shared pants and slept in the same bed when we were kids. If you're in a relationship, just tell me. In a relationship again. Lu Jinyan was the typical cold, fair skin type, even if exposed to wind and sun. With just a little covering, his skin would quickly return to its cold whiteness. Therefore, under the lights, the redness on his face, ears, and even neck appeared exceptionally obvious. Gu Shirshu was even more shocked. Is the commander blushing? This rough and tough man is actually shy? Is the sun rising from the west? Just as he was about to tease him further, he heard Lu Jinyan's cool and somewhat awkward voice. I'm not in a relationship yet. However, it might be soon. Commander, your heart has truly started to flutter. Lu Jinyan's personal matters were of great concern to his superiors. However, he had never shown any intention of being in a relationship, so his superiors were eager to introduce someone to him. The last time Gu Shirshu went home, his father, Commander Gu, even asked about Lu Jinyan's personal life. If everyone knew that the commander was about to have a partner, they would surely be very excited. Commander, your face is so red. What's your future sister-in-law's name? Which unit is she in? Does she look especially beautiful? When can I have dinner with her? What did she say in the letter? Did she say I love you? Seeing Gu Shirshu firing off questions like a machine gun and awkwardly speaking broken English, his big eyes darting towards the envelope, Lu Jinyan was utterly disgusted and couldn't help but kick him. Get lost. Gu Shirshu cried out, clutching his butt. Really? There's no brotherly love left. The commander, who prioritizes romance over friendship, is about to lose his cute little friend. Gu Shirshu acted dramatically, filled with various sorrows. But he knew the commander was about to read his future partner's letter, so he couldn't disturb him. He jumped outside, helped Lu Jinyan close the dormitory door, and returned to his own dormitory next door. Lu Jinyan didn't immediately open the envelope. After getting up and locking the dormitory door from the inside, he sat up straight and carefully opened the letter. This time, there were 3 sheets of paper inside the envelope. Lu Jinyan, I received the fabric coupons. Unfolding the letter, looking at the delicate yet playful and lively handwriting on the paper, Lu Jinyan's sharp brows seemed to soften considerably. I'm actually super capable. I can make my own clothes. I went to the state-run store and bought several beautiful pieces of fabric. I'm planning to make a few skirts and a super beautiful qipao. She chattered on the letter, mostly about ordinary daily life. For instance, she went to the black market and found several pieces of Hetian jade. And she was especially lucky to buy an authentic piece by Tang Bohu. She said that decades later, the Hetian jade would definitely appreciate significantly, and antiques would be hard to come by, and by then, she would surely become a little rich woman. For example, she had some snacks from Daoxiang Village today. She thought the jujube cake from Daoxiang Village was particularly delicious, so she bought some for him. For example, those trivial daily matters were recorded in her words and sent to him. He read every word and line, feeling an overwhelming sweetness in his heart. His feelings surged wildly, and he desperately wanted to see her. In his 24 years of life, he had never longed to see a girl like this before. He wanted to talk with her heart to heart. He wanted to drink and celebrate with her. He wanted to think of her obsessively. In fact, as long as it was her, even if they didn't speak and only exchanged a smile, he would probably feel happy. Lu Jinyan read the letter 7 or 8 times before carefully placing the paper back into the envelope and picking up a pen to write her a reply. He knew that they hadn't corresponded very often, and it would be abrupt to suddenly suggest meeting. However, at this moment, his usually proud self-control was rarely unable to hold up. He still wrote on the letter, "Can we meet?" After finishing the letter, the sky was already slightly bright. After a short nap, he drove to that little alley and placed the letter in the mailbox. He had one day off each week. With 6 or 7 days until his next day off, he thought he should take advantage of today and get the letter to her as soon as possible. He also hoped that she would be willing to meet him. Today was the day to sign up for the art troupe, with a written exam in a week. After Song Tang signed up for the art troupe, she stopped by the alley to check for any replies from the newspaper office. She found a reply from the newspaper office, because her martial arts novel had received a particularly good response. The newspaper had raised her payment to 3 yuan per 1,000 words. Recently, she had sent a manuscript of over 7,000 words to the newspaper, so she would receive around 22 yuan. She planned to send this payment to Zhang Qiaowei, hoping that the simple, kind woman who truly cared for the original owner could live a good life. She had just sent a letter to Lu Jinyan the day before. She thought it would take at least the day after tomorrow or the day after that to receive his reply. So she was quite surprised to find his reply in the mailbox today. Didn't they say that transportation was slow back then? Was communication in the 1970s this fast? Song Tang didn't know that every time Lu Jinyan personally or through someone else directly placed the letter in that mailbox, she could only tell herself that it must be a matter of proximity. After sending the money to Zhang Qiaowei, Song Tang returned to the military compound. To her surprise, as soon as she entered the compound, she heard many neighbors gossiping. Is this the Song Tang who messes around with men? Yes, that's her. I heard from Zhou Li that when she was in the countryside, her behavior was improper, and she even had an abortion. Not just an abortion, she even had a child. I heard from Lily that she doesn't even know who the child's father is because sometimes she sleeps with several men in one day. Ugh, so filthy. A woman like her wants to join the art troupe. It's simply ruining the morals. I'm going to report her and have the art troupe cancel her exam qualification. I'll go too. We absolutely can't let such a loose woman into the art troupe. The neighbors spat at Song Tang a few times and then left the military compound in a group. Obviously, they were going to report Song Tang together. Watching their hurried figures running away, Song Tang's face turned slightly pale. In this era, having a bad reputation is a major issue. Even if she has never been in the woods with a man, with so many people reporting her to the art troupe, they would still cancel her qualification for the exam. And in this era, joining the art troupe is the only way she can think of to realize her dream of dancing. These rumors could ruin her dream. Chapter 30, she wore a wine-red nightgown that drove him wild. She couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She had to fight back. Jolie. Song Tang quickly picked up key information from the discussions of these people. The so-called scandal about her relationships, abortions, and having had children was something these neighbors heard from Jolie. And Jolie, this big mouth, was Song Nanqing's best friend. It was likely that this time, it was Song Qingyao who incited Song Nanqing to scheme behind her back, making her not only infamous, but also unable to participate in the art troupe's exam. Unfortunately, they underestimated her, Song Tang. She, Song Tang, whether in her past life or this one, was never a fool to be slaughtered at will. Tang Tang. Just as Song Tang was coldly thinking of a countermeasure, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly rode up on his phoenix bicycle. I heard a lot of neighbors talking about you. They're just talking nonsense. You don't need to take their words to heart. Although Lu Xiaoyu had a carefree personality, he was quite civilized. This time, he even cursed, showing how angry he was. Song Tang felt warm inside. She noticed the military green short sleeve of Lu Xiaoyu was ripped in several places. And she guessed that some of his playmates must have been bad-mouthing her, and he had fought with them. She didn't want him to get into fights because of her, so she calmly advised him, "I'm fine. It was Song Nanqing who instigated Zhou Li to frame me, and I have a way to make them turn on each other. Lu Sangu, can you help me with something?" Hearing that he could help Song Tang, Lu Xiaoyu ceased his cursing and hurriedly got off his bike to listen to her instructions. The book also mentioned Zhou Li, Song Nanqing's good friend. She was a cannon fodder with even less screen time than the clown Song Nanqing. The book briefly mentioned one thing. Song Tang had an excellent memory. Even if the cannon fodder's plot was just a brief mention by the author, she remembered it. Zhou Li had an affair with Section Chief Wu, Song Nanqing's direct superior. She often wore sexy nightgowns, claiming to visit Section Chief Wu's bedroom wife, but actually played around with him. Section Chief Wu was a well-known good man. He was promoted because his superiors thought highly of his character and his care for his wife, who had been bedridden for over 2 years. Using his wife to gain a good reputation, he secretly had been involved with the widow Zhou Li. Only her close friend Song Nanqing knew about Zhou Li's affair with Section Chief Wu. If everyone found out about it, Zhou Li would definitely think Song Nanqing had betrayed her, and they would fall out. The favor Lu Xiaoyu could help her with was quite simple. She imitated Song Nanqing's handwriting and wrote many notes saying that Zhou Li wore a wine-red sexy nightgown to seduce Section Chief Wu and didn't come home all night. She asked Lu Xiaoyu to secretly throw these notes in crowded places. Lu Xiaoyu was most skilled at doing such things. After throwing the last note, he was already hearing many neighbors discussing Zhou Li and Section Chief Wu. He didn't dare delay and hurriedly told Song Tang the news. Song Tang knew that the Real show was about to begin. "Song Nanqing, get out here." Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to ask Song Tang if she needed him to do anything else, they heard Zhou Li's furious roar. They exchanged glances and hurried downstairs to watch the commotion. No matter the era, everyone loves gossip. Zhou Li and Section Chief Wu's scandal spread like wildfire in the courtyard. And seeing Zhou Li storming towards the Song family, everyone would definitely follow to watch the fun. Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji were both off today. They had gone out early to buy things and heard many people discussing Song Tang on their way back. They hurried home and saw that the shared yard with the Lu family was filled with neighbors. Thinking they were here to cause trouble for Song Tang, they exchanged glances and hurriedly protected her. They didn't know what had happened to Song Tang in the countryside. However, during their time together, they could feel that she was not the kind of child who would get into trouble. Even if she had been bullied in the countryside, it was because they had found her too late and hadn't protected her well. They were still alive and couldn't stand by and watch their own daughter get bullied again. "Tang Tang, don't worry. Mommy will protect you." Qin Xiuji held her hand tightly. "It's just the art troupe. If you can't join, we'll find another job for you." Song Tsongrong awkwardly comforted her too. "Even if you can't find a job, it's okay. Dad can support you." Song Tang was quite surprised. She hadn't expected the couple, who favored Song Qingyao so much, to protect her when everyone else was slandering her. However, what she wanted wasn't to be sheltered under someone else's wings. She wanted to soar freely like an eagle. The art troupe, she would definitely join. "Song Nanqing, are you dead? Come out." The Lu couple just happened to return from outside. They had also heard the rumors outside. Lenny was just about to step forward to comfort Song Tang when Zhou Li had already charged into the Song family's living room, seemingly mad with rage. "Li, what are you doing here?" Song Nanqing, who had been happily reading martial arts novels and eating sunflower seeds in her bedroom, was unaware that Zhou Li and Section Chief Wu's scandal had become common knowledge. Seeing Song Tang nearby and many neighbors flooding into the yard, she thought they had come to scold Song Tang for being a loose woman, and a smug look appeared in her triangular eyes. She was just about to seize the opportunity to belittle Song Tang to get more people to report her to the art troupe when suddenly her left cheek stung painfully. She couldn't believe that Zhou Li, who was like a sister to her, would slap her hard. "Zhou Li, why did you hit me? Are you crazy?" Song Nanqing was stunned. She wasn't a pushover either. After coming to her senses, she raised her hand to hit back. Zhou directly grabbed her hair. With her long nails, she clawed fiercely at her face. Did you hit the wrong person? Nankshink. Zhou, let go. I'm hitting you, you bitch. Zhou had no intention of letting go. She used both hands and feet, tearing at Song Nanqing more fiercely. She knew that her affair with Section Chief Wu could no longer be hidden, and both of them would have to face punishment. She couldn't turn the tide, and she wouldn't let the person who had ruined her life, Song Nanqing, get away with it. I've only told you about wearing a wine-red sexy nightgown to seduce Section Chief Wu. Now everyone knows. If it wasn't you who set me up, who is it? You harmed me so badly. I want to let you off. I'll tear that foul mouth of yours apart. Song Nanqing was even more confused. Both she and Zhou had lost their husbands early and enjoyed scheming against others. They had a lot in common and were very close. That time, she accidentally caught Zhou going to Section Chief Wu's house. After repeatedly questioning, Zhou, blushing, told her that she had been with Section Chief Wu for a long time. That night, Section Chief Wu whimsically asked her to wear a wine-red sexy nightgown to meet him. That night was particularly thrilling. Section Chief Wu had given his wife sleeping pills, and she suddenly woke up, scaring both of them. She indeed knew about Zhou climbing into Section Chief Wu's bed while wearing a wine-red sexy nightgown. But she hadn't told anyone else, so how could it be common knowledge? It was definitely Zhou who told others and framed her. Thinking about carrying the blame for someone else, Song Nanqing was furious. I didn't tell anyone. It must be you who has a big mouth and told others. You can't control your own mouth. How dare you come to me for trouble? Zhou, get out now, or I want to let you off. You didn't tell anyone? Zhou was directly angered to laughter by Song Nanqing's ridiculous words. She threw the notes she picked up from the road at Song Nanqing's face. This is clearly your handwriting. How can you still deny it? Yes. You said that Song Tang is bad and asked me to plot against her. I think the most malicious person in the Song family is you, who even schemes against your own niece. Originally, Zhou and Song Nanqing were good friends, and she certainly wanted to help Zhou plot against Song Tang. Now that she has completely tore her face with Song Nanqing, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and she suddenly finds Song Tang much more agreeable. Moreover, she hopes that Song Tang, Song Songrong, and others will stand on the same side with her to help her severely mistreat Song Nanqing. She spilled everything she knew like a broken bean. The rumors about Song Tang's chaotic relationships, having had an abortion, and even having had a child were all things that Song Nanqing made me fabricate. She called me trash, but she's not a good person either. Which decent aunt would casually plot against her beautiful niece out of jealousy? Everyone was shocked. The so-called improper conduct of Song Tang was mostly heard from Zhou among the neighbors in the courtyard. Who would have thought that Song Tang was actually maliciously plotted against? And Zhou's scheming was instigated by that troublemaker Song Nanqing. Chapter 31. They all like Song Tang. Originally, everyone's attention was focused on the crazily tugging hair ornament of Song Nanqing and Zhou. When they heard Zhou say that Song Tang was being slandered, everyone's gaze immediately fell on Song Tang. Upon seeing Song Tang's appearance at that moment, everyone was taken aback in unison. The Song family had 2 sewing machines, making it convenient for Song Tang to make her own clothes. Today, she was wearing a yellow broggy dress that she had made herself. The color yellow is particularly magical. For those with dark skin, it makes them look even darker. For those with fair skin, it makes them look even whiter. Song Tang's skin was as white as frozen milk, visibly delicate, and she stood in the living room wearing this yellow broggy dress, sunlight just streaming down on her, as if breaking through the gloom, like a sunflower thriving and growing vigorously in the sunlight. Bright, beautiful, clean, yet with an unapproachable pride. The neighbors in the military compound had mostly heard of Song Tang's beauty, but most of them had never closely scrutinized her face, and they didn't know she was this beautiful. Seeing everyone looking at her, Song Tang politely nodded to them, her lips curling up with a modest yet confident smile, with deep dimples that seemed sweet enough to spill over like honey, dazzling the neighbors' eyes. Indeed, Song Tang's smile was too beautiful. It was like a graceful butterfly landing on a sunflower, waving in the wind, making the sunflower even more radiant, causing even the dazzling sunlight to dim in comparison. People are like this. When they have decided that someone is bad, they find them disgusting, and even if that person is beautiful, they will think of her as a seductress. But when they believe someone is innocent, even feeling guilty for misunderstanding that person, beauty becomes a plus. Now, their sympathy and guilt for Song Tang doubled. Having lived in the same compound for so long, it was the first time I had seen Song Tang. How could this child be so handsome, like one of the seven fairies? Yes, Song Nanxing was originally just average-looking, standing in front of Song Tang, like a pile of dung. No wonder she was so jealous of her, making Jolie go around slandering her. I have never seen a girl more beautiful than Song Tang. Commander Song and Dr. Qin are truly lucky. I just went to the cultural troupe to report Song Tang. Oh, I must have been out of my mind. I need to quickly clarify things at the cultural troupe. The ones who should be reported are the troublemaker Song Nanxing and Zhou Li and Section Chief Wu, that pair of adulterers. I will go too. The neighbors who had just teamed up to report Song Tang quickly ran out of the compound to report Song Nanxing and the others instead. Song Tang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since these people were willing to go to the cultural troupe to explain the situation, she definitely would not be disqualified from the exam. Song Nanxing, you are just a shameless little bug. In fact, many people had already gone to report Zhou Li and Section Chief Wu. Seeing more people going to report them, Zhou Li hated Song Nanxing even more. She directly grabbed a broom beside her and fiercely jabbed it towards Song Nanxing's face, saying, "You can't stand to see me do well. You want to drive me to death. I tell you, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. And Zhou, don't hit my aunt anymore." Song Tang didn't like to act, but she was always smart, and her learning ability was terrifyingly strong. If she wanted to act, her skills would be no worse than anyone else's. She knew that once the seed of doubt was sown, it would be hard to completely uproot it. There were still a few people who suspected her, thinking that she might have some issues with her conduct while living in the countryside. She wanted to guide Zhou Li to say more, to completely clear her name and wash away the dirt on the original owner. So she still put on a worried look to mediate. Is there a misunderstanding between you and my aunt? She is really a good person. She wouldn't slander me outside. Song Tang, are you stupid? Seeing Song Tang foolishly defending Song Nanxing, Jolie became anxious. After knocking Song Nanxing down with the broom, she stepped on her back and viciously pointed at the back of her head. Song Nanxing harmed you like this, and you still help her speak? Weren't you always wanting to join the cultural troupe's dance team? She asked me to slander you, just to get the neighbors to report you. So you would be disqualified from the exam and couldn't enter the cultural troupe. You were just too young and too naive. You can't even imagine how disgusting Song Nanxing. This old poison really is. The crowd suddenly realized. So, Song Nanxing created rumors about Song Tang just to prevent her from entering the cultural troupe. Thinking of how many people had fallen for Song Nanxing's trick and really went to the cultural troupe to report Song Tang. The few remaining doubts about Song Tang completely vanished. They only felt pity for her. Clearly, she was the true daughter of the Song family. But she had been switched at birth and raised in the countryside for 18 years. Now that she had finally returned to her biological parents, wanting to find a job, she was still being plotted against like this. Song Nanxing was utterly shameless. You are talking nonsense. Jolie publicly revealing her unwillingness to let Song Tang enter the cultural troupe was like stripping her naked. In a panic, Song Nanxing actually got up from the ground. She yanked Zhou Li's hair ornament. You are the real old poison. Zhou Li, if you dare to slander me again, I won't let you off. Slander you? Zhou Li was so angry she laughed. She mercilessly yanked a large handful of Song Nanxing's hair. Are you saying you can't stand to see Song Tang do well and don't want her to enter the cultural troupe? Do you dare to swear to the heavens? Swear on your precious Su Shanshan's life. Bitch. Su Shanshan was Song Nanxing's prized possession, and Zhou Li's words sounded like a curse to her. Song Nanxing, filled with hatred, also yanked a large handful of Zhou Li's hair. Song Nanxing was not a particularly smart person. Now, filled with shame and anger, she couldn't hold back her true feelings. And they slipped out. Song Tang, that illiterate who didn't even graduate from elementary school, is just a country bumpkin. She doesn't deserve to enter the cultural troupe. She even wants to join the dance team. She thinks she is gold when she is just a pile of dung. It's simply overestimating her own worth. My Yao Yao is the real talent for dancing. Song Tang, This lowly person isn't even worthy to carry Yao Yao's shoes. The mention of Song Qing Yao immediately made her the focus of the crowd. Song Nanqing's scheme to slander Song Tang was known to Song Qing Yao. Hearing that many neighbors went to the cultural troupe to report Song Tang, Song Qing Yao was overjoyed. Seeing Zhou Li and Song Nanqing crazily pulling hair ornaments and inexplicably clearing Song Tang's name, she was furious. Now that she saw Song Nanqing actually pushing her out, she wished she could slap this fool Song Nanqing to death. Indeed, Song Nanqing's words were too easy to misinterpret. It was as if Song Nanqing was deliberately targeting Song Tang for her sake. How would that make everyone think of her? Sure enough, after hearing Song Nanqing's words, discussions erupted in the yard. So, Song Nanqing harmed Song Tang just to help Song Qing Yao. Could it be that this was a scheme planned by Song Qing Yao and Song Nanqing together? If Song Qing Yao was involved, then she was too terrifying. Yes, as a foster daughter, raised by Commander Song and Dr. Qin, she should be grateful. How could she harm the true daughter of the Song family? Song Nanqing also seemed to be a foster daughter of the Song family. No wonder she would help Song Qing Yao. I see these two are cut from the same cloth. Don't you think Song Tang's face and figure are particularly suited for dancing? Song Qing Yao looks okay on her own, but standing next to Song Tang, she looks like a maid. No wonder she feels such a sense of crisis about taking the cultural troupe exam with Song Tang. Standing next to Song Tang, she looks like a maid. She is just a foster daughter. The discussions around her felt like knives cutting at Song Qing Yao's eardrums. She was so furious that she couldn't help but tremble with rage. It's all Song Tang's fault. If it weren't for Song Tang insisting on coming back to compete with her for things, the neighbors wouldn't belittle her like this. She cannot be doubted. She cannot be underestimated. She must fight back for herself. Chapter 32 Tang and Song. Let's meet. Song Qing Yao bit her lip hard, bent her legs, and knelt heavily at Song Tang's feet. Immediately after, she slapped herself without any novelty, feeling wronged. She pitifully sniffed, and tears fell like golden beads. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I've never harmed you. I really didn't participate in today's incident. I know nothing about it. Please don't hate me, okay? I'm really grateful to Mom and Dad for raising me. In my heart, you're my closest kin. If only my leaving can make everyone happy. Even if I'm reluctant to leave you, I can go. I can leave right now. Song Qing Yao had grown up under the watchful eyes of the neighbors in the courtyard. Seeing her kneeling on the ground, bruising her own face, and crying so miserably, they immediately dispelled their doubts about her, leaving only pity. Qing Yao is also a poor child. Her biological parents are no longer around. Where can she go if she leaves the Song family? Who suspected Qing Yao of harming Song Tang just now? We've watched Qing Yao grow up. How can we not know her character? Suspecting her like this is simply inhumane. Qing Yao, don't cry. If anyone doubts you again, Aunt Yuling will be the first to not spare them. With Yao Yuling speaking up, the neighbors in the courtyard rushed to defend Song Qing Yao. Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji were even more heartbroken, their eyes red. Qin Xiuji stepped forward and hugged her tightly, tears streaming down her face. Qing Yao, what nonsense are you saying? You are Mommy's treasure, Mommy's life. If you leave, how can Mommy live? Song Tsongrong gently wrapped his arms around his wife and daughter, unable to help but wiped the corners of his eyes. Qing Yao, don't say such silly things again. In my heart, you're the biological daughter of both me and Xiuji. No one can make you leave our family. But it seems I made my sister unhappy. Song Qing Yao continued to cry heartbreakingly, as if the whole world had wronged her. Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji kept comforting her, wishing they could show her their hearts to let her see how much they cared for her. Watching Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji dote on their precious Song Qing Yao, Song Tang felt inexplicably cold inside. There was also a hint of indescribable sadness. She wasn't someone who couldn't be reasoned with. People are not heartless plants. After spending a long time together, there will definitely be feelings. Just like Zhang Xiaohui and her husband. They treated the original owner as their own daughter and cared for her in every way. She could understand how Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji treated Song Qing Yao well. She never intended to target Song Qing Yao at first, but Song Qing Yao wouldn't tolerate her. She was not a ninja turtle. How could she keep indulging her? Moreover, even now, Song Qing Yao knelt in front of so many people, slapped herself, and repeatedly said she made her unhappy, wanting to put her in a difficult position, wanting everyone to think she couldn't tolerate her. Why should she let her have her way? Song Tang despised the act of kneeling in public to gain sympathy. But when it came to fake crying, she would not lose to Song Jinyan. Her long, thick eyelashes trembled slightly, and 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. I didn't hate Song Jinyan, and I wasn't unhappy. Why do I seem to be the one in the wrong when I clearly did nothing wrong? Dad, Mom, was I not supposed to come back? I can go back to the countryside. My room can be given to Song Jinyan. I can leave right now. As Song Tang spoke, putting on a show of wanting to leave, Qin Xiuji's eyes instantly filled with guilt upon hearing her mention her room. Song Tang's room was less than half the size of Song Qingyao's. In fact, the Song family had never treated Song Qingyao poorly. Instead, they had put their own biological daughter in a position of grievance. She couldn't help but let go of Song Qingyao and hurriedly hugged Song Tang tightly. Tang Tang, you did nothing wrong. It was Mommy who didn't do well enough. Mommy let Qingyao live in the best and biggest room on the 2nd floor, but let you live in a room converted from a storage room. Mommy was really unfair and biased. In the future, Mommy will try to be fair and will not let you suffer anymore. The scene was filled with sighs. Who would have thought that the Song family would let their biological daughter live in the worst room? Plus, when Song Tang cried, it was truly heart-wrenching. Like a vibrant sunflower suddenly stripped of its vitality, it made one feel unbearable to watch. The neighbors in the courtyard's pity for Song Qingyao lessened significantly, while their sympathy for Song Tang surged. At first, Song Tang was fake crying, but thinking about how the original owner would rather jump into the water to commit suicide than let that scoundrel Zhao Jing get his way, and how she was always rumored to have improper conduct in the countryside after coming to the capital, she couldn't help but shed a few genuine tears. The day the original owner jumped into the river, she had already died. She really felt sorry for the original owner. She clearly did nothing wrong. Yet it seemed that no matter what she did, it was wrong. Even her biological parents seemed to love Song Qingyao more. I never wanted to drive Song Qingyao away, and I never bullied her. Dad and Mom both know. Qin Xiuji and Song Tsongrong were completely flustered upon seeing Song Tang cry so hard. They hurriedly comforted her, already forgetting about the sobbing Song Qingyao. Song Nanqing, you harm me so much. I won't let this go with you. We'll see. Jolie had fought with Song Nanqing for so long and was also tired. Seeing that everyone's attention was no longer on her and Song Nanqing, she angrily grabbed her face and turned to leave. Upon hearing Jolie mention Song Nanqing's name, Song Tsongrong's handsome face instantly darkened. He also realized that Song Tang was crying so badly because Song Nanqing was the culprit. He turned his face, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing her face. Song Nanqing, to tarnish your own niece with such filthy words, you are worse than a pig or dog. Go find a place to live by yourself and move out within a month. What? Song Nanqing was alarmed and cried. She had grown accustomed to living for free at her brother and sister-in-law's house. Asking her to move out and spend her own money was like taking her life. You can't treat me like this, big brother. Song Tang is a troublemaker. She deliberately harmed me, Shut up. Song Tsongrong sternly interrupted her. If you dare to tarnish Tang Tang's reputation again, get out right now. Song Nanqing was still extremely unwilling. But Song Tsongrong's iron-blooded demeanor was too frightening when he reprimanded her with a cold face. She dared not retort. She could only hope that the neighbors would speak up for her. After all, brothers and sisters-in-law should take care of their younger sister. And it was immoral for her big brother to kick her out of the house. To her surprise, after hearing Song Tsongrong's words, the neighbors actually applauded and cheered, saying that Song Nanqing was not without hands and feet, and that the couple had long been right to let her live on her own. Many neighbors also scolded her as a gossiping woman. Shameless. Furious, Song Nanqing nearly spat foam and fainted. Jolie had already left in a huff, and the neighbors, having lost interest in the commotion, dispersed. Song Qingyao had been living in the East Room for so many years that Song Tsongrong and his wife could not let her switch rooms with Song Tang. They also sent many good things to Song Tang's room to make up for their shortcomings toward her. This made Song Nanqing and Song Qingyao even more furious. Song Qingyao desperately wanted to see Song Tang fall into despair and never be able to rise again. But now, Song Nanqing was worried about Zhou Li and that section chief Wu would retaliate against her. It was not the right time to incite her. Thinking about how Su Shanshan would soon be on summer vacation, Song Qingyao's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Shanshan was even more brainless and malicious than Song Nanqing. She was a much better weapon than Song Nanqing. Song Tang was destined to be Song Qingyao's defeated opponent, destined to be nothing more than a rat in the gutter. Foul and unappealing. Song Tang knew that Song Nanqing and Song Qingyao were both waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. She couldn't be bothered with their anger and resentment. After chatting with Lin He for a while, she returned to her room and took out the reply letter from Lu Jinyan. She thought that this time, he would just talk to her about ideals, about the future, or share a few mundane details of life. She never dared to imagine that he would actually say in the letter that he wanted to see her. Chapter 33. Lu Jinyan has feelings for Song Tang, but is unwilling to have children with her. Song Tang was almost scared to death. She felt that her relationship with Lu Jinyan was somewhat like an online romance from her time. Online romances are sweet during chats, but often fall apart when reality hits. If she really met Lu Jinyan, their relationship would likely crumble. He had warned her multiple times not to flirt carelessly. Perhaps knowing that the person he was corresponding with was her, he might think she was trying to seduce him again. Song Tang did not want to face his cold, unpleasant face. She definitely did not want to be warned sternly again. But the Lu Jinyan who wrote to her made her feel a connection, a meeting of minds. And she did not want to lose him as a pen pal. After thinking it over, she replied in her letter that she was extremely ugly. In this world, not everyone judges by appearance. But men, in essence, do prefer good-looking women. She thought that by saying she was ugly, Lu Jinyan would surely give up on the idea of meeting her. From then on, they would only share life and discuss life as pen pals. Lifelong pen pals. Nothing more. Every time Song Tang wrote to Lu Jinyan, she had endless things to say. Seeing his letter mention that the seal she sent him was beautiful and that he liked it very much, the corners of her lips couldn't help but lift in joy. He also praised her skillful hands. Instead of being modest, she felt a bit proud. He even complimented the snacks she sent him. She thought of sending him another package in her next letter. Supporting her chin with her hand, she would sometimes smile foolishly and sometimes lower her eyes to write. Rambling on, and this time, she wrote 3 full sheets of paper. After sealing the envelope, she suddenly realized something very serious. If he were to judge by appearance, would he not want to correspond with her anymore after she said she was ugly? Song Tang's pretty little face instantly fell. She really enjoyed the feeling of corresponding with Lu Jinyan. She did not want to lose such a good pen pal. But if he really stopped writing to her because of her looks, she might feel a bit disappointed, but she wouldn't be sad. She definitely wouldn't be reluctant, because someone like him did not deserve to be her pen pal. 2 days later, Lu Jinyan received a reply from Tang Song. He took the letter from the mailroom and was about to open it when Uncle Jean from the mailroom suddenly called out to him, saying that Commander Lu had called him, and he had to go take the call first. "Grandpa, what do you need me for?" On the other end of the phone, Commander Lu was extremely excited. He had received the seal that Song Tang had personally carved for him today. The pine and crane, symbolizing longevity, was both stable and grand, and he loved it to bits. His admiration for Song Tang increased several notches, and he couldn't help but call to matchmaker with his eldest grandson. "Xiaoyan, you should come home this week and spend more time with Tang Tang." Lu Jinyan wasn't stupid. He naturally heard that Commander Lu wanted to meddle in his romantic affairs. When he received the letter from Tang Song, the hard lines of his face seemed to soften. At this moment, when he heard Commander Lu mention Song Tang, his starry eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. "Grandpa, there is no possibility between me and Song Tang. I have said that as long as she stays in the compound for a day, I cannot go home. Do not try to matchmake me with her again. I will never like her in this lifetime. You little brat." Commander Lu was almost furious. He thought Song Tang was perfect in every way, more than enough for his little brat. Seeing his grandson so resistant to her, Commander Lu was naturally unhappy. He pressed down on his wildly beating heart and continued, "Tang Tang is so smart. She can even carve jade. How can a girl like her not compare to that goo kid? You'd rather hang out with that goo kid all day than pay attention to Tang Tang. Is your head stuck in a door or something?" The goo kid mentioned by Commander Lu clearly referred to Gu Shixiu. Lu Jinyan had not been hanging out with Gu Shirshu. He could understand why Commander Lu suddenly brought him up. It was just particularly baffling. However, since Commander Lu mentioned Gu Shirshu, after a moment of contemplation, he honestly replied that Song Tang was definitely not as good as Shirshu. You. Commander Lu was so angry that it hurt his heart. He took a deep breath to regain his voice and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you talking? How can Tang Tang not be as good as that Gu kid? Have you ever seen a girl more beautiful than her? Oh no, you've made my heart condition flare up again. You must come home this weekend and have dinner with Tang Tang." Lu Jinyan was completely uninterested in Commander Lu's scheme. He directly exposed the facade and said, "Grandpa, you don't even have a heart condition. Where is this heart condition flare-up coming from? I'll say it again, even if I like Shirshu, I would never like Song Tang. There is absolutely no possibility between us." Oh no. Commander Lu was so angry that he clutched his heart and gasped for breath. Lu Xiaoyu heard the noise and ran over to help him catch his breath, and he calmed down a little. He then shouted with full vigor, "No matter how good Gu Shirshu is, can he have children? Do you really want me to be unable to hold my great-grandson? My life is so miserable. At my age, I can't even hold my great-grandson. I might not even live to see that day." Lu Jinyan really thought Commander Lu was particularly abnormal tonight. Why was he constantly targeting Gu Shirshu? And could Gu Shirshu have children? Gu Shirshu was a normal man. Why couldn't he have children? He found discussing whether Gu Shirshu could have children with Commander Lu quite boring. He only wanted to completely dispel Commander Lu's thoughts of matchmaking him with Song Tang. "Grandpa, your health is so good. You can definitely live for several more decades. I don't believe that in a few decades, Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu still want to be able to give you a great-grandson. You little brat, you just want to kill me." Commander Lu was so angry his eyes bulged, and after glancing at the seal in his hand, he slowly calmed down. He carefully placed the seal on the table beside him, and anyway, you must come home on Saturday night. That girl Tang Tang is so pretty. You aren't ugly either. The children you two have will definitely be good-looking. He and Song Tang having children. Lu Jinyan's handsome face suddenly turned as cold as if it was covered with frost. He coldly interrupted Commander Lu's voice, not giving him any chance for fantasies. "I will absolutely never have children with Song Tang." To completely dispel Commander Lu's expectations, he added, "Even if I were to have a bunch of children with Shirshu, I would never have them with her." He hurried back to his dorm to read the reply from Tang Song, said goodbye, and coldly hung up the phone. Commander Lu on the other end was directly struck by despair. After putting down the phone receiver, he looked at Lu Xiaoyu with extreme sadness. "Did you hear what your brother just said? He actually wants to have a bunch of children with that Gu kid. Can they even have children together? He just wants to drive me to my grave." Lu Xiaoyu was also quite shocked by Lu Jinyan's earlier words. He hadn't expected his big brother, who looked so manly, to actually have such a peculiar preference. His clear, deer-like eyes were filled with shock at the overturning of his worldview. Afraid that Commander Lu would really be angered into some health issue, he still comforted him against his conscience. Big brother might just be confused for a moment. We can persuade him more, right? I must bring him back to the right path. Commander Lu slammed the table hard, resolutely declaring, "I must continue to matchmake him with Tang Tang." After all, Commander Lu had never seen a girl more beautiful than Song Tang. He thought that if even Song Tang couldn't bring his eldest grandson back, it would be even harder for other girls to do so. "If I, Lu Jinhua, can't win him back, I'll turn my name around for him to read." Lu Jinyan didn't know that Director Lu was gritting his teeth, determined to pull him back onto the right path. Right now, he felt both joyful and anxious. Every time he received a reply from Tang Song, his cold heart would uncontrollably swell with sweetness. But he was particularly worried that she might not want to see him, and tonight he felt especially uneasy. As he opened the envelope, the usually steady and composed him couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his fingertips. Would she, after all, be willing to meet him? Chapter 34. They found a man for Song Tang to share a wedding night. Finally, he saw her reply. She said she was particularly ugly, with terrifying scars covering half of her face, and if he saw her, he would definitely find her frightening. She was unwilling to meet him, preferring to be pen pals instead. Looking at the words in the letter, he could roughly imagine her appearance, but he wouldn't find her scary. He felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. It was the first time in his life that he felt such deep sympathy for a girl. She was a smart and spirited girl, full of literary grace. She loved this world, had aspirations and dreams. She should be laughing freely, living boldly. Yet because of her face, she had to endure countless prejudices and ridicule, and he was truly driven mad with heartache for her. He also experienced the pain of a heart like a knife. He admired her particularly for not succumbing to the malice of the outside world. Instead, she worked hard to improve herself and wrote such beautiful and grand words. This world is never lacking in beautiful women. Yet he felt that her resilience and indomitable spirit made her more beautiful and precious than those who were merely good-looking. He couldn't help but write on the letter that indeed some people care more about a woman's appearance, but there are also those who admire a noble soul. Tang Song, you are truly wonderful because your resilient and upward spirit shines brightly. Lu Jinyan was usually calm and composed. Even Lu, the chief, had once criticized him for being wise beyond his years, like an old man. But now, he found it hard to keep his composure. He wanted to see Tang Song even more. He wanted to hold her hand and tell her face to face that she was beautiful in his eyes. He wanted to see her, hoping that when they were both old and gray, they could still share a smile under the sunset. But clearly, she was not yet willing to fully open her heart to him. Even though he desperately wanted to see her, he would still choose to respect her for the time being. However, he believed that one day she would be willing to meet him, willing to walk a long road together. The seal that Tang Tang gave me is really beautiful. Chief Lu liked to play chess with a few old friends at the alley's entrance. After receiving the seal that Song Tang gave him, he couldn't help but show it off, making his old friends envious. Song Nanqing came home from work and saw Chief Lu boasting about the seal Song Tang gave him at the alley entrance. Hearing him and his old friends praise Song Tang endlessly, she was so angry that her face turned green. Today, she had just gone through a harrowing experience. Zhou Li and Section Chief Wu were under investigation. After the investigation, it was discovered that Section Chief Wu often abused his veteran wife, Lin Jing. The incident involving him and Zhou Li had a particularly bad impact, and both were dismissed. Lin Jing had actually discovered their affair a long time ago. But her children were developing in another city, and the letters she wrote to them were always checked by Section Chief Wu, leaving her unable to confide her plight to the outside world. Now that Section Chief Wu was under investigation, she could finally take the opportunity to divorce him. Her children also never expected their father to be such a disgusting person. In a fit of anger, they severed ties with him and brought Lin Jing to live with them. Unfortunately, even though Lin Jing's children felt particularly sorry for her and wanted her to enjoy her old age, she was already gravely ill and had little time left to spend with them. Section Chief Wu was sentenced. Zhou Li lost her job and hated Song Nanqing. This afternoon, Zhou Li charged into the workplace with a knife, intending to harm Song Nanqing. Song Nanqing was so shocked that she was dumbfounded, but fortunately, someone called the police, and the police arrived in time to reprimand Zhou Li, preventing her from causing further trouble for Song Nanqing. After enduring such grievances outside, Song Nanqing returned home only to find Chief Lu and others so fond of the Song Tang she hated most, which made her even more furious. Entering the living room, she angrily grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and smashed them into the trash can. After smashing the seeds, she felt particularly pained. But she couldn't very well dig the seeds out of the trash can, could she? After this commotion, she hated Song Tang even more. "Aunt, what's wrong with you?" Song Qingyao came downstairs, gently hugging Song Nanqing's arm and softly expressing her concern. "It's that BTCH Song Tang." Song Nanqing huffed angrily. "If she hadn't moved into the Song family, I wouldn't have been so unlucky lately. She flatters Chief Lu all day. She just wants to marry into the Lu family. The third son of the Lu family is from my Shan Shan, and she thinks she can steal a man from my family just because she has a seductive face. How shameless." Seeing Song Nanqing's expression of wanting to devour Song Tang, Song Qingyao couldn't be happier, but she still suppressed her joy and feigned a helpless and troubled look to comfort her. "Aunt, you really shouldn't be angry anymore. Sister is indeed very capable. Being angry won't help. It's better if we get along well with her in the future." "Impossible." Song Nanqing jumped up from the sofa in anger. "Get along well? Am I supposed to watch her steal my fiancé?" That BTCH must pay the price. This family can have her or me, but not both. Song Qingyao also hoped Song Tang would quickly leave the Song family. Over the past few days, she had devised a perfect plan to make Song Tang suffer immensely. However, she was accustomed to wearing a mask of kindness and wouldn't be foolish enough to appear as the villain herself. Seizing the opportunity, she said to Song Nanqing, "Actually, it's not impossible for sister to leave the Song family. Once she gets married, she can leave." Upon hearing this, Song Nanqing's eyes lit up. But soon, she became furious again, because she felt that Song Tang didn't deserve to marry a good man. What if Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji found a good match for Song Tang? Song Nanqing would be suffocated. Song Qingyao was clever enough to sense what Song Nanqing was worried about. She lowered her voice and said, "I think sister is quite compatible with Uncle Jinbao." Song Qingyao mentioned Uncle Jinbao, and Song Nanqing naturally knew who it was. Su Jinbao, her late husband's younger brother, was known as a notorious good-for-nothing in the capital. He was already 30 years old, but due to not having a proper job in the past and causing trouble everywhere, no girl was willing to marry him. Song Nanqing's triangular eyes instantly lit up. She thought Song Qingyao was really too smart. A rogue paired with a BTCH. Was there a more fitting match? Song Tang and Su Jinbao were simply a match made in heaven. However, she soon became troubled again. She hugged Song Qingyao's arm and couldn't help but whisper her concerns. "You know how Su Jinbao is. He often flirts with young girls and has even been to jail. My brother and sister-in-law definitely wouldn't want Song Tang to marry him." Song Qingyao had long had a scheme. However, she was always aloof and didn't want people to think she was plotting against Song Tang. So she didn't directly tell Song Nanqing what to do. Instead, she feigned a troubled look and murmured, "Yes, sister definitely wouldn't want to marry Uncle Jinbao. But he's really quite nice. He's a city dweller. Actually, for sister, who comes from the countryside, marrying him would be an elevation. If Uncle Jinbao and sister end up in a situation where they have to get married, my parents would definitely support them being together." But it seemed unlikely for them to end up in such a situation. Song Nanqing fell silent. However, she absorbed everything Song Qingyao said. Indeed, once Su Jinbao slept with that BTCH Song Tang, even if her brother and sister-in-law didn't approve of the marriage, they would have to support it. After all, if everyone believed that Song Tang had already been played and discarded by Su Jinbao, men even worse than Su Jinbao wouldn't want to marry her. Her eyes were darting around as she considered the feasibility of the plan. This Sunday, Song Tsongrong and Lu Shoujiang's comrade's son was getting married. At that time, Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji, as well as Lu Shoujiang and Lin He, would all need to go to Jiangcheng for the wedding. They would have to leave home on Saturday night. Lu Xiaoyu was the best man, and Lu the commander was the efficient, so he would definitely go too. The housekeeper had conveniently taken leave to return to her hometown. She and Song Qingyao could find another excuse to go stay outside, and by then, only Song Tang would be left at home. She could give the house key to Su Jinbao, and it would surely work. She was waiting for Su Jinbao to have his way with Song Tang. It would be best if it became widely known. That way Song Tang, that vixen, would have to marry Su Jinbao, that rogue in disgrace. The vixen could forget about competing with her Shan for a man. Chapter 35, Wild at Night. Boundless charm Song Tang was unaware of the malicious schemes of Song Nanqing and Song Qingyao. On Saturday afternoon, after finishing her exam, she conveniently went to Shursan Hudong to pick up Lu Jinyan's reply letter. This year's written test for the cultural troupe only included math and Chinese. Song Tang wasn't boasting. Those two exam papers were truly too easy for her. She felt that the questions on the paper were at most at the level of a third-year middle school student. As long as she didn't lose points on the essay, she believed she could score full marks in both Chinese and math. Those who ranked in the top 10 in the written exam would advance to the final specialty test, and she was sure she would make it into the cultural troupe. After returning to her room, she opened Lu Jinyan's reply letter. She thought that most men preferred pretty girls, and since she claimed to be extremely ugly, he would likely be much colder towards her. However, to her surprise, the usually taciturn Lu Jinyan had written her a full 3 pages. In the letter, he said that her soul was noble and that her inner beauty was the most precious. He also said that she was an exceptionally good girl, better than anyone else. In reality, Song Tang had never seen Lu Jinyan's soft side. Every time they met, he would only coldly keep his distance from her. But the Lu Jinyan who wrote to her made her feel especially warm. Reading the moving words on the letter, Song Tang couldn't help but smile foolishly. She also felt pretty good about herself. Playfully and boastfully, she wrote back to him, confidently stating that her inner beauty was indeed quite remarkable. She wrote 3 whole pages in no time. On her way back, she accidentally found a perfect, beautiful 4-leaf clover and couldn't resist pressing it between the pages of her letter. The 4-leaf clover represented luck. She hoped that both she and Lu Jinyan could have luck and that their wishes would come true. After sealing the envelope, she fell asleep feeling quite content. Even before sending the letter, she was already looking forward to his reply. That night, Lu Jinyan returned to the compound. He had always wanted to give Song Tang a gift. Suddenly, he remembered that he had previously received a particularly beautiful pen as a reward for his merit in the army. Since joining the military, he had achieved many merits, and each time, he would be rewarded with a pen. However, the pens he received before were all men's pens. His commander hoped he would find a partner soon, and last time, he specifically had someone exchange his reward for a lady's pen. He certainly couldn't use a pink pen himself, so after receiving it, he had put it at the bottom of his drawer. Now, he wanted to find that pen. He thought that a lively and playful girl like Song Tang would definitely like a delicate pink pen. Since Song Tang's room was right across the way, he had no plans to sleep at home that night. After getting the pen, he intended to drive back to the dormitory. However, he unexpectedly saw a figure crouching outside the window across the way. For a moment, Lu Jinyan thought he had seen wrong. He quickly walked to the window, pulled the curtains wide open, and indeed saw a man outside the window. The next second, that man nimbly opened Song Tang's window and climbed inside. Lu Jinyan particularly disliked Song Tang. However, Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji had treated him very well. He certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch. Moreover, Song Tang had saved Liang Tingxue before. This time, he would consider it repaying her previous kindness, and from now on, they would owe each other nothing. Seeing that the man had already climbed inside, Lu Jinyan didn't dare to delay at all and hurried downstairs. The main door of the Song family's living room was locked from the inside. Song Tang's room door was surely locked as well. Entering through the door would take up a lot of time. Ultimately, he decided to climb through the window as well. Su Jinbao, this rogue, was particularly concerned about a woman's appearance. He really wanted to be Song Jun's son-in-law. But if Song Jun's daughter was too ugly, he wouldn't want her either. Song Nanqing had told him that Song Tang was good-looking, but he was afraid she was just deceiving him into helping her with things. So he needed to confirm it himself. After climbing in through the window, Su Jinbao turned on the light in Song Tang's room. He thought that Song Tang would at most be of average looks, and she could never be prettier than the flower of the compound, Song Qingyao. To his surprise, he saw a face that was absolutely stunning. For a moment, he thought he had seen a fairy, imagining that he would soon be sleeping with such a beautiful fairy, who happened to be the biological daughter of Song Jun. Su Jinbao couldn't help but feel elated. He quickly unbuckled his belt and lunged towards Song Tang. "Tang Tang, baby, I'm coming." "Who?" Song Tang was blinded by the bright light. She instinctively opened her eyes and met a pair of eyes shining with lewdness. Her heart raced in fear, and she instinctively wanted to scream for help. However, before she could open her mouth, Su Jinbao had already tightly covered her mouth and nose. In his hand was a thick towel, which was clearly smeared with drugs. The pungent smell penetrated Song Tang's mouth and nose, and her body instantly turned limp, unable to muster any strength. Su Jinbao noticed the change in Song Tang's condition and felt immensely pleased. He lewdly winked at her. "Tang Tang, you just asked me who I am. I'm your dear husband. Tonight is our wedding night. Once you become my woman and carry my child, Song Jun will definitely agree to our marriage. Tonight, husband will take good care of you. I promise to make you." Bang! Su Jinbao pouted. Just as he was about to pull off his black mask and kiss Song Tang, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was Lu Jinyan who had kicked him hard to the ground. Where did this stinky kid come from, daring to? Su Jinbao grinned in pain. He had never suffered such a big loss before. Just as he was about to get up from the ground to take revenge on this stinky kid, he saw Lu Jinyan's face. Remembering Lu Jinyan's terrifying fighting ability, Su Jinbao felt his hair stand on end. He knew that if he stayed here any longer, He would not only fail to take advantage of Song Tang, but would also be beaten badly. He didn't dare to fight and didn't care that he might break his leg. He quickly climbed up to the windowsill, gritted his teeth, and jumped down from the second floor, limping as he rushed out of the courtyard. The only thing he was grateful for was that he hadn't pulled off his mask. Otherwise, if his identity was exposed, Song Songrong would definitely not let him off. Just moments ago, Su Jinbao had covered Song Tang's mouth and nose with a thick towel, leaving her in unprecedented despair. She thought that tonight she would truly be violated by that beast. In fact, she had even thought that if he really disregarded her will and assaulted her, she would bite her tongue and commit suicide. Unexpectedly, Lu Jinyan suddenly appeared and saved her. When Su Jinbao jumped out of the window, she clearly heard his scream. He had obviously fallen hard. He definitely wouldn't dare to come back tonight. But experiencing such a terrifying event for the first time, she still felt particularly panicked. Seeing Lu Jinyan with a cold face and silent, about to leave, she instinctively reached out to grab his arm. However, due to the potency of the drug on the towel, when she suddenly moved her body, she rolled off the edge of the bed. When people fall, they instinctively try to grab onto something. That was exactly what Song Tang was doing now. She flailed her arms and legs a few times and finally managed to grab onto Lu Jinyan's pant leg. When Lu Jinyan felt someone suddenly grab his pant leg, he instinctively looked down and saw Song Tang's current appearance. Just moments ago, Song Tang had been lying on the bed, tightly covered with a blanket, and he and Su Jinbao hadn't seen anything inappropriate. But now, as she rolled off the thin blanket, she was only wearing a dark green, plain little top and a light, fluttering pair of shorts. The dark green top was particularly short, exposing a large section of her fair, slender waist. Her two slender white legs were presented before him without any concealment. Like a newly transformed spirit in the woods, they exuded vibrant colors and scents, mixed with innocence amidst boundless allure. No matter how one looked at it, it felt anything but solemn. Temptress. Chapter 36. Song Tang made Lu Jinyan blush. At this moment, her soft, delicate little hand was still tightly gripping his pant leg. As she looked up at him, he could clearly see her fair and exquisite swan neck, her collarbone that was unbelievably beautiful, and Lu Jinyan's ears suddenly burned. He recalled the cream he once had in the Soviet Union. He hurriedly averted his gaze from her, his voice cold, as if it came from the depths of an icy hell. "Take your hand off. Don't touch me." Seeing that her hand remained on his pant leg, he felt she was particularly thick-skinned and coldly shook her hand off. She still couldn't muster any strength. When he shook her hand away, she slumped helplessly to the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he unexpectedly caught sight of a large expanse of her pale skin, nearly blindingly white. The back of her dress, which was dark green, was still only tied with a single strap. She lay there like a stranded mermaid. Her waist-to-hip ratio was astonishing. He couldn't endure it any longer and, after averting his gaze again, said coldly, "Who told you to dress like this?" She was dressed in such an inappropriate manner, not only lacking dignity, but also appearing particularly frivolous. Song Tang was delicate and particularly afraid of pain. Originally, when she accidentally fell off the bed, she felt as if her bottom had split into several pieces and hurt terribly. Now, being inexplicably scolded by him made her feel even more aggrieved, and her eyes turned red. She didn't think there was anything wrong with how she was dressed. She had just been sleeping. Who sleeps in their own room dressed in layers upon layers? Comfort was the priority. She sniffed and couldn't help but retort, "Do you dress tightly when you sleep?" Lu Jinyan was momentarily at a loss for words. When he sleeps, he only wears his underwear, which seemed even less than what she wore. However, she was not anyone to him, so he didn't need to say such things to her. He didn't want to waste any more time with her and was about to leave through the window. However, just as he had taken a few steps toward the window, he heard her voice again. "I want to drink water. Can you please help me pour a glass? I can't move right now." Perhaps it was due to inhaling too much of the drug, but Song Tang's throat was so dry it hurt. She didn't want to trouble Lu Jinyan, but her throat felt like it was going to crack, and it was too uncomfortable. Even knowing he would likely disdain her, she still mustered the courage to speak up. "No." Lu Jinyan inadvertently saw her current state. The girl had red-rimmed eyes and a red tip of her nose, as if she had suffered a great injustice. He was absolutely certain that the woman he hated the most was Song Tang. But for some reason, looking at her with red eyes, clearly wanting to cry, yet trying hard not to let the tears fall, his heart felt as if a knife had pierced it. He had clearly said he wouldn't pour her water, yet when he came to his senses, he found he had already poured her a glass of water. Lu Jinyan wished he could chop off his disobedient hands, but it would be even stranger if he poured the water and didn't give it to her. After releasing a bit of cold air with a stern face, he still coldly handed the water to her. "Thank you." Song Tang didn't expect him to kindly pour her water. After receiving it, she quickly thanked him politely. Her throat was so parched it felt like it was on fire, and she immediately took a big gulp. But the drug given to her by Su Jinbao was really too overpowering. Her limbs were still weak, and the cup that usually felt light in her hands now felt heavy as 1,000 pounds. She couldn't hold the cup steadily, and, just after taking a sip, the ceramic cup slipped from her hands and shattered into many pieces on the ground. Troublesome. Lu Jinyan's handsome face darkened, as if someone owed him millions. He really didn't want to take care of her. However, she couldn't move, and there were shards of porcelain all around her. If those shards pierced her, it would be a hassle. If it happened just right, it could even be fatal. He could only coldly take off his outer coat and drape it over her, helping her up. However, even though he was reluctantly willing to help her up, he didn't want any other physical contact with her. So before holding her, he warned her in an unfriendly tone, "Don't let your body touch me." Song Tang. How could she not touch him while he was helping her up? Was she supposed to do it from a distance? While she was at a loss for words, confused, he had already grabbed her wrist with a grim face. Clearly, this little bit of physical contact was his limit. Song Tang understood that in reality, he truly despised her. Since he had warned her like that, she certainly didn't want to have any physical contact with him, trying hard not to touch him. But even though he was strong, just holding her wrist, it was still difficult for him to lift her up when her body was as soft as mud. However, as he held her, she couldn't maintain her balance. And when she finally managed to stand, her body uncontrollably lurched forward. At that moment, he happened to be standing with his back to her bed. Coincidentally, as she lunged forward, she knocked the unsuspecting him onto the bed. The army green coat that had been draped over her slipped off, leaving her almost completely uncovered on top of him. What was worse, in such a dramatic turn of events, her lips just happened to land on his. Everything happened so suddenly. Lu Jinyan was overwhelmed by a sweet scent as something soft pressed down on him. Song Tang. When he came to his senses, he realized that her overly sweet and soft lips were tightly pressed against his, and the part he had instinctively grabbed was her tiny waist, which felt dangerously slippery. It was so soft that it seemed he could break her in half with just a little effort, and there was something even softer pressed against him. Her two soft, white legs were entangled with Song Tang, thinking about how he had been guarding against her. Yet tonight he was still pinned down by her on the bed. Lu Jinyan's face, which was undeniably handsome, turned almost ink black with fury. He awkwardly shoved her away, hurriedly getting up and keeping his distance from her. As he pushed her away in a rush, the light fabric on her body fluttered, revealing a large expanse of tender, soft white skin, like freshly whipped cream. Even from a distance, he could still vaguely smell her unique, sweet fragrance. He didn't want to stay with her for even a second longer. Lu Jinyan didn't even glance back at her, carrying his cold aura as he walked toward the window. When he looked down, he saw the shards of porcelain on the ground. He paused for a moment, but ultimately, he didn't stop to clean up. His body felt particularly strange now, and he didn't want her to notice anything unusual. Lu Jinyan was exceptionally nimble. He climbed out the window without the clumsiness of Su Jinbao, easily making it downstairs. Back in his room, he still felt very heated. He closed his eyes with a grim face, silently reciting the 3 major disciplines and 8 notes dozens of times until his body finally began to calm down. But even though his body returned to normal, his expression remained terrifyingly dark. Really, he hadn't been like this before. A year ago, when Song Qingyao had unexpectedly jumped into his arms, he had no reaction at all, only feeling disgusted. Why did his body always react so strangely when facing Song Tang? Chapter 37. Lu Jinyan thought of Tang's song. His his heart racing like crazy. The only explanation he could come up with was that he was a flirt, shameless. He was certain that he liked Tang Song. He wanted to hold Tang Song's hand and spend a lifetime with her. He had a girl he liked in his heart. Yet he frequently had uncontrolled reactions to Song Tang's body, making him feel utterly shameless. He was filled with self-loathing to the extreme. Tang Song, I'm sorry. Lu Jinyan couldn't help but grip the pink pen tightly. He was too ashamed to continue. Intense guilt and self-revulsion swallowed his heart. He silently vowed that he would no longer entangle himself with Song Tang. From now on, when he saw her, he would take a detour, never allowing her to touch him again. After a long time, he gently caressed that pink pen, murmuring as if in a dream, Tang Song, I really want to see you. So badly. He had never wanted to see someone so desperately. He wanted to meet her, get to know her, and stay with her. Unfortunately, she had not yet opened her heart to him. He didn't know when she would be willing to meet him. Do. Song Tang did not see the confidant she communicated with as the same person as the Lu Jinyan in reality. However, he always felt that she liked to tease people. Tonight, he was so fierce with her, and she was still a little angry. The drug Su Jinbao gave her worked quickly and faded just as fast. Not long after Lu Jinyan left, her strength returned. After cleaning up the broken porcelain on the floor and drinking a few sips of water, her body finally felt completely relaxed. Once she calmed down, she thought of an important plot point in the book. She vaguely guessed who the man tonight was. She wouldn't act rashly. She wanted to strike decisively. Noticing that Lu Jinyan's coat was still in her room, she directly grabbed his coat and coldly threw it out the window. Coincidentally, Lu Jinyan had just left downstairs and saw his coat fall into the yard. He bent down to pick it up. The night breeze blew past, and a faint, sweet fragrance rushed toward him. It was the sweetness of her scent. Those heated, impure images surged into his mind like a spell, intensifying his self-loathing. He didn't want to let Tang Song down, whether physically or emotionally. Even though she had never told him she liked him, he would definitely not wear the clothes that Song Tang had draped over him again. Even though he particularly hated wasting, he still threw that coat into the trash can with a grim face. After throwing away Lu Jinyan's coat, Song Tang immediately closed the window, not noticing this scene in the yard. However, when she turned her face, she saw the envelope pressed under the pen holder. This letter she had written to Lu Jinyan was originally intended to be sent out tomorrow morning. But thinking of his cold and arrogant demeanor tonight, she felt a surge of anger. Not to mention tomorrow, she wouldn't even consider sending this letter next week. She wanted to see how long he could be arrogant. Lu Shoujiang, Song Songrong, and others took a day off and would return to the capital on Monday. Lu Shoujiang originally planned to stay a few more days in Jiangshan, but upon seeing his old friend's grandson getting married, he was eager to bring his grandson back on the right path, so he returned early on Sunday afternoon. He personally found Song Tang to thank her for the stamp she gave him and insisted on inviting her to a state-run restaurant for dinner. Song Tang didn't want to make it so complicated, but Lu Shoujiang was too persistent and warm-hearted, so she could only agree to meet him at the state-run restaurant. After she nodded, Lu Shoujiang hurriedly went to the living room to call Lu Jinyan. He knew that if he mentioned wanting him to have dinner with Song Tang, he would definitely refuse. So, he cleverly told him that he had something particularly important to discuss with him, insisting that he must go to the state-run restaurant's Xingho private room before 7 o'clock, or he would bear the consequences. Since an elder invited her to dinner, Song Tang naturally arrived a bit early. By 6:30, she had already gone to the private room. She thought Lu Shoujiang would bring Lu Xiaoyu along. Who knew? After waiting for more than 20 minutes, she didn't see Lu Shoujiang, but instead saw Lu Jinyan. Lu Jinyan also didn't expect to see Song Tang in the private room. Upon meeting her shocked, almond-shaped eyes, he instantly understood what was happening. His grandfather was still not giving up, wanting to match him with Song Tang. He knew that Song Tang probably had no idea about what had happened tonight. But in order to ensure that she wouldn't cooperate with his grandfather's matchmaking in the future, there were some things he needed to clarify with her. Song Tang. Lu Jinyan's gaze was cold and sharp, piercing into Song Tang's face with a strong sense of pressure. The implication of drawing a line was especially clear. Tonight was a misunderstanding. I didn't know the person coming over was you. Song Tang understood. His words implied that if he had known the person coming was her, he definitely wouldn't have come. She felt the same way. She didn't interrupt him, but maintained a serious expression, listening for him to continue. In the future, if Grandpa asks you to go to certain places or do certain things, you don't have to cooperate with him. I want to fulfill Grandpa's wish of being in a relationship with you. His grandfather was frantic to have great-grandchildren, but he and she could never be in a relationship, much less have children. Thinking of how Lu Jinyan was eager for great-grandchildren, Lu Jinyan sneered coldly. His words seemed to be directed at Song Tang, but were more like a monologue. Grandpa expects me to have great-grandchildren with you. He might as well expect me to have them with Su Zizi. Su Zizi, Gu Shirshu. A genuine man through and through. He would rather have children with a man than with her, Song Tang. Song Tang was directly angered to the point of laughing by his words. She slightly lifted her chin, her watery almond eyes tinged with a hint of fierceness, resembling an irked little lion ready to bite. You can rest assured, I have no intention of being in a relationship with you. If I had known the person in the private room was you tonight, I definitely wouldn't have come either. In the future, I will have someone I like, and I will marry him and have children. But that person will never be you. Lu Jinyan was unwilling to say another word to Song Tang. He coldly responded, not looking at her again, and left without looking back. It was as if sharing the same air in the same place was an extremely unbearable thing for him. Dog. Looking at the tightly closed door of the private room, Song Tang couldn't help but wrinkle her face and mutter. Right now, she found him even more displeasing. She had originally thought about sending him a letter a week later. Now, she wouldn't even consider sending him a letter 2 weeks later. Whoever is anxious is a dog. Tang Tang, how was your dinner with tonight? As soon as Song Tang entered, Lu Jinyan eagerly approached to ask her. Song Tang's mood was quite complicated. She knew that Lu Jinyan liked this junior very much, and he was matchmaking her with Lu Jinyan out of good intentions. But she still hoped he wouldn't do that anymore in the future. After all, she didn't want Lu Jinyan to think that she wanted to entangle with him or had ulterior motives. After a moment of silence, she still spoke quite tactfully. Grandpa Lu, Brother Lu knows you want great-grandchildren, but it's unlikely for me and Brother Lu. You might as well expect him to be with Gu Shirshu. You little rascal. After hearing Song Tang's words, Lu Jinyan instantly understood that his little rascal had given the girl a cold shoulder. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Even after Song Tang entered the Song family's living room, he was still fuming. He was so angry that he wanted to break that little brat's legs. He was furious, cursing that little rascal in his heart before striding into the living room to call him. Soon, Lu Jinyan was called to the dispatch room to answer the phone. Brat. Hearing Lu Jinyan's voice, Commander Lu began to roar. What did you say to Tang Tang tonight? Are you really going to have a child with that Gu kid? Of course. Lu Jinyan could never have a child with Gu Shirshu, but there was no need to explain such things to others. However, Lu Jinyan didn't want Commander Lu to randomly introduce her to potential partners anymore, so she said, Grandpa, you don't have to worry about me finding a partner anymore. I already have someone I like. Her name is... Chapter 38. Lu Jinyan became emotionally involved and coaxed Song Tang. Director Lu thought he was going to say Gu Shirshu's name, and he was so furious that his vision went dark, feeling hopeless. He didn't want to hear that name. Interrupting him directly, no need to say, I don't want to hear it. In any case, don't always hang out with a bunch of brats. The more Director Lu spoke, the angrier he became, and he hung up the phone. Lu Jinyan was unaware that Director Lu had completely misunderstood him. After ending the call, he searched the communications room for letters. There was no reply from Tang Song. He wondered if he would receive a reply tomorrow. The next day, Lu Jinyan did not receive a reply from Tang Song. After training, everyone else rushed to the cafeteria. But during this time after training, Lu Jinyan would first go to the communications room. Even though he went to the communications room at least 3 or 4 times a day by Thursday night, he still had not received a reply from Tang Song. For the first time, he experienced the feeling of anxiety and longing. He was afraid she had encountered something bad. He also feared she might not want to talk to him anymore. His longing grew, and the usually calm, steady, and unflappable him found it hard to sit still, unable to enjoy his meals. His heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Tang Song was just her pen name. At her request, His editor friend was unwilling to disclose her real information. He didn't know her real name, which house she lived in on Hutong, how many people were in her family, or what grievances she had suffered, because they had never met in reality. If someone bullied her, he couldn't stand by her side to shelter her from the storm. The thought of wanting to see her was like a raging wildfire. He wanted to know her true information. He wanted to be by her side for a long time. When she was happy, he wanted to see her smile and play. And when she was unhappy, he wanted to find a way to cheer her up. Commander, hasn't your future sister-in-law replied to you yet? Recently, Lu Jinyan frequently ran to the communications room. Others might not know the reason, but Gu Shirshu did. Seeing Lu Jinyan absent-mindedly stroking the seal Tang song had sent him. A rare look of helplessness appeared on Gu Shirshu's cold face, and he couldn't help but sit by his bed and tease, "Commander, you wouldn't have caught the love sickness, would you? Don't talk nonsense. Get out." Lu Jinyan had indeed caught the love sickness, but he didn't want to hear Gu Shirshu's nonsense. He was annoyed. Gu Shirshu, completely oblivious to being disliked, said, "If your sister-in-law hasn't replied, why don't you go find her?" "Commander, you wouldn't have upset your sister-in-law, would you?" Gu Shirshu's expression paused for a moment. He couldn't go find Tang's song. He didn't have her real information. If he went door to door looking for her, she would surely be unhappy if she found out. Gu Shirshu said he had upset Tang's song, but their correspondence had been quite pleasant. He really couldn't figure out where he had upset her. "Commander, if you upset your sister-in-law, you need to quickly coax her." Gu Shirshu glanced at Lu Jinyan's icy face and felt a bit helpless, but he added, "But Commander, I see you like this. You wouldn't know how to coax a little girl. How about I teach you?" Lu Jinyan found Gu Shirshu particularly noisy, but inexplicably, he was a bit curious about how to coax a girl, and he listened with red ears as Gu Shirshu continued. "Girls love sweet nothings. When you see your sister-in-law or write to her again, just say, 'Dear sweetheart, I miss you so much. Dear, you're the most beautiful in the world. My dear little treasure, my sweetie. Get lost. My dear little treasure, my sweetie.'" Lu Jinyan couldn't take it anymore and directly kicked Gu Shirshu off the bed. He was simply going crazy, expecting Gu Shirshu to give him advice. Gu Shirshu had never even dated. What good advice could he offer? Gu Shirshu didn't want to leave. He wanted to be the love strategist for the commander. However, the cold aura surrounding Lu Jinyan was truly terrifying, and Gu Shirshu felt anxious, eventually leaving his dorm in tears. Lu Jinyan kept hoping for Tang's song to reply to him, but as time went on without receiving her letter, he could no longer wait. After firmly closing the dorm door, he sat upright at his desk and decided to write her another letter. He also planned to send her that lady's fountain pen. Lu Jinyan felt that what Gu Shirshu had said earlier was too mushy and particularly unreliable. But when writing to Tang's song, he still wrote, "Tang's song, I miss you a little. I haven't received your reply for so long, and it makes me feel particularly uneasy. I'm worried you've been bullied, worried you've suffered grievances, also worried that I might have offended you unintentionally, and you don't want to talk to me anymore. Tang's song, please don't ignore me, okay?" It was the first time Lu Jinyan said such things to a girl, and he felt incredibly awkward. He thought these words were really too mushy. But in the end, he not only didn't cross out those words, but also, with red ears, wrote several more mushy sentences. After finishing the letter, he carefully sealed the envelope, placed the letter and pen into a box, wrote Tang Song's name and address on it. He originally planned to wait until tomorrow to ask someone to help him put the box in the mailbox on Hutong. But standing by the window, he felt that waiting until tomorrow was too late. So he took a few hours off and hurried to Hutong that night to drop the box in. He hoped this time Tang Song would reply to him quickly, if he still didn't receive her reply by the weekend. He was afraid he would fall seriously ill from longing. On Friday afternoon, Song Tang went to Hutong to collect the newspaper office's reply. Unexpectedly, she found a package from Lu Jinyan in the mailbox. She opened the box and saw not only a delicate rectangular box inside, but also a letter. She was genuinely surprised. She thought he would only write to her after receiving her reply. To her surprise, even before her letter had been sent, he had already written to her again. She wasn't used to reading letters on the way, so she put the small box and the envelope into her little cloth bag and walked towards a military compound. She was particularly curious about what he had written in the letter. After returning to the compound, she was eager to go back to her room to read his letter. However, she found many neighbors gathered in the shared courtyard between the Song and Lu families. Song Nanxing had been chattering away. Upon seeing her return, she raised her voice even higher. "Oh, the shameless cheater is back?" Scoring full marks in both Chinese and math. It's not like a country bumpkin can just get full marks. The neighbors looked at Song Tang with complex expressions. Last time, when Song Nanxing accused her of having an improper character, they indeed wronged her. But this time, it was hard for them to speak up for Song Tang. After all, under Song Nanxing's loud proclamations, everyone knew that Song Tang was a semi-literate who had barely attended elementary school. In this written examination for the art troupe, the talented Song Qinyao they admired only scored 87 in Chinese and 90 in math. How could the country girl Song Tang possibly score 2 full marks? The neighbors looked down on those with dishonest intentions. Thinking that Song Tang had only obtained double full marks by cheating, their gazes towards her were filled with disdain. The neighbors continued to murmur. From their discussions, Song Tang caught the key information. It turned out the results of the art troupe's written examination had come out. She had scored first with full marks, while the second place Song Qinyao had scored a full 23 points less than her. The neighbors believed that since she had hardly attended school, she couldn't possibly achieve such high scores, and thought she had cheated in the exam. Song Tang, I advise you to go tell the leaders of the art troupe yourself that you relied on cheating to pass the exam. Song Nanxing arrogantly raised her chin, nostrils flaring as if Song Tang were some filthy thing unworthy of her attention. She coldly sneered and sarcastically said, "Otherwise, when everyone reports you, you'll be even more embarrassed. Even your brother and sister-in-law will be implicated by you and become the laughingstock in everyone's eyes." Song Tang thought Song Nanxing was sick. The double 100 scores were earned through her own strength. Why should she accept the stigma of plagiarism? She coldly met Song Nanxing's gaze and pronounced each word clearly. "I did not plagiarize. I, Song Tang, have a clear conscience." "Huh, no plagiarism?" Su Shanshan is on summer vacation today. Previously, Song Nanxing had repeatedly told her over the phone that Song Tang was shamelessly trying to seduce Lu Xiaoyu, and she had always hated her. Now seeing Song Tang's extraordinarily beautiful face, she hated her even more. She raised her chin high, her eyes filled with disdain as she looked at Song Tang. Qin Yaojia is recognized as a talented woman. Will you, a clueless bumpkin and illiterate, know? How could you possibly score better than Qin Yaojia? Double 100? You idiot. Your plagiarism is so ridiculous. Just looking at the scores, it's obviously fake. Song Tang, I advise you to quickly go to the Arts Troupe and admit your mistake. Otherwise, we'll report you together and send you to the police station. Chapter 39. Song Tang amazes everyone with her strength. As Su Shanshan's words fell, many neighbors immediately echoed her. Shanshan was right. Song Tang, you should quickly go to the Arts Troupe and admit your mistake. Otherwise, we will definitely report you. I hate cheating the most. And I will report you too. If we all report you, you won't only be unable to join the Arts Troupe, but you'll also be taken to the police station. I advise you to admit your mistake yourself. Cheating is really disgusting. Commander Song, Dr. Qin is an upright person. How could he have such a daughter? Seeing the neighbors blaming Song Tang and saying they would report her to the Arts Troupe, Song Qinyao couldn't be happier. She was smart, elegant, noble, and excelled in her studies. Song Tang had outperformed her in the written exam, which made her feel particularly uncomfortable. However, now she didn't have to feel uncomfortable anymore. An illiterate could never come first. As long as the neighbors reported her to the Arts Troupe, Song Tang would definitely be disqualified from the interview. She valued her image the most, even though she was overjoyed and wanted to laugh out loud. She still put on a worried expression in front of so many neighbors and sincerely advised Song Tang. Sister, cheating is really a terrible behavior. Can you go to the Arts Troupe and clarify the situation? You don't have to be afraid. I will always be with you. How understanding Yao Yao is. Song Qingyao's kind and sensible demeanor earned her a lot of praise. Exactly. Yao Yao is such a good child. Although she is not the biological daughter of the Song family, I think she resembles Commander Song and Dr. Qin more than Song Tang does. I don't know which lucky guy will be able to marry such a good daughter-in-law as Yao Yao. I also want Yao Yao to be my daughter-in-law, but unfortunately, my son is useless and doesn't deserve Yao Yao. When looking for a daughter-in-law, one should look for someone like Yao Yao. not for a thick-skinned cheater. Song Tang was directly amused by the neighbors' discussions and Song Qingyao's hypocritical and pretentious words. To be honest, the education level in this era really couldn't be compared to the one she lived in before. In her previous life, it was unlikely for her to score full marks in the Chinese exam in high school. But the exam papers in this era were much simpler compared to her last life. It would be surprising if she didn't get full marks. She coldly met Song Qingyao's gaze, intending to tell her to stop pretending, when Song Tsongrong, Qin Xiuji, Lin He, Lu Shoujiang, and Lu Xiaoyu unexpectedly returned together. Seeing so many people gathered in the yard, Qin Xiuji was slightly taken aback before quickly stepping forward. What happened? Sister-in-law, you finally came back. Song Nanjing rolled his eyes at Song Tang before continuing. This cheating Go Song Tang is really disgusting. I don't know what method she used to get the answers for the Arts Troupe's written exam. Everyone knows she is illiterate, and she still copied a perfect score. Isn't she ashamed? Qin Xiuji and her husband exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness and disappointment in each other's eyes. After bringing Song Tang back to the capital, she and Song Tsongrong had been trying hard to make up for her. They loved her very much. But they both knew that Song Tang had hardly attended primary school, and the Arts Troupe's written exam papers were notoriously difficult every year. How could she possibly score a perfect score? She had missed her biological daughter's 18 years and didn't want to scold her. But she also didn't want to watch her go down the wrong path. After a moment of silence, she still held Song Tang's hand and gently advised her, Tang Tang, how about I accompany you to the Arts Troupe to admit your mistake? If you make a mistake and are willing to correct it, you're still a good child. We won't apply to the Arts Troupe. Even if you don't have a job, your dad and I can support you. Song Tang looked into Qin Xiuji's eyes and couldn't help but feel a bit more disappointed. She could sense that Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji had love for their biological daughter. But Qin Xiuji was too soft-hearted, and her trust in her was indeed pitifully low. She coldly withdrew her hand and stubbornly said, I didn't cheat. I scored full marks based on my own abilities. Why should I go to the Arts Troupe to admit my mistake? Even though I never attended school, I've always worked hard to self-study. My knowledge is no worse than anyone else's. Even if I took the exam 100 times, I would still be first in the written exam. Huh! Laughter erupted on the scene. Clearly, the neighbors all thought Song Tang was boasting. Song Nanjing laughed so hard he doubled over, spitting everywhere. He laughed for a long time before stopping, rolling his eyes and pointing at Song Tang, saying, even if you take the exam 100 times, you would still be first in the written exam. Huh! A cheating ghost doesn't even draft her boasts. How could a farmer, an illiterate who grew up in the countryside, possibly outperform our Yao Yao? What's wrong with being a farmer? Lin He increasingly disliked Song Nanjing. Seeing her finger almost poking Song Tang's nose, she couldn't help but protect Song Tang behind her. Now that workers and farmers are one family, Song Nanjing, do you still want to create class divisions? This is simply a reactionary act. After being hit with 2 big hats by Lin He, Song Nanjing found it hard to regain her voice for a while. And Lin He's voice continued, I believe Tang Tang didn't cheat. Tang Tang is so smart. She is much better at answering questions than Xiaoyu. It would be abnormal if she didn't come first. Yes, Tang Tang is much better than me. Not only is she better at answering questions, but her writing is also 1,000 times better than mine. I also believe that Tang Tang didn't cheat. Lu Xiaoyu stood tall and couldn't help but speak up for Song Tang. Su Shanshan was so angry she stomped her foot hard. She increasingly felt that Song Tang was an unashamed mistress. When they were children, they played house, and she had made a pact with Lu Xiaoyu. He said he would marry her when they grew up. Now Song Tang was clinging to him. Isn't she a mistress? What else could she be if not a vixen? Song Qingyao's face also didn't look good. She had always wanted to be the daughter-in-law of the Lu family and had put in a lot of effort to please Lin He. Lin He, Lu Xiaoyu, and others were all biased toward Song Tang. How could she be happy? She was eager for Lin He to dislike Song Tang. She stepped forward and sincerely and innocently said, Aunt Lin, my sister is very smart, but she has never been to school. This time she scored full marks. And everyone will suspect she cheated, which is not without basis. Basis? What basis? Song Qingyao's words did not make Lin He feel that she was understanding and sensible. Nor did they make Lin He dislike Song Tang. Instead, they caused Lin He's anger to rise. Lin, he sneered, and continued to address those gossiping neighbors. You want to report Tang Tang for cheating? Did you see her by the answers with your own eyes? Or did you see her cheating with your own eyes? The neighbors exchanged glances. They also didn't expect Lin he to protect Song Tang so much. They still believed that Song Tang must have cheated, but they indeed had no solid evidence and didn't know what to say for a moment. Since you didn't see Tang Tang cheat with your own eyes, your words are just slander. Lin's gaze slowly fell on Song Qingyao's face. If you don't believe that Tang Tang can outperform Yao Yao, let her take the exam again with Yao Yao in front of you. You cultured people who will set the questions for them. I happen to have a few sets of math and language exam papers. I will go get them now. The one speaking was Yao Yuling. She was a high school teacher and lived in the same alley as the Song family. Soon, she brought back 2 identical sets of math and language exam papers. She had always favored Song Qingyao and must have hoped she could outperform Song Tang. After distributing the exam papers to the 2 of them, she gently patted Song Qingyao's shoulder, saying, Yao Yao, do well in the exam. Aunt Yuling believes you are the first. Once we prove that Song Tang cheated, Aunt Yuling will definitely report her to the art troupe to seek justice for you. Song Tang didn't expect that Yao Yuling would bring 2 high school exam papers so quickly. She doesn't like to prove herself. But if Song Qingyao wants to embarrass herself in public, she will accommodate her. For the Chinese and math exams, Yao Yuling set each to an hour and a half. Song Tang thought that with such a long time, the neighbors wouldn't foolishly wait in the yard. She underestimated everyone's enthusiasm for watching the excitement, as not a single neighbor left midway. The exam papers Yao Yuling gave them were roughly at the level of a first-year high school student from Song Tang's era. But the questions were simpler and more straightforward. Song Qingyao started with the Chinese exam paper. Before she even finished her essay, Song Tang had already submitted her paper. Laughter erupted on sight. Clearly, everyone thought that Song Tang was just scribbling. After only an hour, how could she possibly finish such difficult papers? She must be giving up altogether. Yuling, hurry up and grade her paper. Song Nanxing and Su Shanshan urged Yao Yuling in succession, both eagerly wanting to see Song Tang make a fool of herself. They were waiting to see Song Tang score 2 zeros. Chapter 40. Lu Jinyan whispers sweet nothings to Tang Song. Yao Yuling also felt that Song Tang was definitely scribbling since she was doing it so quickly. She had been admiring Song Qingyao as she worked on her problems and hadn't noticed what Song Tang had carelessly written on the exam paper. With a hint of disdain, she picked up Song Tang's exam paper to grade it. She first looked at Song Tang's Chinese exam. When she saw the handwriting on the paper, she was completely stunned. Indeed, Song Tang's handwriting was beautiful. Song Qingyao had studied at the high school where she worked. At that time, Song Qingyao was the top student in the school, and her handwriting was famously beautiful, but still couldn't compare to Song Tang's. For a moment, Yao Yuling felt as if she were looking at a calligraphy book. She put away the disdain in her eyes and felt more serious and appreciative. She couldn't believe that Song Tang had gotten all the questions right. Her essay was also impeccable. She had always been strict, but with such quality work, she couldn't possibly deduct points randomly. Yuling, how is it? Did Song Tang get all the questions wrong? Seeing Yao Yuling staring blankly at Song Tang's exam paper and saying nothing, Song Nanxing couldn't help but feel anxious. Su Shanshan was also eager to see Song Tang embarrass herself. Aunt Yuling, did she make such ridiculous mistakes that she couldn't even pass? The earlier questions, Song Tang had gotten all right. Yao Yuling snapped out of her extreme shock and said quite reasonably, as for the essay, Song Tang's essay could be used as a model. If I were to grade it, I'd give her full marks. The whole place was shocked. Song Nanxing was so astonished that her eyes nearly popped out. She really couldn't have dreamed that Song Tang, who seemed so unrefined, could score full marks on the Chinese exam. No way, right? After a long while, Su Shanshan stammered, how could an illiterate score full marks? Aunt Yuling, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yao Yuling ignored Su Shanshan and, filled with joy and urgency, began grading Song Tang's math exam. Initially, she definitely had her own motives. She was hoping Song Qingyao would win. So, she specifically chose a difficult math exam. To be honest, when she first saw the last big question, she was a bit at a loss for how to start. After looking at the answer and pondering it repeatedly, she finally figured out the solution. She couldn't believe that Song Tang had gotten all the answers right. Having watched Song Qingyao grow up, she had a habit of favoring Song Qingyao over Song Tang. But as Yao Yuling, who was also a teacher, she couldn't help but admire a good student. After grading Song Tang's exam, her voice trembled with excitement as she said, "Song Tang got all the math questions right too. I've been teaching for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered a student who is this skilled at solving problems." When Yao Yuling said this, her voice carried a clear sense of regret. It was evident that she regretted that Song Tang was not her student. The neighbors in the yard were even more shocked. They had all been to school and could see that this math exam was quite difficult. They couldn't believe that Song Tang had still managed to score full marks. Could it be that Song Tang was a genius? Song Tang was amazing. She hadn't attended school for long, yet she could solve high school problems and get full marks. Indeed, Song Tang was really impressive. The two papers Yao Yuling had were quite challenging. It was quite normal for her to score full marks on these two papers. And for the performing arts troupe's written test, getting full marks was certainly not cheating. Would she need to cheat with her impressive problem-solving skills? She was indeed better than Qin Yao. She deserved to be first. These two sets of questions were too difficult, and Song Qin Yao was already struggling. Now, hearing Yao Yuling say that Song Tang had full marks on both papers, and with everyone saying she was inferior to Song Tang, she was completely thrown off balance. The big questions that she had found difficult before now left her even more confused. Even some questions that she usually found quite simple, she was now struggling with. At first, she wanted to use her own scores to slap Song Tang's face, but now, solving the problems had become a torment for her. She didn't even want to continue. However, the neighbors showed no signs of leaving. They were all watching her. If she simply gave up, it would be even more embarrassing. She could only grit her teeth and continue. It was a complete mess. Finally, she finished both papers. Yao Yuling shook her head as she looked at them. She didn't want Song Qingyao to feel too embarrassed, so she had graded a bit leniently. But in the end, Song Qingyao scored only 70 in Chinese and 72 in math. After grading the papers, Yao Yuling said honestly, Qingyao indeed didn't do as well as Song Tang. With Song Tang's abilities, there is absolutely no need for her to cheat in the performing arts troupe's written test. Everyone in the neighborhood agreed with Yao Yuling. After all, this exam was done right under their noses, so she could not have cheated. They certainly wouldn't report her to the performing arts troupe. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Song Nanqing refused to accept the facts. Then an idea struck her, and pointing at Yao Yuling, she said harshly, "Right? You must have secretly given Song Tang the answers. This country bumpkin could never score this high. Song Nanqing, are you crazy? What kind of person is Teacher Yao? Don't we all know? She has always been upright. How could she secretly give Song Tang the answers?" Without waiting for Yao Yuling to speak, the neighbors began to criticize Song Nanqing. Just look at Song Tang's essay. This handwriting, this writing style, could be cheating? She truly has talent. I think Song Nanqing is just twisted in her mind, unable to stand seeing her own niece do well. What niece? Have you all forgotten that Song Nanqing is also a foster daughter of the Song family, and not a real member? Yes, I almost forgot about that. No wonder all the Song family members are so good-looking. She's the only ugly one. It turns out she is just a foster daughter. You all are saying who is ugly? Hearing everyone not only clinging to her status as a foster daughter, but also saying she was ugly, Song Nanqing was furious. The neighbors didn't indulge her and shot back. Whoever is anxious is the ugly one. First, you spread rumors about your niece, and now you slander her for cheating. Song Nanqing, you are truly disgusting. Your elder brother and sister-in-law should have kicked you out of the Song family long ago. With your scheming nature, letting you stay in the Song family will only disturb the peace. General Song and Dr. Qin are truly fortunate. Their foster daughter is somewhat talented, and their biological daughter is even smarter. It's really enviable. Song Qingyao, who had always been proud and cared about her image, ran back to her room in tears after hearing everyone praise Song Tang. But she would not lose to Song Tang. The top 10 in the written test would have the opportunity for an interview. Song Tang was good at solving problems, but she didn't believe that a country bumpkin could dance. The final winner would definitely be her, Song Qingyao. Song Nanqing, being scolded by the neighbors, sneaked back to her room in humiliation. The neighbors were about to report her for cheating and apologize to Song Tang, and after praising her, they dispersed. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji were both shocked and regretful. They had never expected Song Tang to be so good at solving problems, yet they still doubted she had cheated, and she must have been very disappointed in them. After everyone left, they couldn't help but go to Song Tang's room, sincerely apologizing to her and giving her a lot of pocket money. But Song Tang still felt inexplicably upset. What she wanted more was the wholehearted trust and support of her parents, not to be misunderstood and then apologize to later. She really wanted to go home. She missed her parents and 7 brothers who were far away in the 21st century. But it seems that she can no longer find her way home. After Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji left her room, Song Tang closed the door and hurriedly opened the gift that Lu Jinyan had sent her. She didn't expect that he would give her a pink lady's fountain pen. Under the light, the pink pen sparkled with tiny glimmers, looking particularly beautiful. She really liked it. She smiled foolishly at the pen for a moment before opening the letter he had written to her. She didn't expect that someone as tough and cold as him would actually know how to coax a little girl. She saw him write in the letter, Tang's song. Please don't ignore me, okay? He even wrote a few lines that were a bit cheesy, almost like he was being a little spoiled. Chapter 41, they all knew that Song Tang was Tang's song. He said, Tang's song, if you ignore me, I will be very upset. I want to enjoy my meals. And I want to be able to sleep at night. I not only miss your replies, but I also miss you. Song Song. Song Song. Song Tang's heart skipped a beat. Since childhood, the people around her had always called her Song Tang or Tang Tang. It was the first time someone called her Song Song. It felt a bit strange, yet inexplicably made her ears feel very hot and her heart race out of rhythm. She felt that when he called her Song Song, it carried an indescribable ambiguity and seemed to flirt with her. What was their relationship? Friends above, but not quite lovers? Song Tang had never been in a relationship in her past or this life. She didn't really understand this feeling. But one thing she was sure of was that she liked the feeling of corresponding with Lu Jinyan, and she didn't want to lose him as her pen pal. In this letter, he expressed his worries for her. He said he was afraid something might happen to her, and that he couldn't be by her side to protect her from the wind and rain. If anyone bullied her, she didn't have to endure it. She could tell him. With him around, he wouldn't let her suffer. Song Tang felt that she was really easy to coax. Just a few days ago, he had coldly drawn a line with her and had warned her fiercely, which had actually made her a bit angry. She even thought about sending him a letter a month later. But after reading his letter, she not only wanted to send that letter quickly, but she also wanted to write a bit more. Facing the real Lu Jinyan, she felt that saying even one more word would be like feeding it to the dogs. But to her pen pal Lu Jinyan, she had endless things to say. She couldn't help but tell him about her disappointment and sadness tonight. She said that her parents didn't seem very willing to trust her. It seemed like they loved their other daughter more. The grievances in her heart seemed to open a floodgate, and tonight she particularly wanted to confide in him. Strangely, she also thought of the cold words from Song Qi and Song Zhoya before. She couldn't help but write that her brothers also particularly disliked her. She was actually a bit sad. She used to be very, very happy. She had family members who treated her like a treasure and a lot of love. But now, it seemed very lively around her, yet she felt all alone. She also couldn't return to that warmest home anymore. Unknowingly, she had filled 3 sheets of letter paper. She stuffed the new sheets she had just written along with the previous 3 into the envelope, planning to send them out tomorrow. Song Tang was optimistic, hardworking, resilient, and full of positive energy, whether in her past life or this life. She didn't like to spread negative energy. After sealing the envelope, she felt that the words she had written tonight might seem particularly pretentious to him, but she had already written it, and she didn't plan to take the sheets out. If he disliked her pretentious side and didn't want to be pen pals anymore, she wouldn't force it. Lu Sangu. After Song Tang went upstairs, Lu Xiaoyu was just about to follow Lu Shoujiang and Lin He back to the Lu family when Su Shanshan rushed over and tightly hugged his arm. Lu Xiaoyu was startled and quickly withdrew his arm, keeping his distance. Su Shanshan, didn't I say that we've grown up? Don't hug my arm for no reason in the future. Lu Sangu, you really have changed. Su Shanshan, who already hated Song Tang to the core, hated it even more that Lu Xiaoyu was so cold to her. She wished she could crush Song Tang to pieces. Is it because of Song Tang? I can tell from her face that she's a shameless vixen. She must have seduced you. Su Shanshan, are you sick? My dislike for you has nothing to do with Tang Tang. Lu Xiaoyu had never liked the arrogant Su Shanshan, and now he found her even more annoying. She was as sick as her mother, Song Nanqing. They both couldn't let go of their grievances and wanted to blame Song Tang. You say you hate me? Su Shanshan completely broke down, her dark complexion filled with shock and rage. It's all Song Tang's fault. When we played house as kids, you clearly said you would marry me when we grew up. Everything changed after that bitch Song Tang appeared. She's competing with me for men. I won let her have it easy. Su Shanshan was so unreasonable that Lu Xiaoyu was also getting anxious. A rare anger appeared on his youthful, handsome face. Can you take the childhood games seriously? When we played house, I also said I would marry Zhao Shuai and Song Zhouya. Does that mean I have to marry them? Also, Tang Tang and I are good friends. Stop slandering her. You really have a dirty mind. You see everything as dirty. You're crazy. Lu Xiaoyu didn't want to look at Su Shanshan again, and after throwing that remark, he hurriedly ran into his family's living room. Lin He and Lu Shoujiang didn't want to get involved in the younger generation's matters, and they had already entered the living room. However, they could still see Su Shanshan jumping up and down in anger from the window, gritting her teeth and cursing Song Tang, looking as if she wished she could tear Song Tang apart. Linny pulled the curtains and couldn't help but mutter. Song Nanqing and her daughter are really not normal. Xiaoyu is right. They really do have dirty minds. Seeing everything as dirty, it's a serious problem. Yao Yao has also been targeting Tang Tang lately. That child really is someone to be pitied. Lu Shoujiang agreed with his wife's words. He didn't comment on the Song family, but gently nodded. When Lu Xiaoyu entered, Lin he couldn't help but give him a glare. Stay away from Su Shanshan in the future. Don't let her cling to you. If she really becomes your wife, I want to have you as my son. Mom, what are you talking about? Lu Xiaoyu definitely didn't want to be paired with Su Shanshan. He was so anxious that his neck turned red. I'm not crazy. Why would I jump into a fire pit? Seeing her silly son getting anxious, Lin he didn't continue talking about Su Shanshan. A hint of gossip appeared in her beautiful Danfeng eyes. What about you and Tang Tang? Do you have the ability to make Tang Tang my daughter-in-law? Me and Tang Tang? Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. His clear, deer-like eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Mom, what are you thinking? Tang Tang and I are just good friends. She is so amazing. How could she possibly like me? Besides, I know my place. I'm not worthy of her. Hee. Anyway, I'm Tang Tang's best friend, her #1 fan. If anyone dares to take my place, I'll fight them. Dad, Mom, you don't know. Tang Tang is really amazing. She wrote heroic aspirations. Lu Xiaoyu got so excited that he started to talk too much. Realizing he had let it slip, he hurriedly covered his mouth. He hoped his parents hadn't caught on. But how could Lu Shoujiang and Lin He, being so smart, be easily fooled? Lu Shoujiang glanced at the equally shocked Lin He and couldn't help but ask, heroic aspirations? Are you saying that Tang Tang is the author Tang song? You heard wrong. Tang Tang, ISNT. She definitely ISNT. Lin He didn't believe his nonsense. You clearly just said that Tang Tang is the author of heroic aspirations. If you don't tell the truth, I will go tell Tang Tang that I know everything. No, Mom, you can't go. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Lu Xiaoyu was afraid his mom would really go to find Song Tang. If she did, she definitely wouldn't show in the manuscript first. And she might even ignore him. He pinched his lips in disdain, feeling like crying without tears. I found out by chance. Tang Tang always lets me read her manuscripts before submitting them to the newspaper. Dad, Mom, I'm begging you. Please help Tang Tang keep her secret. I promised her that I would keep her secret. And if she knew that I accidentally let it slip, she definitely wouldn't let me see the manuscript first. Nor would she tell me the upcoming plot. That would really drive me crazy. It's confirmed that Song Tang is now a household name in the Tang Song era. And the shock in Lu Shoujiang and Lin He's eyes increased severalfold. They both tacitly felt that their foolish son truly did not deserve Song Tang. They also knew that Song Tang was smart and a good kid, but they still didn't expect that she could write such a grand and magnificent martial arts novel. Thinking back to the last time she went to their second son Lu Yu's office and saw him so engrossed in reading heroic aspirations that he forgot to eat. Lenny couldn't help but have another thought. This daughter-in-law, Tang Tang, is definitely a keeper. The eldest and the third are not promising. So should she try to match Tang Tang with the second again? Chapter 42. Lu Jinyan is going on a date with Tang Song. She needs to find a time to test the waters with the second brother. Damn, that bitch Song Tang is so shameless. It makes me furious. After being bullied by Lu Xiaoyu, Su Shanshan stormed into Song Nanqing's room, fuming. Lu Xinggu clearly said he would marry me before. But now because of that bitch Song Tang, he actually said I'm crazy. It's all that bitch Song Tang's fault. She is a disaster. I will never forgive her. Did Xiaoyu really say you're crazy? Hearing Su Shanshan's words, Song Nanqing felt both angry and anxious. Su Shanshan gritted her teeth in anger, tears streaming down her face. Not only did he say I was crazy, but he also said he hated me. He never treated me like this before Song Tang appeared. She stole my man. I can't let her get away with it. Song Tang is indeed a despicable vixen. Song Nanqing was grinding her teeth in fury, especially thinking about how Song Songrong scolded her tonight and told her to move out quickly. She wished she could crush Song Tang to dust. Just as she was about to say something else, Song Qingyao suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji giving Song Tang pocket money was something Song Qingyao witnessed. She felt her parents were becoming more and more biased. She also hated Song Tang for always spending their family's money, especially recalling how Su Jinbao almost succeeded last time, but Lu Jinyan saved Song Tang instead. She couldn't forgive Song Tang even more. She vaguely sensed that the relationship between Song Tang and Lu Jinyan was not that simple. She would never let this country bumpkin take away her man and her parents and her brothers. She was madly thinking of ways to make Song Tang suffer irreparably. But she was used to wearing a mask of kindness and understanding in front of everyone, and there were some things she definitely wouldn't do herself. She also heard that Song Songrong had just severely reprimanded Song Nanqing. She knew that Song Nanqing must be itching to eat Song Tang alive right now. And if she added fuel to the fire, Song Nanqing and Su Shanshan, these two brainless knives, would definitely charge ahead for her. Auntie, Shanshan, don't be angry anymore. Song Qingyao used her usual trick, deliberately praising Song Tang to provoke Song Nanqing and her daughter. I didn't expect my sister to be so capable. We really can't compete with my sister. Let us all listen to her from now on. Yao Yao, you want me to listen to that little bitch? Not in this lifetime. Song Nanqing was so furious she could almost bite her silver teeth into pieces. She not only harmed me repeatedly, but also stole my Shanshan's man. I must make her pay. Actually, I have a way to make my sister leave the Song family and marry Uncle Jinbao. Song Qingyao gently bit her lip, pretending to look troubled as she said, "It's just that I think that S not very good." Both Song Nanqing and Su Shanshan's eyes lit up at the same time. Last time Su Jinbao couldn't make Song Tang and him become intimate, and they both felt particularly regretful. Now hearing Song Qingyao say she has a way to make Song Tang marry the rogue Su Jinbao, they couldn't be more excited. They urged Song Qingyao one after another. What is wrong with that? Yao Yao, you're just too kind. Hurry and tell us what we should do next. Yes, Qingyao, you're just too soft-hearted. Quickly tell us. What exactly is your plan? As long as you tell us the plan, my mom and I will do it. We absolutely want to involve you. This. Song Qingyao seemed to be in fierce struggle. After being urged several times by Song Nanqing and her daughter, she finally said slowly, "My sister's really good at doing problems, but she definitely can't dance. To win the interview, it's normal for her to maliciously harm me. This weekend is a public holiday. My eldest and second brothers promised me they would come home. I will wait for them at the alley entrance. Annie, you let Uncle Jinbao find a suitable time to ride his bike and hit me. After I fall to the ground, you let him run over my hand again." Song Qingyao planned very thoroughly. Su Jinbao running over her hand wouldn't affect her interview in 10 days, but the injury would look quite scary. Song Qi and Song Zhouye would definitely be heartbroken. After a pause, Song Qingyao continued, "My eldest and second brothers will definitely catch him. Just let him firmly bite down and say it was my sister who instructed him. He works for my sister, and she promised to marry him after he succeeds. Annie, it would be best if you gave Uncle Jinbao something private of my sister S. That way everyone would definitely believe they had an affair. By that time, Mom and Dad, my eldest and second brothers, would be utterly disappointed in my sister. Her reputation would be ruined. After they drive her out of the Song family, she could only marry Uncle Jinbao. Song Nanxing and Su Shanshan both thought Song Qingyao's plan was particularly good. The only thing they worried about was that Song Qingyao would get hurt. They each held her hand. Yao Yao, Annie is just worried about you. Yes, Qingyao, it would hurt so much if Uncle rides over your hand. It's okay. Song Qingyao's eyes were kind and sincere. You are all my family. As long as I can help you, I don't mind being hurt. Even if it costs my life, I'm willing. Yao Yao, Qingyao, you're really too good. Song Nanxing and Su Shanshan hugged Song Qingyao tightly. Moved to tears, but little did they know that in Song Qingyao's heart, they were just two useful, foolish knives. This time, Lu Jinyan received the letter very quickly. The letter Song Tang, mailed on Saturday morning, reached him by evening. Tomorrow is a public holiday. Gu Shirshu invited him to dinner at the state-run restaurant tonight. He refused. He wasn't in the mood to eat. He just wanted to see what Tang Song wrote in the letter. He also wanted to reply to her quickly, so that she might receive his reply tomorrow. The letter she sent this time was also packed in a box. Inside the box, there was not only a bag of Daxiankin snacks, but also a bag of dried cherries. The snacks smelled fragrant, and the dried cherries were very sweet, like drinking honey. It made his heart feel sweet all over. This time, she wrote him a total of 6 pages of letter. A 4-leaf clover, representing good luck, was tucked in the middle of the letter. Lu Jinyan carefully took out the 4-leaf clover and cherished it by placing it in his notebook. He would treasure every item she sent him. Seeing her playfully and proudly write in the letter that she also thinks her soul is quite beautiful. The corners of his lips couldn't help but rise in fondness. She is proud, and he likes it. She is smug, and he also likes it. He appreciates and likes every side of her from the bottom of his heart. The content of the first 3 pages of the letter was light-hearted, and Lu Jinyan's upturned lips had never fallen. But from the content of the latter 3 pages, he could feel her low mood and sadness. Seeing her say that her parents seemed to love their other daughter more, and that her brothers particularly disliked her, his heart ached like a knife. And when she said that once, she was very happy, and had a lot of love, Lu Jinyan felt even more pain. He didn't know her past life and this life, but looking at the sorrowful words filled with sadness in the letter, he thought she shouldn't have been that ugly at first. She probably suffered some injury that made her become very ugly. Thinking about how she had experienced the love of her family, and after she became ugly, her family not only didn't comfort her or care for her, but instead distanced themselves from her and despised her, leaving her to struggle alone in difficulties. His heart ached as if thousands of arrows pierced through it. He knew that not long ago. She just said she didn't want to see him, and he suggested meeting, which was very abrupt and reckless. But he missed her too much, and he was heartbroken for her, unable to suppress the surging emotions in his heart. He still couldn't help but say in his reply, Tang Song, I want to see you. Can we meet? Next weekend, on the 23rd, I have a public holiday, and I will wait for you in the peony room at the state-run restaurant at 68 West Street. If you come, I will be delighted. If you still don't want to see me, that's okay too. I will keep waiting for the day when you open your heart to me and are willing to meet me. After finishing the letter, Lu Jinyan realized it was already late at night. He knew that at this time, Tang Song would not be able to go to the mailbox to pick up the letter. Sending it now would be no different from delivering it tomorrow morning. But he just wanted to put the letter in the mailbox as soon as possible. It seemed that the earlier he put it in, the closer he would be to her, just a little bit closer. So, even though it was already late, he drove over to Shursen Hutong to send the letter. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Jinyan couldn't sleep. He wondered if this time, Tang Song would be willing to meet him. Chapter 43. Misunderstanding Song Tang. He panicked. Early in the morning, Song Tang went to the Lu family. Before coming to the capital, besides the pack of medicine, Zhang Xiaohui also gave her a peachwood pendant. The peachwood pendant, shaped like a peace buckle, was handcrafted by Zhang Xiaohui's husband, Song Jijuan, with her name engraved on the back, claiming it would protect her safety. This was the blessing and love from Zhang Xiaohui and her husband, which she wore every day except when bathing or sleeping. After taking a shower last night, she habitually placed the pendant on the edge of her wardrobe. This morning, When she went to get her clothes, she discovered that the pendant was missing. This made her think of a rather important plot point, and she wanted Lu Xiaoyu to help her with something. After Lu Xiaoyu left on her errand, Lenny pulled her aside and talked to her for quite a while before letting her leave. It hurt. It hurt so much. Almost as soon as she stepped out of the Lu family's living room, she heard Song Qingyao's faint voice. At that moment, she saw Song Qi rushing into the yard, carrying the injured Song Qingyao, whose calf was scraped and hand was bleeding. Song Zhuye was grabbing Su Jinbao by the shoulder and kicked him hard to the ground in the yard. "Mom, Yao Yao is hurt. Hurry and get the medicine box to treat her wounds." Song Qi and Song Zhuye shouted anxiously at the same time. They were initially planning to rush into the Song family living room, but upon seeing Song Tang, they both stopped in their tracks, glaring at her like she was their mortal enemy. "Song Tang, how dare you let that beast Su Jinbao harm Yao Yao like this? What face do you have to stay in our home?" After Song Qi finished speaking, Song Zhuye also spoke with extreme disgust. "Today you must get out of my house." "What happened?" Hearing the commotion, Qin Xiuji and her husband, Lin He, hurried into the yard. Even the cool-headed director, Lu, came in holding a stool. "Why is Yao Yao bleeding so much? Yao Yao, are you in a lot of pain?" Seeing Song Qingyao injured, Qin Xiuji's eyes turned red with distress. She directed Song Qi to place Song Qingyao on a nearby bamboo chair and hurriedly asked Song Songrong to bring her medicine box to treat her wounds. "It's all because of that disaster, Song Tang." Song Zhuye's handsome face was filled with anger. "I got beaten up, and that beast Su Jinbao said everything. Song Tang has nothing to do with it. He intentionally crashed into Yao Yao and maliciously ran over her hand. It was all instructed by Song Tang. Song Tang can't dance, and she's worried she won't pass the art troupe interview against Yao Yao. So she deliberately had her lover run into Yao Yao to ensure Yao Yao couldn't participate in the interview. Su Jinbao said that Song Tang promised him that as long as he injured Yao Yao, she would be his from then on. Isn't there's some misunderstanding? I don't believe Tang Tang would do such a thing. Lenny couldn't bear to see Song Tang wronged and couldn't help but speak up for her. Misunderstanding? Song Qi snatched the peachwood pendant from Su Jinbao's hand and smashed it to the ground. "You should have seen this pendant. It belongs to Song Tang. She even gave this pendant to Su Jinbao as a token of love. How could there be any misunderstanding?" After finishing with Lin, He, and the others, Song Qi's gaze turned like a knife to Song Tang. "Song Tang, you harmed my sister so much. I won't let you go." Harmed his sister so much. Song Tang couldn't help but laugh at Song Qi's words. How ridiculous. Clearly, she was his biological sister, but in his heart, only Song Qingyao was his sister. As she laughed, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Tang Tang. Lenny still didn't believe that Song Tang would be interested in a rogue like Su Jinbao. Seeing Song Tang's eyes turn red, she felt her own eyes redden with distress. Just as she was about to comfort Song Tang and tell her not to worry, Qin Xiuji, with tears in her eyes, questioned Song Tang. "Tang Tang, Yao Yao is your sister. How could you harm her like this?" "I didn't hold it against you for your poor reputation in the countryside because I missed 18 years of your upbringing. It was my failure. After coming to the capital, I thought you had changed, but how could you still be with someone like Su Jinbao? You even gave him a token of love. How could you be so unloving to yourself?" "Mom, what are you saying?" Song Tang's face turned pale. She knew that Qin Xiuji was soft-hearted and favored Song Qingyao, and didn't trust her enough. But she never expected that without even hearing her explanation, her mother would indiscriminately accuse her. She never imagined that, even now, her mother still believed her to have a poor reputation when she was in the countryside. "Song Tang, you really have gone too far this time." Song Songrong's eyes were filled with severity and disappointment. "Why did you have to choose someone like Su Jinbao? You let him maliciously injure Yao Yao. You're intentionally hurting someone. I, Song Songrong, don't have such an unloving and vicious daughter." "Xiuji, Lao Song, you've gone too far with your words." Feeling Song Tang's body tremble, Lin He grasped her hand tightly. "What we've heard so far is just Su Jinbao's side of the story. We should listen to what Tang Tang has to say." "Yes, we should hear what Tang Tang has to say." After being glared at by his wife, Lu Shoujiang quickly agreed. Director Lu looked at Song Tang with kindness. "Tang Tang, please tell us what happened this time." "General Song, Please let me be with Tang Tang. Before Song Tang could speak, Su Jinbao heavily knelt on the ground. I truly love Tang Tang. This peachwood pendant engraved with her name is proof of our love. I injured Song Qingyao for her. I really can't live without her. Please agree to our marriage. Big brother, big sister-in-law, things have come to this point. Why not let Jinbao marry Tang Tang? Song Nanxing pulled Su Shanshan over to add fuel to the fire. Tang Tang is so unloving. She must have already been with Jinbao. If Jinbao doesn't want her, no other man will either, so why not just let them be? They seem quite matched anyway. Song Songrong pursed his lips tightly. He was particularly disappointed with Song Tang for doing such a thing and found it hard to forgive her for hurting Song Qingyao. But he still couldn't possibly marry his own daughter off to a rogue like Su Jinbao. Hearing Song Nanxing chatter endlessly, he couldn't help but scold her. You be quiet. Song Nanxing reluctantly closed her mouth, rolling her eyes at Song Tang. Fine, I'll be quiet, but even if I don't stir up trouble. This time, Song Tang will definitely be kicked out of the Song family, and even forced to marry that rogue. It hurts. I really hurt so much. Sitting on a bamboo chair, Song Qingyao cried uncontrollably. Sister, I said before, if you don't want me to join the art troupe, I can forego the exam. I truly care about you and regard you as my dear sister. Why would you let your man treat me this way? Is it only if I die that you can be happy, sister? If only my death can bring you happiness, I can die. Saying this, Song Qingyao suddenly stood up from the bamboo chair, pretending to dash against the wall to commit suicide. Yao Yao. The Song family members would definitely not let Song Qingyao do something foolish. Song Qi and Song Zhuye hurriedly grabbed her, while Qin Xiuji cried and hugged her tightly. My poor Yao Yao, who told you to do something foolish? If anything happens to you, it's going to cost your mother her life. Tang Tang is Mother's daughter, and you are also Mother's treasure. Mother cannot lose you. Song Qingyao stopped speaking, only closing her eyes and crying desperately, feeling like a fragile porcelain doll that could shatter at any moment. Song Qi and Song Zhouye's eyes turned red with heartache. They grew more and more disgusted with Song Tang. Song Tang, I'll say it again, get out of our Song family. I, Song Qi, have no sister as disgusting as you. I, Song Zhouye, don't want a shameless and malicious sister like you. Now, take your wild man and roll out of the Song family, or I will make you regret it. Tang Tang, let's go. Xie Jinbao, who was beaten black and blue, confidently extended his hand to Song Tang. The Song family can accommodate you. Your husband will take care of you from now on. I will work hard to earn money so that my precious Tang Tang can live a good life. Song Songrong, Qin Xiuji hasn't agreed to this marriage yet. Seeing Xie Jinbao calling himself her husband in front of them, they were both extremely angry, and their disappointment in Song Tang reached its peak. Lin He still protected Song Tang, not giving Xie Jinbao a chance to approach her. Song Qingyao was still crying, heartbroken and in despair. Song Qi and Song Zhuye were both in pain for her. They exchanged a glance and wanted to directly kick Song Tang and Xie Jinbao out of the Song family. Just as they were about to act, Lu Xiaoyu rode into the yard on his Phoenix bicycle like a gust of wind. Upon seeing Song Tang, he waved vigorously at her before even getting off the bike. Tang Tang, I've got the evidence. Song Nanxing is so disgusting. She actually stole your pendant and let that rogue Xie Jinbao slander you. Chapter 44. The Song family begins to care for Song Tang. Yes, this morning, Song Tang went to find Lu Xiaoyu to ask him to go to Su Jinbao's dormitory to help her find something. In the book, the original character did not apply for the art troupe, so there was no scene where Song Nanxing and others stopped her from joining. However, after the original character was brought back to the Song family by Qin Xiuji, something happened. While she was taking a bath, Song Nanxing stole the peachwood pendant given to her by Zhang Xiaowei and her husband and gave it to Su Jinbao. Song Nanxing could not tolerate the original character. She not only wanted to drive the original character out of the Song family again, but also wanted to tie her to that rogue Su Jinbao. In the book, she even had Su Jinbao deliberately injure Song Qingyao while Song Qi and Song Zhouye were returning home. Su Jinbao was not an easy person to deal with. If he didn't get any real benefits, how could he obediently help Song Nanxing? So, he made Song Nanxing write him a note. It clearly stated that she stole the original character's pendant and promised to marry the original character to him. If he could not marry the original character in the end, She would compensate him with 500 yuan. After entering the book, Song Tang changed the plot of the original character being driven out of the Song family for the first time. But this morning, when Song Tang found that the pendant she placed in the wardrobe was missing, she became more cautious. Su Jinbao did not have his own house. He recently found a job at a factory and lived in a 4-person dormitory with several co-workers. She guessed that Su Jinbao would definitely hide that note in his dormitory. She asked Lu Xiaoyu to go to his dormitory to find that note. She couldn't tell Lu Xiaoyu about her entering the book. She just said that she accidentally heard Song Nanxing and her daughter discussing how to harm her, and that they had written a note that might be in Su Jinbao's dormitory. Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu's words, Song Nanxing's face changed completely. She dared not offend the Lu family and could only point at Song Tang's nose and scold her. This fox spirit. What trick did she use to deceive you into helping her? She is not a good thing. Xiaoyu, you are a good child. You cannot be fooled by her. You, Song Nanxing, you are the one who is not a good thing. Lu Xiaoyu was loyal and had a strong sense of justice. He truly regarded Song Tang as a friend. Originally, he was about to be furious upon seeing that note. Now, seeing that Song Nanxing shamelessly smeared Song Tang, he was even more enraged. He jumped out of the car, directly opened the envelope, and took out the note inside. Uncle Song, Aunt Qin, come and see. It was clearly written that Song Nanxing, this troublemaker, stole Tang Tang's peachwood pendant to give to Su Jinbao. And it was also she who instructed Su Jinbao to hit Song Qinyao with his bike. She even said that once successful, she would marry Tang Tang to him. Tang Tang is a living person, someone with thoughts and feelings. How could that troublemaker decide to marry her off to a rogue? Hearing Lu Xiaoyu's voice, everyone's gaze in the yard fell on the paper he was holding. It indeed clearly stated that Song Nanxing helped Su Jinbao obtain Song Tang's pendant, and Su Jinbao hit Song Qinyao with his bike. Moreover, Song Nanxing guaranteed to marry Song Tang to Su Jinbao, making him the son-in-law of Song Songrong. In the lower right corner of the note, there was Song Nanxing's signature. She even left her fingerprint. You're talking nonsense. It's clearly that Song Tang, this seductive woman, who is shamelessly seducing men to do bad things for her. How could I instruct Jinbao? Song Nanxing was completely flustered. She gritted her teeth and lunged at Lu Xiaoyu, trying to snatch the note from his hand to tear it apart. However, Lu Xiaoyu was much taller than her. He raised the note, and she couldn't reach it at all. Without waiting for her to grab the note, Qin Xiuji, trembling with anger, stepped forward and slapped Song Nanxing hard across her rough, dark face. The anger and hatred in her eyes were evident as she looked at Song Nanxing. Why do you want to frame Tang Tang again? You even promised Su Jinbao to give Tang Tang to him. Do you not know what kind of person Su Jinbao is? You are an elder. How could you harm Tang Tang like this? I didn't. Song Nanxing had never suffered such a big loss. She covered the half of her face that was hurt, her eyes red with anger. Sister-in-law, this note is fake. It's that shameless Song Tang who intentionally harmed me, she. Qin Xiuji raised her hand and slapped Song Nanxing hard across the face again. Is Tang Tang the one who harmed you? Qin Xiuji's heart was racing with anger. This note clearly has your signature. Yes, and your fingerprint. Do you dare to go to the police station with me? Let's find someone to authenticate whether that is your fingerprint or not. Song Nanxing was so frightened that she stumbled back. She dared not go to the police station because it was indeed her signature and fingerprint on that note. If she really went to the police station, she would end up in jail. Seeing Song Nanxing's guilty expression, everyone understood. Song Tang was innocent, and it was Song Nanxing who maliciously smeared her. Lin He looked at Song Tang, feeling even more pity for her. Her pain for Song Tang was not only because she was framed by Song Nanxing, but also because the Song family did not trust her and did not love her enough. Song Qi and Song Zhouye exchanged glances. They rarely saw helplessness in each other's eyes. They also did not expect that they would once again misunderstand Song Tang, misunderstand their own sister. Song Nanxing, Song Songrong's eyes also flashed with panic. He momentarily didn't know how to face his daughter, whom he had misunderstood. He could only severely reprimand Song Nanxing first. You really are unrepentant. You are Tang Tang's aunt, an elder. How could you harm her like this? I really didn't. Song Nanxing still refused to take responsibility. She teared up and played the emotional card with Song Songrong, Big brother, my face really hurts. Sister-in-law, how could she hit me? Xiaoji, hitting you is what you deserve. Song Tsongrong's fingers trembled with anger. If it weren't for the fact that he never hit women, he would also want to slap Song Nanqing hard. He raised his hand and pointed towards the door, sternly shouting, "Now you get out. If you dare to harm Tang Tang again, even if mom and dad protect you, I will definitely send you to the police station." Big brother, Song Nanqing definitely did not want to leave the Song family. If she went out to rent a house, eat, and buy clothes, wouldn't she have to spend money everywhere? Why should she spend her own money when she could use free resources? Seeing that Song Tsongrong was really going to kick Song Nanqing out, Su Shanshan also cried anxiously, "Uncle, you can't treat my mom like this. She did all this for the good of this family." Before Song Tang came back, our family was living harmoniously. After she returned, everything changed. She is the one who caused our family to be restless. She is the troublemaker. Su Shanshan, are you spewing nonsense? Lu Xiaoyu, straightforward as he was, could not bear Su Shanshan's harsh words. He did not give her any face. Your family. Tang Tang is Uncle Song and Aunt Qin's biological daughter. What kind of thick skin do you have to dare say such things? Song Nanqing repeatedly harmed Tang Tang. Is it really for the good of the Song family? She is just black-hearted, unable to stand seeing Uncle Song's family together and others living well. Lu Sanguyu, Su Shanshan genuinely liked Lu Xiaoyu. It was one thing for him not to help her, but now he even said she was spewing nonsense. She was so angry that she cried out loud, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. TSK, what a coincidence. Lu Xiaoyu's gaze then fell on the pale-faced Song Qingyao. I heard that you slandered Tang Tang, saying she intentionally harmed you so that you couldn't attend the art troupe's interview. Not letting you attend the interview doesn't mean you have to break your arms or legs, right? Just a little injury on the back of your hand. What does that count as? Such a delicate injury could not be caused just by Su Jinbao colliding with you. You had to cooperate as well. Song Qingyao, you repeatedly say that you genuinely regard Tang Tang as an older sister and hope she can live well. You and Song Nanqing colluding together to frame her. Is that really to ensure she lives well? Chapter 45. The Song family seeks forgiveness from Song Tang. As Lu Xiaoyu's words fell, everyone's gaze instinctively fell on Song Qingyao. Originally, Song Nanqing and Su Jinbao were so foolish that Lu Xiaoyu found such important evidence, which made Song Qingyao furious. Now, hearing Lu Xiaoyu say that she was in cahoots with Song Nanqing, she was even more filled with a bitter taste of iron in her mouth. She bit her tongue hard enough to draw blood, barely suppressing the surging hatred within her. With a sob, tears streamed down her face. Lu Sangu, what are you talking about? I'm also a victim. I know nothing. How could I conspire with my aunt to frame my sister? Why do you have to paint me in such a bad light? I have never harmed anyone. Is it only when I'm dead that you'll believe I'm innocent? Saying this, Song Qingyao stood up from the bamboo chair and cried as she rushed towards the wall to hit it. Qingyao, Song Qi and Song Zhouya, one on each side, tightly grasped Song Qingyao. They both hurried to comfort her. Don't do anything foolish. Big brother believes you. Second brother believes you. Our Qingyao is the most innocent and kind-hearted. How could she plot such schemes? After comforting Song Qingyao, Song Zhouya turned his face and sternly questioned Lu Xiaoyu. Lu San, what do you mean by this? Qingyao is hurt so badly. She is more aggrieved than anyone else. She truly considers you a brother and a friend, yet you smear her like this. Are you still a man? Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji looked at Song Qingyao with hearts full of pity. Clearly, both of them firmly believed in Song Qingyao's innocence and did not trust Lu Xiaoyu's accusations. Song Tang stood stiffly in place, her beautiful face as cold as ice. It was already midsummer in July, and the sun was particularly bright today. The weather was warm, yet she still felt cold in her hands and feet. Love and hate were truly evident. When she was slandered and vilified, the Song family would unhesitatingly blame and despise her. Yet when Song Qingyao truly committed wrongs, the Song family still believed in her innocence. Because her closest kin favored others, even if she was clever enough to have Lu Xiaoyu help her obtain evidence to prove her innocence, she still couldn't feel happy. Lu Xiaoyu was directly stunned by Song Qingyao's dramatic act. He had his own judgment. He felt that Song Qingyao was not innocent in today's matter. However, It was the first time he encountered someone trying to hurt themselves in front of him. With his simple and straightforward nature, he didn't know how to continue to accuse Song Qingyao. Song Nanxing felt that Song Qingyao always considered her, and she was quite loyal towards Song Qingyao. Seeing Song Qingyao wanting to seek death, she felt a pang of heartache, and her eyes turned red. She wiped her eyes and raised her neck, shouting, "Yes, you have evidence. It was I who instructed Jinbao to crash into Qingyao, and it was also I who instructed him to slander Song Tang. But one person does the crime, and one person should bear the consequences. This matter has nothing to do with Qingyao. I actually feel particularly sorry for Qingyao. She knew nothing, yet because I wanted to teach Song Tang a lesson, she was harmed so severely. My poor Qingyao." Hearing Song Nanxing's words, Qin Xiuji shed tears of heartache again. While carefully treating Song Qingyao's wounds, she comforted her and urged her not to do anything foolish. Song Qi and Song Zhuye also anxiously stared at Song Qingyao's wounds, as if those scrapes could take her life. Taking advantage of the Song family's distraction, Su Jinbao tried to sneak away. Lu Xiaoyu reacted quickly, rushing over and kicking him so hard that he cried out in pain. "I let you harm Tang Tang with Song Nanxing. I let you be shameless. I might as well beat you to death." When Lu Xiaoyu was young, both Chief Lu and Lu Shoujiang had taught him not to hit others casually. But this time, they both tacitly pretended not to see. And even when Su Jinbao cried for help, they showed no intention of stopping Lu Xiaoyu. "Sister-in-law, save me." Su Jinbao, a grown man, felt he was about to be beaten into a pulp. The Song family and Lu family couldn't possibly help him, so he could only seek help from Song Nanxing. But Song Nanxing was in a precarious situation herself and couldn't care less about him. However, his cries attracted Song Songrong's attention. Song Songrong stepped forward and kicked him hard in the chest. "You bastard! How dare you help Song Nanxing harm my daughter, seeking death?" "General Song, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. It was all my sister-in-law's coercion. Please spare me." Su Jinbao, a grown man, was now crying like a baby. Song Qingyao had promised Song Nanxing that she wouldn't let Su Jinbao get into trouble. After all, Su Jinbao was Song Nanxing's younger brother, and she feared that if he were really beaten up or sent to the police station, Song Nanxing would retaliate against her. Even though she thought Song Nanxing and Su Jinbao were incredibly foolish, she still cried and pleaded for him. "Dad, please don't hit Uncle Jinbao anymore. Although he deliberately hurt me and made me feel really painful, he is still my aunt's relative. I don't want to hold him accountable anymore. It's all my fault for always causing trouble for everyone. Please forgive my aunt and Uncle Jinbao, okay? They're our family." Song Qingyao's words were heartfelt and sincere, making Song Qi and Song Zhuye look at her with even more pity. Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong also had eyes full of heartache. But after hearing her words, Song Ting only felt disgusted. Song Qingyao, Song Nanxing, and Su Jinbao were all in the same boat. She was willing to forgive them. But Song Tang would not forgive them. Song Tang was proud, bright, and particularly hated showing weakness. But if she did nothing, the Song family would simply brush today's events aside. Su Jinbao wouldn't receive punishment, and even Song Nanxing wouldn't be kicked out of the Song family. Song Tang was unwilling to let those who harmed her escape any consequences. She stepped forward, intending to feign some grievance, perhaps because she truly felt wronged. There was no need to pretend, and her eyes turned very red. She raised her face to look at Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji, "Dad, Mom. Song Qingyao is really so kind. Song Nanxing and Su Jinbao harmed me and smeared me, yet she still hopes you will forgive them. Today, it was Lu Sangge who helped me obtain evidence against Song Nanxing and others for harming me. If I couldn't get evidence to prove my innocence." What happened? Before Song Songrong and the others could speak, Song Tang self-deprecatingly laughed. "I would be kicked out of the Song family. I would be disqualified from the art troupe's interview. I would be infamous, forced to be tied to Su Jinbao. My life would be completely ruined. Mom, you still say I behaved improperly in the countryside." Song Tang found it amusing, but she couldn't laugh out loud. Her eyes were already moist. "I, Song Tang, am innocent and upright. I have never done anything inappropriate in the countryside. Yes, when I was in the countryside, I was indeed harassed by a good-for-nothing. On the day you sent Brother Lu to pick me up from the countryside, that good-for-nothing even blocked me, to avoid being bullied by him. I jumped into the turbulent river. If it weren't for Brother Lu saving me, I would have died. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Lu. How ridiculous. I have self-esteem and self-respect. To maintain my innocence, I would risk my life. Yet you, my biological parents, my closest kin, still believe I behaved improperly in the countryside. Really, you shouldn't have sent anyone to bring me back to the capital. You actually have Song Jinyan as a daughter. That's enough. Song Tang didn't want to cry. She truly didn't want to shed tears in front of a group of people who didn't love her. But thinking about how the original owner really died in the turbulent river, and how she had family who once cherished her like a treasure, if she could never return home again, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Tang Tang. Lenny didn't expect that Song Tang had actually attempted suicide by jumping into the river, and she felt heartbroken as she wiped her tears. Qin Xiuji also realized how wrong she had been. She cried as she stepped forward and tightly embraced Song Tang. I'm sorry, Mom was wrong. Mom shouldn't have assumed you were behaving improperly in the countryside just because Liang Yuanshan said you had a bad reputation. Mom really knows she was wrong. I'm sorry, I'm not a good mother. I didn't even listen to your explanation today and just assumed you had instructed Su Jinbao to hit Yao Yao. I don't deserve to be a mother. Tang Tang, I'm sorry. Mom will work hard to be good to you in the future. Can you forgive Mom just this once? Chapter 46. Tang Tang, second brother, is apologizing to you. Look, how interesting. Qin Xiuji's kindness towards Song Jinyan is instinctual. However, being good to her requires effort. Song Tang inherently possesses a bit of stubbornness and pride. She doesn't really desire this less than pure, familial affection. She doesn't have much attachment to the Song family. Given her personality, she actually wants to leave the Song family. But she can't bear to part with Lin He and Lu Xiaoyu, who live in the same large courtyard. Moreover, if she leaves, it would fulfill the wishes of Song Qingyao, Song Nanxing, and others who have harmed her time and again. Why should they get their wishes fulfilled? Therefore, even though she is very disappointed in Qin Xiuji, she doesn't push her away. Instead, she puts on her best acting, holding back tears, and asking her mom, "You really won't drive me away, will you? You're my family. If you drive me away, I will have no home." Tang Tang. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Song Tang say this, Qin Xiuji held her even tighter, and her tears flowed like a dam bursting. Mom knows she was wrong. You are my biological daughter. How could I drive you away? The one who should leave is Song Nanxing. Listening to Song Tang's cries, Song Songrong, this iron-willed man couldn't help but wipe his eyes. His heart was filled with shame and pain, fiercely consuming his heart. Hearing his wife say that the one who should leave is Song Nanxing, he glared at Song Nanxing with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Song Nanxing, I'll say it again. Get out right now. If you dare to come to our house and stir up trouble again, I won't spare you." Big brother. Song Nanxing really didn't want to move out and instinctively wanted to say something to soften Song Songrong's heart. But Song Songrong didn't want to hear her at all and directly roared, "Get out." Ooh. Song Nanxing knew that Song Songrong wouldn't soften his heart today. She glared at Song Tang resentfully and ran out of the courtyard, crying loudly. Su Shanshan was anxious and restless. She wanted to plead for Song Nanxing. But seeing Song Songrong's furious demeanor was too frightening. She feared that if she pleaded, he might also drive her away in a fit of rage, which would mean suffering alongside Song Nanxing. So she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. "Xiao Qi, take this scoundrel to the police station." After driving Song Nanxing away, Song Songrong ordered Song Qi again. He deliberately ran into Qin Yao and maliciously smeared Tang Tang. "I want him to serve time in prison." In this era, intentionally harming someone, even without particularly serious consequences, could lead to a prison sentence. Coupled with the fact that Su Jinbao often engaged in petty theft and mischief, if Song Songrong was determined to have him imprisoned, he definitely wouldn't escape a jail sentence. Song Qingyao moved her lips. She thought it was too much to have Su Jinbao imprisoned and wanted to plead for him, but she feared that if she helped him, Lu Xiaoyu and others would say she was colluding with Song Nanxing. Ultimately, she didn't speak up. "Commander Song, I really know I was wrong. Please spare me." Su Jinbao certainly didn't want to go to prison. He was in a panic, crying and sniffling, even kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Song Songrong. Song Songrong showed no sign of being moved. Instead, he waved his hand at Song Qi. "Hurry up and take him away." Tang Tang. "Dear niece, please save uncle." Being forcibly dragged outside by Song Chi, Su Jinbao began to cry and plead with Song Tang again. In Song Tang's clear, peach blossom-like eyes, there was no trace of compassion. The night Su Jinbao climbed into her window, he was wearing a mask, so she indeed didn't see his face. But she had heard his voice. Today, hearing Su Jinbao say so much, she naturally recognized that he was the scoundrel from that night. She was not a saint. Su Jinbao wanted to drag her into hell, and she wouldn't mind if he rotted in prison. How could she plead for him? You harmed Tang Tang so badly. Would he get the face to ask her for help? Lu Xiaoyu was extremely disdainful of Su Jinbao and kicked him hard in the face. Get lost. Scum like you deserves to be in prison. Don't disgust us here. I don't want to go to prison. Spare my life, spare my life. Soon, Song Chi forcibly dragged Su Jinbao outside, and everyone gradually could no longer hear his wailing. Qin Xiuji was still holding Song Tang and crying. Lin He and Qin Xiuji had a particularly good relationship, but now she felt a bit dissatisfied with her friend and couldn't help but feel indignant for Song Tang. Xiuji, this time you and your family have really gone too far. Tang Tang is a good child. How could you hurt her feelings like this? Being criticized by her good friend, Qin Xiuji felt even more ashamed, almost to the point of tears. She kept apologizing to Song Tang. Tang Tang, I'm sorry. Mom really wanted to doubt you again. Thinking of the incident where Song Tang jumped into the river, her heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. You silly child, why did you jump into the river? If you hadn't met Xiao Yin that day, Mom would never have seen you again. Song Tsongrong couldn't help but wipe his eyes again. He had a cold and tough personality and was particularly strict with his subordinates. He was stubborn and cared about his pride, really not liking to apologize to others. But he also realized that he had been excessively wrong this time, and he awkwardly and clumsily said to Song Tang, Tang Tang, I'm sorry. This time, Dad was wrong too. Dad will trust you properly from now on and strive to be a good dad. You are my and Xiuji's child. I should believe in your character. Dad was really excessively wrong. Yes, Dad just issued some fabric coupons. Here, these fabric coupons are for you. You girls love to look pretty. Go make some beautiful clothes. Song Tsongrong wasn't very good at comforting children. His way of expressing apology and love was usually simple and straightforward, just giving money and various coupons. As he spoke, he stuffed a small stack of money and coupons from his pocket into Song Tang's hands. Out of the corner of her eye, Song Qinyao caught sight of the stack of things he gave to Song Tang. Not only were there fabric coupons, but also candy coupons, pastry coupons, and several large Unity coupons. Mom and Dad hadn't given her pocket money or fabric coupons in a long time. If it weren't for that wretched Song Tang coming to the capital, all these fabric coupons and pocket money would have been hers. Song Tang always snatched things from her. She had to make her pay the price. Song Zhouye's eyes also turned red from distress. He genuinely cared about his younger sister, Song Qinyao. He knew that Song Qinyao was sensitive, so he tried his best to treat her well and ignore their biological sister, Song Tang. But he misunderstood Song Tang once again. He was not someone who couldn't tell right from wrong. He repeatedly misunderstood Song Tang and wanted to kick her out of the house. He felt incredibly guilty. Thinking about how Song Tang had jumped into the river to escape the scoundrel's harassment, his heart ached unbearably. With his proud personality, he didn't like to bow to anyone. But seeing Song Tang's trembling eyelashes adorned with tears, his heart was tormented by regret and pain again and again. He still took a step forward and awkwardly said to her, Song Tang, I'm sorry, I should have treated you so poorly just now. Second brother is apologizing to you. From now on, I won't indiscriminately kick you out. Song Tang was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected that Song Zhouye, who had always rejected her, would actually apologize to her. But she wouldn't accept his apology. She didn't care for this second brother of hers because he was merely Song Qingyao's brother. He could never compare to the 7 brothers from her past life, who treated her as a treasure. Hearing Song Zhouye apologize to Song Tang and refer to himself as second brother, Song Qinyao could hardly suppress the malice in her eyes. Second brother had clearly promised her that he would only recognize her as his sister. How could he call Song Tang second brother? Song Tang had already taken away her mom and dad. Now she wanted to take away her 2 brothers too, right? That wretched girl was truly too greedy. She must make that wretch completely infamous, unable to turn things around and make her brothers loathe the wretch. After the Song family returned to their room, Lin He and the others also returned to the Lu family's living room. Lin He couldn't help but complain to Lu Shoujiang that Yao Yao was becoming more and more frightening. She used to just kneel and slap herself, but now she's actively seeking death. Lu Shoujiang nodded. He also felt that Song Qingyao's actions of slapping herself and banging her head against the wall were like a fit. Remembering something, he turned to ask Lu Xiaoyu, "Did Tang Tang come to find you this morning just to get you to retrieve that piece of evidence?" How could she think that Su Jinbao would hide such important evidence in the dormitory? Did she already suspect that Song Nanxing wanted to harm her? It was as if Tang Tang had accidentally overheard Song Nanxing's scheme. When it came to Song Tang, Lu Xiaoyu's voice couldn't help but carry admiration and awe. Tang Tang was really impressive. When she heard Song Nanxing say that she had made a note for Su Jinbao, she guessed that the note must be in Su Jinbao's dormitory. Both Lu Shoujiang and Lu Shoujiang nodded. They also thought Song Tang was quite clever. Otherwise, she would have been completely set up by Song Nanxing and the others today. "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I feel that Song Qingyao is not as innocent as she seems. She and Song Nanxing are not good people. What do you think?" Chapter 47 Little Yin, the Tang song girl you like, is Tang Tang. Director Lu nodded in agreement. The adopted daughter of the Song family is indeed not to be underestimated. Thinking of Song Qingyao, Lu Shoujiang couldn't help but frown. He didn't like to casually comment on others, but since they were all family in the living room, and he truly felt that today's incident was closely related to Song Qingyao, he said candidly, "Yao Yao has some improper thoughts. I really feel sorry for Tang Tang." Lin He started to wipe her tears again. Xiaoji and Old Song are really something, treating their adopted daughter so well, yet they always let Tang Tang suffer grievances. If Tang Tang were my daughter, I definitely wouldn't let her be wronged. In front of Director Lu and Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Shoujiang felt embarrassed to hold his wife for a proper comfort, so he just gently held her hand to stop her from crying. She shed tears, and he felt heartbroken. He also felt that Old Song and his wife were a bit irritating today. He had always been particularly envious of having a daughter. When Lin He was pregnant with Lu Xiaoyu, he had hoped for a daughter, but unfortunately, it was a little boy. Knowing that the Old Song family had a daughter, he couldn't express how envious he was. If he had a daughter, he would definitely spoil her to the point of being unruly, unlike Old Song, who would often give her the cold shoulder. Tang Tang definitely can't be your daughter. Director Lu glanced at his daughter-in-law and couldn't help but say, however, "Tang Tang being your daughter-in-law wouldn't be bad. I previously wanted to match Tang Tang with that little brat Xiaoyan. I even tricked Tang Tang into having dinner with him." As a result, thinking of the nonsense that Lu Jinyan had said, Director Lu sighed in anger. And guess what happened? Seeing that his son, daughter-in-law, and little grandson's eyes were all on him, Director Lu continued with a sense of despair. As a result, that little brat Xiao Yan said that he expects him and Tang Tang to give him great-grandchildren. It's better to expect him and that little brat from the Gu family to give him children. He also said he has someone he likes. What use is it for him to like that little brat from the Gu family? Can it lay a golden egg? Oh, he wants to drive me crazy. Director Lu was so angry he started pounding his chest. After scolding Lu Jinyan a few more times, he continued, "Anyway, there is no hope for Xiao Yan. How about we match Tang Tang with Xiao Yu instead?" Lin He also wanted to match Song Tang with Lu Yu. But right now, she was more concerned about another matter. She didn't believe that Lu Jinyan would like men, let alone that he would have children with Gu Shirshu. She only knew that her eldest son said he has someone he likes, which must mean something. She couldn't wait to find out which girl her eldest son had taken a liking to, and hurriedly jogged to the landline to call him. Lu Jinyan was soon called to answer the phone by the intercom. Hearing her eldest son's voice, Lin He was slightly excited. "Xiao Yan, I heard from your grandpa that you have a girl you like. Which family is she from? When will you bring her home for dinner?" Director Lu was anxious. His intention was clearly to say that his grandson likes men, likes that little brat from the Gu family. When did he say he has a girl he likes? His daughter-in-law looked quite clever. Why did she have to misinterpret his meaning? But since his daughter-in-law was unwilling to give him the phone, he could only fume beside her, puffing up his cheeks in frustration. He thought Lu Jinyan would say he likes Gu Shirshu and not a girl, but unexpectedly, he vaguely heard a hint of discomfort in his voice. She hasn't accepted me yet. We're only corresponding through letters. Not that little brat from a goof family. Director Lu was afraid that the one Lu Jinyan was corresponding with was also a boy, and he didn't care that his daughter-in-law was unwilling to give him the phone anymore. He snatched the receiver and boomed. Xiao Yin, is a one you're corresponding with a boy or a girl? Lu Jinyan was speechless. Grandpa, what are you talking about? How could I possibly like men? His eldest grandson likes a girl. Director Lu was so excited he nearly jumped up. He finally didn't have to worry about his grandson going astray. He was eager to know who his grandson's crush was and couldn't help but ask curiously, what unit does that girl work in? Is she more beautiful than Tang Tang? She. Grandpa, how can Song Tang compare to her? Lu Jinyan coldly interrupted Director Lu's voice. In any case, I don't like Song Tang, so don't think about matching me with her. Lenny likes Song Tang very much. And when her little rascal mentioned Song Tang with obvious disdain in his voice, it made her unhappy. However, she wouldn't be angry at the little rascal and take it out on the girl who might become her daughter-in-law. She still stood beside Director Lu and asked him, what's that girl's name? What family does she have? When can our two families have a meal together? Lin He's question sounded like a household registration inquiry. Lu Jinyan didn't like discussing his feelings, but since he wanted to be with Tang Song for a lifetime, he had to introduce her to his family sooner or later. After a long silence, he still said very awkwardly, her name is Tang Song. She really likes writing martial arts novels. We haven't met yet, so I don't know her family's specific situation, but I'm sure about her. Besides her, I can't marry anyone else. The sound from the landline receiver was very loud. When Lin called Lu Jinyan earlier, Lu Xiaoyu had run out to play and didn't hear this big news. Knowing the inside story, Lin He and Lu Shoujiang's expressions suddenly became very complicated upon hearing this. Lin He and her husband looked at each other for a long time before she meaningfully said, you have a day off today, come home for lunch, and go back to the army tomorrow morning. I want to go back. I said, as long as Song Tang stays in the courtyard for a day. I want to go home. Mom, I have something to do. I'll go get busy first. Listening to the beeping sound from the receiver, Lin He and Lu Shoujiang's expressions became even more indescribable. Tang Song likes writing martial arts novels. This is obviously Tang Tang. And he said he wouldn't go home as long as Tang Tang stays in the courtyard. That little brat can act up all he wants. They would see how long he can keep it up. Director Lu's eyes were sharp, and he keenly sensed the odd expressions of his son and daughter-in-law. An unbelievable thought popped into his mind. Why are your expressions so strange? Xiao Yin's pen pal should be that Tang Song who writes heroic ambitions. Tang Song could be Tang Tang? Lin He knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from the sharp-eyed Director Lu. She could only softly remind him, Dad, Tang Tang doesn't want people to know she writes martial arts novels. We must help her keep it a secret. Of course. Director Lu snorted proudly. You all have to keep it a secret, too. Let that little brat, Xiao Yin, act all high and mighty while constantly looking down on Tang Tang. I just want to tell him that Tang Song is Tang Tang. Let him worry. Lin He and Director Lu nodded in tacit agreement. They both felt that they should let the little brat worry a bit. They were also particularly looking forward to seeing the shocked expression on the little brat's face when he finds out that Tang Song is Tang Tang. Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong had been coaxing Song Tang for a long time, but she still felt particularly lost and sad. Suddenly, she missed the Lu Jinyan she was corresponding with so very much. Just yesterday morning, she had just sent him a letter. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to reply to her in such a short time, she still went to the 13th Haton. To her surprise, she actually found his reply in the mailbox. In the last letter she wrote to him, she mentioned that she felt her family didn't love her very much. He replied to her, saying that she was wonderful and worthy of being treated sincerely by everyone. If her family didn't love her enough, it was their loss. He would always be by her side, supporting her, protecting her, trusting her, and sharing life and death together. He proposed to meet again next weekend. During the public holiday, he will be waiting for her in the Peony private room at the state-owned restaurant on West Street number 68. Should she go to meet him or not? Chapter 48. The Song family's humble attempts to please Song Tang, driving Song Qing Yao mad. If it were before, Song Tang would have refused him without hesitation. Because their meeting was akin to an online romance coming to reality, it would end in disappointment. But perhaps due to her low mood today, the words in his letter brought her so much warmth that, inexplicably, she also felt a desire to see him. If she were to meet him as Song Tang, they would only argue and despise each other, and she did not want to argue with him. So, she could only meet him as Tang Song. She had enough makeup skills to be a special effects artist. She could make herself look as hideous as he described in the letter. If he still wanted to be pen pals and confidants after seeing her so ugly, she would be very happy. If he found her ugly and no longer wanted to correspond with her, she would accept that. After staring blankly at her desk for a while, Song Tang seriously wrote on the letter on the 23rd. At the Peony private room of the state-run hotel at 68 West Street, don't be late. Thinking of how Lu Jinyan mentioned in the letter that the pastries she sent from Daxiankin were delicious, she felt that he really liked sweets. She planned to send him a small bag of white rabbit milk candies this time. With the sugar tickets she got from Song Tsongrong plus about 1 yuan, she could buy a pound of white rabbit milk candies. After sealing the envelope, Song Tang was about to go out to send the letter. She thought Song Chi and Song Zhou had already left, but unexpectedly, they were both in the living room downstairs. Song Chi and Song Zhou also saw Song Tang. Earlier, when Song Tang was writing to Lu Jinyan, she couldn't help but shed a few tears because she missed her parents and brothers in the 21st century. Her eyes were still a bit red now. Seeing her red eyes, both Song Chi and Song Zhou felt uneasy. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but walk up to Song Tang. Song Tang, in the yard this morning, Song Zhou had already apologized to Song Tang, but she did not accept his apology. He was so proud. He really disliked having to bow down to others frequently. However, Song Tang was unwilling to acknowledge her second brother, and he felt uncomfortable. He scratched his head awkwardly and finally spoke up. I shouldn't have been so harsh on you just now. Right? Girls usually like watches, right? I bought you a watch. See if you like it. This watch was bought by Song Zhou after misunderstanding Song Tang last time. He always felt that being good to Song Tang would be a betrayal to his sister Song Qin Yao, so he never took it out to give to her. This time he misunderstood Song Tang again. Even though he felt a bit embarrassed, he decided to give her the Shanghai brand watch. Song Tang lowered her gaze and saw the women's watch in Song Zhou's palm. She had a certain understanding of the prices in this era. A Shanghai brand women's watch was nearly 150 yuan, which was equivalent to nearly half a year's salary for an ordinary person. Song Zhou was an Air Force pilot. In this era, pilots were regarded as special talents, earning over 100 yuan in subsidies each month. It was reasonable for Song Zhou to afford a Shanghai brand women's watch. However, Song Tang did not expect him to be so generous to her. To be honest, Song Zhou had good taste. The watch he picked was quite exquisite and beautiful, and Song Tang, who loved beauty, was immediately attracted to it. However, she wouldn't accept this watch. Song Tang, this time I also misunderstood you, and I apologize, Song Chi said, his wheat-colored face filled with awkwardness. He cleared his throat and continued, you can keep this money and tickets. If you see something you like, buy it. If it's not enough, you can ask Big Brother for more. After misunderstanding Song Tang last time, Song Chi felt particularly regretful. He originally wanted to give Song Tang a watch too, but since Song Zhou had already bought one, he couldn't think of another suitable gift and could only give her money and various tickets for now. Song Tang also saw the small stack of money and tickets he handed her. There were nearly 10 big Unity notes, along with grain tickets, fabric tickets, sugar tickets, snack tickets. Seeing that Song Tang had no intention of accepting their gifts at all, Song Chi and Song Zhou became a bit anxious. They clumsily tried to appease her. Song Tang, I know we spoke too harshly today. From now on, Big Brother will never drive you away again. You're my sister, and the Song family is also your family. We have no right to chase you away. Yes, I won't drive you away either. Song Zhou pushed the watch forward. You and Yao Yao are both my sisters. I won't favor anyone in the future. In any case, second brother will definitely treat you well. Song Tang was not a delicate person, but inexplicably, she did not want to accept the gifts from Song Chi and Song Zhou. She raised her face, glanced coldly at the two of them, and said with a voice that drew a clear boundary, you don't need to give me anything. You're not my brothers. You are just Song Qin Yao's brothers. Without wasting more time with them, she turned and quickly walked toward the living room exit. Song Tang. She did not look back. Song Qi and Song Zhouyi stood there in a daze. After a long time, Song Zhouyi, feeling defeated, grabbed his short hair and said, "Big brother, it seems we really went too far today. Song Tang doesn't want to forgive us. What should we do?" Song Qi didn't respond immediately. He couldn't help but recall what Song Tang said this morning in the yard. She mentioned that she had jumped across a river when she was in the countryside. Liang Yushun had a good relationship with them. Hearing him say that Song Tang was behaving improperly in the countryside, they had preconceived notions that their sister was not good and lacked decorum. But now, he suddenly felt that Liang Yushun's words might not be right. He and Song Zhouyi seemed to have been terribly wrong. They were not good brothers. After a long time, he spoke as if in a dream. "Song Tang is not as bad as Yushun said. Xiaoyi, we really can't be biased anymore. We need to treat Song Tang better." Song Zhouyi nodded vigorously. "Song Tang hates me. I feel really uncomfortable. We need to find Yushun and clarify why he said Song Tang behaved improperly. On what grounds does he say that?" Song Qinyao was standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor, clearly witnessing everything that happened in the living room. She had always wanted a Shanghai brand women's watch. Earlier, she had seen that watch in Song Zhouyi's room. She thought that Song Zhouyi was giving it to her, and she was filled with joy and anticipation. She never dared to imagine that the watch she had longed for was actually for Song Tang. And Big Brother. The stack of money and tickets he gave to Song Tang contained at least 10 big Unity notes, along with so many fabric tickets, grain tickets, sugar tickets, snack tickets, and meat tickets. They were her big brother and second brother. The gifts, money, and tickets should also belong to her. Why should they all be given to Song Tang? Moreover, they even said they would treat Song Tang better in the future if they treated Song Tang well. What was Song Qinyao to them? Would there still be a place for her in this family? Song Tang was truly trying to take her two brothers away. The more Song Qinyao thought about it, the angrier she became. But she was always clever. She knew that complaining like a shrew and yelling would not sway the Song family's hearts to her side, so she needed to show weakness. "Big brother, second brother, I'm sorry." With red-rimmed eyes, she went downstairs. By the time she reached Song Qi and Song Zhouyi, her tears were already rolling down in large drops. "I should have criticized my sister today. I was misled into thinking that my sister really had something going on with Uncle Jinbao. I was hurt, and it hurt so much that I thought my sister did something wrong. I'm sorry. I really feel terrible about myself. I'm sorry to you all. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, and especially sorry to my sister. Today I even caused my sister to be scolded by you. The one who should leave this family is not my sister, but me. I'm sorry. I can leave right now." Saying this, Song Qinyao ran out of the living room in tears. "Qinyao, what are you doing?" Song Qi and Song Zhouyi would definitely not let her leave the Song family. They each grabbed her on one side, patiently comforting her. "I've said it before, Qinyao, you are also a victim. It's Song Nanqing who is too much. You were just misled by her. Song Tang is not an unreasonable girl. She must understand in her heart that Song Nanqing is the most despicable one. She won't blame you. Song Tang, she's really not as bad as we think." Song Qi and Song Zhouyi were eager to find Liang Yuanxin to ask some questions. After comforting Song Qinyao for a while, they hurriedly left, watching them gradually disappear into the distance. Song Qinyao's pure and beautiful little face couldn't help but distort. They actually helped Song Tang speak. In their eyes, that bitch Song Tang is actually quite good, right? She thought that if she cried so hard, they would comfort her with watches, money, and tickets. Who would have thought that they would be so stingy now, not giving her a dime? Were they planning to keep these good things all for Song Tang? Why should that be? Why should everything that rightfully belongs to her be taken away by Song Tang? She wouldn't accept it. Song Qi and Song Zhouyi did not know Song Qingyao's complicated feelings. They had arranged to meet Liang Yuanxin at the state-run hotel. At noon, Liang Yuanxin brought Liang Tingxue with him. Song Zhouyi couldn't hold back any longer. Upon seeing Liang Yuanxin, he eagerly asked, "Yuanxin, you said you broke off the engagement with Song Tang because of her improper conduct. So tell me, what exactly is improper about her conduct?" Chapter 49. He lost control of his heart for Song Tang. Song Qi was also cold-faced, staring at Liang Yuanxin. Clearly, he was waiting for him to explain clearly. Liang Yuanxin had a charming, rebellious face. In fact, he had lived for 20 years without even holding a girl's hand. He was particularly innocent and easily shy when it came to matters between men and women. He really felt embarrassed to mention that Song Tang had taken such a large packet of drugs to use on others. His face flushed red, and after holding in for a long time, he could only squeeze out a sentence. Anyway, she's just improper and particularly disgusting. Liang Yuexin. Song Zhouye's face darkened. He was now somewhat concerned about Song Tang. Even though Liang Yuexin was his good brother, he was not happy that he called her disgusting. Liang Tingxuan knew the situation. With her lively personality, she couldn't help but speak up for her brother. Second brother Song, why are you shouting? My brother is not wrong. Song Tang is indeed particularly improper. Will my brother want to pick her up? He saw with his own eyes that her adoptive mother gave her a large packet of that kind of drug, instructing her to use it on my cousin and other boys in the courtyard, urging her to climb up the social ladder. She took that packet of drugs, so she must have intended to use it on my brother and the others. What is wrong with my brother not liking her? Song Qi and Song Zhouye's faces also turned red. They naturally guessed what kind of drug it was. They exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Liang Yuexin, did Song Tang drug you? If not, you shouldn't say she has an improper character. Liang Yuexin was anxious. She does have an improper character. She didn't drug me because she didn't have the chance. Moreover, her adoptive mother told her to first get close to my cousin. She might have drugged him first. Song Qi and Song Zhouye fell silent at the same time. They were indeed somewhat concerned about Song Tang, but since they hadn't interacted much with her, their understanding of her was shallow. They were also uncertain whether she would use that large packet of drugs on men in the future. If she indiscriminately drugged people, as brothers, they would definitely scold her and try to guide her back on the right path. If she didn't drug anyone, they would genuinely treat her as a sister, pampering and protecting her. They hoped she wouldn't let them down in the future. After a long time, Song Qi said coldly, then you shouldn't go around saying she has an improper character. Don't you know how important a girl's reputation is? What you say will have a particularly bad impact on her. Liang Yuexin's face turned red again in anxiety. He really felt wronged and couldn't help but defend himself. When my mom went to your house to break off the engagement, she told you all that we weren't going around saying anything. I didn't expect that this would be overheard by Song Nanxing and spread everywhere. Liang Yuexin wasn't lying. The Liang family had indeed only mentioned Song Tang's improper character to their family. Outside people only knew that Liang Yuexin and Song Tang were incompatible and had broken off the engagement. They initially didn't know she had issues in the countryside. It was Song Nanxing who spread rumors about Song Tang that caused her so much trouble. They didn't want to argue with Liang Yuexin over this matter. But since Liang Yuexin looked down on their sister, and their sister wasn't someone who couldn't get married, there were some things they needed to clarify with Liang Yuexin. Song Qi took a sip of tea and said seriously, Yuexin, since you and Song Tang have broken off the engagement, then you should have nothing to do with her in the future. In fact, her conditions are not bad. My dad will definitely introduce her to a good match. We won't let her cling to you, and we hope you won't cling to her either. That is for sure. Before Liang Yuexin could speak, Liang Tingxue eagerly said, my brother already has someone he likes. My future sister-in-law is so beautiful. How can my brother possibly cling to Song Tang? It was clear that the Liang siblings looked down on Song Tang. Hearing Liang Tingxue's words, both Song Qi and Song Zhouye felt a bit uncomfortable. However, thinking that Song Tang might not look down on Liang Yuexin either, they silently balanced their feelings. Song Zhouye was particularly curious about which girl Liang Yuexin liked, and couldn't help but tease. Yuexin, you're keeping it pretty deep. I didn't know you were dating someone. Not dating yet. Liang Yuexin's face, ears, and neck turned completely red. I've only seen her once. I think she is very special, and she is really nice. When I see her, my heart races so fast. Anyway, I've decided on her. I really like my future sister-in-law. When talking about Tang Tang, Liang Tingxue was also very excited. My future sister-in-law is so beautiful. She is also very brave and righteous. Last time I encountered two thugs, if it weren't for my future sister-in-law stepping in, I would have been bullied. My future sister-in-law's name is also lovely, Tang Tang. It sounds so sweet. In short, my future sister-in-law is perfect Even her hair looks good. Just like my brother, I've also decided on her. But my brother and I have been inquiring for a long time, and still haven't found out any news about my future sister-in-law. Brother Song, second brother Song, can you help us inquire a bit? Song Chi and Song Juya had a good impression of girls who acted bravely. They were even more curious about that Tang Tang, and eagerly asked, besides knowing her name is Tang Tang, what else do you know? We need to know what she looks like to help you inquire. What my future sister-in-law looks like. Liang Tingshua's sweet face instantly flushed, and her black, grape-like eyes sparkled brightly. My future sister-in-law looks like a fairy. Anyway, I've never seen a girl more beautiful than my future sister-in-law since I was a child. Yes, that Song Qinyao is said to be the flower of the courtyard. My future sister-in-law is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more beautiful than her. I just remembered. My future sister-in-law has 2 little dimples on her face. When she smiles, it's so sweet that when I see her, my heart feels as sweet as if I've drunk honey. In short, my future sister-in-law is definitely the most beautiful girl in our capital. Brother Song, second brother Song, you must help my brother find her. If he keeps not finding my future sister-in-law, he is going to get lovesick. Song Chi and Song Zhouya exchanged glances. The most beautiful girl in the capital, with 2 dimples on her face. To be honest, the most beautiful girl they had seen was Song Tang. Song Tang also had 2 dimples on her face. They couldn't help but feel that the girl Yang Yueshin liked was somewhat similar to their sister Song Tang. However, almost immediately they rejected that thought. Liang Yueshin had gone to the countryside to pick up Song Tang, so he must have seen her. If that girl was Song Tang, how could he break off the engagement with her? They didn't know any girl named Tang Tang. They could only agree to help their friend inquire. As for whether they could find out, that would depend on fate. After lunch, Song Chi and Song Juya parted ways with the Liang siblings. Liang Tingxue had 2 5-foot fabric tickets in her hand, and she asked her brother to accompany her to the fabric store to pick beautiful floral fabrics for clothes. After Song Tang finished sending things at the post office for Lu Jinyan, she also went to the fabric store to choose some fabrics. Sister Tang. Just as she walked out of the fabric store, she heard Liang Tingxue's excited voice. She instinctively raised her face and happened to make eye contact with Liang Yueshin. Liang Yueshin hadn't expected to run into her here, and his face instantly turned red. He knew that staring directly at a girl was particularly reckless. But he just couldn't take his eyes off Song Tang. Today, she was wearing a white modified qipao. The white qipao looked particularly fresh and beautiful on her, exuding an ethereal aura. Her long hair, reaching down to her waist, was only tied up in a strand, cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. She held a stack of cloth in her arms, resembling Chang'e lazily cradling the jade rabbit. Liang Yuanshin felt as if he were gazing at a fairy. His heart had transformed into the little rabbit in the fairy's embrace, thumping so hard it nearly leaped out of his chest. Truly, the girl before him was stunning. She was so beautiful that he couldn't find the words to describe her exquisite charm, no matter how hard he tried. But his infatuation with her was not solely due to her looks. He admired her composure and also her bravery. In short, he was determined to have her. For a lifetime. Bro. Seeing her brother standing there in a daze, Liang Tingxue was extremely annoyed and couldn't help but give him a gentle push. Liang Yuanshin finally came to his senses, his ears turning red as he walked up to Song Tang. Tang, can I invite you to dinner? Chapter 50. Song Tang is so sweet to his heart. Song Tang was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Liang Yueshin to invite her to dinner. However, she didn't want to get entangled with the male lead, so she coldly declined. No thanks. Liang Yueshin, this favored child of heaven, didn't like to entangle others. He also cared about his pride. Normally, if someone rejected him, he wouldn't have the face to continue pursuing. But he was too afraid that if he missed this opportunity, he might never see her again, so he mustered the courage to stop her. I don't mean anything else. It's just that you saved my sister last time, and I want to thank you. Where do you live? I want to bring my sister to thank you in person. Song Tang was not a mean person. On the contrary, she was quite polite. But the cruel female supporting character encountering the male lead wouldn't lead to anything good. Moreover, many of the bad things she encountered after coming to the capital were because Liang Yueshin had once said that her conduct in the countryside was improper. Even if she didn't want to offend the male lead, she still couldn't give him a good face. She coldly drew a line with him. You don't need to come to my house. If you really want to thank me, just treat me as a stranger when you see me in the future." After saying this, Song Tang didn't linger and quickly walked away with a stack of cloth in her arms. Liang Yueshin stood frozen in place, pained. He had never dated anyone and had no experience in relationships, but he could clearly feel that she didn't like him. In fact, she didn't even want to be friends with him. He felt an unprecedented sense of defeat in his heart. Liang Tingxue was also stunned. She knew her brother was quite popular with girls. Who would have thought that Tang Tang would be so unfriendly to her brother? She really liked Tang Tang, thought she was gentle and wonderful, and genuinely wanted her to be her sister-in-law. After standing in place for a long time, she still felt that if Tang Tang disliked her brother, it wasn't Tang Tang's problem. It must be her brother's issue. She couldn't help but push her brother again. "Brother, why were you staring at Sister Tang just now? Staring at her so intently is really reckless. If I were Sister Tang, I would also feel anxious being stared at by you. I would want to deal with a lecher like you." Liang Yueshin's face turned even redder. After a deep self-reflection, he also felt that he had indeed been too reckless just now. But it was the first time in his life he had feelings for a girl, and having finally seen her, he truly couldn't control himself. He needed to pay more attention in the future and not scare her anymore. "Hey, brother, it seems Sister Tang is heading towards the military compound. Is her house over there? My cousin's house is also in that direction. Brother, why don't you ask cousin to help you find out?" Last time, Lu Jinyan had seen Tang Tang, and Liang Yueshin thought it would be more reliable to ask Lu Jinyan to help him find out about her. He didn't dare to delay at all and hurried to a nearby telephone booth to call Lu Jinyan. Lu Jinyan heard the broadcast and quickly went to the duty room to answer the phone. "Cousin, I'd like to trouble you with something." Due to being too nervous and excited, Liang Yueshin's voice had a slight tremor, which made Lu Jinyan frown. "What is it? Do you remember Tang Tang? The one who saved Xiaoxue last time?" When he mentioned Tang Tang, Liang Yueshin was so nervous that beads of sweat appeared on his palms. He took a deep breath before continuing. "It seems she also lives near the military compound. Could you help me find out her exact address? I want to date her a bit. Stay away from her. You're not suitable for her." Lu Jinyan, having seen the large bag of medicine that Song Tang had, definitely didn't want his cousin to fall into a trap. He coldly dropped this remark and hung up the phone. Liang Yueshin was filled with confusion. Liang Tingxue was standing next to him and also heard Lu Jinyan's voice. Seeing her brother about to call Lu Jinyan again, this clever girl quickly stopped him. "Brother, don't call cousin anymore." For what he said, he definitely knows Sister Tang. Sister Tang is so beautiful. Any normal man would like her upon seeing her. I suspect cousin wants to monopolize Sister Tang. Right now, he is your rival in love. If you ask him, you definitely won't get any information. Lu Jinyan, who was usually indifferent to women and as cold as an iceberg, could he be a normal man? Liang Yueshin felt doubtful. However, he thought Tang Tang was indeed particularly likable, and he still decided to let Colonel Lu help him. After all, he wanted to become friends with Tang Tang as soon as possible. He felt secure that way, fearing someone else would get ahead of him. Liang Tingxue thought of something similar. She pulled his arm and walked forward. "Brother, let us go find Grandpa and ask him to help us inquire. There's no time like the present. I have a few snack vouchers. We can buy some snacks to take to Uncle S' house. Maybe we'll run into Sister Tang again." Liang Yueshin nodded, his ears turning red. After Liang Tingxue took a long time to choose fabric and buy snacks. They queued for a while, and by the time they arrived at Lu Jinyan's house, it was already evening. When the nephew and niece brought snacks to the door, Linny would definitely invite them to stay for dinner. Thinking that Song Tang had been wrong today, she was worried about her mood and wanted to call her over for dinner. "Xiaoyu, I see Xiaoji and Old Song Haven Tea come back yet. Why don't you let Tang Tang come to our house for dinner?" Liang Yueshin naturally knew that he was referring to Song Tang, who lived in the same courtyard as the Lu family. He immediately became displeased and couldn't help but say, "Annie, why are you calling her? I don't want to see her." Upon hearing Liang Yueshin's words, he suddenly slapped her forehead. She truly had been forgetful, almost forgetting about the Liang family's engagement annulment with Song Tang. Song Tang was already in a bad mood today. If she saw Liang Yueshin, wouldn't it be worse? She hurriedly stopped Lu Xiaoyu from calling Song Tang. Lin He and Lu Shoujiang were a loving couple, and she also cared for the children of Lu Shoujiang's sister. However, Liang Yueshan's attitude towards Song Tang made her particularly unhappy. After sitting down at the dinner table, she couldn't help but say, "Xiao Shun, you have a prejudice against Tang Tang. She is not as bad as you think." Colonel Lu nodded in agreement with Lin He. "Right, Tang Tang is a good girl. Breaking off the engagement with her is because that little brat has no vision." "Grandpa, Annie, why are you all protecting Song Tang?" Seeing that Colonel Lu and Lin He were both speaking up for Song Tang, Liang Yueshan was anxious. "If it weren't for Song Tang's improper conduct, would I break off the engagement with her? In short, Song Tang is not a good person. Don't be deceived by her." Lin He particularly liked Song Tang. She thought Song Tang was a good girl with self-respect, optimism, and ambition. Liang Yueshan kept saying she had improper conduct, which made her somewhat angry. She put down her chopsticks and coldly asked, "Xiao Shun, what exactly is improper about Tang Tang? If you don't have evidence, you are just spreading rumors." "She is indeed improper." Liang Yueshan definitely didn't want Lin He and the others to think he was spreading rumors. So he urgently explained, "I went to the countryside to pick her up, and I saw with my own eyes that Zhang Qiaowei gave her a large bag of medicine. Zhang Qiaowei asked her to drug me, my cousin, or other young men from big families to take advantage of us. She accepted that bag of medicine." He even gestured with his hands. That bag of medicine was bigger than the mouth of a bull. It could take down several cows. If my cousin and I really got drugged by her, we'll be done for. Lin He's heart was like a mirror, and she instantly understood that her little brat cousin Lu Jinyan must have disliked Song Tang because he saw Zhang Qiaowei giving Song Tang medicine. Perhaps because she was also a woman, she could somewhat understand Zhang Qiaowei's actions. However, it was definitely wrong for Zhang Qiaowei to ask Song Tang to drug Lu Jinyan and the others. But Tang Tang must have suffered a lot in the countryside. Zhang Qiaowei was afraid that Tang Tang would be sent back to the countryside again, so she wanted her to find a good man to marry in the capital. This was the best path that Zhang Qiaowei, an uneducated and inexperienced countrywoman, could think of for Tang Tang. Lin He actually cared for Song Tang like a daughter. She didn't like others to misunderstand her, so after a moment of silence, she explained for Song Tang that Tang Tang accepting that package of medicine didn't mean she would use it on anyone. "I believe Tang Tang. She is independent and strong and doesn't need to rely on anyone. I think she accepted that package of medicine just to reassure Zhang Qiaowei. I also believe in Tang Tang." Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but glare at Liang Yueshan. Some people just have prejudices against Tang Tang. Tang Tang is so good that she wouldn't drug anyone. Perhaps there will come a day when someone begs Tang Tang to help them, and she wouldn't even want to. Director Lu and Lu Shoujiang also couldn't help but agree that Tang Tang is indeed a good child. Liang Yueshan didn't believe that Song Tang was independent and strong. He thought she was just a vain, hypocritical, and power-hungry woman full of bad intentions. Director Lu and the others were protecting Song Tang and completely didn't believe him. So he didn't want to continue arguing with them. He also felt that constantly bringing up the person he disliked the most, Song Tang, was quite unlucky. So he decided to get to the point. "Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt, I'd like to trouble you to help me find someone. The girl who saved Xiaoxiu last time. Her name is Tang Tang. Her surname is Tang, like in Tang poetry and song lyrics, and her name should mean sweet candy. She wore a white qipao today, and Liang Yueshan's face turned red, and he couldn't find his voice for a moment. Liang Tingxue felt that her brother was too useless. The once carefree and tough man had recently been blushing all the time. She disdainfully rolled her eyes at her brother and continued to help him, saying that Sister Tang was particularly beautiful. She has long, thick hair like a waterfall, almost reaching her waist. She is the prettiest girl I've ever seen, especially when she smiles. The two dimples on her face are so sweet. In the afternoon, I saw her walking towards the military compound, so she should live around here. Yes, she was also holding several pieces of cloth. Do you know which family she belongs to?" Lu Xiaoyu innocently grabbed his short hair in front of his forehead. He had never been sensitive and didn't realize that the person Liang Tingxue was talking about was Song Tang. However, he still asked curiously, "Is there a girl in our compound who is more beautiful than Tang Tang? There shouldn't be, right?" Lu Xiaoyu didn't notice anything, but Director Lu, Lin He, and Lu Jinyan all caught on. Because this afternoon, when Song Tang returned, they had all seen her. She was wearing a white qipao today, still holding a stack of cloth, and her hair and dimples matched as well. Clearly, the girl Liang Yueshan was looking for was Song Tang. Chapter 51. Lu Jinyan is moved by her, obsessed with her. Liang Tingxue, clever and wise, noticed Lin He's complex expression, as if she had something to say, but hesitated. She felt certain that Lin He must know something. She clung to Lin He's arm and acted cute. Annie, you know about Sister Tang, right? My brother really wants to be friends with Sister Tang. It's just that my brother didn't perform well today. And Sister Tang seems to be quite disdainful of him. We need to quickly find Sister Tang so my brother can impress her. Lin He's expression grew even more complicated. Liang Yueshan inexplicably called off the engagement with Tang Tang, saying her character was improper. It was no wonder she disliked him. Moreover, she had her own selfish motives. She hoped Song Tang would be her daughter-in-law, knowing that Song Tang was actually corresponding with Lu Jinyan under a pseudonym. She certainly hoped for Song Tang to be with her little rascal. She had no intention of helping Liang Yueshan. Uncomfortably clearing her throat, she rarely lied. I haven't heard of a beautiful girl named Tang Tang in our courtyard. If you saw her here today, she might be visiting relatives or looking for friends. Andy, you really haven't heard of Tang Tang? Liang Yueshan's face turned pale. Not being able to find any news about Tang Tang made him feel an emptiness in his heart, particularly disappointed and sad. Director Lu, being an experienced person, naturally noticed that his grandson had taken a liking to the young lady. But why should he disregard the young lady's reputation? He was the one who called off the engagement, and now he wanted to pursue her? He shot Liang Yueshan a glare enough, knowing that the young lady dislikes you, yet you still want to cling to her. How thick-skinned can you be? If she wanted to talk to you, she wouldn't be withholding all information. And certainly, the name she mentioned is fake. Clearly, Song Tang is afraid of being entangled by you. Liang Yueshan realized that Director Lu was unwilling to help him inquire about Tang Tang, which made him feel even worse. However, Director Lu always had an air of authority, and as a younger generation, he didn't dare to go against him. So he could only bury his head in his food. He quietly thought that even if his grandfather, uncle, and aunt didn't know Tang Tang, he would find a way to get information about her, because apart from her, he couldn't feel the urge to grow old with any other girl. After the Liang siblings left, Lin He's beautiful phoenix eyes couldn't help but show her worry. She spoke honestly to Director Lu and the others. I actually think the Tang girl that Xiaoshan mentioned is somewhat like Tang Tang. Xiaoshan's clearly interested in that Tang girl. What if it really is Tang Tang, and Xiaoshan regrets the engagement? His regrets are his business. What does it have to do with Tang Tang? Before, Lu Xiaoyu had a good relationship with Liang Yueshan. Now, when mentioning Liang Yueshan, he was filled with anger. He snorted arrogantly and continued. He doesn't understand Tang Tang at all, yet he claims her character is improper, damaging her reputation and making Tang Tang suffer so much. Why should she accommodate him if he regrets it? Anyway, I think my cousin is not worthy of Tang Tang. Director Lu understood what his daughter-in-law was worried about. She was afraid that if Song Tang ended up with Lu Jinyan, Liang Yueshan would be unwilling to let go, and the Liang family would bring up the previous engagement. He spoke quite seriously. It was Xiaoshan who rashly proposed to break off the engagement. A real man should take responsibility for his actions. Since Xiaoshan has done this, he should bear the consequences. Tang Tang is clearly not interested in Xiaoshan. She saved Xiao Shui, which was already enough kindness. The Liang family should be grateful. If they try to use the engagement to force Tang Tang into a relationship with Xiaoshan, that would be shameless. Lin He, you don't need to worry. Lin He was indeed worried. If Liang Yueshan really had feelings for Song Tang, Director Lu would favor him out of pity for his grandson. Now, having received Director Lu's promise, her heart finally settled. She had been close friends with Qin Xiuji and Liang Yueshan's mother, Lu Feng, for many years. When Qin Xiuji gave birth to her daughter, Lu Feng rushed to arrange a betrothal between her and Liang Yueshan. For 18 years, she had thought that Song Qingyao was Qin Xiuji's biological daughter, and not having secured this daughter-in-law did not make her feel any regret. But after learning that Song Tang was the biological daughter of the Song family, she suddenly began to feel envious. Fortunately, The Liang family had broken off the engagement with Song Tang. She certainly did not want her little rascal to be interrupted by the Liang family. After today's incident with Liang Yueshen, Lin he felt a bit anxious. She hoped her little rascal could quickly get together with Song Tang, but she was afraid that if she intervened, it might affect their relationship. And she didn't dare to tell her little rascal that Song Tang was indeed Tang's song. She could only hope that her little rascal would be more capable and not scare away her good daughter-in-law. Lu Jinyan received the letter a bit late this time. On Thursday evening, he finally got Tang Song's reply from the communications office. Recently, Gu Shirshu had clearly felt that the captain no longer loved him. In the past, after training, eating, or going to the bathroom, the captain would almost always be with him. Now, whenever the captain had a moment, he would rush to the communications office, as if he wished he could live there. When Gu Shirshu saw that the captain finally received a letter, he knew that his future sister-in-law was finally willing to respond to him. After dinner, he hurried to Lu Jinyan's dormitory to see what good things the future sister-in-law had sent to the captain. "Captain, I saw the big box that your sister-in-law sent you. Is there something delicious inside?" Gu Shirshu pushed open the door to Lu Jinyan's dormitory, leaning in eagerly. The next moment, he jumped up in shock. What did he see? He actually saw the captain borrowing Captain Gao's mirror from the next dormitory to look at himself. Gu Shirshu had known Lu Jinyan since he was a child, so how could he not know what kind of person he was? Over the years, he had never seen him look in a mirror. At this moment, seeing Lu Jinyan blushing while looking in the mirror, with several sets of clothes laid out on the bed, he truly suspected that his captain had been possessed by some demon. Just as he was about to check if Lu Jinyan had a fever, he suddenly realized that the captain was probably going on a date with his future sister-in-law. He immediately grinned mischievously and kept winking at Lu Jinyan. "Captain, are you going on a date with your sister-in-law?" Lu Jinyan's ears turned even redder. He expressionlessly placed the mirror aside, but couldn't suppress the intense blush that quickly spread across his face and ears. He had just read the reply from Tang Song. She indeed agreed to meet him. Seeing his current state, Gu Shirshu understood everything. He grinned as he leaned closer to Lu Jinyan. "Captain, can I come with you on your date with your sister-in-law?" Lu Jinyan shot him a disgusted glance. "What would you come for?" "I can cheer you and your sister-in-law on," Gu Shirshu exclaimed, his innocent eyes wide open, continuing to grin. "When you two hold hands, I'll cheer you on. When you hug and kiss, I can cheer for you too. Get lost." Lu Jinyan's pale ears turned completely red. He didn't want to listen to Gu Shirshu's nonsense any longer and directly kicked him out without hesitation. Gu Shirshu covered his butt and whimpered. However, the strong brotherly love made him disregard the pain and lean back towards Lu Jinyan, helping him strategize. "Captain, the clothes you picked are not good. They're all dark, and the young lady definitely won't like them. I remember when you received the first-class merit award, you wore a white shirt to the stage, right? That outfit looks good. Your sister-in-law will definitely like it. Would Tang Song really like him wearing a white shirt and suit pants?" Gu Shirshu was grinning so mischievously that Lu Jinyan was utterly disgusted with him. However, he still decided to listen to Gu Shirshu and wear that outfit to meet Tang Song. Nowadays, many girls like delicate boys, and his sister-in-law would definitely like them too. Gu Shirshu blinked at him and suggested, "Captain, last time my dad gave my mom a box of duck egg powder, it seemed pretty good. How about I sneak some out and put some on you?" Get lost. How could Lu Jinyan wear powder? He found Gu Shirshu too unreliable and couldn't help but kick him on the backside. Gu Shirshu left, holding his butt and crying. However, he thought that since the captain didn't wear powder, his sister-in-law would still like him. The captain was a typical cool, white-skinned guy, completely unable to get tanned, and had a masculine charm. He was even a little bit better looking than the capital's most handsome Gu Shirshu, which would surely make his sister-in-law infatuated. Hee. Soon he would be enjoying the captain's wedding candy. At that time, he would bring Liang Yueshin and Lu Xiaoyu to make a ruckus at the wedding chamber. After closing the dormitory door, the redness in Lu Jinyan's ears still lingered for a long time. He couldn't help but take out the letter Tang Song wrote to him and read it carefully again. On the 23rd, at the Peony private room of the state-run restaurant at 68 West Street, don't miss it. He repeated this sentence over and over again. He felt that this sentence was more beautiful than any love words in the world. After proposing to meet again, He felt unprecedentedly nervous. He was afraid she would think he was reckless and no longer want to contact him. He was also afraid that she wouldn't want to meet him. Fortunately, she agreed to meet him. He placed the letter close to his heart, blushing as he took a big white rabbit milk candy, carefully unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. So sweet. When he was a child, he had eaten big white rabbit milk candy once. He thought the milky taste was too rich and it stuck to his teeth. But now, he felt that big white rabbit milk candy was the best candy in the world. He even suspected that this big white rabbit milk candy was made with honey. Otherwise, how could it taste so sweet, like drinking honey? He carefully hid the large bag of big white rabbit milk candy that Tang Tang had sent him. This bag of big white rabbit milk candy was all his, and no one could take it from him. After brushing his teeth, his mouth still had the sweet scent of big white rabbit milk candy. Maybe because the candy was too sweet, he dreamed of sweetness after falling asleep. Song Tang lived in the same courtyard as the Lu family, and Lu Jinyan didn't want to go back to the Lu family. But since his white shirt and suit pants were at home, he had no choice but to go back home on Saturday night. Brother Lu. As soon as Lu Jinyan pushed open the courtyard gate, Song Qingyao fluttered over like a graceful butterfly. He frowned and took a big step back, instinctively keeping his distance from her. She seemed unaware of his rejection. She looked up at him, her smile as bright as flowers, and said, "Next week, the art troupe is having auditions. Can you help me see how this dance I practiced is?" Saying this, Song Qingyao elegantly twisted her body and danced gracefully in the courtyard. This morning, she had performed this dance in front of Su Shanshan. Su Shanshan was amazed by her. Su Shanshan said that any normal man who saw her dance would be unable to resist her charm. Last time, Lu Jinyan had indeed rejected her, but she was confident that seeing her dance so beautifully would surely move him and make him infatuated. Chapter 52. She is vibrant and alluring, and he cannot control himself. The elders from both families have not yet returned. If he loses control, the two of them might just take the opportunity to happen upon something. Although he has a cold personality, he is responsible. If he touches her, he will definitely marry her. By then, she will be the daughter-in-law of the commander and the wife of the regiment leader. Song Tang will never compare to her. No, this cannot happen. Song Qingyao did not see Lu Jinyan's confused gaze. Instead, she heard his cold voice, devoid of any emotion. In fact, he didn't even look at her as he stepped towards the living room of the Lu family. Big brother Lu. Song Qingyao felt very hurt. It wasn't that she was narcissistic. Her dance was truly beautiful. Even the dance teacher who taught her said she could no longer teach her because she was more talented and skilled than her. She couldn't believe that Lu Jinyan was completely uninterested in her stunning dance. Since they were alone at home, she didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Gritting her teeth, she decided to wrap her arms tightly around him, using her fragility and pitifulness to win his sympathy. She thought they would be close, sharing tender moments. But unexpectedly, he seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. The moment she lunged at him with all her charm, he quickly dodged, and she fell to the ground in a heap. Hey, what are you doing, Song family girl? Commander Lu was at home. He had overslept during his nap, and, upon waking, found it was already dark. He went downstairs to check if his son and daughter-in-law had returned. But as soon as he entered the living room, he saw Song Qingyao pouncing on his grandson like a hungry wolf. He was almost scared to death. He did not like the scheming Song Qingyao. Moreover, he had already decided that his grandson's future wife was Song Tang, and he certainly did not want his grandson to do anything to hurt her. He strode forward and quickly tried to stop Song Qingyao. Unexpectedly, his grandson was quicker than him, calmly dodging Song Qingyao's attack. Commander Lu let out a long sigh of relief. However, since the Song and Lu families lived next door to each other, he didn't want to make things awkward. He gave Lu Jinyan a look, urging him to hurry back to his room and lock the door. To protect his future granddaughter-in-law's virtue, he pretended not to see what had just happened and showed concern for Song Qingyao. Yao, why are you lying on the ground? How could you be so careless while walking? Song Qingyao was shocked. She didn't expect Commander Lu to be home. After the shock came an indescribable embarrassment. This was the second time. He would rather let her fall to the ground than embrace her. As the recognized flower of the courtyard, Song Qingyao was never short of admirers around her. She had never suffered such humiliation from other men. Even though she knew Commander Lu probably hadn't seen her attempt to hug Lu Jinyan, her heart was filled with boundless humiliation. She did not respond to Commander Lu's words. Struggling to get up from the ground, she covered her face and ran towards the Song family living room, crying. What happened? Why is Yao Yao crying again? Just then, Lin He and Lu Jiang returned together and saw Song Qing Yao running into the Song family home in tears. Lin He couldn't help but ask. Commander Lu did not answer immediately. The three of them entered the Lu family living room, and after closing the door, Commander Lu disapprovingly said she wanted to hug Xiaoyan, but Xiaoyan dodged and she fell, so she cried. Xiaoyan really shouldn't have let Yao Yao fall, Lu Jiang said reluctantly, considering the friendship between the Song and Lu families. Hearing this, Lin He immediately became displeased. What do you mean? Yao Yao lunged at Xiaoyan. You think you should have held her? Lu Jiang, are you saying if a woman pounces on you, you should gentlemanly embrace her too? Lu Jiang had only wanted to smooth things over. Who would have thought that by casually speaking up for Song Qing Yao, he would end up in a pit himself? The usually righteous and uncompromising Lu commander found himself at a loss. He no longer cared that Commander Lu was still nearby. He grasped his wife's hand and urgently explained, I have never hugged another woman. Ahi, don't be angry. If I dare to hug another woman, I'll chop off my own hand. Commander Lu chuckled. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law so affectionate made him happy. Hearing Commander Lu's laughter, Lin He felt embarrassed. Blushing, she pulled her hand away from Lu Jiang, behaved normally. Dad is still here. Commander Lu pretended to be serious and coughed lightly. Ahi, don't worry. If Xiao Jiang dares to mess around outside, I'll break his legs. However, this girl Yao Yao is truly a headache. Lu Jiang and Lin He weren't blind. They had already noticed that Song Qing Yao had feelings for Lu Jinyan. They were both particularly troubled. After a long silence, it was still Lu Jiang who decisively said, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. When Xiao Yin marries Tang Tang, if he dares to mess around behind Tang Tang's back, I'll break his legs. Lu Jinyan had no idea that Lin He and the others had paired him up with Song Tang again. After having dinner with his family, he returned to his room and took out his white shirt and suit pants from the wardrobe. Usually, he either wore a military uniform or a black vest. It was rare for him to dress so formally, and he felt slightly uncomfortable. He also wanted to know what he looked like in this outfit. He was afraid that Tang Song would find him unattractive, afraid she might not like him. There was no mirror in his room, so, after changing his clothes, he decided to look out the window. Song Tang had just finished her shower. When she bathed, she would also wash the little clothes she had changed out of. Happily humming a little tune, she was hanging her little clothes in front of the window. Lu Jinyan pulled back the curtain and saw this scene. The girl in the apricot-colored nightgown stood charmingly in front of the window, revealing a large section of her slender arms. Under the hazy light of the moon, her skin was as white as high-quality cream jade, and the two dimples on her face were as sweet as if filled with honey. She slightly raised her chin. Her delicate swan neck was stunningly beautiful. Below there were her exquisitely perfect collarbones, tender and fresh like just set cream. In her hand, she held a dark green, plain little garment. It was the same one she had worn that night when she had pinned him down on the bed, vibrant and alluring. Lu Jinyan's handsome face turned pale. He suddenly pulled the curtain shut, vowing never to look at Song Tang again in his next life. Song Tang also noticed the unusual reaction from across the way. She instinctively lifted her face to look over, only to meet Lu Jinyan's dark, brooding gaze. His face looked extremely grim, as if she owed him billions. The next moment, he coldly pulled the curtains shut with force. How infuriating! Song Tang couldn't help but puff out her cheeks. She too forcefully drew the curtains. Had she offended him recently? He was so infuriating. Maybe she would just stand him up tomorrow. Song Tang was genuinely angry tonight, but today she had received his reply. The pearl earrings he gave her were beautiful, and she particularly liked them. The words in his letter were also very warm, making it hard for her to stand him up. Gently stroking the pearl earrings he had given her, she decided to keep her promise tomorrow and meet him. Lu Jinyan had originally planned to stay home tonight. The house was close to the state-run hotel, and he wanted to go over early tomorrow to wait for Tang Song. However, The scene he had just witnessed made him despise himself uncontrollably, and his dislike for Song Tang doubled. He truly did not want to see her and decided to return to the dormitory. Commander Lu had not yet rested. He was sitting on the living room sofa, reading the martial arts novel written by Song Tang. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the martial arts novel written by his future daughter-in-law was really good when he saw his little rascal coming downstairs, seeing him holding the car keys. General Lu put the newspaper on the coffee table and couldn't help but ask him, "It's so late. Where are you going?" "Back to the dorm," Lu Jinyan replied. Hearing this, General Lu immediately got angry. "It's midnight. What dorm are you going back to? You're staying home tonight. You can't go anywhere." "Not possible. I won't sleep at home." Lu Jinyan raised his foot and continued walking. General Lu was both amused and infuriated by his little rascal's stubbornness. He sarcastically mocked him. "Are you going to say that as long as Tang Tang stays here for a day, you'll never go back home? You little brat, if you have the guts. Never come back to live here." After getting angry, General Lu felt a bit anxious. He pinched a corner of the newspaper, wanting to kindly remind his little rascal. "Song Tang, Tang Song. Why do I feel that Tang Tang's name is so similar to the Tang Song who wrote Hero's Ambition?" Chapter 53. Lu Jinyan found 10 soldiers for Song Tang. "You say, Tang Song, could it be Tang Tang?" "Tang Song, Song Tang." Lu Jinyan didn't speak immediately. He silently repeated these two names. To be honest, he also thought these two names were somewhat similar. But Tang Song could never be Song Tang. Tang Song is someone with inner beauty and grace, resilient, a beautiful snow plum in the cold, the best girl in the world. How could she possibly be that scheming Song Tang who hides a whole bag of drugs? Impossible. After a long while, Lu Jinyan finally spoke with absolute certainty. "Song Tang will always be better than Song Tang. Grandpa, I know you want to match me with Song Tang, but I still say, there's no possibility between me and Song Tang. Don't expect me to give you great-grandchildren with her. Even if I had children with Suzy or even the wooden post in the yard, it would be impossible for me to have great-grandchildren with her. Oh dear." Commander Lu clutched his chest, panting heavily. Really, he felt like he was about to have a heart attack from this little brat. He glared fiercely at Lu Jinyan, angrily pointing at him. "Fine, you're impressive. You said it. If you have the guts, go have a great-grandchild with the wooden post in the yard." Commander Lu still felt unsatisfied. He took a deep breath and continued angrily. "If you have the guts, never be with Tang Tang. In the next life, I could never be with her." Commander Lu was even angrier. He clenched the newspaper in his hand, so furious that it took him a while to regain his voice. He spoke as if Tang Tang would cherish being with this scoundrel. "That girl Tang Tang is so good. There are plenty of talented young men who want to date her. Scoundrel, just wait. In a few days, I'll introduce a tall, handsome, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted soldier to Tang Tang. And then don't you get anxious." Lu Jinyan's expression was also not good. He felt that Commander Lu was completely out of his mind trying to match him with Song Tang. Song Tang, ISNT anyone to him. Who she dates has nothing to do with him. Moreover, he had already told his family that the girl he liked was Tang Song. In this life, he only wanted to grow old with Tang Song. Grandpa still insisted on matching him with Song Tang. It was really unreasonable. Plus, he hated that he dreamed about Song Tang and always did this and that with her in his dreams. The intense self-loathing made it even harder for him to appreciate Song Tang. His voice was as cold as ice. "Grandpa, even if you introduce 10 soldiers to Song Tang, it has nothing to do with me." After saying this, he didn't stay any longer, striding away without looking back. "You," Commander Lu, enraged, began to pound his chest again. "Introduce 10 soldiers to Tang Tang." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to help but shout at Lu Jinyan's vanishing figure in the distance. "Scoundrel! You scoundrel! I'm not joking. I really will introduce a partner for Tang Tang. You better not get anxious. If you scare away your future wife, I'll make you cry." Commander Lu, full of energy, shouted, and Lu Jinyan vaguely heard his roar. He self-deprecatingly curled the corners of his lips, his starry eyes cold and desolate. If Song Tang got scared away, how could he cry? He would only be relieved not to see that scheming girl anymore. "Sister, tonight," after suffering grievances from Lu Jinyan, Song Qingyao felt a sense of embarrassment. But she still didn't forget the important matter. The art troupe's audition is next week, and she was sure that Song Tang couldn't dance as well as her. Or rather, that country bumpkin Song Tang wouldn't know how to dance at all. However, she was always cautious in her actions. She needed to be foolproof. She believed that Song Tang was favored by Lin He and others. Definitely because she had a seductive face. If Song Tang's face was ruined, everyone would definitely find that country bumpkin disgusting. Moreover, the girls in the art troupe's dance team not only danced beautifully, but also looked good. If Song Tang's face was covered in sores, she definitely wouldn't get into the dance team. She wanted Song Tang to become extremely ugly. Song Tang had gone to the bathroom, and the door was slightly ajar. Song Qingyao called out a couple of times, and seeing no response, she directly pushed the door open and walked in. She immediately spotted a pair of beautiful, elegant pearl earrings on Song Tang's desk. Under the soft light, the two round pearls gleamed warmly, clearly expensive. She didn't expect that country bumpkin Song Tang would splurge on such expensive pearl earrings. She particularly liked this pair of pearl earrings and couldn't help but approach to try them on. Just as she touched the pearl earrings, she noticed that beneath the newspapers on the desk were several sheets of letter paper. She had seen Lu Jinyan's handwriting before. At a glance, she recognized it as Lu Jinyan's writing. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and then she saw a few lines of text peeking out. A few days ago, I accidentally saw a beautiful pair of pearl earrings, so I bought them, hoping you would like them. Further down was the signature on the letter. Lu Jinyan. Indeed, this was a letter from Lu Jinyan to Song Tang. Song Qingyao trembled with rage. She had grown up with Lu Jinyan as childhood friends. From the moment she first developed feelings, she had been infatuated with him, who was noble, handsome, and extraordinarily talented. She always regarded him as her possession. In her eyes, they were meant to get married in the future because only she, Song Qingyao, deserved someone as outstanding as him. She really couldn't imagine that he would be corresponding with Song Tang behind her back. Song Tang not only shamelessly snatched away her parents and brothers, but now she also wanted to take her man. How could she be so cheap? Song Qingyao desperately wanted to see what else Lu Jinyan had written in the letter. She hurriedly reached out with trembling fingers to grab the sheets of letter paper. However, before she could grasp them, she heard Song Tang's cold voice laced with warning. Song Qingyao, what are you doing in my room? Song Qingyao felt as if she had been burned by fire, hurriedly retracting her hand. She was still filled with hatred. She could hardly suppress the malice in her eyes. She wanted to roar at Song Tang, to scream, to question her why she was so shameless, trying to seduce her man. She hoped Song Tang would have some self-awareness. How could a country bumpkin like her match with the promising Lu Jinyan? However, the remaining rationality in her mind still told Song Qingyao that she could not go mad, could not lose her composure. She needed to be calmer to make that shameless Song Tang pay the price and reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her. She quietly clenched the things in her hand. Originally, she had planned to silently ruin Song Tang's face. Now that Song Tang had seduced her beloved Lu Gu, her disgusting face should become unrecognizable. Song Qingyao was truly an actress. Even though her heart was completely twisted with hatred, she still raised a naive, kind, and harmless smile on her face. Sister, I have something I want to give you. I knocked on the door. I thought you were in the room, so I came in directly, but I didn't expect you just went out. Song Qingyao placed the pearl cream in her hand on Song Tang's desk. This box of pearl cream was brought back by her brother from the Soviet Union a few months ago and was particularly good for the skin. Sister, you are so fair and beautiful. Using this pearl cream, you will definitely become even prettier. This box of pearl cream was indeed given to Song Qingyao by Song Qi a few months ago. However, Song Qingyao had tampered with it. She sprinkled a kind of drug in the middle on top. Just a little of that drug is enough to cause someone's face to rot. After Song Tang uses that part, the remaining pearl cream will be fine. Everyone will just think Song Tang is having an allergic reaction, and no one will suspect her. She was waiting to see Song Tang become ugly and be despised by her parents and brothers, and also be rejected by brother Lu. Song Qingyao sincerely spoke with Song Tang for a while before returning to her own room. A country bumpkin like Song Tang had never seen such a good thing as pearl cream. She was certain that tomorrow, Song Tang's face would rot. After Song Qingyao left, Song Tang put away the newspaper and stationery on her desk and went to the bathroom to wash things. In fact, she had nothing much to wash. But just now, she noticed that when Song Yao gave her the pearl cream, Su Shanshan was eavesdropping outside her door. She had to give Su Shanshan a chance to play her part. As she expected, when she returned, the bottle of pearl cream on her desk was indeed missing. She knew that Song Yao wouldn't be so kind as to give her an expensive bottle of pearl cream. It was likely that Song Yao had tampered with the pearl cream. She was waiting to see Song Yao and Su Shanshan turn on each other. Early the next morning, almost as soon as Song Tang opened her eyes, she heard Song Yao's piercing scream. Song Tang knew that the good show was about to begin. Chapter 54. The Song family begins to suspect Song Yao. She hurriedly put on her clothes, rinsed her mouth, and ran to the yard to see the commotion. Su Shanshan, let go of me. Are you crazy? Overnight, Su Shanshan's face was covered in red bumps. She was pulling Song Yao's hair like a madwoman, slapping her face repeatedly, causing blood to seep from the corner of her lips. Song Yao had never suffered such a loss. She was definitely unwilling to just take the beating. However, Su Shanshan was already stronger than her, and in her rage, Song Yao couldn't break free from her grasp at all. She could only scream desperately, "Help! Help me!" Song Yao's cries were too tragic. Soon, Song Songrong and his wife, as well as the Lu family, came to the yard. Shanshan, seeing Su Shanshan's face covered in red bumps, Qin Xiuji gasped in shock. When she saw Su Shanshan tearing into Song Yao like a shrew, she quickly came forward to try to pull them apart. Shanshan, let go. How can you hit Yao? Seeing Song Yao's face swollen from the beating, Qin Xiuji's heart ached, and tears fell from her eyes. Lenny did not like Song Yao, but they were neighbors in the same courtyard after all. Seeing Song Yao beaten to such a state, it was hard for her to pretend to be blind. So she stepped forward to help break up the fight with Qin Xiuji. Su Shanshan, stop it. Song Songrong was also shocked by the scene. He shouted loudly, startling Su Shanshan so much that she trembled. Su Shanshan knew that her face had turned out like this because of that box of pearl cream. And that box of pearl cream was given to Song Tang by Song Yao. She hated the culprit, Song Yao, and wished she could scratch her face. But she was too afraid of Song Songrong and cried as she let go of Song Yao. Yao, are you okay? Mom will go get the medicine box and treat your wounds. At this moment, Song Yao looked really miserable. Her cheeks were scratched in several places by Su Shanshan's long nails, and the blood seeping from the corner of her lips had smeared onto her chin, making it look particularly shocking. Qin Xiuji wiped her eyes and hurried to get the medicine box to treat her wounds. Su Shanshan, what are you doing? Why are you hitting Yao for no reason? In the courtyard, Song Songrong was famous for pampering his daughter. After doting on Song Yao for so many years, even though she was not his biological daughter, he could not bear to see her suffer such injustice. Seeing her face swollen like a red bun and blood still oozing from her lips, this iron-blooded man felt his heart ache and his eyes turned red. He looked at Su Shanshan with an increasingly cold gaze. Quickly apologize to your cousin. I won't apologize. Su Shanshan glared at Song Yao, her face twisted in anger. Song Yao, you caused me to be like this, so you deserve to have your face scratched. After yelling at Song Yao, she turned to look at Song Songrong, tears streaming down her face. Uncle, look at my face. It's all Song Yao's fault. That bottle of pearl cream she gave me is problematic. It's because I used her pearl cream that my face turned out like this. She ruined my looks, so what's wrong with me slapping her a few times? What did you say? Song Songrong was momentarily stunned. How could Yao harm you? Song Yao, being clever, quickly understood what had happened when she saw Su Shanshan's ghastly appearance. Su Shanshan, this fool, really could never change her habit of being greedy and having dirty hands. She was afraid that last night, Su Shanshan had seen her give Song Tang the pearl cream and, taking advantage of Song Tang's inattention, had stolen that bottle of pearl cream. If it weren't for this fool causing trouble, she would have already ruined Song Tang's face. Song Yao gritted her teeth in anger, but she couldn't admit to having harmed anyone. She still pretended to be wronged with red-rimmed eyes. Shanshan, I really don't know what you're talking about. You can't possibly not know. Su Shanshan, recalling the horrifying sight she saw in the mirror this morning, was filled with rage. She pointed at Song Qingyao's nose and scolded. It's your pearl cream that caused the problem. You made me like this. I will never forgive you. Lu Xiaoyu disliked both Song Qingyao and Su Shanshan. Originally, he was just munching on sunflower seeds as a spectator, but when he heard Su Shanshan mention Song Tang, he put down the seeds and couldn't help but ask, You have red bumps on your face. Isn't it because of Song Qingyao? Why are you dragging Tang Tang into this? Woo! The thought of Lu Xiaoyu seeing her in such a state made Su Shanshan cry out in humiliation. She didn't want to admit that she had dirty hands, but she hated Song Qingyao too much and spoke the truth. Last night, Song Qingyao gave Song Tang a bottle of pearl cream. I took that bottle of pearl cream while Song Tang went to the bathroom. I wasn't stealing. I just wanted to use it. I didn't expect that bottle of pearl cream to be problematic. It's that bitch Song Qingyao who wants to harm people. She has ruined me so badly. I just want to scratch her face and make her disfigured like me. Su Shanshan said she wanted to scratch Song Qingyao's face, but Song Songrong, Colonel Lu, and Lu Shoujiang were all in the yard, and she was a bit scared of them, so she didn't dare to throw a tantrum. After hearing Su Shanshan's words, Lin He, Colonel Lu, and the others' gazes became particularly complex. In other words, if Su Shanshan hadn't stolen that bottle of pearl cream, it would have been Song Tang who was harmed and had red bumps all over her face. Song Tang thought that she should show some acting skills now. She was just about to try hard to squeeze out a few tears and question Song Qingyao about why she wanted to harm her when Lu Xiaoyu spoke up. So, Song Qingyao, you didn't initially want to ruin Su Shanshan's face, but rather Song Tang's face? You keep saying you treat Tang Tang like an older sister and that you'll genuinely be good to her. How can you calculate so maliciously against her? After Lu Xiaoyu finished speaking, everyone in the yard turned their gazes towards Song Qingyao. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji loved Song Qingyao and were unwilling to believe that their innocent and kind-hearted daughter could harm others. However, seeing Su Shanshan's face full of red bumps, they had to think more. A flash of resentment quickly crossed Song Qingyao's eyes. Lu Xiaoyu was her future brother-in-law. Why did he always favor that outsider Song Tang? She was not convinced. She didn't want Lin He, Lu Shoujiang, and the others to think she was malicious. Just now, Su Shanshan, in a fit of rage, had already smashed that bottle of pearl cream. She quickly got up, half squatting on the ground, and used her fingers to smear a large amount of pearl cream on her own face. Yao, what are you doing? Stop it. Qin Xiuji was afraid her face would end up like Su Shanshan's and quickly tried to stop her. Song Qingyao was too stubborn and showed no sign of stopping, still applying a thick layer of pearl cream on her face. After finishing, she cried so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, as if the whole world had harmed her. I'm not bad. I've never plotted against anyone. I gave the pearl cream not to harm my sister. I really like my sister and want to be good to her. The pearl cream my brother gave me, I can't bear to use it myself. I hope my sister can like me too. How could I want to ruin her face? You can wait and see. I won't get red bumps on my face. Shanshan might just have sensitive skin and be allergic to cosmetics. I really didn't harm anyone. The more Song Qingyao spoke, the more wrong she felt. And gradually, she was unable to speak coherently. Su Shanshan was stunned. She knew Song Qingyao loved beauty very much. She didn't expect that Song Qingyao would dare to smear pearl cream on her own face. Could it be that she really misunderstood Song Qingyao, and she hadn't tampered with the pearl cream, but was actually allergic to cosmetics? Thinking of Song Qingyao's generosity towards her before, Su Shanshan couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Song Tang's beautiful peach blossom eyes, however, were filled with coldness and understanding. There was a similar plot in the book. Song Qingyao had given the original owner a bottle of pearl cream. She tampered with the thin layer on top of the pearl cream. The original owner had never seen such a good thing as pearl cream, and after taking a shower, she applied a thick layer to her face. As a result, her face was covered in red bumps. The original owner firmly believed that Song Qingyao was the one who harmed her. However, when Song Qingyao applied the pearl cream to her own face, she did not get any bumps, as if it was just the original owner who was allergic to cosmetics. The original owner hit Song Qingyao, making it seem like she was just making a fuss. The Song family blamed the original owner, and in a fit of anger, she ran away from home. Without timely treatment for her face, Su Shanshan maliciously sprinkled chili powder on the original owner's face, causing it to start rotting and ultimately disfiguring her. Song Qingyao was too clever and too cautious, making it impossible for Song Tang to expose her true nature right away. But today, seeing her face scratched by Su Shanshan, Song Tang felt particularly pleased. And this was just the beginning. Song Tang knew that Zhao Jing, the rogue, would entangle the original owner, and this was also related to Song Qingyao. It could be said that Song Qingyao indirectly caused the original owner's tragic death in the turbulent river. One day, she would tear apart Song Qingyao's mask and make her pay with blood for blood. Chapter 55. Lu Jinyan's sweet date with Tang Song. Sister, I'm sorry. In a moment of distraction, Song Qingyao suddenly knelt in front of her. The pearl cream is really fine. I would never harm you. I won't wipe off the pearl cream on my face. I really won't get red bumps. Shanshan is allergic. It was really just an accident. Sister, please don't be angry with me, okay? As long as you don't hate me, I'm willing to do anything. As she spoke, Song Qingyao suddenly went into a frenzy, repeatedly slapping her own face. Song Qingyao, are you sick? Lu Xiaoyu thought Song Qingyao was simply morally blackmailing. Tang Tang hadn't even said anything. Yet she had to hurt herself, leaving Tang Tang in an awkward position, which was really disgusting. Lin He, Lu Shoujiang, and Commander Lu were also speechless. Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong loved Song Qingyao so much that when they saw her slapping herself, they felt heartbroken. After regaining her senses, Qin Xiuji was about to stop Song Qingyao from continuing to hurt herself when Song Qingyao suddenly got up from the ground and ran towards the wall, crying loudly. If I die, sister won't hate me anymore. I really can die. Yao Yao. Qin Xiuji was startled by Song Qingyao's sudden action and couldn't help but zone out again. By the time she wanted to pull Song Qingyao back, Song Qingyao's forehead had already bled from the impact. She quickly hugged Song Qingyao, crying uncontrollably, my Yao Yao. Why are you so silly? Tang Tang is your sister. How could she possibly hate you? Mom is begging you. Please don't hurt yourself anymore, okay? Mom, I'm sorry. Song Qingyao cried and hiccuped. I really didn't know Shanshan would be allergic to the pearl cream. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Mom believes you. Qin Xiuji hugged Song Qingyao tightly, trying to comfort her. Song Songrong's eyes were also red, as if they would bleed. He gently wrapped his arms around his wife and daughter, fearing he would lose his precious daughter. Song Tang felt inexplicably emotional. She had to admit that Song Qingyao's protagonist aura was indeed quite powerful, no matter what bad things she did. As long as she shed a few tears and acted like she wanted to die, the Song family would unhesitatingly believe and protect her. However, Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong had never given her such precious trust. Song Tang didn't want to see the way Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong gently coaxed Song Qingyao. So she went back to her room, took her makeup materials, locked the door, and went to the 13th alley. Sister Qingyao, I know you didn't mean it. I don't blame you anymore. Seeing Song Qingyao in such a miserable state, Su Shanshan felt pity and reconciled with her. Qin Xiuji wasn't a dermatologist, so she couldn't help Su Shanshan with the bumps on her face. She told her to hurry to the hospital to get some ointment. As long as they treated it properly, the bumps on her face should go down. After coaxing Song Qingyao for a while and confirming that she wouldn't do anything foolish again, she returned to the room with Song Songrong. Qin Xiuji really loved Song Qingyao, but today she was indeed frightened by Song Qingyao's actions of kneeling and hitting the wall. There were some things she didn't dare to say in front of Song Qingyao, because she was afraid that Song Qingyao would become despondent again and think about ending her life. However, after closing the door, she couldn't help but speak to Song Songrong. Old Song, why do I feel that Yao Yao's personality is too extreme? She pressed her hand against her chest. To be honest, I was a bit scared when I saw Yao Yao suddenly hit the wall. Song Songrong nodded. He also felt that Song Qingyao's recent tendencies to hit the wall were quite frightening. However, having watched Song Qingyao grow up, he couldn't think of her with dark thoughts. He preferred to find reasons within himself. After a long silence, he finally said to his wife, Yao Yao has been so extreme lately because she probably feels insecure after knowing she is not her daughter. As parents, we cannot be biased. We need to ensure that both she and Tang Tang feel secure and at home. Only then can our family be happy and harmonious. Qin Xiuji felt that her husband made a lot of sense. She secretly thought that she needed to give both daughters more love and enough security. Mom, I just feel that Song Qingyao is full of bad intentions. She definitely wants to harm Tang Tang. After accompanying Su Shanshan to the hospital, everyone dispersed. Back home, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but complain. She did it to herself. She definitely knew there was no medicine under the pearl cream. That's why she dared to put so much on her face. Anyway, Song Qingyao is not a good person. Lin He and Lu Shoujiang exchanged glances. They also felt that Song Qingyao must have tampered with the pearl cream. However, Su Shanshan had probably already used up the part of the pearl cream that had the medicine, so they had no evidence and couldn't say anything. Commander Lu's expression was serious. He increasingly felt that Song Qingyao was not only cunning but also had bad intentions. Remembering what he had seen last night, worry couldn't help but surface in his sharp eyes. His eldest grandson indeed had no interest in Song Qingyao, but he was afraid that his grandson would be unable to resist her tricks and ultimately fall into her trap. He solemnly instructed Lu Shoujiang, "Find time to call Xiao Yin and let him be cautious of Song Qingyao. If he doesn't dodge next time, I fear there will be trouble." "What dodging?" Lu Xiaoyu's clear, innocent eyes were filled with confusion. "Grandpa, why do you want my brother to be wary of Song Qingyao? Does she want to harm him too?" Commander Lu glared at Lu Xiaoyu in disdain. "You should also be cautious of Song Qingyao. I'm afraid that after she fails with Xiao Yan, she will shift her target and come after you. If you marry a daughter-in-law like Song Qingyao, don't come back. I'm afraid it will kill me." Lu Xiaoyu finally understood Commander Lu's intentions. He particularly disliked others pairing him with Song Qingyao. His face turned red with anxiety. How could I possibly marry Song Qingyao? She is so cunning. I'm afraid she would drug me and turn me into Wu Dalong. Lu Shoujiang was particularly speechless at his silly son. He was so angry that he wanted to slap Lu Xiaoyu. What Wu Dalong? His surname is Lu. He is the third in line. Even if he was drugged by Song Qingyao, he could only be Lu Sanlang. Commander Lu, Lu Shoujiang, and Linny didn't say much in front of the silly boy. However, they all knew that they not only had to make Lu Jinyan and Lu Xiaoyu wary of Song Qingyao, but also remind Lu Yu to be more cautious. It wasn't that they were arrogant. The Lu family status was indeed among the top in the entire compound. Song Qingyao wanted to overshadow Song Tang. She definitely wanted to marry into the Lu family. In fact, they didn't have any so-called views on social status. If Song Qingyao were straightforward, sincere, and kind, they wouldn't mind, even if she were an orphan. But she was insidious, full of bad intentions. Even if Lin He died, she wouldn't want to be her mother-in-law. Lin He was only hoping that Lu Jinyan could quickly get together with Song Tang. That way, Song Tang could come to live with their Lu family. She was afraid that if Song Tang lived with Song Qingyao, she wouldn't be able to guard against her schemes. Song Tang directly went to the 13th alley to do her makeup. Not long ago, she found some high-quality silicone at the black market. She used the silicone to create a scar that looked convincingly real on her left cheek, making her look extremely ugly. Her best friend from the 21st century, Gu Baobao, was an incredibly skilled beauty blogger. The character she created from the Shan Haijing for herself had gone viral on short video apps, gaining countless fans. When she created those looks, she needed to use silicone to make fake noses, whether high or low, round or pointed. And the fake noses she made showed no signs of being faked at all. Song Tang learned the craft of transforming noses with silicone from her. After she transformed her own nose, her entire demeanor changed. She suspected that Gu Baobao had come and wouldn't even recognize her. Lu Jinyan definitely wouldn't recognize her. Having an appointment, Song Tang didn't like to be late, so she arrived at the reserved private room more than 10 minutes early. She thought Lu Jinyan would take a while to come, but to her surprise, when she arrived, he was already waiting in the room. In her impression, Lu Jinyan either wore military uniforms or a black vest with 2 stripes. Unexpectedly, today he wore a white shirt and black suit pants. The white shirt tucked into his waistband made his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs even more pronounced, exuding an air of nobility, restraint, and a powerful presence that was incredibly attractive. Song Tang rarely blushed. Really, Lu Jinyan was too tempting today. On ordinary days, He was already more handsome than any male celebrities she had seen in her past life. Today, dressed so formally, he had an allure that made one want to rip open his white shirt to explore further, as if he were intentionally seducing someone. Tang Tang. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Jinyan instinctively raised his gaze. At that moment, he also clearly saw the appearance of the girl in front of him. Chapter 56. Heartbeat out of control. Lu Jinyan said Tang Tang was very beautiful. Today she wore a bamboo leaf green, three-quarter sleeve qipao. The qipao was adorned with a few scattered bamboo leaves, refreshing and elegant, exuding a sense of calmness like a light breeze. She stood gracefully at the door, beautiful yet possessing the proud spirit of bamboo, making one forget the mundane at first glance. Her watery peach blossom eyes shimmered, as if they could ask soul, and when their eyes met, his heart raced uncontrollably. It felt as if someone was beating a drum in his chest, trying to make his heart burst out of his ribcage. As she mentioned in her letter, there was a large scar on her face, but the flaw did not overshadow her beauty. Lu Jinyan's pale ears quickly turned crimson. The usually aloof, composed, and steady Colonel Lu was rarely flustered. He stood up with a flushed face and awkwardly introduced himself. I am Lu Jinyan, 24 years old, single. Tang Tang was surprised. Accustomed to seeing Lu Jinyan with a cold face in reality, she thought he would be indifferent towards anyone, never expecting he would blush. She introduced herself. I am Tang Tang. Lu Jinyan was momentarily stunned. He felt that her voice was very much like Song Tang's. In fact, he thought her eyes resembled Song Tang's as well. However, she could never be Song Tang because their noses were completely different. Song Tang had a small, delicate nose, while hers was rounder, giving her a clumsiness that was particularly charming. To the average eye, her face was certainly not as pretty as Song Tang's. But in his eyes, Tang Tang surpassed Song Tang by 1,000-fold. Seeing him staring at her, Tang Tang's face flushed a bit more. Are you looking at me? Because my face is particularly ugly? Hearing her words, Lu Jinyan realized he had been too reckless just now. He had waited so long to finally see her. He was excited, anxious, and fearful of gain and loss, unable to tear his gaze away from her face. It was too abrupt. He could clearly feel his ears burning. He awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to cool down, but he couldn't suppress the heat on his face and ears, thinking of her misunderstanding that he found her ugly. He hurriedly denied it. Not ugly. Very, very beautiful. Tang Tang was taken aback. To be honest, she had made herself look quite ugly. When she looked in the small mirror earlier, she had been shocked at how ugly she looked. She thought meeting Lu Jinyan would be a letdown. After all, most men preferred pretty girls, and he would likely never want to see her again. She never expected he would say she was beautiful. No one dislikes being praised. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Tang couldn't help but smile, her brows curving in delight. The dimples at the corners of her lips were deep, sweet enough to seem like honey was about to spill out. Lu Jinyan was also stunned. Tang Tang looked truly beautiful when she smiled. So beautiful that he felt he could look at her for a lifetime without growing tired of it. Fearing that his recklessness would make her dislike him, he quickly averted his gaze from her face. Remembering she hadn't sat down yet, he hurriedly stepped forward to pull out a chair for her, inviting her to sit down. As he was pulling out the chair, she happened to step forward and his fingers unintentionally brushed against her waist. He felt as if he had been electrocuted, causing his face to flush and his heart to race. He hurriedly let go of the chair, afraid she would notice his unusual reaction. Tang Tang didn't notice his anomaly, as she was quite nervous herself. This was her first time going on a date with a man in this life. What do you want to eat? Lu Jinyan took the menu and gentlemanly asked her to order. Tang Tang glanced at the menu. The dishes in this state-run restaurant were much simpler than those at hotels in her time. There weren't a variety of drinks or red wine on the menu. However, there was fruit wine. She hadn't tasted the fruit wine of this era yet, so after ordering 2 dishes, she decided to order 2 liang of cherry fruit wine to try something new. Tang Tang only ordered home-style dishes, chives and egg pancake, and pickled bamboo shoots with cured meat. Lu Jinyan worried she wouldn't have enough to eat and added 4 more dishes: braised pomfret, sweet and sour ribs, cumin lamb, and spicy potato shreds, before handing the menu to the waiter. Although the dishes in this era were simple, They were made with real ingredients, and the portions were particularly large. 6 dishes plus 2 liang of fruit wine filled the entire table. After the waiter served the dishes, Tang Song was astonished. Did he think she was a pig? How could 2 people possibly eat this much? However, the food in this era was genuinely delicious. The chives and egg pancake was incredibly fresh, so much so that Tang Song nearly bit her tongue. The cumin lamb had no gamey taste, and the meat was particularly tender. In her previous life, even with so much money, she had never tasted such delicious lamb. The other dishes were also tasty, with a freshness that made one want to eat more. Eat more. Seeing Tang Song's slim waist, Lu Jinyan couldn't help but frown. She was really too thin. He felt he could break her waist with just a little force. He wanted to help her gain some weight. He took the public chopsticks and picked up 2 pieces of ribs for her, then added a large piece of fish. Tang Song, eat well in the future. Gaining some weight is healthier. His words clearly indicated he thought she was too thin. Tang Song actually felt she wasn't that thin. She had a small frame, making her look particularly slender, but she actually had quite a bit of flesh on her body. Strangely, she remembered what Gu Baobao had said jokingly. Gu Baobao often said, "Tang Tang, you look so thin, but how come in the places where you should have flesh, you have so much?" Such words were definitely not something Tang Song could say to Lu Jinyan. If she did, he would surely think she was being flirtatious. She could only lower her eyelids and focus on eating. Seeing him serve her more dishes, she reciprocated by picking up a piece of fish for him. After placing the piece of fish on the small plate in front of him, she suddenly realized something serious. He had used public chopsticks to serve her food, while she had used her own chopsticks to serve him. They might have even had her saliva on them. Tang Song felt incredibly embarrassed and hurriedly tried to take back the piece of fish from his plate. To her surprise, he had already picked up the piece of fish and naturally put it in his mouth. Tang Song felt the air in the private room suddenly became a bit ambiguous. She hurriedly thought of something to do to cover her embarrassment. Seeing half a glass of cherry fruit wine in front of her, she picked it up with flushed ears and took a big sip. This sip amazed her taste buds. Really, this cherry fruit wine was too delicious. The cherry fruit wine had no alcohol taste. It was even better than the cherry juice she had drunk in her previous life, sweet and sour, making her unable to get enough. She couldn't help but lift the glass and drink several more sips. Lu Jinyan, just as he was about to serve her more dishes, saw her sipping the fruit wine in small mouthfuls. Like a little hamster, she was incredibly cute. Watching her in this endearing manner, the corners of his lips couldn't help but gently rise, and in his dark starry eyes, the ice and snow melted, as if spring had come and flowers were blooming. This state-run restaurant not only had cherry fruit wine, but also various fruit wines like peach, mulberry, and lychee. He had drunk this kind of fruit wine before. For him, it was completely non-alcoholic, similar to regular drinks. Seeing she loved to drink, he quickly ordered 6 more kinds of fruit wine to be brought over by the waiter. Tang Song, try this mulberry fruit wine. Lu Jinyan poured a glass for Tang Song, his brows and eyes revealing undeniable fondness and indulgence. Tang Song had only drunk alcohol once in her previous life. She had a terrible tolerance for alcohol, and her drinking behavior wasn't great either. That night, she had drunk a glass of red wine and nearly stripped Gu Baobao. Since then, she had never dared to drink recklessly again. But she felt this fruit wine was similar to a beverage, and she couldn't help but drink several more glasses. After drinking the mulberry fruit wine, her eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but give Lu Jinyan a thumbs up. Lu Jinyan, this mulberry fruit wine is really delicious. Even better than cola? You're so nice. Not only did you take me to eat good food, but you also brought me such tasty fruit wine. Lu Jinyan's face reddened a bit more, just as he was about to say that if she liked it, he would get her half a kilogram more. Her beaming face leaned closer to him. She even stretched out 2 fingers at him. Soon, she extended 3, then 4 fingers. Lu Jinyan, why do you have 2? No 3 for faces? Why did your eyes suddenly get bigger, then suddenly smaller? Is there an earthquake? Why do I feel like the earth is spinning around me? Tang Song. Lu Jinyan quickly supported her swaying body. It was then that he realized she was drunk. 3 or 4 cups of fruit wine that tasted like juice had actually made her drunk. He truly hadn't expected her alcohol tolerance to be so low. A hint of helplessness crept into his cool voice. You're drunk. I'll help you to the car. You can rest for a bit, and I'll take you for barbecue in the afternoon. I'm not drunk. Drunk people never want to admit they are drunk. Song Tang felt that she could still drink 10 more cups of fruit wine. Lu Jinyan definitely wouldn't let her continue drinking. After coaxing and tricking her, he finally got her to the car. After helping her into the back seat, he was about to go to the front to drive when he suddenly heard her voice. Come here, sit next to me. He certainly couldn't bear to refuse her and quickly sat beside her. He thought she wanted to talk, but to his surprise, the next second, she flipped over and sat on his lap. Chapter 57. Tang Song, I will be responsible for you after kissing you. Lu Jinyan's body suddenly stiffened. He really didn't expect her to suddenly make such a move. His heart, which had just managed to return to normal, was now racing wildly, almost bursting out his chest. He didn't dislike her sitting on him at all. In fact, he particularly liked it. But she was sitting on him because she was drunk. He couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. He suppressed the flames of desire surging within him and hoarsely coaxed her. Tang Song, get down. Baby, I miss you so much. Song Tang didn't get down. Instead, she opened her arms and tightly hugged Lu Jinyan. She really missed Gu Baobao so much. She also missed her parents and brothers. Unable to help herself, she murmured again, I miss you so much. Baby. She actually called him baby. Lu Jinyan's face, which was as handsome as an ice sculpture, instantly turned red. He really couldn't imagine that Tang Song would softly call him baby and say she missed him so much. He actually missed her a lot too, day and night. He dreamed of meeting her. He closed the car door and awkwardly replied, Tang Song, I miss you too. Baby, why are you so hard? It hurts my bones. The delicate Gu Baobao in his memory suddenly felt rigid, and Song Tang couldn't help but wrinkle her little face and complain. Lu Jinyan was rarely nervous. He was afraid she would hate him for hurting her, just as he was about to carry her to the car seat, so she wouldn't be hurt anymore. He felt her suddenly grab his chest. Baby, where's your 34? D, why can't I find it? What happened to you? How did you become an airport? No way, my baby can't be an airport. I have to find my baby S34. A rare look of confusion appeared in Lu Jinyan's dark eyes. 34. D, what is that? Should he have it? An airport is so big. Should it be on his chest? Where did it hide? She was really groping around, trying to find it. Tang Song stopped moving. Many things, she said. He couldn't quite understand, but he was very clear about one thing. Her moving around was igniting a fire within him. He held her hand and warned her in a deep voice, get down. Baby, you're so fierce. Gu Baobao was always gentle and patient with Song Tang. Suddenly becoming so fierce made Song Tang feel very uncomfortable. She sniffled pitifully and couldn't help but bury her face in his chest. But I want to be mad at you. You must be fierce because you're 34. Turn into an airport and you're feeling bad. Baby, don't be sad. No matter what you become, I will always be with you. She would always be with him. Lu Jinyan's cold and hard heart instantly softened into a mess. He didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerability, but since she promised to always be with him, even if he was on fire, he was still somewhat reluctant to push her away. He raised his hand and couldn't help but gently hold her in his arms. I will always be with you too. Song. Just holding her didn't feel enough. He unfolded her restless little hand and intertwined their fingers. He had already recognized her as his soulmate when he wrote letters to Tang Song. To him, she was his soulmate, the direction of his heart. Meeting her today made him unable to suppress his heart racing for her, a glance for 1,000 years. A brief meeting couldn't satisfy his longing. He wanted to hold her hand like this, to meet her day and night, to know and cherish her for a lifetime. When I return to the army, I will apply for marriage. He hadn't finished his sentence when Song Tang suddenly lifted her face and grabbed his collar. Baby, what kind of ridiculous clothes are you wearing? You usually wear dresses. Why are you suddenly in pants? Did you get so sad about not finding your 34 that you gave up? Pants. Lu Jinyan's expression froze. He thought that the baby Tang Song mentioned was him. Obviously, he was being overly sentimental. The baby she mentioned should be some female friend of hers. The 34 she mentioned might refer to, or should I see how flat you are and help you think of a solution? In a moment of distraction, Song Tang actually unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. Song, take your hand away. Her soft fingertips brushed past his collarbone, as if an electric current flowed through him, causing his cold and handsome face to redden once again. His car was parked in a shaded spot at the back of the state-run hotel, a very hidden location with no other vehicles around, and no one would come by. The scene inside the car couldn't be seen by anyone, yet his heart was racing out of control. She obediently took her hand away, but her next move made his brain explode. She actually tried to pull down the zipper of her cheapao. She didn't notice the danger at all and was still puffing her cheeks, complaining, "I'm so hot. Baby, it seems my zipper is stuck in my hair. Can you help me pull it down?" Song, put your clothes back on. Don't move, you. Baby, you're so noisy today, it's driving me crazy. Song Tang didn't listen obediently and even covered his mouth. Her hand was too soft, like fluffy clouds, bringing the sweet scent of cotton candy, rendering Lu Jinyan momentarily speechless. Suddenly, she took her hand away. Her peach blossom eyes were misty with a layer of intoxicating water, looking unbelievably beautiful. She gazed at him with her dreamy peach blossom eyes, confused and puzzled. Baby, why is your mouth so good-looking and a bit like Lu Jinyan's mouth? I'm clearly very straight. Why does it seem like you bent it? Oh no, I actually want to kiss you. I can't kiss. I can't be bent. How about just one kiss? Song Tang kept reminding herself that she was very straight, especially straight, and couldn't go astray. But the beauty in front of her was so tempting that she really couldn't resist. She couldn't help but lean down, her lips blooming like flowers. We're about to touch Lu Jinyan's lips. Song. Rationality told Lu Jinyan that he should push her away, because she was completely drunk, unaware of what she was doing. But her lips were too soft, too fragrant, too sweet, like honey hidden in clouds, spreading between his lips and teeth. Even though he had remarkable self-control, he couldn't push her away, especially since her delicate little hands were particularly restless. Not only were they groping around his chest, but they were also searching randomly, insisting on finding out what had hurt her. He was afraid she would fall, so he instinctively supported her back, inadvertently touching a large area of soft, jade-like skin. He hurriedly withdrew his hand, but accidentally grasped a soft waist. He lowered his gaze and saw two slender, white legs. Swaying, they seemed to hook his heart and soul. Lu Jinyan felt he was about to go crazy. He almost exhausted his self-control for the next lifetime, and it was extremely difficult for him to hoarsely discuss with her, Song, don't kiss anymore, She still didn't listen. Not only that, but she also took the opportunity to deepen the kiss. Her experience was pitifully scarce, with no technique, yet Lu Jinyan was still stirred to the point of losing control. His proud self-control completely collapsed, and the last remnants of his rationality were utterly destroyed. He could no longer restrain himself, suddenly holding her head, taking the initiative to kiss back. Even though Song Tang was completely drunk, she sensed the danger. Her body instinctively leaned back, trying to distance herself from him, but was already too late. The hungry lone wolf, having been trapped for countless years, has completely broken free from his cage. How could he let the delicious feast placed before him slip away? He directly used one hand to grip her slim waist, domineeringly imprisoning her in his embrace, forcefully swallowing her breath. So fierce, so ruthless, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Don't! Song Tang felt a bit of pain in her waist from his grip. It was also particularly uncomfortable. Breathing became especially difficult. She was both anxious and angry, like a little lion provoked, biting him fiercely. But her little show of ferocity had no deterrent effect on him. Instead, it made him find her even more adorable. His distinctly knuckled large hand couldn't help but quickly move up along her slender waist, and the increasingly burning kisses made it impossible for her to voice any protests. Just when she was about to lose her breath from his kisses, he reluctantly left her lips. However, his powerful hand still rested on her body. He possessively confined her in his arms, his voice laced with lingering coldness and hoarseness, as well as a serious and determined promise. Song, I've been abrupt with you, but I will take responsibility. Let's be in a relationship. Chapter 58 Song. It's my shamelessness that has led to this. Lu Jinyan eagerly awaited her response. He longed for her to say, okay, let's be together. However, as soon as he finished speaking, she tilted her head and fell deeply asleep in his arms. Lu Jinyan couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. He tightened his embrace, holding her closer, with his half-lowered eyelids. He saw her current appearance. Her cheeks were flushed, nestling softly in his arms, resembling a charming little cat. Just looking at her made his heart feel utterly soft. He could clearly see the ugly scar on her face. The scar was quite large, covering a small part of her face, and its appearance was somewhat grim. But he truly didn't find her ugly. He only felt heartache for that scar, knowing it must have caused her a lot of suffering. He couldn't help but lean down, almost reverently placing a kiss on her scar. His voice was filled with tenderness, sounding almost indulgent. Song, I will always treat you well. Lu Jinyan particularly wanted to hold her like this forever, remembering that he had promised to take her camping and barbecuing that afternoon. He carefully laid her down on the back seat and went to the front to drive. Earlier, she had mentioned in their correspondence that she had once visited a culturally rich city where the barbecue was delicious, but unfortunately, she could no longer enjoy it. He didn't want her to feel regret for not being able to eat barbecue, so he had prepared the materials in advance. He wanted to personally grill for her. Lu Jinyan drove to the foot of a mountain in the suburbs of the capital. The scenery here was beautiful, with clear waters and lush mountains. And it was usually quiet, making it a perfect spot for camping and barbecuing. He was afraid she would be uncomfortable sleeping in the car. So after setting up the tent, he carried her inside. As he lifted her, he couldn't help but marvel at how light she was. Previously, when he had to carry Gu Shirshu, who was injured during a mission, he could distinctly feel the weight. But she was soft and light, feeling as if a slight breeze could carry her away. He absolutely had to make her gain some weight, gently placing her on the soft cushion inside the tent. Lu Jinyan then realized that the zipper of her qipao had been pulled down more than halfway. A small strand of hair was caught in the zipper. Seeing her beautiful brows furrowed, Lu Jinyan knew it must be the zipper tugging at her hair, causing her scalp pain. He didn't want to startle her, but he couldn't bear to see her frown, so he bent down, trying to free the strand of hair caught in the zipper and simultaneously pull it up. Yanking it directly would cause her more pain. Lu Jinyan first had to pull the zipper down to get the hair out. It hurt so much. As soon as his hand touched her back, she turned restlessly to the other side. Her movement unfolded like a beautiful painting, revealing large areas of creamy white skin right before his eyes. A gentle breeze brought a captivating sweet scent, instantly flushing his face. He hurriedly turned his head away, not daring to look. But without looking at her, he lost his aim, and when she sweetly cried out in pain, he had no choice but to suppress his overwhelming heat and refocus his gaze on her. Song, don't move. I'm helping you with your hair. She was particularly mischievous, flipping over and diving into his arms. The blazing flames of desire almost consumed Lu Jinyan's body. Even his cool, white fingertips trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, as if making a great determination, he raised his hand to continue helping her retrieve the hair. After what felt like a fierce battle, he finally freed that small strand of hair from the zipper, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But the zipper on her back was still at the bottom, and he had to help her pull it up. It was unbearably hot. She pouted in dissatisfaction. He pulled up the zipper, but she kept moving. Such a simple action took him several minutes, and he still couldn't manage to close it. Her restless movements revealed skin that shone whiter than the most beautiful cream, disrupting his breathing completely. Looking down, he even caught sight of her white little garment. As she fidgeted, he caught a glimpse beneath the garment. Pure white skin, vibrant and alluring. Lu Jinyan's face felt as if it had been scorched on a fiery mountain. He was at a loss, wanting to distance himself from her. But if he didn't pull up the zipper, it would seem like he was taking advantage of the situation. After struggling for a long time, he finally closed his eyes and helped her adjust her clothing. Closing his eyes made it even harder to aim. He missed the zipper and accidentally brushed against a patch of skin that felt as smooth as satin. It felt as if his fingertips had been burned, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand, searching for the zipper's pull, but ended up touching something even more inappropriate, not daring to continue groping around. He was about to retract his hand when he heard her sweet and melodious voice, filled with confusion. Lu Jinyan, what are you doing? Lu Jinyan's hand froze. Noticing where his hand was resting, even someone as composed as he was momentarily at a loss for words. The position of his hand was too awkward and impure. No matter how he explained, it would sound like he was being a rogue. His ears turned red as he stood there for a long time, finally saying awkwardly, Your zipper is open. Song Tang's face instantly turned into a red apple. She had no habit of blacking out when drunk. In an instant, many memories flooded into her mind like a movie. Just moments ago in the car, she had mistaken Lu Jinyan for Gu Baobao. Not only did she call him baby, but she also sat on him. She had even boldly unbuttoned his shirt, saying he was flat-chested, and grabbed his pecs. The most unforgivable part was that she had actually kissed him. The zipper on her chi-pao was also undone by her own doing. His hand resting on her body surely had no other intentions. He was just trying to gentlemanly help her zip up to avoid her revealing outfit being too eye-catching. Song Tang felt so embarrassed she couldn't stop curling her toes. She thought she should explain herself well. But how could she explain? Should she say she didn't mean to kiss him or touch him? Should she say she was just drunk and her limbs were uncooperative? No matter how she explained, it felt like she was being a rogue. Song Tang curled her toes again, her face flushed as she pulled up the zipper on her chi-pao, pretending she had blacked out from drinking. I thought wine wouldn't get me drunk. I didn't expect my alcohol tolerance to be so poor. I must have blacked out after drinking. I don't remember what happened in the car. She didn't even know what her drinking behavior was like. Lu Jinyan, I shouldn't have acted out of line in the car, right? She knew she not only misbehaved, but also acted like a rogue. She was afraid he would hold her accountable. So without waiting for his answer, she hurriedly added, in any case, whether I misbehaved or not, it was unintentional. So just forget about it. Let's pretend nothing happened. Song, I haven't forgotten what happened in the car. Cough, cough. Song Tang almost choked on her own saliva. She thought that by saying she didn't remember, they could turn the page on that incident. Who would have thought he would suddenly say something so serious? He lifted his eyelids to look at her, his deep, dark eyes filled with a seriousness that made her heart race. In the car, I kissed you and overstepped. My behavior was taking advantage of you, particularly reckless and shameless. No. Song Tang actually felt she was the one being more shameless. After all, she later kissed him out of infatuation with his looks. She was even afraid he would come to settle the score with her. He suddenly held her hand solemnly. Since we kissed, I won't shirk my responsibility. He repeated what he said to her in the car. Song, let's be in a relationship. Chapter 59. The night is alluring. He is like a wolf or a tiger. Dating him. Song Tang was almost scared to death by his words. The fundamental purpose of her agreeing to meet him was to scare him off with her ugly face, hoping he would abandon the idea of seeing her again. That way, they could focus on their correspondence, discussing ideals and the future, remaining spiritual pen pals with no further intersection in reality. She couldn't even dare to dream that he wanted to date her. She hurriedly pulled her hand away from his grasp, trying to dispel this terrifying thought. Lu Jinyan, you don't have to be responsible for me. I was drunk just now. I really don't remember what happened in the car. Let's just pretend nothing happened. I really didn't think about dating so soon. Lu Jinyan couldn't forget. Every minute and every second spent with her, every detail, was etched in his memory. He felt really disappointed that she didn't want to date him. However, he also thought that he was being too impatient, although they had been exchanging letters for a while. This was their first meeting, and she didn't know him well enough in reality. It was too hasty of him to bring up dating. He decided to confess to her when they met again next week. Aren't you craving barbecue? Lu Jinyan changed the subject, not mentioning dating again. I've already prepared the ingredients. I'll go grill outside. You can sleep a bit longer, and I'll call you when it's ready. With that, he got up and walked out of the tent. Song Tang was surprised. In her previous life, when barbecue was particularly popular in Zibo, she had gone there with Gu Baobao to enjoy it. She really liked the cultural atmosphere of Zibo, and the barbecue there was especially delicious. Once on a whim, she mentioned in a letter to Lu Jinyan that she was craving barbecue, but she didn't specify it was Zibo barbecue. He replied that he would take her camping and have a barbecue if there was a chance. She thought he was just saying that casually, but unexpectedly, during their first meeting, he had actually prepared barbecue ingredients to satisfy her taste buds. In her previous life, Song Tang's family was very wealthy, and her 7 brothers were all big shots in various industries. They had more than 10 cooks at home, so she never had the chance to cook. Grilling for the first time in the wild felt quite novel to her. Now that her head was clearer, she didn't want to continue lying in the tent. She also wanted to try grilling some skewers. Sitting up from the soft mat, she saw Lu Jinyan not far away. To make grilling easier, he had changed out his white shirt. Now, he was wearing a black tank top and military green pants. He looked so good in this outfit, even more so than in the formal white shirt and suit pants. His arms were well-defined, and you could vaguely see some chest muscles, sexy, alluring, overflowing with hormones. The grill was already lit, and a few skewers were placed on it. He stood in front of the grill with his eyes half closed, upright, strong, and handsome, better looking than top male models. As if sensing her gaze, he instinctively glanced in her direction. His aura was cold and unapproachable, but when he looked at her, his deep black eyes seemed to hold dazzling starlight. Their eyes met, and Song Tang's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly averted her gaze, pretending she hadn't seen him. A few seconds later, she couldn't help but glance up at him again, stealing a few looks. The more she looked, the more handsome he seemed. To be honest, every part of Lu Jinyan perfectly aligned with Song Tang's aesthetic preferences. Corresponding with him made her feel very satisfied. Meeting him in person made her a little infatuated. If she were to find a partner, she would definitely want someone like Lu Jinyan. Unfortunately, he only admired Tang's song. And when she stripped away that false identity of Tang's song, she was just Song Tang, the very person he disliked the most. In reality, she could never interact with him as Tang Song for a lifetime, so their relationship was doomed to have no outcome. Song Tang felt a bit sad, but she still happily enjoyed the barbecue with him. He grilled pork skewers, lamb skewers, caught 2 fish from the river, and grilled some wild vegetables. They tasted particularly good. After they finished the barbecue, the sun was already setting. Lu Jinyan drove her to Him.Later, but was reluctant to say goodbye. Lu Jinyan, you should go back first. They stood on the roadside, staring at each other awkwardly, and Song Tang couldn't help but urge him. Song. That morning, Lu Jinyan had waited for her in the private room for over 2 hours. At that time, he felt time was passing too slowly, longing to see her. But after seeing her, he felt time was passing too quickly. They hadn't even spent enough time together before they had to part. He knew he was too eager to meet her, too reckless, but he wanted to see her so badly that he mustered his courage to say, "Next Sunday, I'm off. Do you have time? I want to take you to the movies." Song Tang had time, but she didn't want to accept the invitation. She was afraid of falling deeper. She wanted to say, "Lu Jinyan, let's not meet again in the future. Let's just be pen pals." But the expectation in his eyes was too touching, and she ultimately couldn't bring herself to say it. She lightly bit her lip and vaguely replied, "I might have something to do next week. Let's talk about it later." Lu Jinyan felt disappointed that he couldn't see her next week, but he believed that the week after, she would definitely have time. They had a lifetime to meet again. He would always manage to get to see her. After they said their goodbyes, neither of them spoke much more. Song Tang often came to the Him.Later area, where she knew an elderly lady named Grandma Fong who lived alone. When she parted ways with Lu Jinyan, she went to Grandma Fong's house, planning to return to the military compound after he had walked far away. Lu Jinyan quietly counted the 7th house north of Him.Later. After Song Tang entered, he stood in place for a long time before reluctantly leaving. He didn't go home, but drove straight back to the military dormitory. The night was alluring, and the stars and moon were affectionate. That night, he actually dreamed of Tang's song for the first time. In the dream, he was still wearing armor, and his subordinates respectfully called him General. He was clearly looking for someone. After searching for a long time with his subordinates, he finally found the girl who had escaped from his mansion, disguised in coarse linen clothes. She had a hideous scar on her face as well. She looked exactly like Tang's song, but he called her Song Tang. Ignoring her struggles, he forcibly took her back to the general's mansion, and he even reached out to tear off the scar and fake nose on her face. At that moment, what appeared before him was clearly Song Tang's face. Lu Jinyan thought he was going crazy. How could he dream of Tang's song turning into that alluring Song Tang? Noticing himself in the dream, standing at the edge of a bath, he kept reminding himself to stay away from the alluring Song Tang. But in the dream, he, clad in armor, seemed to be bewitched. Not only did he not stay away from Song Tang, he tightly held her in his embrace. His voice was threatening, warning, and filled with intense anxiety. He heard himself in the dream ask Song Tang if she would dare to run away again. Song Tang looked up, her beautiful peach blossom eyes glistening with a layer of aggrieved tears. I definitely want to leave. The old lady said you're about to get married. I don't want to stay here any longer. Song Tang, listen carefully. I will say this for the last time. In the dream, his eyes were blazing with anger. But more so, they were filled with overwhelming emotion. I will not marry anyone else. In this lifetime, if I marry, my wife will only be you, Song Tang. Saying this, he suddenly lowered his face and, like a wolf or tiger, bit down on Song Tang's red lips. Don't kiss. Lu Jinyan gritted his teeth, reminding the self in the dream who was being seduced. But his reminders had no effect. In the dream, he, clad in armor, not only kissed Song Tang more fiercely, but also fell into a huge bath with her. General, don't. Song Tang's face turned red. She raised her delicate hand, wanting to push him away, who seemed like he was going to devour her. But after searching for 3 days, how could he bear to let her go? He turned around and recklessly pressed her against the edge of the bathroom, forcefully devouring her breath once again. His large hand, calloused and heavy, landed on her body, gradually losing control. Don't touch her. The him in the dream remained unfazed. Lu Jinyan couldn't stop his out-of-control self and could only grit his teeth to remind Song Tang. Song Tang, stay away from me. Don't touch me. Don't kiss me. Don't caress me. It was completely useless. Tang Tang, let me kiss you properly. I'm going to war tomorrow. At first, Song Tang hesitated, but when she heard he was going to war the next day, she stopped retreating. She playfully wrapped her arms around his neck and actively offered her red lips. So obedient, so sweet. Song Tang, take your hands away. I told you not to appear within 10 meters of me from now on. Lu Jinyan was nearly going mad with worry, but the him in the dream was particularly enjoying it. He even heard that version of himself say with intense affection. Chapter 60. Lu Jinyan takes full advantage of Song Tang, shameless. Tang Tang, wait for me to return in triumph, with a bridal procession of 10 miles. To marry you as my wife, Lu Jinyan. In the bathroom, the water rippled, and the two of them lost all sense of propriety. Lu Jinyan suddenly woke up from his dream. Realizing something was off, his handsome face, akin to a masterpiece of ennui, darkened as if ink were about to spill from it. He must have been possessed to dream that Tang Song was Song Tang. He had been intimate with Song Tang in his dream. Lu Jinyan was filled with self-loathing. He also hated himself for being fickle, repeatedly betraying Tang Song in his dreams. Today, he was finally going to meet Tang Song, and he was certain that he genuinely liked her. The moment he saw Tang Song, he wanted to file for marriage. He wanted to be with Tang Song for a lifetime, unwavering until death. How could he keep dreaming about being with Song Tang? No wonder Tang Song was unwilling to meet him next week. A man like him, reckless and self-deprecating, was simply unworthy of someone as good as Tang Song. Thinking about how he had held Song Tang's slim waist and kissed her over and over again in the dream, he wished he could kill himself. Song, I'm sorry. Lu Jinyan turned his face, his eyes burning red as he stared unblinkingly at the stamp on the bedside table. I'm shameless. I betrayed you again in my dreams. I'm sorry. The intense self-loathing made Lu Jinyan despise Song Tang even more for enchanting him in his dreams. He secretly vowed that he would never dream of Song Tang again. In reality, he would have no entanglements with her. What he wanted was only Tang Song, and only Tang Song, sitting on the bed with a dark expression, releasing a cold aura for a while. Lu Jinyan still got up to wash his underwear in the public restroom. In the dream, it had been nearly 2 hours. Lu Jinyan closed his eyes in pain and self-loathing. He repeatedly recited the 3 major disciplines and 8 points for attention. From now on, he would never indulge in feudalism, imagining himself as some general in his dreams. He would control himself in his dreams. He would rather be a eunuch than touch Song Tang again. Captain, why are you washing your underwear in the middle of the night again? Gu Shirshu, awakened by the urge to pee, groggily walked into the restroom and saw Lu Jinyan washing his underwear at the sink. A normal person definitely wouldn't be washing their underwear at night all the time. Gu Shirshu's clever little brain quickly sensed that his captain had a serious problem. Captain, did you wet your pants again? Lu Jinyan was already in a terrible mood tonight. And hearing Gu Shirshu's nonsense made his killing intent surge, sending chills down Gu Shirshu's spine. Gu Shirshu squinted and shivered weakly. He thought the captain, who wet the bed at night, was even scarier than usual. He was really scared, but the strong brotherly love in his heart still made him want to care more about Lu Jinyan. He yawned, feeling so sleepy that he was almost incoherent. Captain, if you keep wetting your pants, do you really not need to go to the hospital? If there's something wrong down there, you need to get it treated quickly. Otherwise, your future sister-in-law will be disgusted with you. If you hide your illness, you won't be able to get a wife. What'll be wrong down there? What could he possibly have wrong? Lu Jinyan's handsome face darkened even more, as if someone owed him billions. He coldly scolded Gu Shirshu, "Get lost." Gu Shirshu's sturdy little body trembled again. Rationality told him that the captain was terrifying and he needed to run quickly. But the overwhelming brotherly love in his heart encouraged him to be brave. He swayed a few steps closer to Lu Jinyan. "Captain, you have to learn from me. When you need to pee, even with your eyes closed, you should go to the toilet, not wait until after you wet your pants to get up and wash them." Lu Jinyan's gaze was as cold as ice, barren and desolate. He was getting up to wash his underwear in the middle of the night because he wet his pants? He would rather wet his pants himself. The more he looked at Gu Shirshu's silly appearance, the more he despised him, and he shouted again, "Get lost." Gu Shirshu didn't want to leave, but the captain was really too scary. He was already desperate to pee, and with the captain shouting at him like that, he couldn't hold it any longer. Covering himself, he dashed into the restroom to relieve himself. After feeling relieved, the brotherly love that had been frightened returned to life. He leaned over to Lu Jinyan and earnestly advised him, "Captain, if there's something wrong with your body, you really need to see a doctor quickly. If you don't go, I'll tell the commander and have him order you to go. If you don't want to go to the hospital, just go tell the commander." Hearing Lu Jinyan's chilling voice, Gu Shirshu's back was covered in cold sweat. The implication was clear. If he dared to spread the word about Lu Jinyan being sick, he would be beaten into the hospital. Gu Shirshu was really worried about his good brother's health. But thinking about his good brother's terrifying combat ability, he was afraid he would really be beaten to a pulp and could only keep the secret. The brotherly love that was barely hanging on still urged him to make one last struggle. He glanced mischievously at Lu Jinyan. "Captain, how about you take off your pants? I'll help you take a look. It's been a long time since we peed together. I don't know what your situation is now. Maybe I can help you think of a solution." What does he want to see? The killing intent in Lu Jinyan's dark eyes stabbed at Gu Shirshu's face like a knife. "Get lost." Gu Shirshu weakly covered his mouth. He still didn't want to leave, but he felt that the captain right now resembled a tiger poised to pounce. He was afraid that in the next moment, the captain would leap at him and viciously break his legs. With an innocent blink, he left, looking back 3 times. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Jinyan couldn't sleep at all. He sat at his desk, repeatedly writing on the letter paper, Song, I'm sorry." But even if he wrote "I'm sorry" 1,000,000 times, he still couldn't wash away the shame and self-loathing in his heart. His song was so good. How could he dare to repay her with such impure feelings? A man as fickle as him deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Unlike Lu Jinyan, who had been tormented by impure dreams recently, Song Tang had been sleeping particularly well these days. She and Lu Jinyan continued to communicate as usual. In the latest letter he wrote her, he didn't mention meeting up again, but instead chatted with her as he always did. It was a bit strange that at the end of the letter, he wrote, Song, I'm sorry. Song Tang truly didn't feel he owed her anything. She thought about it and guessed that he might feel guilty for kissing her that day, thinking he had taken advantage of her. In fact, she was the one who had initiated the kiss. She didn't feel like she had lost out. She didn't want him to keep feeling guilty about it. So she couldn't help but reiterate in her reply. She really didn't remember what had happened in the car that day. The meal he treated her to was delicious. The skewers he grilled were also particularly fragrant. He had already treated her very well and didn't need to apologize to her anymore. There was no need for such politeness between good friends. After replying to Lu Jinyan's letter, Song Tang threw herself into intense dance practice. The performance troupe audition was on Saturday. She wanted to join the troupe to realize her dream. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday morning. Su Shanshan had received timely treatment and didn't have a bad face. Now the bumps on her face had dried up and since her skin was relatively dark, it just looked like she had a few scattered red spots. Song Qingyao's face had also long since swollen down. The scratches Su Shanshan had left on her face were very shallow, and after a week of recovery, they were almost unnoticeable. For the audition today, she had done her makeup particularly exquisitely, and there were no signs of her having been injured on her face. Just as Song Tang finished washing up and came downstairs, she heard Su Shanshan's sarcastic voice. "Can a country bumpkin dance too? Song Tang, you really shouldn't embarrass yourself everywhere. The art troupe wants dancers, not someone like you who is so uncoordinated and stiff. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't participate in the art troupe's audition and disgust everyone in public." Shan, stop talking. Song Qingyao habitually played the good person. Her sister really worked hard. Even if she can't dance, as long as she has tried, even if she fails, she deserves our respect. Su San Gun Li Hope Fat. She was clearly very jealous, yet she pretended to look down on Song Tang and shot her a disdainful glance. A country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin, participating in such an important audition and not even knowing how to put on makeup. Hearing Su Shanshan's words, Song Qingyao felt a surge of joy in her heart, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but lift. Song Tang didn't wear makeup? The members of the dance team are all exceptionally beautiful girls. In the art troupe audition, the first impression is especially important. Having the most exquisite makeup and showing your best self is a bonus. However, when Song Qingyao saw Song Tang's appearance, she instantly couldn't smile anymore. Chapter 61. The Secret of Song Qingyao's Background. Song Tang. Why does she seem to look even more beautiful? Today, Song Tang is wearing a little black dress in the Hepburn style. With short sleeves and a square neckline, it reveals her delicate collarbone, exuding a cool and noble elegance. Paired with her high, fluffy updo, she looks just like a young lady returning from studying abroad. She embodies both inherent grace and scholarly charm, along with a vibrant, cosmopolitan flair, like a rose blooming freely in the sunlight. Even without makeup, she is stunning enough to make it hard for anyone to look away. Song Qingyao clenches her fists tightly. Her long nails dig painfully into her tender palms. Just thinking that even if Song Tang is beautiful, she can't dance, and thus won't make it into the art troupe, makes Song Qingyao suppress the viciousness in her eyes. All right, Song Qingyao forces a smile, intending to play nice and say something more when Song Tsongrong's cold reprimand cuts through the air. What a bumpkin, a country girl. Tang Tang is your cousin. Show her some respect from now on. Su Shanshan's face twists in anger, but she has always been afraid of Song Tsongrong. And even though she hates Song Tang to death, she dares not say anything further. She secretly thinks that once Song Tang is eliminated, she will definitely gather her group of friends to mock her mercilessly, making her the laughingstock of the entire compound. Tang Tang, Yao Yao, you both need to perform well today. Qin Xiuji knows that with Song Qingyao's dance skills, getting into the art troupe is definitely not a problem. What she worries about now is that if Song Tang fails to get in, she will be upset. She gently holds Song Tang's hand. Tang Tang, Yao Yao is right. As long as you strive for your dreams, you deserve respect. Regardless of the outcome, in my heart, you are the best. Go for it. Song Tsongrong also knows that Song Tang has not learned to dance and will definitely not make it into the art troupe. He does not want his daughter to be disappointed after being eliminated and quickly adds, Tang Tang, you are also the best in my heart. Song Tang knows that Qin Xiuji and Song Tsongrong are worried that she might feel upset if she doesn't get into the dance team. If she were to say that she dances better than Song Qingyao, everyone would definitely think she's bragging. She says little, merely responding lightly. Seeing Song Tang's demeanor, Qin Xiuji and Song Tsongrong become even more certain that their daughter really cannot dance. They need to prepare some gifts to comfort their daughter's wounded spirit tonight. Song Qingyao also feels that Song Tang has implicitly acknowledged her inability. Deep down, she feels smug that she is better than Song Tang. But thinking about how Qin Xiuji and Song Tsongrong both said that in their hearts, Song Tang is the best, she can't help but feel resentment. If Song Tang is the best in their hearts, then what does that make her Song Qingyao? Today, she will use her strength to prove to everyone that she, Song Qingyao, is the most outstanding girl in the entire compound. She is the pride of her parents and brothers, and the only woman worthy of Lu Jinyan. She will use her excellence to slap Song Tang's face hard. Tang Tang, I'll take you to the art troupe. As soon as Song Tang steps out of the living room, Lu Xiaoyu runs over with a bicycle, asking her to get on. The more he looks at Song Qinyao, the more he feels she is not trustworthy. He is worried that Song Qinyao might pull some tricks on the way to harm people, so he insists on personally taking Song Tang to the art troupe. Riding a bicycle is faster than walking, and Song Tang wants to get there early, so she decisively hops onto the bike. Lu Sangu. Su Shanshan is anxious and stomps her feet. I want to accompany Sister Qinyao to the art troupe interview too. Why you take that bitch Song Tang, but not me? By this time, Lu Xiaoyu has already ridden off into the distance, leaving Su Shanshan fuming and cursing. Qin Xiuji follows the kids out and naturally hears Su Shanshan's insults. Hearing her call Song Tang a bitch, Qin Xiuji can't help but frown. When Su Shanshan calls her aunt, she also feels some affection for her. However, a niece can never compare to her own daughter. Su Shanshan constantly belittling her biological daughter makes Qin Xiuji feel somewhat hurt. If Su Shanshan doesn't learn to restrain herself, even if the neighbors say she is not a good aunt, she will make Su Shanshan leave the Song family. The interview location is at the auditorium of the art troupe. Lu Xiaoyu directly takes Song Tang to the entrance of the auditorium. Tang Tang, you must work hard. You are so talented, you will definitely get into the art troupe. As for Song Qinyao, I don't want her in the art troupe. She is so full of herself and has a lot of bad intentions. If she really gets in, who knows how arrogant she will become. Tang Tang, come on. Song Tang knows that Lu Xiaoyu means to say come on. His poor English makes her laugh. Don't worry, I have a high chance of passing the interview. Lu Xiaoyu knows that Song Tang grew up in the countryside and has not learned to dance. Yet, he inexplicably believes that she will do well. Seeing her calm and confident, he feels that she is definitely going to succeed today. However, he is worried that Song Qinyao and Su Shanshan, those two pests, might resort to underhanded tactics if they are not as skilled. After riding the bicycle for a while, he can't help but turn around and shout to Song Tang. Tang Tang, you must be wary of others plotting against you. Just be extra careful, do well in the interview, and protect yourself. Song Tang understands that Lu Xiaoyu is advising her to be cautious of Su Shanshan and Song Qinyao. She feels an overwhelming warmth in her heart. She waves at him, signaling him to relax. Song Qinyao and Su Shanshan indeed have poor intentions, but she, Song Tang, is not a fool to be slaughtered at will, and she's not so easily manipulated by them. Moreover, the judges are about to arrive. That day, when Song Qinyao failed to ruin her face with that box of pearl cream, today, under everyone's watchful eyes, Song Qinyao has even less chance. Additionally, since Song Qinyao is overly confident, she definitely won't take risks in front of so many people. Today, a total of 6 leaders from the art troupe will judge them. The troupe leader Zhou Jihong, the head of the arts department Zheng Qi, the choir leader Meng Zhe, as well as the dance team leader Li Chunlan, deputy leader Zhao Fong, and Jiang Mei. The content of the interview is actually quite simple. Each person performs a dance they have prepared in advance, and the highest scorers will be selected. In the last written test, 4 people had the same score, tying for 10th place, and ultimately 13 people entered the interview. After changing into their costumes, the staff let everyone draw lots to determine the order of their performance. Song Qinyao drew number 12, while Song Tang drew number 13. The dance costume for the interview are also prepared by the participants themselves. The dance costume Song Tang wears for the interview today is a flowing vintage long skirt in a greenish-blue color that she made herself. When Song Qinyao sees Song Tang come out in her outfit, she clenches her fists in hatred again. This light chiffon long skirt that Song Tang is wearing is even more beautiful than the little black dress she wore in the morning. The more she looks at Song Tang's stunning face, the more she feels that Su Shanshan is too foolish. If Song Tang had applied the pearl cream last time, now, with her face covered in bumps, how could she continue to charm people with that face? However, Song Qinyao remains confident that she will not lose. Even if Song Tang can dance, she still won't lose. Because among the judges, there is her own Aunt Jiang Mei. Jiang Mei is currently the deputy leader of the dance team, and the troupe leader holds her in high regard. She just recently recognized Jiang Mei as her aunt. Jiang Mei personally promised her that she would help her get into the art troupe. As for Song Tang, she would only receive a score of 0. losing embarrassingly and disgracefully. Tang Tang. Today, the Air Force is having a social event with the art troupe. Liang Yu, who has a crush on a girl, definitely wants to sign up for the social event. However, the higher-ups are concerned about his personal issues and put his name on the social list. So he has to come. Unexpectedly, from a distance, he sees Song Tang. Upon seeing her, he has no mood to go upstairs to socialize with the art troupe girls. So he asks Song Zhouye to deal with it for him and quietly sneaks into the auditorium. When Liang Yueshun went deeper in, it was just the fifth girl's turn to take the stage. Song Tang, Song Qingyao, and others were standing on the east side below the stage, waiting to go up when their number was called. The girl performing on stage had a dance style that was not very good. Song Tang did not notice Liang Yueshun. However, Liang Yueshun did not feel bored at all. Just watching Song Tang from a distance made his heart feel as sweet as drinking honey. The joy in his heart made it impossible for him to suppress the corners of his lips from rising. He thought she looked really good in that teal dance outfit. He didn't expect that she could dance. He thought she was wonderful no matter what, not to mention dancing, even if she were performing a shamanic dance. She would look great. Below the stage, Captain Zhou and others were increasingly displeased. This time, the art troupe specifically recruited with the hope of selecting a good candidate. Unexpectedly, the girls participating in the audition had very average dance skills and expressiveness, far from being impressive. As Captain Zhou lamented that it might be difficult to have new faces for the Mid-Autumn Festival cultural performance in 2 months. Song Qingyao walked onto the stage wearing a beautiful white dance outfit. The outfit she wore was truly stunning, resembling a modified wedding dress. She stood on stage elegantly and confidently, like a proud white swan. Her pure and beautiful face was even more eye-catching. Captain Zhou let out a slight sigh of relief. She was a good candidate. The dance team could finally have new faces. Chapter 62. Song Tang's Dance, more stunning than Song Qingyao. Song Qinyao's makeup today is truly perfect. Her face, already quite beautiful, looks even more like a spring flower blooming freely after careful adornment, fresh and radiant, making her hard to resist. Looking at her outstanding niece, Jiang Mei can't help but proudly lift her chin. Due to some unmentionable reasons, Jiang Mei has permanently lost her ability to bear children. Song Qingyao is her only relative. She feels that Song Qingyao is the continuation and hope of her life, and seeing her so remarkable fills her with happiness and pride. She will do everything in her power to pave the way for her precious niece, ensuring not only her smooth entry into the art troupe, but also her becoming the lead dancer of the dance team. Soon, Song Qingyao begins to dance gracefully on stage. Today, she performs a traditional dance, Chang'e flying to the moon. She dances lightly and elegantly, truly resembling Chang'e from the Moon Palace. Zhou Zhihong nods gently. Number 12 dances really well. The dance team leader, Li Chunlan, looks at Song Qingyao with eyes full of affection and admiration. Although Song Qingyao's dancing skills cannot compare to the current lead dancer Gu Mengwan, as long as she continues to work hard, there shouldn't be much problem dancing on stage with the other team members. However, Li Chunlan soon cannot help but furrow her brow. In Chang'e flying to the moon, there are several challenging moves that she expected Song Qingyao to execute smoothly. Unexpectedly, she makes obvious mistakes in those moves. In the Song family, Song Qingyao has danced this piece many times in front of Su Shanshan. Su Shanshan doesn't understand dance and can't spot those mistakes, marveling at her talent. But Song Qinyao's errors cannot escape the eyes of a professional dancer like Li Chunlan. Li Chunlan can't help but sigh softly. In fact, when dancing, a dancer's emotions should blend with the dance. However, Song Qingyao dances purely and simply. She always smiles beautifully and brilliantly, making her look great overall. It's just that in Chang'e flying to the moon, Chang'e's heart is struggling, pained, and reluctant, making it quite strange that Song Qingyao smiles so sweetly. Li Chunlan can't help but glance at the other candidates who just came off stage. The 11 girls who performed before her did even worse, and compared to them, Song Qingyao has already done much better. Li Chunlan knows that Song Qingyao will most likely score the highest in today's audition. She should also be the best performer among today's candidates. However, because Song Qinyao's performance did not meet her expectations, Li Chunlan ultimately feels a bit unsatisfied about keeping her. Jiang Mei, whose dance level is quite good, naturally noticed Song Qingyao's mistakes. However, in her view, Song Qingyao's performance is still outstanding. When it comes to scoring, she unhesitatingly gives Song Qingyao a perfect 10. Zhou Zhihong and others also give Song Qingyao good scores. Excluding the highest and lowest scores, on average, Song Qingyao ends up with 9 points. The highest score among the 11 girls who performed before her was only 5 points. After the candidates finish performing, scores are announced on the spot. Hearing that she received such a high score, Song Qingyao smiles even brighter, as radiant as a vibrant flower under the sun. Jiang Mei and Rongyu Yin can't help but secretly give Song Qingyao a thumbs up. They both feel there is no longer any suspense about the result. Song Qingyao is definitely the highest scorer in the audition. She will smoothly enter the art troupe and shine on stage from now on, leading a glorious path. Sister, go for it. Having received such a high score, Song Qingyao is confident she will be the final winner. So she generously offers a word of encouragement to Song Tang. Hearing the pride and disdain in Song Qingyao's voice, Song Tang can't be bothered to take it to heart. After the staff calls her number, she walks onto the stage calmly. Li Chunlan's eyes widen. Really? Number 13 is so beautiful. The dance team never lacks pretty girls. But after nearly 40 years of life, this is the first time she has seen such a stunning girl. Just with this face, standing on stage, she can attract everyone's attention. If her dancing skills are on par with Song Qingyao, she could even become the lead dancer during this audition. Since 2 girls are named Chun Hong and 3 are named Wang Fong, to avoid confusion, they only called the candidates by their numbers throughout the process. Li Chunlan has heard of number 13. Number 13 is the biological daughter that Song Junchong just recently brought back from the countryside. She doesn't mean to look down on country people, but due to limited conditions in the countryside, number 13 could not possibly have learned to dance. What a pity. Even if number 13 scored first in the written test, she ultimately cannot join their dance team. After seeing Song Tang's appearance, Jiang Mei's expression changes. She had heard Song Qingyao say that Song Tang looked decent. She thought that Song Tang was at most ordinary looking, and that she could never be more beautiful than her precious niece. Who would have thought Song Tang is actually this beautiful? So beautiful that even a gorgeous girl like Song Qingyao pales in comparison standing next to her. However, thinking that Song Tang cannot dance, Jiang Mei slowly regains her previous pride and confidence. Song Tang will only be a defeated opponent to her niece. Today, Song Tang performs a self-adapted solo dance called Only This Green. In her past life, she accidentally saw a large dance drama performance on a certain TV station and particularly liked that dance. She broke down the dance moves and added many new ones, adapting it into a smooth, grand solo dance. When she is bored, she occasionally posts some short videos. She posted this adapted solo dance on a short video platform, and it unexpectedly went viral, with likes exceeding 1 million. She believes that in this era, there will be people who like her adapted solo dance. Ignoring the diverse gazes from the audience below, Song Tang lightly moves her water sleeves and begins to interpret Only This Green to the rhythm. Li Chunlan keeps sighing from both her face and body shape. Song Tang is indeed a good candidate for dancing. Unfortunately, she has missed the best age to learn dancing and is destined not to enter the dance team. But soon, Li Chunlan sees that Song Tang can actually perform a perfect backbend. Song Tang's body is incredibly flexible as she dances lightly on stage. She embodies both feminine grace and an indescribable resilience. She looks thin but possesses tremendous explosive power. As the rhythm of the music speeds up, the energy she unleashes becomes increasingly astonishing. The expression on her face perfectly merges with the dance. There is a sense of pride in national prosperity and peace, along with an unwavering spirit of resilience. It seems that no matter the harsh winds and rains, or the sharp blades of frost, the backbone of China cannot be broken. It's not that Li Chunlan is being proud, it's just the truth. She can become the leader of the art troupe's dance team, and her dancing skills represent the highest level of the dance team. And Song Tang's dancing skills are even better than when she was young. Looking at Song Tang, Li Chunlan cannot help but feel filled with pride and satisfaction. Truly, she is exceptionally happy to see Song Tang today. She seems to see generations of inheritance. With the dance team's standard continuously rising and the country becoming increasingly prosperous, without any hesitation, she firmly writes down a 10 on the scoring board. Seeing Song Tang dance, Song Qingyao and Jiang Mei are completely flustered. They both thought that a country bumpkin dancing in public would only become a joke. Who would have thought that Song Tang not only knows how to dance, but dances so well? They are both unwilling to admit it, but the fact is, the dancing skills that Song Qingyao takes pride in cannot possibly compare to Song Tang. Song Qingyao frequently glanced at Jiang Mei, silently asking her what they should do. She really couldn't accept losing to Song Tang. Jiang Mei gave her a reassuring look. So what if Song Tang danced beautifully? As long as she gave her a very low score, Song Tang wouldn't be able to enter the art troupe. She elegantly shot a glance at Song Tang, who was dancing gracefully on stage, then took the scoring card and coldly wrote down her score. 2 points. Chapter 63. Song Tang wants to date someone else, and he is anxious. Good. Liang Yushun's face turned as red as if it were about to bleed. He truly did not expect that Tang Tang was not only brave and strong, but also danced so beautifully. Seeing her dance gracefully and spin on stage for a moment, he felt as if he were looking at a fairy. He stared blankly at her, and in the world, it seemed that the only thing he could see was that touch of green. He couldn't help but grin foolishly, and on his rogue and handsome face, a rare look of infatuation appeared. He watched her for a long time until she finished her dance and bowed to the judges. And only then did he come to his senses, clapping his hands vigorously in applause. The dance team of the art troupe had naturally performed at Liang Yuxin's unit as well. Many of his comrades said that the lead dancer Wan was not only beautiful, but also danced particularly well. However, he thought Wan looked just average. With a nose and 2 eyes, she was no different from other girls. Watching Wan dance, he didn't find it appealing at all, several times. He even dozed off, but when he watched Tang Tang dance, he didn't even want to blink. He thought that if he were one of the leaders of the art troupe, he would definitely give Tang Tang a perfect score of 10. Soon, he also saw the scores given to her by the leaders of the art troupe. Jiang Mei, the vice captain of the dance team, surprisingly gave her a score of only 2. Liang Yuxin couldn't help but clench his fists in anger. He felt that Jiang Mei was deliberately targeting Tang Tang. Just now, Jiang Mei had clearly given Song Qingyao a score of 10. Anyone with eyes could see that Tang Tang danced 1,000 times better than Song Qingyao. So Jiang Mei's low score for Tang Tang was obviously unreasonable. Li Chunlan and Zhou Zhihong also saw Jiang Mei's score. Their expressions were not very good either. Indeed, Jiang Mei's bias was too obvious. Just now, contestant number 5 had stumbled while dancing, and Jiang Mei still gave her a score of 5. Yet for the 13th contestant, whose dance was practically perfect, she only gave her 2 points, clearly trying to embarrass the young girl. Jiang Mei was an old member of the art troupe and had brought back many honors from dance competitions. Zhou Zhihong and Li Chunlan didn't dare to say anything. After exchanging a disapproving glance with her, they tacitly raised their scoring cards. Both of them gave Song Tang a score of 10. The remaining 3 leaders also gave her a score of 10, excluding 1 high score and 1 low score. The average score for Song Tang was still 10. The admission list for the art troupe would be posted publicly in the afternoon, but the result was already a foregone conclusion. Song Tang had ranked first in both the written exam and the interview. This time, she would definitely be admitted. After seeing the scores, Song Qinyao's face twisted in hatred, almost to the point of being grotesque. She thought that with Jiang Mei maneuvering inside, the other leaders would at most give Song Tang scores of 8 or 9. She couldn't even dream that apart from Jiang Mei, the other leaders would all give her a score of 10. What right did Song Tang have to receive such a high score? She was unwilling to accept it. Song Qingyao kept signaling Jiang Mei with her eyes, hoping she could think of a way to prevent Song Tang from taking her spot in the art troupe. Jiang Mei certainly didn't want Song Tang to enter the art troupe either. But just now she had given Song Tang such a low score, and Zhou Zhihong and Li Chunlan looked at her with evident dissatisfaction. For a moment, she didn't dare to publicly question the scores given by the other leaders. She could only give Song Qingyao a reassuring glance, silently telling her that before Song Tang reported to the art troupe, she would find a way to cancel her qualification. After all, Song Tang wouldn't come to the art troupe until next week. There was still nearly half a month left. As long as they maneuvered well, Song Tang would still not be able to enter the art troupe. Tang Tang. After the interview ended, everyone gradually left the auditorium. When Song Tang walked out, Liang Yushun hurriedly chased after her, blushing and blocking her way. Song Tang was surprised to see him here. She paused slightly, but quickly took a step back to maintain a relatively indifferent distance from him. As she locked eyes with Song Tang, Liang Yushun's face turned even redder. He was carefree and unrestrained by nature, usually saying whatever came to his mind, and was quite eloquent. But in front of Song Tang, he inexplicably became a bit stuttery. He stood there blushing for a while before awkwardly saying, "You dance very well." "I." Liang Yushun lowered his gaze and saw the hairpin inserted in Song Tang's hair. The last time he saw her, the small strand of hair she had twisted up was held in place by this wooden hairpin, simple yet elegant, indescribably beautiful. While he was out shopping with Liang Ting Shui, he happened to see a jade hairpin carved with plum blossoms and thought it would be perfect for her. So he couldn't help but buy it. He had kept the hairpin with him, thinking that one day when he met her, he could give it to her. It was the first time he was giving a girl a gift, and he felt incredibly embarrassed, not knowing how to start. But when she turned to leave, he hurriedly caught up with her, his ears reddening as he took out the hairpin. "Tang Tang, I have something for you. Can you accept this hairpin? Just consider it my thanks for saving Xiao Shui." "No need." Song Tang didn't want to have any interaction with Liang Yushun and certainly wouldn't accept his gift. She coldly drew the line. "That incident is in the past. I won't hold it against you, and you don't need to mention it again. You also don't need to give me gifts. We don't need to disturb each other." Thinking of how the original owner had desperately jumped into the river to protect her innocence, and how Liang Yushun had even told the Song family that she had an improper character, Song Tang's gaze toward him turned even colder. She didn't want to stay with him for even a second longer. Seeing him blocking her way, she simply quickened her pace and left from the side. "Tang Tang." Liang Yushun vaguely sensed her disdain for him. He felt really hurt and defeated inside. He wanted to catch up with her, even if it was just to see her a few more times. But he was afraid that if he did, she would dislike him even more. He could only stand there foolishly, watching her get further away from him. He lowered his gaze and saw the jade hairpin in his hand. He felt that this time, he seemed to be too anxious and reckless, scaring her. After all, from her perspective, they weren't even friends. It was quite frightening for him to suddenly give her something. Liang Yushun helplessly held the jade hairpin in his hand. Should he seek advice from comrades who have dated before? Yes, he must learn from his comrades how to pursue a girl without scaring her away. What are you looking at? Just as Liang Yushun was lost in thought, Song Zhouyi and Fu Wenjing suddenly approached. They both immediately noticed the jade hairpin in Liang Yushun's hand. "TSK, Yushun, you have a situation." Fu Wenjing, unaware of Liang Yushun's relationship with Tang Tang, couldn't help but tease him upon seeing the hairpin meant for a girl. Song Zhouyi knew about his situation with Tang Tang. He knowingly patted him on the shoulder. "Have you met Tang Tang?" "What Tang Tang?" Fu Wenjing scratched his short hair in confusion. Seeing Liang Yushun staring blankly into the distance, they instinctively looked in the direction he was facing. Song Zhouyi saw a green silhouette. This was clearly the Tang Tang who had made Liang Yushun infatuated. He couldn't help but feel that the back of this Tang Tang looked a lot like his sister, Song Tang. It seemed that Song Tang had also come for the interview at the art troupe today. Could it really be her? Almost immediately, Song Zhouyi dismissed this idea. Liang Yushun had witnessed Song Tang's foster mother giving her a large bag of medicine. He believed Liang Yushun must have seen Song Tang in the countryside, and Tang Tang could not possibly be Song Tang. Fu Wenjing was going to the Song family for dinner tonight. Since Liang Yushun had broken off his engagement with Song Tang, Song Zhouyi certainly didn't want to invite him. But the relationship among the three of them is particularly good. He called Fu Wenjing, and not calling Liang Yushun seemed a bit inappropriate. He still asked Liang Yushun perfunctorily, "Do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight?" Liang Yushun instinctively asked him, "Is Song Tang coming too?" Song Zhouyi's expression darkened immediately. "Song Tang is my sister. She will definitely go home for dinner. Then I won't go." Thinking of Song Tang, Liang Yushun's face also became particularly ugly. "I can't have dinner with her. I'm afraid of being schemed against. Who would want you to go? Song Joya was completely angry. My sister doesn't even think highly of you. In the beginning, Song Joya indeed had a prejudice against Song Tang because Liang Yueshan said that Song Tang had an improper character. But he misunderstood Song Tang twice. He felt ashamed, and he actually cared about his sister, wanted to be a good brother. So he couldn't stand Liang Yueshan always belittling her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he directly spoke to Fu Wenjing. Wenjing, even though my sister hasn't been to school, she's very pretty and a nice person. How about I introduce her to you? Chapter 64. The Song family introduces a match for Song Tang. Fu Wenjing had never met Song Tang. However, his family also lived near the military compound, and he had heard of her. It was said that Song Tang was particularly unsophisticated and ignorant. He thought that Song Joya saying she was pretty was definitely due to brotherly bias. Anyway, Song Tang could never be more beautiful than Song Qinyao. What he was looking for was a girl who shared his values and interests, and he was definitely not going to date Song Tang. But he noticed that Song Joya was very angry right now. He didn't want to upset his friend, so he smiled, revealing two little tiger teeth. All right, introduce us. If it's suitable, maybe we really can date. If it wasn't suitable, they certainly wouldn't waste time on each other. Seeing Fu Wenjing agree, Song Joya couldn't help but glare at Liang Yueshan with a hint of pride and smugness. He put his arm around Fu Wenjing's shoulder and said deliberately for Liang Yueshan to hear, "If my sister hits it off with you, I support you two being together. But if my sister disagrees, don't pester her and make her uncomfortable." Fu Wenjing smiled and nodded. He had no interest in Song Tang and would definitely not pester her. Liang Yueshan wasn't stupid either. He naturally heard that Song Joya's words were directed at him. He scoffed, with Fu Wenjing's high standards. He didn't believe he would fall for someone as unremarkable as Song Tang. Of course, he only had eyes for Tang Tang and would never be attracted to a woman with such a questionable character as Song Tang. The best decision he ever made was to break off the engagement with Song Tang. Song Tang changed back into her black Hepburn-style dress in the dressing room of the art troupe. She knew that with her scores in the written and interview tests, she had no problem getting into the art troupe. But just in case, she still waited until the results were posted in the afternoon before heading back to the military compound. Oh, our great dancer is back. As soon as she turned into the alley where the Song family lived, Song Tang heard the sharp and sarcastic voice of Song Nanqing. Song Nanqing had deliberately come to see Song Tang's embarrassment. After being kicked out by the Song family, she had moved into the employee dormitory of her unit. She knew the results of the art troupe's interview would be out today. As soon as she got off work in the afternoon, she rushed over to the military compound, excited to mock Song Tang. Many neighbors were getting off work at this time. Song Nanqing's loud voice immediately attracted a crowd to stop and watch. Seeing so many people gathering, Song Nanqing raised her voice even higher. She wished she could use a loudspeaker to let the whole world know that Song Tang had failed the interview. Rolling her eyes, she looked down her nose at Song Tang. A country bumpkin can dance? The ones admitted into the art troupe must be our Yao Yao. This unsophisticated bumpkin isn't even worthy to hold our Yao Yao's shoes. Song Tang thought Song Nanqing was truly deranged. She also hated that others always said she had questionable character. Just as she was about to help Song Nanqing wash her mouth out, Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong quickly walked over to protect her. Qin Xiuji had a gentle personality and a famously good temper. But after Song Nanqing repeatedly bullied her biological daughter, she couldn't take it anymore. With a cold face, she reprimanded, "Song Nanqing, are you sick? Tang Tang may not have learned to dance before, but her character is fine. You, as an aunt, just spread rumors about her all day long. Do you have no shame? Sister-in-law, why are you protecting this country bumpkin? You, Song Nanqing, get back to your unit's dormitory." Without waiting for Song Nanqing to finish, Song Songrong coldly interrupted her. "Get lost." In front of so many people, Song Songrong reprimanding her made Song Nanqing feel wronged, and she started to cry. She thought her brother and sister-in-law were treating her so poorly because of Song Tang, and she hated Song Tang even more. She was determined to make Song Tang look bad. She wanted everyone to know that this shameless person, Song Tang, was worthless and would never get into the art troupe. Seeing Su Shanshan and Song Qinyao walking over arm in arm, she quickly wiped her tears and went to greet them. "Yao Yao, you're back. Congratulations on getting into the art troupe with your strength. Annie will treat you to a nice meal to celebrate. My Yao Yao is just excellent. Unlike that country bumpkin from the countryside, who can only use her pretty face to seduce people and nothing else. Mom, stop it. Song Nanqing thought that by belittling Song Tang like this, everyone would praise Song Qingyao and make Song Tang feel embarrassed. However, to her surprise, Su Shanshan suddenly broke down and cried loudly. She pointed angrily at Song Tang for a while before sobbing. That shameless Song Tang can actually dance. Sister Qingyao didn't get into the interview. Song Tang got the highest score and took Sister Qingyao's place in the art troupe. What? Song Nanqing thought she had misheard. She rubbed her ears hard, but still heard Su Shanshan crying. She is really too shameless. She actually got full marks in the interview. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Song Nanqing retreated with a pale face. She truly hated Song Tang. If Song Tang was doing well, it hurt her even more than killing her. She still harbored a glimmer of hope and trembled as she asked Su Shanshan again. Shanshan, are you really not mistaken? Not mistaken. The art troupe has posted the list. And it's that shameless Song Tang who got the highest score. Song Nanqing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her lips trembled in pain for a long time before she regained her voice. She tried to use the same trick again, wanting the neighbors to join her in reporting Song Tang to the art troupe so that they could return the spot to Song Qingyao. That country bumpkin Song Tang can't dance. How could she possibly get the highest score? She must have used some shameless means to bribe the leaders of the art troupe. Mom, we were played by that shameless Song Tang. Not only can she dance, but she dances beautifully, even better than Sister Qingyao. Su Shanshan said indignantly, she actually deceived us. She is really disgusting. Song Nanqing was left stunned again. After a moment of shock, she was so angry that she wanted to smack Su Shanshan on the head. She publicly said that Song Tang danced better than Song Qingyao. How could she continue to belittle Song Tang? Song Qingyao's face turned a deep shade of purple. She never expected that Su Shanshan, this fool, would publicly say that Song Tang danced better. She said such foolish things. Where could Song Qingyao put her face? Song Nanqing still wanted to make a desperate struggle. She gritted her teeth and said, Yao Yao is so outstanding that shameless Song Tang absolutely can't dance better than her. There must be corruption in the art troupe interview. We have to report them. Song Nanqing thought that after saying this, at least a few neighbors would agree with her. However, to her surprise, everyone started praising Song Tang. Of course, Tang Tang is the biological daughter of General Song and Dr. Qin. She's really excellent. Exactly. Tang Tang is also super good at solving problems. She's so smart and beautiful. It's normal for her to be selected into the art troupe. Who doesn't like pretty faces? Tang Tang is obviously more beautiful than Yao Yao, and she dances better. If I were the leader of the art troupe, I would definitely choose her too. Yes, General Song and Dr. Qin are really fortunate. Both their sons are outstanding, and their daughter is so amazing, it's really enviable. Hearing everyone praise Song Tang and say she was better looking than her, Song Qingyao was so angry she almost ground her teeth to dust. Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji also didn't expect that Song Tang could dance and really got into the art troupe based on her strength. Their faces were filled with pride. Qin Xiuji held Song Tang's hand and sincerely commented, Tang Tang is indeed very good. But Yao Yao, you don't need to be disheartened. The art troupe will recruit people again in 6 months. You can apply then, and it will definitely be fine. Hearing Qin Xiuji praise Song Tang as well, Song Qingyao felt a bitter taste of rust in her mouth. She didn't want to wait another 6 months. This time, she wanted to join the art troupe. She had to ensure that the art troupe canceled Song Tang's qualification to join the dance team before Song Tang started working there. Song Qingyao was so angry that she wanted to roar and tear apart Song Tang's disgusting face. But the little reason left in her mind forced her to maintain her composure. She tried hard to smile at Song Tang. Sister, you are really amazing. I am so happy to have such an outstanding sister like you. From now on, you will be my role model, and I will definitely learn from you. Seeing that Song Qingyao was not upset about being eliminated, nor did she harbor any resentment towards Song Tang. Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji breathed a sigh of relief in tacit understanding. The neighbors were all blaming her, and before Song Songrong could continue to chase her away, Song Nanqing left in a dejected manner. Almost as soon as Song Nanqing left, Song Jia arrived at the Song family with Fu Wenjing. At that moment, Fu Wenjing also saw Song Tang. Chapter 65. Song Tang wants to marry someone else. 2 kids in 3 years. He's going crazy. On the way, Fu Wenjing imagined what Song Tang looked like. Everyone said she was terribly plain. He thought she probably dressed in a red floral jacket, green floral pants, and looked drab and unremarkable. But to his surprise, Song Tang wore nothing colorful. She donned a particularly simple little black dress in the Hepburn style, her long, thick hair pinned up high with a black wooden hairpin. It was no exaggeration to say that she only wore black, white, and red. Yet these 3 simplest, purest colors interwove into an extreme beauty on her. She looked like an elegant, mysterious, noble black swan. Upon seeing her, Fu Wenjing felt that the lights in the Song family's living room seemed to shine a little brighter. Strangely, his face felt a bit hot. He suddenly thought that if Song Tang was willing to date him, it might not be a bad thing after all. Although Fu Wenjing was an Air Force pilot, he was particularly obsessed with physics in private. He came to the Song family for dinner, hoping to ask Liu a few physics problems. These problems were particularly difficult. He had pondered over them for several days, but couldn't figure out how to solve them. After dinner, he ran to the Lu family. But Liu wasn't home that night. Thinking that Lu Xiaoyu also did quite well in studies, Fu Wenjing ran to Lu Xiaoyu's room to ask him. Lu Xiaoyu was indeed good at solving problems, but the questions Fu Wenjing asked were really too hard. He stared at them for a long time with no clue at all. Remembering something, Lu Xiaoyu quickly said, "Wenjing, you can ask Tang Tang. She's really smart. She can solve any problem I can't. She will definitely solve these physics problems," Lu Xiaoyu said as he dragged Fu Wenjing back to the Song family. After finishing dinner, Song Tang just wanted to take a stroll to digest her food when she was stopped by Lu Xiaoyu. "Tang Tang, Wenjing Ji has a few physics problems he can't solve, and I can't either. Can you explain them to him?" Song Tang had a good impression of Fu Wenjing. Plus, since it was Lu Xiaoyu who brought him to ask her, she certainly wouldn't refuse. However, Fu Wenjing's expression was particularly complicated. He thought Song Tang looked quite pretty. But after all, she hadn't been to school for long, so how could she possibly solve such difficult physics problems? He didn't want to embarrass the young girl, and was about to say she didn't have to explain to him, that he would study them for a few more days, when he saw Song Tang take the pen from Lu Xiaoyu's hand and write down the solution below the problems. After briefly writing down the solution, she gently and patiently explained each step to Fu Wenjing. At first, he just thought, why does her voice sound so nice? Later, he thought, how is she so good at explaining problems? Really, Lu Yu was recognized as being quite capable in solving problems. But when he previously asked Lu Yu for help, Lu Yu's thinking was too fast, and he couldn't keep up with his pace at all. However, when Song Tang explained the problems to him, he understood every step and every point she made. He admitted that he had been too superficial before, naively believing that a girl raised in the countryside lacked education and experience. Song Tang made him realize that there could be outstanding girls in the countryside, even more capable than him. After Song Tang explained all the problems to him, Fu Wenjing not only felt his face burning, but his ears also inexplicably turned hot. Lu Xiaoyu, who already admired Song Tang, was even more in awe when he saw her solve the problems just by glancing at them. He couldn't hide his pride and said, "Wenjing Ji, I didn't lie to you, right? Tang Tang is amazing at solving problems. I'm not bragging. Even my second brother might not be able to outdo Tang Tang." If Lu Xiaoyu had said something like this before tonight, Fu Wenjing would have definitely doubted that he had lost his mind. But now, he fully acknowledged Song Tang's abilities. He even thought that Song Tang might be smarter than Lu Yu. Our Tang Tang is not only great at solving problems, but she also has exceptional literary talent. Lu Xiaoyu opened up and couldn't help but praise Song Tang. Yes, Tang Tang can even dance. Wenjing Ji, do you know that today Tang Tang scored the highest in her audition for the art troupe? This mid-autumn festival, the art troupe will perform for your unit, and you might see Tang Tang on stage. Song Tang felt a bit speechless. Really, Lu Xiaoyu was exaggerating too much about her. She had eaten a bit too much tonight, and didn't he want to continue listening to Lu Xiaoyu's boasting? After confirming that Fu Wenjing had understood the problems, she went outside for a walk. Fu Wenjing still had a lot to say to Song Tang, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say and could only watch her walk further away with a flushed face. After a long time, he foolishly smiled at Lu Xiaoyu and said, Song Tang is indeed great. If I could date her, she could explain physics problems to me every day. That would be wonderful. Song Zhuye returned home for dinner, actually wanting to ease his relationship with Song Tang. But Song Tang completely ignored him. After dinner, he could only return to the military dormitory with Fu Wenjing. He and Fu Wenjing shared the same dormitory with Liang Yuanshan. By the time they arrived at the dormitory, Liang Yuanshan had already returned. Liang Yuanshan thought Fu Wenjing must be disgusted by that woman, Song Tang, with her improper demeanor, and couldn't help but tease him, saying with a fake smile, Wenjing, how was dinner tonight? He expected Fu Wenjing to be unable to hold back his disdain for Song Tang. To his surprise, Fu Wenjing seemed not to hear him, but rather doggedly hugged Song Zhuye's arm and called out, Second brother. Liang Yuanshan and Song Zhuye were both taken aback. Among the three of them, Song Zhuye was born first. However, since he was only a few days older than the other two, they were unwilling to call him brother. Who would have thought that Fu Wenjing would suddenly call him second brother tonight, as if he had lost his mind? Song Zhuye thought he might be hearing things, and once he came to his senses, he couldn't help but ask, What did you just call me? Second brother. Next week is a holiday. Can I still go to your house for dinner? I really want to date Song Tang. Upon hearing Fu Wenjing's words, Song Zhuye couldn't be more pleased. He proudly glanced at Liang Yuanshan, thinking that only Wenjing had good taste, unlike some people who mistook pearls for fish eyes. All right, let's go to my house for dinner together next week. But Wenjing, I still have to remind you, we must respect my sister's wishes. If she is willing to date you, I will fully support it. But if she doesn't want to, you can't pester her. Fu Wenjing nodded with a flushed face. He smiled foolishly, revealing two small tiger teeth, full of youthful energy, saying, Anyway, I'll behave well and strive to become your brother-in-law. Second brother, do you need me to wash your underwear? I can help you wash them. Seeing Fu Wenjing's fawning demeanor, Liang Yuanshan was extremely disdainful. He thought Fu Wenjing really had no taste. No, he should say he had no eyes at all. If it were him, he would never consider dating a woman like Song Tang, who only knew how to engage in improper conduct. The one who made his heart race and linger in his thoughts was only a girl like Tang Tang, who was resilient, wise, and brave. Only, Tang Tang didn't really want to pay him any attention. He didn't know when she would develop some feelings for him and be willing to date him. However, there was one thing he was quite happy about. Since Tang Tang scored the highest in her audition, she would surely get into the art troupe, and at least he could go find her there in the future. He believed that as long as he learned how to please girls, one day, she would develop some feelings for him. Mom, big news. Lu Xiaoyu didn't know that Song Tang was corresponding with Lu Jinyan under the name of Tang Song. As soon as he entered the house, he shouted excitedly, seeing that Chief Lu, Lu Shoujiang, and Lin He were all in the living room. He raised his voice even higher. Tang Tang might be getting married soon. What did you say? Commander Lu was reading the newspaper. He took off his reading glasses and asked his foolish grandson, Who is Tang Tang going to marry? Is it your elder brother? How could it possibly be my elder brother? Lu Xiaoyu's neck turned red with excitement. It's Wenjing Ji. Tonight, Brother Song seems to have introduced someone to Tang Tang. And it's Wenjing Ji. You guys didn't see Wenjing Ji's face turn red when Tang Tang was explaining problems to him. His ears were so red, they almost looked like they were bleeding. After Tang Tang went out, he kept smiling foolishly at her back. I think Tang Tang has a good impression of Wenjing Ji. I bet they will start dating soon, and maybe by the end of the year, they will get married and have 2 kids in 3 years. I'm not saying anything bad, but Wenjing Ji is much better than Cousin Da in terms of vision. Anyway, I support Tang Tang being with Wenjing Ji. When they get married, I want to be their best man. The more Lu Xiaoyu thought about it, the happier he became. He chuckled a few times, then took his tools and went outside to dig for turtles. After dropping this bombshell, Lu Xiaoyu was happy. However, Commander Lu, Lin He, and Lu Shoujiang had extremely complicated expressions. Commander Lu was even more anxious, unable to sit still. That kid from the Fu family has good taste, but I can't let my granddaughter-in-law get away. Lin He, find a way to probe Tang Tang's thoughts and see what she really thinks of that kid from the Fu family. No, I need to call that little brat Yin right now. Saying this, Commander Lu dialed the landline number of Lu Jinyan's unit. Chapter 66. Lu Jinyan wants to marry someone else. After the training ended this afternoon, Lu Jinyan didn't have dinner and drove directly to Shursin Hutong. After communicating with Tang Song, he had visited Shursin Hutong many times but had never run into Tang Song even once. He knew that there was a high probability he would not encounter her today either, yet he still lingered in Shursin Hutong for a long time. Just thinking that she lived just inside the wall while he stood outside made his heart feel inexplicably sweet. He couldn't help but want to get a little closer to her, even closer. As night fell, the enthusiastic people in Shursin Hutong saw him wandering around and thought he was lost, wanting to guide him, which prompted him to drive back to the military base. Almost as soon as he entered the gate, he heard the broadcast from the reception room saying that someone had called him and asked him to go to the reception room to take the call. He parked his car and hurried to the reception room. As soon as he picked up the receiver, he heard the booming voice of Commander Lu, Xiaoyan. Tomorrow is a public holiday. You must come home in the morning. Grandpa, I'm not going back. He had never liked Song Tang, and recently he had been having frequent impure dreams about her, making him even less willing to see her. Commander Lu guessed he didn't want to go home again because he was repulsed by Song Tang. He was furious and huffed. You little rascal, this is a military order. You must come home tomorrow. If you don't come back, Tang Tang will really be taken away by someone else. Lu Jinyan frowned, his entire being radiating resistance towards Song Tang. He stood still for a few seconds, releasing a bit of cold air, before continuing. Tang Tang's matters have nothing to do with me. You little rascal, don't be so stubborn. Commander Lu's voice was like a bell, full of disappointment. Do you know that kid from the Fu family? Fu Wenjing is interested in Tang Tang. If Tang Tang really marries that kid from the Fu family, you'll have something to cry about. Fu Wenjing? Lu Jinyan hadn't expected that Song Tang would develop something with Fu Wenjing. Thinking about the large pack of medicine hidden in Song Tang's bundle, he couldn't help but sneer coldly. Fu Wenjing jumps into a fire pit. I can only pity him. Why should I cry? If Fu Wenjing really wants to marry Song Tang, considering the friendship between the Lu family and the Song family, I would at most send them a red envelope. After a pause, Lu Jinyan said in a deep voice, Grandpa, I have a girl I like. Please don't try to match me with Song Tang anymore. There is absolutely no possibility between us. You little rascal. Commander Lu was so angry he pressed down on his heart. Really, he felt he would be driven to a heart attack by this little brat sooner or later. He was so furious he wished he could kick the little brat to the North Pole, but he didn't want the brat to regret it one day. He took a deep breath and said earnestly, Song Tang, Tang Song, they sound like the same person. You little rascal, being so arrogant. You'll regret it one day. Oomph. Lu Jinyan coldly sneered. He admitted that the names Song Tang and Tang Song were indeed very similar. However, because of those enchanting and chaotic dreams, he felt so much self-loathing and subconsciously rejected any connection with Song Tang, so he naturally could not think that Song Tang was Tang Song. He knew that Commander Lu. Even Lin He and Lu Shoujiang all particularly liked Song Tang and wanted to match them together. To thoroughly dispel their ridiculous thoughts, he coldly said, Grandpa, I'll say it again, I don't like Song Tang. I will never like her. In the next life, I will never be in a relationship with her. If you want to date Song Tang, it would be better to let me marry Fu Wenjing. Grandpa, you should rest early. After saying this, Lu Jinyan directly hung up the phone. Lu Shoujiang stood next to Commander Lu and naturally heard the voice of his little brat clearly. He slammed the table in front of him angrily. Let him marry. If he has the guts, let him bring Gu Shirshu and Fu Wenjing home. If he doesn't marry, I'll break his legs. Lin He was particularly speechless. She didn't want two sons-in-law. Commander Lu and Lu Shoujiang were both quite upset with Lu Jinyan sitting on opposite sofas. Sulking, Lin He was also filled with worry. She realized that her little brat had too deep a prejudice against Song Tang, and he obviously didn't know that Song Tang was Tang Song. She was even more worried that even if one day he found out that Song Tang was Tang Song, because he hated Song Tang too much, he would also lose any good feelings he had for Tang Song. If the little brat could cherish Song Tang in the future, she would definitely support them being together. But if the little brat went too far, even though she particularly wanted Song Tang to be her daughter-in-law. She would still support Song Tang in pursuing the happiness that truly belonged to her. Song Tang had heard Lu Xiaoyu say that there was a larger black market near the train station. Early on Sunday morning, she went to the train station. She wanted to try her luck in the black market there to see if she could find some good stuff. Help! Before she could even find the entrance to the black market, she heard a desperate cry for help. She instinctively looked in the direction of the sound and saw a pretty girl with 2 braids being forcibly dragged towards the train station by a mean-looking middle-aged woman and a dark-skinned. "Woodiman, what are you shouting about? Are you still trying to find your wild man?" The middle-aged woman said as she slapped the girl hard across the face. "You're carrying my son and having an affair, and you've run so far," ignoring the child. "How can you be so shameless? My poor grandson just learned to talk, cries for his mother at home every day, but you don't want to come home with me. You are simply heartless." Initially, seeing the girl crying so pitifully, some people want to go help. But now, hearing the middle-aged woman accuse her of running away with her lover and abandoning her child, everyone began to blame the girl and urge the mother and son to take her home. Such a small child could not be without a mother. "I'm not his wife." The girl cried with tear-streaked cheeks. "I've never had a child. I don't know them at all. Help me. Help." The onlookers thought she was pretending to be pitiful, and there were even people helping the mother and son drag her toward the train station. People in this era mostly did not know the tricks of human traffickers. But Song Tang knew that this was one of the usual tricks of human traffickers. If that girl was forcibly taken onto the train by this mother and son and sold into the deep mountains, her life would be completely ruined. Song Tang was really not a saint. But how cold-hearted must this world be if even girls were unwilling to help other girls? She took out the money she had on her and quickly ran to a nearby phone booth to call the police. The police said they were very close and could arrive within 5 minutes. Seeing that the girl had already been dragged into the train station, Song Tang hurried over to buy some time. "Let her go." Song Tang stepped forward, using all her strength in an attempt to pry the hands of the mother and son off the girl. But their strength was truly too great. She completely couldn't separate them from the girl. She could only seek help from the crowd nearby. "They are human traffickers. Please help me separate them." The onlookers clearly did not believe Song Tang's words. The mother and son did not want anyone to meddle. The man took advantage of Song Tang's moment of inattention and kicked her hard. His kick was well-aimed and landed right on Song Tang's ankle. Her body couldn't help but stumble, and she didn't even know what hard object hit her, causing her ankle to hurt so much that she almost fell to the ground. The girl had been dragged to the ticketing window, and the police had not yet arrived. Song Tang was extremely anxious when she unexpectedly saw Lu Jinyan coming to see someone off. When she was in the identity of Song Tang, she always called her brother Lu. He thought she would only directly call his name during the Tang song period. But in a moment of urgency, she forgot to change her way of addressing him and still called his name Lu Jinyan, trafficker. Lu Jinyan was stunned. In a daze, he heard Tang Song calling her. He quickly turned back with flushed ears, only to find that the person calling him was his most disliked person, Song Tang. Chapter 67. Liang Yuanshan discovered that Tang Tang was actually Song Tang. The starlight in his eyes suddenly dimmed. The aura around him became so cold, as if someone had dug up his ancestral grave. The thought that he actually felt Song Tang resembled Tang Song made him loathe himself to the extreme. He truly felt that his flirtatious behavior was particularly shameful, and he despised himself to death. Song Tang also realized that in a moment of panic she had called the wrong name, and quickly corrected herself. "Brother Lu, they are really human traffickers. Please help me separate them." At this moment, Lu Jinyan also noticed the little girl Zhou Ruoshi, who was crying and gasping for breath. His keen observation caught the fleeting panic and resentment in the eyes of the burly man and the middle-aged woman, making him feel that these two were not good people. He didn't want to have any interaction with Song Tang, but as a soldier, he couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. The mother and son had already bought tickets, and seeing that they were about to drag Zhou Ruoshi into the ticketing area, he quickly stepped forward, trying to separate them. "You little brat, she is my wife. I have to take her home. I advise you not to meddle, or else." The burly man threatened Lu Jinyan fiercely, but before he could finish his words, Lu Jinyan kicked him, sending him crashing to the ground in a sorry state. seeking death. The man, who had been bullying others all this time, couldn't bear to take such a huge loss at Lu Jinyan's hands. Moreover, he had already fed Zhou Ruoxi something that rendered her powerless. He was about to complete this deal, and he couldn't allow anyone to ruin his plans. He got up from the ground and lunged at Lu Jinyan with a roar. Lu Jinyan, at 188 centimeters tall, was not shorter than that man. However, his muscles, while not overly exaggerated, were well defined, giving him a lean and fit appearance, typical of someone who looks slim in clothes but muscular when undressed. Today, he wore a military green short-sleeved shirt, looking tall and trim, much slimmer than that burly man, causing the onlookers to sweat nervously for him. They thought he would surely be beaten badly by the stout man. To their surprise, before the man's raised fist could land on him, Lu Jinyan delivered a swift kick, sending the burly man flying, landing on the ground with a howl, unable to get up. "Son, are you okay?" The middle-aged woman, who was closer to the man, clearly heard the sound of bones breaking. She abandoned her grip on Zhou Ruoxi and rushed over to check on the man's condition. Song Tang's ankle pain grew more intense, making it difficult for her to stand. She was quite prideful and didn't want to fall in public, so she instinctively reached for something to steady herself. "Song Tang, don't touch me." The thing she instinctively grabbed was Lu Jinyan's arm, who was standing beside her. Lu Jinyan didn't know that Song Tang had hurt her ankle. When she grabbed him like that, it reminded him of the chaotic and wild images from his dreams. He felt an unprecedented loathing for his own flirtatiousness and definitely didn't want any physical contact with Song Tang. Because physical contact with Song Tang would be a betrayal of Tang's song. He would allow himself to betray such a good person like Tang's song. He instinctively shook off Song Tang's hand and quickly stepped back, wanting to maintain his distance from her. Song Tang was already struggling to stand, and when the support beside her suddenly disappeared, she fell directly to the ground, landing hard on her bottom. Song Tang was quite delicate and particularly afraid of pain. The pain in her ankle was already unbearable, and after falling in public, she felt both pain and humiliation. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly turning red like a little rabbit. "Song." Lu Jinyan didn't expect that a sudden movement would cause Song Tang to fall. At this moment, he also noticed that her left ankle was swollen like a red bun and had scraped off a large patch of skin. Her skin was so fair and delicate, making the injury particularly shocking. Lu Jinyan felt his heart ache uncontrollably, and he instinctively raised his hand, wanted to help her up from the ground. But men and women should not have physical contact. He had gentlemanly manners with other women, which would be a betrayal of Tang's song. He would rather not have any so-called gentlemanly manners than betray Tang's song, especially with the pain in his heart, which made him feel even more like he was wavering and shameless. He forced himself to withdraw his gaze from Song Tang, unconsciously drawing a clear line between them. "Sister." "Tang's sister, how did you fall?" Liang Tingxue and Liang Yuanshan had come along today. Just now, Liang Tingxue went to the bathroom and had asked Liang Yuanshan to wait for her outside. At this moment, the two were coming from the bathroom and saw Song Tang sitting on the ground. Liang Yuanshan felt a pang of heartache, but he was afraid that if he helped her up, it would make him seem too reckless and she would hate him even more. He could only nervously stand aside and watch as Liang Tingxue quickly rushed over to support her arm. Zhou Ruoxi was also anxious when she saw Song Tang fall. However, she had been drugged and couldn't muster any strength to rush over to help her up. "Tang's sister, are you okay? Did you hurt anywhere?" After helping Song Tang up, Liang Tingxue looked at her with a worried expression, afraid that she might have hurt herself. Liang Yuanshan also noticed the injury on Song Tang's left ankle, and his heart ached even more, his eyes turning red. He knew she didn't want to pay attention to him, but he was really worried about her injury, so he still asked Tang. Tang, are you hurt? Does it hurt a lot?" "Tang's sister is hurt? Where is she hurt?" Upon hearing his brother say that Song Tang was hurt, Liang Tingxue immediately panicked. She anxiously examined Song Tang and finally found the injury on her ankle. Her voice became noticeably choked with tears as she asked, "Tang's sister, how could you get hurt like this? Let us hurry to the hospital. I heard my brother say you dance beautifully, so don't let it affect your dancing in the future." Song Tang really didn't like Liang Yuanshan. But Liang Tingxue was so concerned about her that she felt warm inside. Of course, she thought Liang Tingxue's words were too exaggerated. The injury on her ankle looked scary, but with proper care, it definitely wouldn't affect her dancing. The mother and son realized they couldn't overpower Lu Jinyan, and even though they were unwilling to leave Zhou Ruoxi behind, they were afraid of being beaten more, so they decided to flee quickly. The traffickers are trying to escape. We can't let them get away. Song Tang noticed their movements and shouted urgently. Lu Jinyan definitely wouldn't let them escape either. Just as he and Liang Yuanshan were about to step forward to block them, several police officers rushed over and forcibly subdued the mother and son. In this day and age, human trafficking was punishable by death. This incident was serious, and Song Tang, Lu Jinyan, and others followed to the police station to give statements. The police station had medicine for treating injuries, and upon arriving, a female police officer kindly helped Song Tang treat her wound. The police found a lot of drugs on the mother and son. Initially, the pair denied being human traffickers, claiming they had mistaken Zhou Ruoxi for their wife. However, the police also found a folding knife and the small wallet they had snatched from Zhou Ruoxi. Mistaking someone for their wife and still needing to rob her money? Clearly, this mother and son were not good people. The police cleverly led them to talk, ultimately confirming that they were indeed human traffickers. Knowing they couldn't escape the law's severe punishment, the mother and son later tried to confess and revealed many of the bad things they had done. This time, they happened to be caught by Song Tang, who delayed time and saved Zhou Ruoxi. But previously, the girls they had trafficked were not as fortunate as Zhou Ruoxi. Most of them were sold into the deep mountains, forced to become breeding tools, and may never see their parents and relatives again for the rest of their lives. The police told Song Tang that these two human traffickers would definitely get shot. Song Tang felt they deserved it. She also particularly hoped that in the era she lived in her previous life, human traffickers would also be sentenced to death. Zhou Ruoxi called her father, Captain Zhou Jihong, from the police station, and soon, Captain Zhou arrived. Dad, thanks to this fairy sister who saved me. Otherwise, I would have been trafficked to the deep mountains, forced to marry an old bachelor, and would never see you and Mom again. At this moment, Captain Zhou also noticed Song Tang. After receiving Zhou Ruoxi's call, he realized the seriousness of the situation. He and his wife only had Zhou Ruoxi as their precious child, and he couldn't bear to think about how devastated he and his wife would be if she were trafficked. He also didn't expect that it was Song Tang who saved his precious daughter. He was about to thank Song Tang properly when Liang Yuanshan suddenly rushed over, extremely indignant, and said, Uncle Zhou, you are really going too far. I saw the announcement from your art troupe. Tang Tang clearly scored full marks in the interview. But the final list you released had Song Tang. Song Tang is not a good person. Your art troupe selection of talent is unfair. I want to report this. I absolutely cannot let Song Tang shamelessly take Tang Tang's spot. Captain Zhou had a good relationship with Liang Yuanshan's father. He didn't know who the Tang Tang Liang Yuanshan mentioned was, but he truly felt that saying in front of Song Tang that she was not a good person and shameless was very offensive. He pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked Liang Yuanshan seriously, Little Song entered the art troupe based on her ability. How has she offended you? After speaking, he turned to Song Tang and said, Little Song, you don't have to take what Xiaoshan said to heart. I was present during your interview that day, and you performed so excellently that if you couldn't enter the art troupe, it would be a scandal for us. I also want to especially thank you today. If it weren't for you, I might never see my little she again. He sincerely said to Song Tang again, Little Song, thank you. Little Song? Liang Yuanshan was confused. Isn't Tang Tang's surname Tang? How could Uncle Zhou call her Little Song? An extremely unbelievable thought suddenly arose in Liang Yuanshan's mind. Could it be that Tang Tang is Song Tang? Chapter 68. Liang Yuanshan regrets breaking off the engagement with Song Tang, driven mad. How is this possible? This is completely unscientific. Liang Yuanshan's earlier words were quite harsh, but Song Tang couldn't be bothered to respond. She didn't even glance at him, merely lifting her face to speak to Commander Zhou in a composed manner. Today, I happened to witness the scene of the human traffickers abducting someone. Thanks to Brother Lu's intervention and the police arriving in time, the person was saved. Song Tang's backside still hurt. She was quite angry with Lu Jinyan. However, if it weren't for his timely appearance, She would not have been able to save Zhou Ruoxi on her own, and she wouldn't take credit for his efforts. Seeing Song Tang's unassuming yet dignified demeanor, Commander Zhou appreciated her even more. He couldn't help but take on a more elder-like stance, scolding Liang Yuanchen a bit, telling him not to speak carelessly in front of the young girl. If you want to report it, feel free to do so. In any case, I have a clear conscience when it comes to selecting talent. Liang Yuanchen stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. Clearly, he still couldn't accept the fact that Tang Tang was actually Song Tang. Liang Tingxue was also stunned by Commander Zhou's words. However, she reacted a bit faster than Liang Yuanchen. She quickly walked up to Commander Zhou, her eyes wide with disbelief, and asked Uncle Zhou, "What did you just call Tang Jia? She clearly has the surname Tang. How could you call her Xiao Song? Is it possible that Tang Jia is Song Tang?" Hearing Liang Tingxue call her Tang Jia, Commander Zhou couldn't help but think of something. His wife, Zhao Shijin, had a good relationship with Liang Yuanchen's mother, Lu Feng. A few days ago, he heard his wife say that Liang Yuanchen seemed lovesick, searching everywhere for a girl named Tang Tang. That girl, Tang Tang, had acted bravely and saved Liang Tingxue not long ago. It was evident that the Liang siblings thought Song Tang went by the name Tang Tang. And Song Tang was the one whom Liang Yuanchen had previously broken off his engagement with. Commander Zhou suddenly found this quite amusing. After pondering for a moment, he truthfully said, "Xiao Song is definitely Song Tang. Could she possibly have the surname Tang?" Liang Tingxue was also shocked, as if struck by lightning. She had heard her brother say that Song Tang's adoptive mother had given her a large packet of medicine to help her climb the social ladder in the capital. With that preconceived notion, she had a particularly bad impression of Song Tang. She thought Song Tang was an uneducated, uncultured, scheming girl who just wanted to seduce men. But if Tang Tang was indeed Song Tang, she wouldn't continue to think that way. She believed in her own eyes and judgment. Tang Jia was genuinely a good person. If she were truly scheming, she wouldn't have acted bravely to save her. If she were uneducated, she couldn't have ranked first in the written exam of the art troupe. If she were uncultured, she wouldn't have recognized that mother and son were human traffickers, risking injury to save Zhou Ruoxi. If she were only interested in seducing men, she certainly wouldn't have coldly rejected her brother's advances. She seemed to have misunderstood Tang Jia. No, it was Song Tang. Yes, she had said many bad things about Song Tang in front of Song Tang, Song Dage, and Song Urge. What should she do? Song Jia would definitely hate her. Liang Tingxue anxiously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, while Liang Yuanchen was even more anxious. He never expected Tang Tang to be Song Tang. He finally understood why she had been so cold and disdainful when he had tried to show her kindness before. Her disdain for him wasn't because he had been reckless, but because she had known his identity from the very beginning and didn't like him. If Song Tang were just Song Tang, and she had accepted that packet of medicine from her adoptive mother, Liang Yuanchen would have thought she had ulterior motives. But she was the one who had saved Liang Tingxue and Zhou Ruoxi, and he realized she wasn't the kind of girl who had improper intentions. Liang Yuanchen was flustered and regretful. He shouldn't have rashly broken off their engagement based on a misunderstanding without truly understanding her. They had finished giving their statements and could leave the police station. Seeing that Song Tang had already walked outside, he hurried after her. He was so flustered he didn't know where to put his hands and feet, his charmingly rogue face reddening with shame and regret. He stood there stuttering for a long time before awkwardly saying, Tang, Commander Zhou had already revealed her identity as Song Tang in front of Liang Yuanchen and the others, and there was no need for Song Tang to continue hiding. She coldly interrupted Liang Yuanchen, saying, "I don't go by Tang Tang. I am Song Tang. Liang Yuanchen, our engagement has been annulled, and I hope we will have no further entanglements in the future." Hearing Song Tang mention the engagement, Liang Yuanchen became even more anxious and regretful. He was so uncomfortable he couldn't even find his voice. It was Liang Tingxue who jogged over to help her brother speak. "Sister Song, please don't be mad at my brother. He didn't mean to break off the engagement with you. He saw you receiving that big packet of medicine from your adoptive mother when he and cousin went to the countryside to pick you up. He thought you were the kind of girl who had bad intentions because you took that packet of medicine." Song Tang looked up and saw Liang Yuanchen's anxious face, and also saw Lu Jinyan standing coldly to the side. She could guess why Lu Jinyan disliked her. After all, during their first meeting, she had been under the influence of the medicine and had taken advantage of him. However, she couldn't understand why Liang Yuanshan had such a deep prejudice against her and accused her of having improper intentions. Now, she finally understood that Liang Yuanshan had seen her adoptive mother give her that packet of medicine. His accusation had caused her a lot of trouble and led her to experience many unpleasant things. However, the boat had already passed through 1,000 mountains. Whether Liang Yuanshan thought she had improper intentions was no longer important to her, because he was not an important person to her. She looked calmly at the Liang siblings with their varying expressions, her stunning face as cold as ice. I accepted that packet of medicine just to reassure my adoptive mother, but I've already thrown it away. After a pause, she coldly added to Liang Yuanshan, Liang Yuanshan, rest assured I won't drug anyone. I definitely won't drug you. Not in the past, and not in the future. In fact, I'm quite happy that you broke off the engagement because I never wanted to have anything to do with you. You can put your mind at ease. If I, Song Tang, want something, I can achieve it through my own efforts. I don't need to rely on any high branches, especially not yours. From now on, I won't disturb you, and I hope you will continue to dislike me. The further away from me, the better. Zhou Ruoxi also knew about Liang Yuanshan breaking off the engagement with Song Tang. Now she cherished the fairy-like Song Tang even more. She had recovered her strength, and, seeing Liang Yuanshan blocking Song Tang's way, couldn't help but rush over, proudly saying to him, Brother Liang, you were the one who broke off the engagement with the fairy sister first. A real man takes responsibility. Since you broke the engagement, don't disturb her anymore. Come on, fairy sister, I'll take you home. Saying this, she helped Song Tang into Commander Zhou's car. Song Tang's ankle still hurt, and since Commander Zhou and Zhou Ruoxi were taking her home, she certainly wouldn't refuse. The car had already disappeared into the distance. Liang Yuanshan stood there as if lost in a dream. After a long time, he finally murmured as if in a trance, I was wrong. But I can't stay away from you. I want to make amends. I want to give it my all and fight for myself, just this once. Chapter 69. Lu Jinyan realized he misunderstood Song Tang. Lu Jinyan was standing not far away and naturally heard Song Tang's voice. He didn't expect Song Tang to say such words. She had first acted bravely to save Liang Tingxue, and today she had cleverly and courageously rescued Zhou Ruoxi. He knew she wasn't as bad as he initially thought. What she said about throwing away that bag of medicine was likely true. He was not someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. He would no longer hold prejudices against her. However, he would still keep his distance from her. Those chaotic dreams were too absurd. He loathed his uncontrollable self in the dreams and couldn't face her, who was entangled with him in the dreams. Once he decided on a person, he would maintain absolute loyalty to her. He didn't want to be influenced by Song Tang. Therefore, he would do everything possible to stay away from her. A lifetime, a generation, a pair. In this life, he would never let Tang's song down. Today was Sunday, and Song Nanxing also had a day off. Early in the morning, she came from her unit's dormitory to the military compound. Song Tsungrong wouldn't let her enter the house, so she could only go outside the military compound, cracking sunflower seeds and looking around, chatting, just to find something wrong with Song Tang to prevent her from entering the art troupe. She chatted with the neighbors for a long time, and by noon, she still couldn't incite everyone to report Song Tang, feeling somewhat frustrated. Just as she was about to smash the sunflower seed shells on the ground in anger, she saw a car parked outside the military compound. Song Tang got out of the car. Song Nanxing recognized that car. It was the car of the art troupe's leader Zhou. Seeing this scene, Song Nanxing immediately became spirited. She pulled two neighbors who also saw this scene and had a decent relationship with her, rushing to the Song family, urging Su Shanshan to quickly invite leader Zhou's wife. Zhao Shijin, over. Being a mistress should be exposed. Previously, Jolie was a mistress to Section Chief Wu, and both received severe punishment, losing their jobs. If she could get everyone to believe that Song Tang was leader Zhou's mistress, Song Tang would definitely not be able to enter the art troupe. After instructing Su Shanshan, Song Nanxing rushed into the alley, shouting, "Everyone come and see. Song Tang is leader Zhou's mistress." Many of us saw with our own eyes that Song Tang just got out of leader Zhou's car. This vixen Song Tang has an affair with leader Zhou. She can enter the art troupe, definitely, because of her connection with leader Zhou. The mistress is shameless. We must report Song Tang. We absolutely cannot let this disgusting mistress into the art troupe. Song Nanqing's voice was really loud. As she shouted in the alley, many neighbors preparing for lunch ran out to watch the excitement. Last time, after Song Tang publicly solved a problem and won against Song Qingyao, Yao Yuling quite liked her. Hearing Song Nanqing slandering her again, Yao Yuling couldn't help but roll her eyes at Song Nanqing. Song Nanqing, do you have a serious illness? Why are you always making up rumors about your own niece? As soon as Yao Yuling spoke, other neighbors couldn't help but criticize Song Nanqing too. Exactly. Spreading bad words about your own niece. Song Nanqing, you really have ambition. If you're sick, hurry up and go to the hospital. Watching you go crazy in our compound every day is really annoying. The Song family, led by Major General Song, was really unfortunate to have such a relative. Normal people despise mistresses. Song Nanqing thought that if she said Song Tang was a shameless mistress, everyone would desperately criticize and scold Song Tang. But she never expected that everyone would say she was sick. She was both anxious and angry, trying hard to make everyone believe that Song Tang was indeed a lowly mistress. She shouted loudly, her neck turning red, I saw Song Tang get out of leader Zhou's car with my own eyes. If she had no relationship with leader Zhou, how could he specifically drive her home? If you don't believe me, ask Tianhong and Chunping. They also saw it. Yes, those neighbors playing chess outside the compound also saw it. Tianhong and Chunping were the two neighbors who came with Song Nanqing. They got along well with Song Nanqing, and when named, they truthfully said, we did see Song Tang get out of leader Zhou's car. However, we don't know what her relationship with leader Zhou is. Upon hearing Tianhong and the others say that Song Tang got out of leader Zhou's car, the neighbors were momentarily unsure whom to support. Just as the scene fell into an eerie silence, Song Nanqing saw Song Tang walking towards the alley. She shouted again, the shameless mistress is coming. Nowadays, young girls are willing to do anything shameless to get a good job. Leader Zhou and his wife have such a good relationship. In this country, Bumpkin still dares to seduce him. This vixen is so dirty, she deserves to be punished. Song Tang's ankles still hurt quite a bit. She walked slowly and was a bit sluggish. She paused for a moment before realizing that Song Nanqing was slandering her, saying she was leader Zhou's mistress. Song Tang's hands suddenly felt very itchy. She didn't like fighting, but now she really wanted to slap Song Nanqing hard a few times to clean her mouth. However, the injury on her ankle severely affected her walking speed. After struggling to move forward for some time, she still couldn't reach Song Nanqing. Song Tsongrong and Lu Shoujiang were both at home. Hearing Song Nanqing's strange shouts, they also came out from the yard. Qin Xiuji had misunderstood Song Tang many times before. This time, she wanted to firmly stand by her daughter's side. She quickly walked over, standing in front of Song Tang, and sternly reprimanded Song Nanqing. Tang Tang could never be a mistress. Song Nanqing, if you keep spreading rumors, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. Sister-in-law, how can you protect a mistress? Qin Xiuji's attitude towards her became increasingly worse, which made Song Nanqing furious. She jumped high, pointing at Song Tang's face, sharply saying, she has fallen so low, insisting on being a mistress. What does that have to do with me? Brother, sister-in-law, our Song family has a clean family tradition. We absolutely cannot condone Song Tang's shameless behavior. Colonel Zhao. Song Nanqing turned around and saw Su Shanshan bringing Zhao Shijin over. She hurried to meet them, exaggerating just now. Many of us saw it. This vixen Song Tang got out of your old Zhou's car. I know leader Zhou is a good man. He wouldn't do anything to hurt you. This vixen is relying on her looks, shamelessly seducing leader Zhou. Su Shanshan wished everyone would hate Song Tang, and she quickly added, yes, Song Tang is really shameless. Whenever she sees a man, she wishes she could strip and stick to him. Aunt Zhao, she is ruining your relationship with Uncle Zhou. You absolutely cannot spare her. Song Qingyao knew Zhao Shijin's temper. She was quick and decisive, and she didn't tolerate any nonsense. If she believed Song Tang was a mistress, she would not spare this shameless person. At this moment, she definitely wouldn't miss the opportunity to play the good person and stoke the fire. She stepped forward, looking at Zhao Shijin with concern. Aunt Zhao, please don't be angry. I believe my sister was just confused for a moment. Please don't blame her, okay? My sister is really a good person. She. Song Nanxing, Song Qingyao, and Su Shanshan all believed that with things reaching this point, Zhao Shijin would definitely be furious and tear apart Song Tang's disgusting face. However, before Song Qingyao could finish her sentence, Zhao Shijin suddenly shook off Su Shanshan, who was holding her arm, took a few quick steps forward, and slapped Song Nanxing's face hard. Chapter 70. The Song family regrets not loving Song Tang and tries desperately to win her back. Song Nanxing was completely stunned after being hit. It wasn't her fault for being the mistress. Why was Zhao Shijin hitting her? Song Nanxing suspected that Zhao Shijin had mistaken her for someone else. She was about to remind Zhao Shijin that the one she should be hitting was that shameless Song Tang when Zhao Shijin slapped her again. Zhao Shijin, with her fierce temperament, had a particularly strong grip. With just 2 slaps, Song Nanxing's lips began to bleed. Her head buzzed, and she saw stars. Unable to find her voice for a moment, Su Shanshan, seeing how badly she was beaten, was worried and her eyes turned red. Aunt Zhao, it's not my mom who seduced Uncle Zhou. Why are you hitting my mom? I'm hitting her. Zhao Shijin raised her hand again, scaring Song Nanxing so much that she trembled and hurriedly hid behind Tianhong. This time, Zhao Shijin did not hit her again, but sternly said, Song Nanxing, as an aunt, you only know how to target and slander your own niece. You are simply a psychologically twisted pervert. Being publicly called a pervert made Song Nanxing feel utterly wronged. But Zhao Shijin had a gun before. She really didn't dare to provoke her, and could only swallow her anger. Zhao Shijin continued, Neighbors, please help me judge. Today, my little she encountered a human trafficker and almost got abducted. Tang Tang bravely intervened and saved my little she. She even injured her ankle while saving her. What's wrong with my old Zhou and little she's sending her home? Are you saying that because she saved my daughter, my old Zhou should just throw her, injured, on the street? What kind of reasoning is that? The onlookers instantly understood. Captain Zhou was known for being upright and loving towards his wife and family. When they heard that he and Song Tang were rumored to have an unclear relationship, they found it absurd. Now, after hearing Zhao Shijin's words, they felt that Song Nanxing was simply a troublemaker. Who didn't he know that Captain Zhou cherished his daughter, Zhou Ruoxi? Song Tang had saved his precious daughter. What was wrong with him taking the injured her home? Song Nanxing was indeed sick and twisted. Zhao Shijin, with her fiery personality, also had a meticulous side. She knew that after Song Tang was brought back to the capital, she had faced a lot of criticism and disdain. She didn't want people to think that Song Tang entered the art troupe through backdoor connections. After a pause, she continued, Tang Tang's entry into the art troupe is entirely based on her own strength. She just saved my little she today, and my old Zhou didn't even know her before. There's no way he could help her through backdoor connections. The neighbors all agreed with Zhao Shijin's words. They had witnessed Song Tang's talent firsthand. Even Su Shanshan, who had always opposed Song Tang, had admitted that Song Tang danced better than Song Qingyao. Song Tang's excellence was undeniable. If she could enter the art troupe, everyone would accept it and wouldn't think she had used backdoor connections. Zhao Shijin, straightforward in her character, hated green tea bitches. She had caught the hint of Song Qingyao's subtle words and found them disgusting, not giving her any face. Her sharp gaze pierced Song Qingyao's face, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Song Qingyao, are you saying this just to make me believe that Tang Tang is a mistress? How can you be so scheming and ineffective? Song Qingyao felt like she had been struck by lightning. She truly couldn't believe that Zhao Shijin would publicly say her intentions were ineffective. Still reeling from the extreme shock and humiliation, she heard Zhao Shijin's voice again. Is it so hard to admit that others are better than you? You don't need to mislead everyone into thinking that the Art Troupe's interview is unfair. I heard my old Zhou say that Tang Tang dance is better than you. In the dance you performed, there were several mistakes, and your expressions didn't match the dance well. But the dance Tang Tang performed was so good that even Captain Li said she was a rare talent. If Tang Tang can't enter the art troupe, then those leaders at the interview must be blind. Zhao Shijin's words were like rubbing Song Qingyao's face in the dirt. Song Qinyao felt a wave of sadness, her eyes turning red, like a fragile glass doll that would shatter with a light touch. Su Shanshan, who was close to Song Qinyao, felt heartbroken seeing her so upset. Just as she wanted to say something to comfort Song Qinyao, Zhao Shijin's gaze cut into her like a knife. And you, Su Shanshan, it's your psychologically twisted mother spreading rumors here. How dare you call me over to teach Tang Tang a lesson? Do you enjoy watching Tang Tang make a fool of herself? You and your conniving mother are just troublemakers. If I were General Song or Dr. Qin, I would never let you stay in my house bullying my own daughter. Zhao Shijin was fierce towards Song Nanqing and the others. But when it came to Song Tang, she smiled warmly, holding Song Tang's hand. Tang Tang, I know that Song Nanqing and the others are not good people. If they dare to bully you again, just come find me. I'm not afraid of them. And Zhao, thank you. Song Tang looked up, sincerely expressing her gratitude to Zhao Shijin. She really liked Zhao Shijin for being so clear about love and hate. Seeing Zhao Shijin slap Song Nanqing earlier made her feel quite pleased. Zhao Shijin shot one last cold glance at Song Nanqing and the others before softly saying goodbye to Song Tang. After Zhao Shijin left, Song Songrong's face turned completely dark. He wasn't too upset because Zhao Shijin publicly reprimanded Song Nanqing and the others, but because he felt that this time, Song Nanqing and her daughter had truly gone too far. Song Nanqing had recently been living in the unit's collective dormitory, and Su Shanshan couldn't go stay there. He coldly said, Song Nanqing, find a place to live as soon as possible, and let Su Shanshan move over too. Su Shanshan is indeed my niece. But even if she is my niece, she shouldn't bully my own daughter. Uncle, you are biased. Hearing that, Song Songrong wanted her to move out. Su Shanshan burst into tears. I want to move out. I will never move out. After saying that, she ran into the yard crying. Song Nanqing was very worried about Su Shanshan, but Song Songrong wouldn't let her enter the house, so she could only signal Song Qinyao to comfort Su Shanshan. Song Qinyao still needed Su Shanshan to do something, and she would definitely cheer her up. She glanced at Song Nanqing, signaling her to relax. And only then did Song Nanqing's expression improve a little. Song Tang knew that once Su Shanshan cried, Song Songrong would likely soften and turn a blind eye. She didn't want Song Songrong to always be so high-handed. Even if she didn't like to play the pity card, she still tried hard to squeeze out 2 tears. Dad, Mom, I've never been a mistress before, and I will never be one in the future. Why do Ennies always target me? Often, I really don't know what I did wrong. But even if I didn't do anything wrong, it seems like I'm the one at fault. Seeing Song Tang crying, Lin felt heartbroken. She also felt wronged for Song Tang. Wiping the corner of her eyes, she couldn't help but say to Qin Xiuji, this time Song Nanqing and Su Shanshan have really gone too far. You and old Song should give Tang Tang an explanation. How could Qin Xiuji not know that Song Tang was wronged? She held Song Tang's hand with great concern and solemnly promised, Tang Tang, don't worry. Mom won't let anyone bully you anymore. I will definitely make Su Shanshan move out. This is your home, and Mom won't let an outsider live here and target you. Sister-in-law, how can you make Shanshan move out? What outsider? Shanshan calls you Annie. How can you hurt her feelings like this? Seeing that Qin Xiuji wanted to drive Su Shanshan away, Song Nanqing was completely anxious. Just as she was about to say something, the usually gentle and dignified Qin Xiuji stepped forward and violently slapped her face. Tang Tang also calls you aunt, but you keep harming her every day. Can't you see you're breaking her heart? Song Nanqing, I warn you, if you dare to bully my daughter again, I will fight you to the death. Well said. The neighbors couldn't help but give Qin Xiuji a thumbs up. Someone like Song Nanqing, who stirs up trouble, deserves to be hit. If anyone dared to bully my daughter like that, I would be even harsher than Dr. Qin. Troublemaker, get lost. Don't come to our neighborhood to cause trouble every day. Don't you like reporting others? If you come to harm people again, I'll report you to your workplace. Right? If you don't leave, we'll go report you now. Woo-woo. Song Nanqing was extremely unwilling, but she was afraid that the neighbors would actually report her to her workplace. So she covered her face and ran away crying. Qin Xiuji clearly felt that what Song Qinyao said just now was a bit intentional. She didn't want to hurt her adopted daughter's feelings, but she also felt pain for her biological daughter. She couldn't help but say to Song Qingyao, Yao Yao, don't follow Song Nanxing and her daughter to cause trouble in the future. Song Qingyao's beautiful starry eyes instantly filled with tears. She couldn't believe that the Qin Xiuji, who had always cherished her, would actually scold her, and scold her in public. Chapter 71, They all feel sorry for Song Tang. Crazily so. After her mother truly found her biological daughter, she no longer cared about her adopted daughter. It felt like 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. Song Qingyao trembled with hatred. She truly hated Song Tang to death. She hated Song Tang for taking away her spot in the art troupe, and even more, she hated her for taking away the mother who once treated her like a treasure. She wished she could crush Song Tang, the disgusting little thief, to ashes. But reason still kept her kneeling on the ground, apologizing to Song Tang. Sister, I'm sorry. Song Qingyao cried, breathless. I didn't mean to help Aunt Zhao smear you. I was just afraid Aunt Zhao would hurt you. That's why I want to plead with her. Sister, I really care about you. Please don't be angry with me, okay? As she spoke, she habitually raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face again and again. Seeing Song Qingyao suddenly kneel down and slap herself, Qin Xiuji couldn't help but recall the scene of her previous desperate attempts to end her life. She was so frightened that her eyelids jumped violently, and she pulled Song Tang back a step, pale-faced. Song Tang knew that Song Qingyao was trying to morally bind her, using weakness to gain everyone's sympathy. She wouldn't indulge her. She sniffed, feigning a helpless expression, with tears in her eyes, and spoke, Song Qingyao, why are you doing this? Today, the one who was framed and slandered is me. You spoke ill of me in front of Aunt Zhao, and I didn't blame you. Kneeling in front of so many neighbors and self-harming, what does that mean? Do you think that crying children get candy? As long as you kneel and self-abuse a bit, everyone will have to cater to you? I clearly didn't do anything. Why do you have to act like I bullied you? Song Tang took a deep breath. Her eyes red, as if she was so sad she couldn't speak. The neighbors had watched Song Qingyao grow up and had some feelings for her. Originally, seeing her kneeling and slapping herself, they felt a bit sorry for her. But after hearing Song Tang's words, they suddenly felt that Song Qingyao's actions would make Song Tang embarrassed. Everyone rushed to persuade her, Yao Yao, get up quickly. You're making Tang Tang really uncomfortable. Yeah, Tang Tang hasn't said anything. Why do you have to make it seem like she bullied you? I also think what you're doing isn't good, to be honest. It's a bit excessive. Song Qingyao's face drained of color. She thought that by kneeling and slapping herself, she would gain sympathy and make everyone think Song Tang was being unreasonable. She couldn't imagine that the neighbors would say she was excessive. How could she be excessive? Song Tang was the truly shameless top green tea. Yao Yao, get up. Lin He could no longer stand it. She stepped forward and forcibly helped Song Qingyao up from the ground. Looking into Song Qingyao's eyes, there was obvious disapproval. Yao Yao, don't do this anymore. Tang Tang hasn't done anything wrong, and your actions will really make others think Tang Tang bullied you. It doesn't seem like you're apologizing to Tang Tang. It looks more like moral coercion. Lin He's words were a bit harsh. Song Qingyao's body shook violently, almost collapsing to the ground. Song Tsongrong and his wife felt that Lin He's words were reasonable, and they unusually didn't comfort Song Qingyao. An eerie silence lingered in the air for a long time until Song Tsongrong spoke first. All right, Yao Yao, you and Tang Tang are both good kids. The misunderstandings of the past are all cleared up. From now on, you sisters should get along well. Our family must be united and not be instigated by Song Nanxing and her daughter. Song Tsongrong's words did not blame Song Qingyao, but Song Qingyao was too sensitive. She still felt that Song Tsongrong thought poorly of her, influenced by Song Nanxing. With tears in her eyes, she said she would get along well with Song Tang. But her heart was twisted with hatred. After the farce ended, the neighbors gradually dispersed. Lin He wanted the Song family to have a private talk with Qin Xiuji. Song Qingyao accidentally overheard her telling Qin Xiuji that Song Tang was better than they had imagined, and that they should give her more care and love. She hated that she couldn't drink Song Tang's blood and eat her flesh. She was always smart and cautious. She definitely wouldn't really take action to severely abuse Song Tang. She knew Su Shanshan must also hate Song Tang to death. Now was the perfect opportunity for her to incite Su Shanshan to deal a destructive blow to Song Tang. She secretly ground her back teeth and hurried upstairs to Su Shanshan's room. Bitch! Su Shanshan was going crazy in her room, and it was a complete mess. She smashed the enamel cup on the table to the ground and was about to break the lamp when she saw Song Qingyao. Sister Qingyao. That bitch Song Tang actually saved Zhou Ruoxi. In the future, Captain Zhou will definitely find a way to promote her. Why does she get to live so well? Because of that bitch, Uncle and Annie are going to kick me out. She harmed me like this. I must make her pay the price. Song Qingyao felt that Song Tang had taken away her parents, and she also wanted her to pay the price. But to make Su Shanshan go completely mad, she still spoke with heavy helplessness. Shanshan, maybe we really should acknowledge Sister's excellence. Just like Aunt Zhao said, I can never compare to Sister. I will always be worse than her. After Sister joins the art troupe, she will shine even brighter, and Lu Sangu will definitely like her even more. There are many other young talents in our courtyard. Shanshan, why don't you try to like someone else? Don't like Lu Sangu anymore. Lu Sangu belongs to Sister. We really can't compete with her. Impossible. Upon hearing Song Qingyao say that Lu Xiaoyu would be taken away by Song Tang, Su Shanshan completely went mad. Her face twisted in rage as she screamed, Lu Sangu is mine. I will never move out of Uncle's house. That bitch Song Tang harmed me like this. I will make her wish she was dead. Shanshan, don't be anxious. Even if you are forced to move out, I will help you. Song Qingyao knew the time was right. She deliberately pretended to be casual and said, I really like Aunt Lin and admire Brother Lu Er. They're not only very nice people, but also very serious about their work. The circuit at the Academy of Sciences is broken and might take several days to fix. But Aunt Lin and the others actually took an important piece of data home. Today is a holiday, and this morning I even saw Aunt Lin seriously calculating data. The fact that Lin took back an important piece of data was something Song Qingyao overheard by chance. It was said that this data represented nearly half a month's effort from many people at the Academy of Sciences, but they hadn't yet calculated the final correct data. This data was indeed very important to the Academy of Sciences. She knew that after hearing her words, Su Shanshan would definitely find a way to obtain that data, destroy it, and use every means to make everyone believe that it was Song Tang who ruined that data. Lin was her future mother-in-law. She shouldn't favor Song Tang that much. She believed that once everyone was convinced that Song Tang had ruined that data, Lin, Lu Shoujiang, Lu Xiaoyu, and others would change their favoritism towards Song Tang and deeply loathe her. Lu Jinyan would also never write to Song Tang again. He would only throw her away like garbage. Song Qingyao was not wrong in her thinking. Every word she said was clearly etched in Su Shanshan's mind. Lin was still at the Song family. Commander Lu, Lu Shoujiang, and others were playing chess in the alley. Lu Xiaoyu had gone to a friend's house to play. The huge Lu family was left with only Lu Yu, who was upstairs reading martial arts novels to rest his mind. Su Shanshan easily stole the important data that Lin had brought back. Song Tang also went out. She was very cautious and locked the door. But when she pushed her door hard, there was nearly a half-centimeter gap. After Su Shanshan burned most of the documents, she shredded the remaining parts, ensuring that the information was completely unreadable. Only then did she stuff the fragments through the small gap in Song Tang's door. Maliciously destroying such important materials of the Academy of Sciences is simply an act of espionage. This time, Song Tang not only cannot join the art troupe, but will also have to spend time in prison. Chapter 72. Lu Yu despises Song Tang. But Song Tang impresses him with her abilities. Lin quickly discovered that the document was missing. That document contained the hard work of more than 10 of her colleagues, who had worked overtime for nearly half a month to reach this point. If they couldn't recover that document, all their effort and hard work during this time would be in vain. Knowing that the document was lost, a rare hint of anxiety appeared in Lu Yu's cold eyes. Commander Lu and the others were playing chess in the alley and didn't see anyone enter their courtyard. So the only possible culprits were from the Song or Lu families who took the document. Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong both understood the importance of that document. They also looked serious as they helped Lin search for it. The document was lost with Lin, and if they couldn't find it, she would definitely face punishment, which everyone hoped to avoid. After Qin Xiuji treated her ankle injury again, Song Tang went out for a while. Almost as soon as she entered the shared courtyard of the Song and Lu families, she heard Su Shanshan's sharp, angry shout, "Aunt Lin, I know who stole the document. It's that wretched Song Tang. I saw her take a stack of paper into her room with my own eyes. Let's go search her room. We will definitely find the document." Shanshan, stop talking nonsense. Qin Xiuji was increasingly annoyed with Su Shanshan. She would certainly not condone her slandering Song Tang. She shot Su Shanshan a warning glance and said, "Tang Tang is a good child. I don't believe she would steal. Aunt, you're just protecting that disgusting thief, Song Tang." Su Shanshan accused Qin Xiuji with red-rimmed eyes. "I'm not lying. I really saw it. While you and Aunt Lin were talking in the room, Song Tang sneaked over to Aunt Lin's house. She must have bad intentions and wants to destroy that document." Lin He also didn't believe that Song Tang would steal anything. But Lu Yu already disliked Song Tang, and upon hearing Su Shanshan's words, he instinctively assumed that Song Tang was the thief. He said nothing, his face cold as he strode towards Song Tang's room. "Shall you come back?" Lin He stepped forward, trying to stop Lu Yu. But Lu Yu moved too quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already at Song Tang's door. He immediately saw the ashes left in the crack of the door and several torn pieces of paper with numbers written on them. Clearly, those ashes and torn pieces were part of that important document. Lu Yu's handsome face, which was usually bright and sunny, instantly turned as cold as if covered in layers of ice. He suddenly turned his face, his gaze like a poison knife, piercing Song Tang. "Song Tang, what do you have to say for yourself? I know you're not very clever, but even if you're bad, you should know the severity of your actions. This document is the hard work of so many colleagues at our Academy of Sciences over the past half-month. How could you maliciously destroy it?" Lin He also recognized that these torn pieces were a small part of the document. Thinking of all the effort they had put into finding a solution, now part of their data was destroyed, she lost all color in her face. But she believed in Song Tang's character. She knew she wouldn't do such a thing. Even though her heart was in turmoil at that moment, she still scolded Lu Yu. "Shall you shut up? I believe in Tang Tang." Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong also looked particularly grim. They naturally knew the serious consequences of the document being destroyed, but they owed their biological daughter too much. At this moment, they couldn't let her down again. They exchanged glances, and Song Songrong spoke solemnly. "We need to investigate this matter thoroughly. If it really was Tang Tang, as her father, I am willing to share the responsibility with her. If it wasn't her, we cannot wrong her." Song Tang was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected that this time Song Songrong would choose to stand by her side. However, she didn't feel particularly moved. After all, if it came down to a choice between her and Song Qinyao, they would still choose Song Qinyao. She ignored Lu Yu and stepped forward to open the door to her room. The floor of her room was chaotic, covered with torn pieces of paper. Since the document had been burned beyond recognition, and the remaining parts were too shredded, it was completely impossible to piece it back together. Seeing the chaotic fragments on the ground, Lu Yu's anger turned his eyes red. He looked at Song Tang with extreme disgust and said slowly, "Song Tang, do you know how important this data is? I will definitely call the police and have them treat you as a spy." Su Shanshan was so pleased she could almost float. Song Tang must be a spy. A traitor like her deserves to be shot. "Sister, the document is destroyed. Aunt Lin will be punished." "How did you do this?" Song Qinyao looked at Song Tang with tears in her eyes, as if advocating for Lin He. "Everyone, shut up." Lin He sternly reprimanded Lu Yu, Song Qinyao, and the others. She firmly repeated, "It wasn't Tang Tang who stole the document. I believe in her. Mom, you can't protect Song Tang." Lu Yu already disliked Song Tang, and Lin He still stood by her at this time, making him hate her even more. His gaze remained sharp, piercing Song Tang's face. Perhaps she really was a spy. If she did something wrong, she should bear the consequences. "Shut up." Lu Shoujiang and Commander Lu shouted simultaneously. Seeing Commander Lu's dark face, giving him a warning glance, Lu Shoujiang directly kicked Lu Yu. Lu Yu's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his hatred for Song Tang surged. Song Tang didn't like the inexplicable hostility Lu Yu had towards her. She also guessed that this time it was probably Su Shanshan, that fool, who was instigated by Song Qinyao to destroy the document and frame her. She would make Su Shanshan pay the price. But right now, she was more concerned about Lin He, who was trying to protect her. She wanted to reassure Lin He. She stepped forward and gently held Lin He's hand. Aunt Lin, what data were you trying to calculate this time? The derivation process was destroyed. Aunt Lin, do you still remember the original question? Lin He indeed couldn't remember the complex data on the document, because the data had incorporated so many people's thoughts, and they had collaborated to come up with results that were flawed. Lin He couldn't recall her own ideas clearly, let alone those of others. However, she certainly remembered the problem they were trying to solve. Aunt Lin, could you write the problem down for me? Let me get a try. Lin He knew that Song Tang was quite intelligent. However, she thought that Song Tang probably wouldn't be able to solve such specialized problems in the Academy of Sciences. Yet, she had always liked Song Tang, and seeing her look at her with such anticipation, she still wrote the question on the paper she had brought over. Lu Yu felt that Song Tang was stalling for time. He wanted to see what other tricks she could play. Anyway, no matter what tricks she pulled, he would send her to the police station. Seeing that Song Tang was actually serious about studying the problem Lin he had written down, Su Shanshan laughed out loud, arrogantly. Such a difficult question, and so many brilliant researchers at the Academy of Sciences couldn't figure out the final result. How could a country bumpkin do it? Uncle Aunt, you shouldn't have brought this troublemaker back. Song Tang ignored Su Shanshan's mockery. She focused intently on calculating the question on the white paper. To be honest, while she was very intelligent, she certainly couldn't compare to Lin He, Lu Yu, and other professionals in calculating certain scientific data. However, the era she lived in during her past life gave her a significant advantage. Many particularly complex mathematical and physical problems from the 1970s already had formulas for solutions in later years. In her previous life, her seventh brother was an extraordinarily talented genius in mathematics and physics, a scientist who drove the progress of the world. She often went to her brother's laboratory and saw him researching many difficult problems. Influenced by him, she learned a lot. The problems that Lin He and her colleagues wanted to solve were really too simple compared to those difficult problems in her brother's hands. Song Tang quickly calculated the result. After writing down the last digit, Song Tang handed the paper to Lin He and said, Aunt Lin, please take a look at this result and see if it's correct. I just did a reverse calculation, and it should be fine. Lin He took the paper with skepticism. Just now, Song Tang was writing and drawing on the paper quite seriously, but she still couldn't fully believe that she could come up with the correct result. Chapter 73. Lu Jinyan helps Liang Yu deeply pursue Song Tang. Su Shanshan is almost laughing to the point of tears. She thinks Song Tang is such a bumpkin, really pretending to be dead. Where does this bumpkin get the courage to let Lin He see her random scribbles? She is waiting to see the bumpkin get slapped in the face. Lu Yu also thinks Song Tang is just scribbling on paper. He is also waiting for Lin He to see through Song Tang's pretentious and foolish nature. Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong are filled with anxiety. They know in their hearts that Song Tang definitely can't calculate the correct result, but they are also hoping she can win. Xiaoyu, come over and take a look. After watching Song Tang's calculation process, the seriousness on Lin He's face was quickly replaced by surprise. She eagerly called Lu Yu over. I've looked at it several times. And why do I feel like Tang's calculated result is correct? Lu Yu thought Lin He must have been bewitched by Song Tang. Lin He is usually smart and rational. How could she be fooled by a woman with such a questionable character? Even if Lu Yu was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe Song Tang could calculate the correct result. But since Lin He has already held that piece of white paper up to his eyes, he can only take a few looks. At first glance at that white paper, he thought Song Tang was just pretending and had filled the page with random writing. At the second glance, he thought Song Tang's handwriting was actually somewhat beautiful. But by the third glance, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. The formula that Song Tang wrote down was something he had never seen before. He quickly took the piece of white paper and examined it carefully several times, finding no issues with Song Tang's calculation process. The formula on the white paper was something he had never seen, but after trying it with numbers several times, that formula actually held true. He even reverse calculated it twice. The result was still the same as Song Tang's method, which turned out to be correct. The difficult problem that so many colleagues in their academy had spent half a month on without arriving at the correct result, Song Tang managed to solve in just over half an hour. The look in Lu Yu's eyes when he looked at Song Tang became complicated. He had heard many not-so-good things about Song Tang, and with his preconceived notions, he thought she was not only morally questionable, but also bad and foolish. He truly didn't expect Song Tang to be this smart. However, even if she is smart, it doesn't change the fact that her character is lacking. He still dislikes her. Aunt Lin, what are you talking about? How could that fool Song Tang solve the Academy's problem? Su Shanshan rolled her eyes so hard that the corners twitched, just as she was viciously belittling Song Tang. She heard Lu Yu's cold yet certain voice. Song Tang's calculation method is correct. The result is also correct. What? Su Shanshan shouted, her voice cracking. Song Qinyao was also shocked to the point of changing her expression entirely. She thought that Su Shanshan had ruined that information and framed it on Song Tang, which would make the Song and Lu families detest Song Tang and send her to the police station. She never dared to dream that Song Tang could solve a problem that researchers couldn't even calculate. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Shanshan was still screaming hysterically, appearing almost mad. Linny ignored the mad dog like Su Shanshan and instead held Song Tang's hand tightly, sincerely and gratefully saying, "Tang Tang, this time we really owe it to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how many detours we would have to take to solve this difficult problem. The data we obtained this time is of particularly important significance for the development of our country's aerospace and other industries. I must help you apply for a reward. The country will definitely reward you. Aunt Lin, really it's not necessary. I actually didn't do much." Song Tang felt embarrassed to take credit. She thought she was just standing on the shoulders of giants to see the world. Without the knowledge she had from her past life and the wisdom passed down through generations, she could not have calculated the correct result. "Who says you didn't do anything? You really helped us a lot this time. I must apply for a reward for you." Lin He was too insistent, and Song Tang didn't know how to continue to refuse. Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji were both filled with shock. They also didn't expect that Song Tang could help the Academy solve such a significant problem. Even Director Lu and Lu Shoujiang rarely showed signs of shock. Clearly, Song Tang's intelligence exceeded their expectations. Director Lu liked Song Tang even more. It was just that his little rascal was so disappointing that it was almost driving him crazy. Lu Shoujiang's appreciation for Song Tang also increased. Not only that, but he was especially grateful to her. He guessed that the person who destroyed that information was most likely Su Shanshan. If it weren't for Song Tang's help, even if they found out that Su Shanshan had destroyed that information, since it was lost in Lin He's hands, Lin He would still face punishment. "Su Shanshan, you stole the information, didn't you?" After talking to Song Tang for a while, Lin He's gaze sharply pierced Su Shanshan's face. Su Shanshan certainly wouldn't admit it. She raised her neck and shouted, "Aunt Lin, how can you wrongfully accuse me?" The fragments of that information were found in Song Tang's room. It must be her who stole it. What does it have to do with me? Song Tang is just a filthy, shameless thief, she. Slap. Song Tang stepped forward and slapped Su Shanshan's face hard. Su Shanshan's mouth was just too foul. Song Tang had been itching to do this for a long time. Su Shanshan was clearly stunned by the slap. Before she could react, Song Tang slapped her again, making her scream, "Bitch, you dare hit me? You, Su Shanshan. I'm kindly reminding you." Su Shanshan was so furious she was about to go mad when she heard Song Tang's cold and piercing voice. "They're your fingerprints on those shredded papers. You better admit your mistake proactively. Otherwise, I will definitely call the police. When the police compare the fingerprints, you will definitely go to jail." Song Tang said this to scare Su Shanshan. If it were in the era she lived in her past life, fingerprints on shredded papers could definitely be detected. But in this era, technology was relatively backward, and it was difficult for the police to find conclusive evidence to imprison Su Shanshan. However, her words were enough to intimidate the foolish Su Shanshan. Upon hearing Song Tang's words, Su Shanshan's face turned pale in an instant. Lin He understood Song Tang's intention. She also coldly said, "Su Shanshan, if you admit your mistake proactively, considering old Song's face, I can let this go this time without calling the police. But if you continue to quibble, I will definitely pursue it to the end." Su Shanshan was truly frightened. She was genuinely unwilling to let Song Tang pay the price, but ended up falling into the pit herself. However, she was really afraid of going to jail and being labeled a spy. After trembling for a long time, she finally cried out, It was me who stole the information, and I stuffed the destroyed information through the crack in the door into Song Tang's room. I admit it. I admit it. Aunt Lin, please don't let the police catch me. She had a pretty good relationship with Song Qingyao, but in order to shirk responsibility, she hurriedly threw her under the bus. Yes, it was Sister Qingyao who told me. She told me Aunt Lin brought an important document home. So I stole it and messed with Song Tang. I really didn't mean to. Song Qingyao was so angry that her toes couldn't stop trembling. She had always thought of Su Shanshan, and this foolish girl had put her in such a predicament. Seeing the dissatisfaction in Lin He and the other's eyes, she directly knelt heavily on the ground, tears streaming down her face. I just mentioned it casually while chatting with Shanshan. That Aunt Lin is particularly dedicated and busy with work even on her days off. I really didn't expect Shanshan to steal anything. I have never harmed others and would never harm others. If you are unwilling to believe me, I can prove my innocence with my death. She suddenly stood up and cried as she rushed towards the wall. Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji definitely couldn't just watch her crash to her death. Although they felt helpless about her constant suicidal behavior, they quickly stepped forward to stop her. They took turns comforting her. Yao Yao, don't do anything foolish. Dad believes you won't harm anyone. Mom believes you too. After calming Song Qingyao, Song Tsongrong sternly shouted at Su Shanshan. Our Song family cannot harbor a thief who harms others. Su Shanshan, take your things and get out now. Otherwise, I will call the police. Uncle. Su Shanshan didn't want to leave the Song family, but she was even more afraid of Song Tsongrong, Lin He, and the others calling the police. Even though she was extremely reluctant, she cried and went back to her room to pack her things, planning to stay at Song Nanqing's dormitory for a few days. Lin He felt that Su Shanshan was most likely being instigated by Song Qingyao. However, she had no evidence and couldn't do anything to Song Qingyao. Moreover, they had been neighbors for many years, and it wouldn't be right to force her to death in front of Song Tsongrong and his wife. After Su Shanshan was kicked out of the Song family, Lin He and the others also left. Just as they arrived at the courtyard, Lu Jinyan, Liang Yuanshan, and Liang Tingxue walked in. Director Lu hoped that Lu Jinyan could quickly establish a relationship with Song Tang, and he almost proudly recounted how Song Tang helped the Academy of Sciences solve a problem in front of them. Lu Jinyan's dark eyes rarely showed a hint of astonishment. He hadn't expected Song Tang to be so smart. However, she wasn't someone he was involved with, so whether she was clever or foolish had nothing to do with him. Liang Tingxue was extremely pleased with herself. She had already regarded Song Tang as her future sister-in-law. When Song Tang was praised, she felt proud as well. Liang Yuanshan was also pleasantly surprised. He felt ashamed of his past superficiality. Director Lu didn't expect that Liang Yuanshan and his sister had brought some snacks again today, and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you two here again?" "Grandpa, I know Tang Tang is Song Tang. I came today to apologize to Uncle Song and Aunt Qin. I don't want to break off the engagement with Song Tang. Yes, you must help me speak well of me in front of Uncle Song and Aunt Qin. And cousin, we are so close, you have to help me pursue Song Tang. If Song Tang is willing to date me, cousin, I'll treat you to a meal." Chapter 74, He Earnestly Seeks to Marry Song Tang. Lu Jinyan coldly shrugged off Liang Yuanshan's arm. Not interested in helping others pursue women. He was always taciturn and didn't want to argue with Liang Yuanshan in public. Lu was shocked. One of the main reasons he disliked Song Tang so much was that he had heard Liang Yuanshan say she had questionable morals. The one who called off the engagement was Liang Yuanshan, and it was also he who looked down on Song Tang's character. Lu Yu truly couldn't understand why Liang Yuanshan suddenly wanted to pursue Song Tang again. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you the one who said Song Tang has moral issues and a bad character?" Liang Yuanshan grew anxious. He could no longer tolerate others saying Song Tang had moral issues. Liang Tingxue was even more anxious than him. Without waiting for him to speak, she hurriedly said, "That's a misunderstanding. Sister Song is such a good person. How could her character be bad? My brother just had poor judgment before and misunderstood her. Anyway, both my brother and I like Sister Song. We have decided on her." Lu Yu frowned. He hadn't expected that Liang Yuanshan had previously misunderstood Song Tang. Thinking about the harsh words he had said to Song Tang today due to his previous biases, a rare hint of discomfort appeared on his usually composed and stern face. but he was too proud and couldn't bring himself to apologize to Song Tang. He didn't engage in further pleasantries with Liang Yuanshan and the others, turning away indifferently to go upstairs with a piece of paper filled with Song Tang's calculations to study it seriously. As for Liang Yuanshan wanting to pursue Song Tang, Lu Jinyan remained indifferent, but Lu Shozhong grew anxious. He wouldn't show favoritism to his eldest grandson. He felt that Liang Yuanshan was a bit shameless. Why should he be able to call off the engagement and then pursue the girl? Lu Shozhong glanced at Liang Yuanshan with disdain. Just as he was about to tell him to stop messing around and go home, Qin Xiuji pushed the door open and walked out. Seeing Liang Yuanshan and Liang Tingxue there, she paused slightly. Qin Xiuji had a good relationship with Liang Yuanshan's mother, Lu Feng, and had liked Liang Yuanshan in the past. However, Lu Feng's claim that Song Tang had questionable morals when calling off the engagement had created a rift in her heart. After all, no one likes to hear others say their own daughter has moral issues. It was difficult for her to genuinely like Lu Feng's children as she had before. She had come out intending to chat with Lin He, but seeing so many people in the yard, she pretended not to see Liang Yuanshan and turned to go back home. Unexpectedly, Liang Yuanshan blushed and chased after her. "And Qin, I have something to say to you." Qin Xiuji truly didn't want to pay him any attention, pretending not to hear and continuing to walk ahead. However, Liang Yuanshan quickly stepped in front of her. I don't want to call off the engagement with Song Tang anymore." This statement from Liang Yuanshan was truly ridiculous, and Qin Xiuji couldn't continue to pretend not to hear. She stopped in her tracks, and her usually gentle and kind face rarely showed a hint of sharpness and reproach. She smirked sarcastically, her voice full of mockery. "My daughter, Qin Xiuji's daughter, is not someone you can just take or leave as you please. Xiao Shun, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. You let Lu Feng come to my house to call off the engagement because you thought Tang Tang had questionable morals. Why don't you tell me how she has questionable morals?" Liang Yuanshan's face grew increasingly ashamed and regretful. When he called Lu Feng in the countryside, saying that Song Tang had questionable morals, he felt justified. Now, having gained a deeper understanding of Song Tang, he knew she wasn't that kind of person and naturally couldn't unreservedly claim she had questionable morals anymore. He stood frozen in place for a long time before finally blushing and saying, "When I was in the countryside, I saw her adoptive mother give her a big pack of medicine, enough to knock out several cows. Her adoptive mother told her to drug the men in the courtyard to climb the social ladder, and that's why I thought." Now he knew he was wrong. Song Tang, she wasn't that kind of person. Qin Xiuji hadn't expected Liang Yuanshan to hate Song Tang for this reason. Thinking of how Song Tang had once been forced to jump into a river by a local scoundrel, Qin Xiuji could understand Zhang Xiaohui's actions. Zhang Xiaohui was afraid that the Song family would treat Song Tang poorly and send her back to the countryside. She hoped Song Tang could marry a good man in the capital so she wouldn't have to return to the countryside and be bullied by scoundrels. Her own daughter had once been driven to despair. But what had she done to her own daughter before? She hadn't given her enough trust, hadn't given her enough love, and hadn't fulfilled the responsibilities of a mother. In fact, at the very beginning, she had prejudged her own daughter because of the engagement being called off. The more Qin Xiuji thought, the more upset she felt, and she found it hard to give Liang Yuanshan a good face. "Did Tang Tang drug you?" Without waiting for Liang Yuanshan to speak, Qin Xiuji coldly laughed again. With Tang Tang's character, she wouldn't drug you or anyone else from the courtyard. "Climb the ladder. Are we the Song family such lowly people? Tang Tang is my and old Song's daughter. She doesn't need to climb the social ladder. Even if she never gets married in this lifetime, old Song and I can provide for her, and she will live very well. Xiao Shun, I really don't understand where you get the face to want to be with Tang Tang after calling off the engagement." Qin Xiuji respected Lu Shozhong. She knew that he favored his eldest grandson, but she truly felt heartbroken for Song Tang. Even with Lu Shozhong in the yard, she couldn't speak calmly to Liang Yuanshan. Her usually gentle voice sounded unusually aggressive. "Do you know how much impact your light-hearted comment about Tang Tang's morals has had on her? Because of this nonsense, she has been slandered, defamed, and nearly had her life ruined." Gradually, Qin Xiuji's voice began to crack. "There's something you probably don't know. The day you and Xiao Yan went to the countryside to pick up Tang Tang, She attempted suicide because she didn't want to be bullied by scoundrels. She is not that kind of reckless child. Why do you think you have a right to say she has questionable morals? Liang Yuanshan truly hadn't expected that Song Tang had once attempted suicide, thinking that she would rather die than be bullied by scoundrels. While he had called off the engagement, citing her questionable morals, he suddenly felt a sharp pang of guilt. She had grown up in the countryside. Being brought to this completely unfamiliar place in the capital, she must have felt anxious and unsettled. And on top of that, being repeatedly accused of having questionable morals. How heartbreaking and desperate must she have felt? Liang Yuanshan suddenly felt like a terrible person. But it was the first time in his life he had liked a girl, and he still didn't want to let go. He nearly pleaded with Qin Xiuji, Aunt Qin. I really regret it. I won't arbitrarily think badly of Song Tang anymore. I have feelings for her, and I will treat her very well. Qin Xiuji, being experienced, could tell that Liang Yuanshan had developed feelings for Song Tang. However, she still did not support them being together. Tang Tang was so wonderful. It was normal for young talents to like her, and there was no need to choose someone who had once given her up. Her voice remained cold as she drew a clear line. The engagement token has long been returned to its rightful owner. Your engagement to Tang Tang is definitely void. If one day Tang Tang wants to be with you, I won't stop her. But if she can't get over her feelings and doesn't want to accept you, no one can use the already nullified engagement to bind her. Tang Tang is free, and all of us should respect her choice. After saying this, Qin Xiuji did not linger and quickly walked back into her home. Lu Jinyan stood in the yard and naturally heard Qin Xiuji's words. He never expected that he would save Song Tang from the river that day. She had jumped into the river to commit suicide to escape the harassment of a good-for-nothing. Chapter 75. Song Tang no longer corresponds with Lu Jinyan, making him anxious. His heart ached uncontrollably again. However, he forced himself not to think about her anymore. In dreams, he found it hard to control his actions, but in reality, he would never develop feelings for Song Tang. There are many intelligent and resilient good girls in the world, but apart from Tang Song, other girls have nothing to do with him. Song Qingyao was hiding behind the door of the Song family. Seeing Liang Yuanshan, she was filled with joy. She thought he had come to find her. She couldn't even dare to imagine that he was interested in Song Tang. She didn't actually have much romantic feeling for Liang Yuanshan. She genuinely liked Lu Jinyan, but she thought that if she couldn't marry into the Lu family, she hoped to marry into the Liang family. Liang Yuanshan was her backup plan, and she hoped he would always wait for her. But everything changed after Song Tang returned. Lu Jinyan could no longer see her good qualities, and Liang Yuanshan was completely captivated by that despicable Song Tang. Song Tang was so disgusting. She would never forgive her. After hearing what Qin Xiuji said, Liang Yuanshan felt lost and sad. Regret tormented his heart, making him feel unbearable pain. Unlike his gloom, Liang Tingxue was filled with fighting spirit after listening to Qin Xiuji's words. She couldn't help but push her brother hard. Brother, what Aunt Qin means is that if you can pursue Sister Song yourself, she won't stop you. I have decided that Sister Song will be my sister-in-law. If Sister Song can't be my sister-in-law, I definitely won't be happy in the future. You have to work hard, show your best side, and find a way to make Sister Song accept you. Oomph. Commander Lu glanced at Liang Yuanshan with disdain. He didn't believe that Song Tang would accept Liang Yuanshan. Although Song Tang hadn't lived in the compound for long, he could tell that she was a child with opinions and principles. Absolutely not someone who would go back on her word. If she really wanted to develop something with Liang Yuanshan, she would never give him a fake name. After dismissing Liang Yuanshan, Commander Lu couldn't help but glare at Lu Jinyan. It was always Fu Wenjing and Liang Yuanshan. The daughter-in-law that was almost in his mouth was about to be taken away by someone else, and the little rascal didn't even seem anxious. These little brats were all so troublesome. Liang Yuanshan still particularly wanted Commander Lu and the others to help him speak good words to the Song family, especially to Song Tang. Now that Song Tang completely refused to pay attention to him, he was really anxious. But Commander Lu would only mock him. And Lu Shoujiang and Lin, he had no intention of helping him. Lu was only interested in research and completely ignored him. Lu Xiaoyu was even more irritating. He actually supported Song Tang being with Fu Wenjing. Liang Yuanshan had no choice but to thicken his skin and stay in Lu Jinyan's room, asking for his help. Cousin, please help me deliver something to Song Tang. Liang Yuanshan's rebellious and handsome face rarely looked a bit pitiful. He hugged Lu Jinyan's arm. After all, you're neighbors with her. If you help me deliver it, she will definitely be willing to accept it. When she sees the letter I wrote to her, maybe she won't hate me so much anymore. Take your hand away. Liang Yuanshan, who usually had a proud demeanor, was now clinging to him, which really made Lu Jinyan feel disgusted. He coldly shook off his arm. I'm not that bored to be a matchmaker for you and Song Tang. Liang Tingxue also hoped that Lu Jinyan could help Liang Yuanshan win over Song Tang. She was always clever, her eyes twinkling as she decided to use a provocation tactic. Cousin, if you don't want to help my brother, could it be that you also have feelings for Sister Song and want to compete with my brother? Lu Jinyan's face darkened instantly. He would never have feelings for Song Tang in this lifetime. He also particularly disliked others misunderstanding his relationship with Song Tang. After releasing a cold air for a while, he still coldly said to Liang Yuanshan, "Put the ointment and the letter on the desk. I'll send them to the Song family later." Hearing Lu Jinyan's words, both Liang Yuanshan and Liang Tingxue were so happy they could almost fly. The letter Liang Yuanshan wrote to Song Tang was sincere and heartfelt. They both felt that after Song Tang read the letter, at least her rejection of Liang Yuanshan would lessen a bit. Lu Jinyan was willing to help her, which made Liang Yuanshan extremely excited. He boldly leaned forward and placed his hand on Lu Jinyan's shoulder. Cousin, you are really too good to me. Don't worry, I will treat you well too. If I can marry Song Tang, I will definitely give you a big red envelope. Yes, I'll also invite you to be the best man for me and Song Tang. Liang Yuanshan's extremely handsome face suddenly turned a shade of red. He awkwardly cleared his throat before continuing. When I have children with Song Tang, you will be their most beloved uncle. You will be the matchmaker for me and Song Tang, and our whole family will appreciate you. Lu Jinyan frowned deeply, and the cold air around him became even more intense. He was absolutely sure that he particularly disliked Song Tang, but for some reason, he found Liang Yuanshan's words a bit grating. Mentioning children made Liang Tingxue particularly excited. She couldn't help but flick her braid, her face full of anticipation and longing. Sister Tang looks like a fairy, and my brother is so handsome. I can't even imagine how good-looking their children would be. Cousin, you really hit the jackpot. Just thinking about how you will have several incredibly good-looking nephews in the future makes me excited for you. Cousin, don't you also want to see my brother and Sister Song have children? Don't you want to see how good-looking their children will be? As long as you help my brother well, I feel that next year, at the latest the year after, you will be able to see my brother and Sister Song having children. I'm going to be an aunt. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. The cold air radiating from Lu Jinyan was even colder than 1,000 miles of ice. He wasn't that perverted to want to see Liang Yuanshan and Song Tang have children. He felt that Liang Yuanshan and Liang Tingxue were really noisy. Fortunately, Liang Yuanshan was eager to return to the army to please Song Zhouye, and soon took Liang Tingxue away. Today, Lu Jinyan was willing to go home with Liang Yuanshan and Liang Tingxue because he suddenly remembered that he had left a stack of fabric coupons in the cupboard. He thought the bamboo green cheongsam that Tang Song wore last time was really beautiful. He planned to send those fabric coupons to her along with his reply, so she could make a few more beautiful clothes as she pleased. After all, girls love pretty clothes. He hoped Tang Song would like the fabric coupons he sent and also like him. Commander Lu insisted that Lu Jinyan have dinner at home, but just as he found that stack of fabric coupons, Gu Shirshu called him, saying that there was a letter for him in the transmission room, and he would bring it back to the dormitory. Lu Jinyan knew it must be Tang Song's reply. He didn't want to wait for even a second longer. Hurriedly grabbed the car keys and rushed to the army. He thought to have Lu Xiaoyu deliver the ointment and letter Liang Yuanshan bought for Song Tang to the Song family. But Lu Xiaoyu had disappeared somewhere, so he had to deliver the items himself. He didn't want to see Song Tang and thought it would be fine to hand the items over to Qin Xiuji or Song Tsongrong. However, just as he walked into the yard, he happened to see Song Tang coming in from outside. Since he coincidentally ran into her, he didn't need to have Qin Xiuji and the others pass the items to her. He didn't want any physical contact with her, so he didn't directly hand the items to her, but placed them on a nearby bamboo chair. Song Tang, take it. As soon as Song Tang turned her face, she saw the ointment on the bamboo chair. She really didn't expect that he would kindly send her the ointment. Originally at the train station, he made her fall on her butt, and she was quite angry about it. Now he took the initiative to give her ointment, and she suddenly found that she wasn't angry at all. She couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation in her heart. Could it be that he didn't dislike her so much in reality anymore? Could it be that she could try to get along with him using her true identity? However, before she could feel happy for 3 seconds, she heard his cold voice again, saying, "It's for you," deeper. After saying this, he didn't linger, striding away without looking back. Song Tang's excited heart fell into a cold abyss. Great. He actually wanted to set her up with Liang Yushan. Yes, her, but still hurt from when he made her fall. Since he disliked her so much in real life, they wouldn't have to meet again in the future. She would no longer be pen pals with him. Chapter 76. Tell me, is Tang Song really Song Tang? Song Tang doesn't like Liang Yushan, so it's impossible for anything to develop between them. She definitely wouldn't want the things he sent. Seeing that there was a letter pressed under the ointment, she hurriedly picked up the ointment and the letter, limping as she chased after Lu Jinyan. Lu, realizing she almost accidentally called his name again, Song Tang quickly changed her words. Lu, brother, could you please return the things to Liang Yushan? I don't need his ointment. Song Tang knew he didn't want any physical contact with her. She stuffed the ointment and the letter into his arms and quickly stepped back a good distance. Lu Jinyan responded coldly, not insisting further. After all, he had only promised Liang Yushan that he would deliver the letter and the ointment to her. Whether she accepted them or not was none of his business. Thinking about how he guarded her, like he was protecting himself from a wolf, Song Tang couldn't help but say with a straight face, "Don't worry, I won't want your things either." Lu Jinyan frowned. He found her words particularly ridiculous. She wasn't anyone to him. Aside from possibly giving her a red envelope on her wedding day, he would never send her anything. What did she mean by saying she wouldn't want his things? However, he couldn't be bothered to waste words with her and didn't say anything more. Indifferently withdrawing his gaze from her, he lifted his foot and continued walking ahead briskly. Brother, are you going back to the army? Lu Jinyan's car stopped outside the alley. Just as he was about to get in, he saw Lu Xiaoyu carrying a jar of turtle soup. Obviously, Lu Xiaoyu had a fruitful night of turtle hunting. Seeing him nod lightly, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but add, "I'm going to roast the turtle soon. Sprinkle some salt. It's going to be delicious. Aren't you going to eat something at home?" Not eating. Lu Jinyan was in a hurry to read the letter that Tang Song wrote to him and certainly didn't want to waste time on a meal. He handed the jar of ointment and the letter that Liang Yushan wrote to Song Tang to Lu Xiaoyu. "This is something you shouldn't ask me to pass to Song Tang. She didn't want it. When you have time, return it to the Liang family." After instructing Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Jinyan quickly got into the car and pressed the accelerator to the floor, eager to return to the dormitory to read the letter that Tang Song had written for him. Lu Xiaoyu stood there foolishly for a long time, then suddenly smiled widely. Tang Tang didn't accept the things Liang Yushan sent her. I also think Tang Tang is better suited with Fu Wenjing. He and Fu Wenjing have such a good relationship with Tang Tang. When they get married, they'll definitely ask me to be the best man. The more Lu Xiaoyu thought about it, the happier he became. Holding the jar of turtle soup in one hand and the jar of ointment and letter in the other, he cheerfully entered his home. Not eating. Where have you been running off to? Sit down and eat. The third grandson was out all day, and Commander Lu was getting annoyed. Unable to help but glare at him, Lu Xiaoyu was already used to being scolded and remained cheerful. He placed the glass jar of turtle soup aside and, showing off, waved the ointment and letter in front of Commander Lu and the others. "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, did you see? This is what my cousin asked my brother to pass to Tang Tang, and Tang Tang didn't accept it. Who told my cousin to disdain Tang Tang's character? Now Tang Tang is ignoring him, making him anxious. Anyway, I think my cousin is not worthy of Tang Tang. I'm definitely going to be the best man for Tang Tang and Fu Wenjing. You little rascal." Commander Lu was so angry his chest hurt. He couldn't tell whether he was more annoyed with Lu Jinyan, who was acting as a matchmaker for Liang Yushan and Song Tang, or with Lu Xiaoyu, who was eager to be the best man for Song Tang and Fu Wenjing. In short, his troublesome grandchildren were all making him angry. Hearing Lu Xiaoyu say that Lu Jinyan helped Liang Yushan pass things to Song Tang, Lu Jiang and Lin he exchanged complex glances. However, in front of Lu Yu and Lu Xiaoyu, they didn't say much. Lu Xiaoyu, being carefree, naturally didn't notice the complicated feelings of Commander Lu Jiang, and Lin he. He loved the lively atmosphere, thinking about how, when Song Tang and Fu Wenjing got married, he could not only be the best man, but also have fun at the wedding. He was in such a good mood that he couldn't help but serve himself 2 more bowls of rice. Remembering that Song Tang had told him in the morning that she would definitely finish the latest chapter of Heroes Will before tonight, after eating, he went to the Song family again, happily holding Song Tang's freshly baked manuscript to read in his room. Lu Xiaoyu was particularly excited every time he read Heroes Will. Sometimes he couldn't help but imagine himself as a character in a martial arts novel, jumping around and mimicking the moves. Lu came to find Lu Xiaoyu for something. He knocked on the door, and when Lu Xiaoyu didn't respond, he directly pushed open the slightly ajar door. Unexpectedly, he happened to see this scene. Lu Xiaoyu was holding a fountain pen, looking like he was performing a ritual, mumbling to himself about a certain hero. Lu Yu felt that the names Lu Xiaoyu was reciting sounded somewhat familiar, resembling characters from Heroes Will, which he particularly liked. He instinctively lowered his gaze and saw that Lu Xiaoyu was holding several sheets of paper in the other hand that were labeled Chapter 9 of Heroes Will. He hadn't liked reading newspapers much before, but after he accidentally saw Heroes Will being serialized in the newspaper, he bought every issue. He was sure that in the latest issue he bought, Heroes Will only updated to Chapter 8. How could Lu Xiaoyu have the manuscript for Chapter 9? Could it be that his youngest brother, Lu Xiaoyu, was actually the author of Heroes Will? A few more traces of admiration and fondness for his younger brother appeared in Lu Yu's cool eyes. He quickly stepped forward and snatched the sheets of paper from Lu Xiaoyu's hand. At the end of Chapter 8, the hero was ambushed and seriously injured, and Lu Yu had been anxiously waiting for several days. He was eager to find out whether the hero would be in danger and wanted to get a sneak peek. Lost in his own martial arts dream, Lu Xiaoyu was startled by Lu Yu's sudden action. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly tried to snatch back the sheets of paper that Lu Yu had taken. "Second brother, what are you doing? Give me back the manuscript." Lu Yu did not return the manuscript to Lu Xiaoyu. He quickly scanned several lines down, confirming that the hero had been saved by a mysterious person, before he breathed a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, he also realized something unusual. Earlier, he thought that his younger brother was Tang Song, but the handwriting on the manuscript was clearly different from Lu Xiaoyu's. Lu Xiaoyu's writing was powerful and vigorous, whereas the handwriting on the paper was delicate and elegant, resembling a girl's handwriting. In his daily life, he wasn't the type to be overly curious or meddle in others' affairs. However, realizing that his younger brother knew Tang Song, and that Tang Song might even be someone familiar to him, he was particularly eager to find out who Tang Song really was. "Where did you get this manuscript? Is Tang Song our neighbor in the courtyard?" Lu Xiaoyu widened his pure, doe-like eyes, looking pitifully at Lu Yu. He had promised Song Tang that he would keep her secret, and he certainly didn't want to tell his second brother about her writing a martial arts novel. But seeing his second brother's expression, it was clear that if he didn't tell the truth, he would never get the manuscript back. After struggling for a long time, he finally decided to let his second brother help him keep the secret. "Second brother, I can tell you who Tang Song is, but you have to give me back the manuscript, and you can't go around saying it." Seeing Lu Yu nod, Lu Xiaoyu continued, "Tang Song is Tang Tang. Tang Tang is amazing. Not only can she write martial arts novels, but she's also really good at solving problems. Yes, she even joined the art troupe. She must be really good at dancing too. Tang Tang is simply my idol. In the future, I will definitely be her best man." Lu Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected that the Tang Song he had always admired and looked up to was actually a woman, and it was the very Song Tang he disliked the most. Song Tang was not a bad character. She can solve problems that their academy has spent a long time on without results. She can also write such magnificent martial arts novels. He really shouldn't have any prejudice against her. She is more excellent and powerful than he imagined. "Second brother, let's make a pact. You really can't tell anyone about Tang Tang and Tang Song." Lu Yu responded somewhat absent-mindedly, "But I need to see this manuscript first." Lu Xiaoyu hasn't finished reading it, and he is really anxious. But to keep Lu Yu's secret, he still nodded in pain. That brat, even helping Xiaoshan deliver things to Tang Tang. You just want to drive me crazy. After dinner, Director Lu walked around the yard a few times, still full of anger. He couldn't help but say to his son and daughter-in-law, he is just being difficult. If he drives his wife away, he better not cry. He was also quite speechless about Lu Jinyan's behavior. Lu Shoujiang snorted coldly. Anyway, Dad, you don't only have him as grandson. Good things shouldn't be wasted on outsiders. That brat Xiaoyan has no insight. We can match Tang Tang with someone else. Director Lu felt that his son rarely said something sensible. He nodded in agreement. Yes, that kid Xiaoyu is also very good. I see him and Tang Tang together. They are a perfect match. I will match him with Tang Tang tomorrow. Lu Yu returned to his room with the manuscript. As he passed by the staircase on the second floor, he happened to hear Director Lu say that he wanted to match him with Song Tang. Chapter 77. Lu Jinyan wants Tang Song to kiss him. The light at the staircase was gentle. He stood there dazed, his pale face gradually flushing red, as if fine white jade was reflecting the evening glow. He had devoted himself to research and had never considered marriage or children. Previously, he had preconceived notions and believed that Song Tang was the kind of reckless, bad woman he wanted nothing to do with. But now, he realized how shallow and ignorant he had been. He thought if his grandparents, father, and mother insisted on bringing him together with Song Tang, it wouldn't be impossible. He didn't want Chief Lu and the others to know he had overheard their conversation, so he quickly raised his foot and walked back to his room, his ears burning. After firmly closing the door, Lu Yu's heart was still racing, especially when he saw the elegant and graceful handwriting on the letter paper. His face turned completely red. The 2 chapters of the novel that Song Tang wrote were even more exciting and beautiful than the previous ones, and the ending left a huge cliffhanger that made him eager to know what would happen next. He even wanted to ask her if the hero Fong and Miss Zhou would truly part ways in the martial world. Would the hero Fong succeed in his revenge? He had many questions in his heart, but since they weren't very close and their relationship wasn't that good, he felt embarrassed to ask her. He could only hope that his grandparents, father, and mother would quickly bring him together with Song Tang. That way, he could openly say many things to her. Father, old Lu, I also hope Tang Tang can be my daughter-in-law, but I think we shouldn't rush to match her with Xiaoyu right now. Linny paused and continued. Xiaoyu has his own prejudices against Tang Tang. If we try to match them, it will only make Tang Tang feel wronged. They are unlikely to be together. Moreover, Xiao Yin is helping Xiao Shun pursue Tang Tang because he still doesn't want to believe that Tang Tang is the same person as Tang Song, who has been corresponding with him. Once he believes Tang Tang's identity, he might become anxious. Chief Lu couldn't help but sigh heavily. He really wanted Tang Tang to be his granddaughter-in-law. The 3 troublesome boys in the Lu family could marry whoever they wanted. She could choose freely. But he could also see that Lu Yu's attitude towards her was especially poor, and he didn't want his good intentions to cause the young girl to lose face. After a long silence, he said irritably, that little brat Xiao Yin deserves to be anxious. At 24, he still can't woo a girl. He deserves to be single. Back in my day, at this age, Xiao Jiang could already run errands. What did that little brat inherit from my former demeanor? And Xiao Yu. All he does is work, work, work. Why doesn't he marry his job? Lu Yu really is something. All he does is dig up tortoises. And he doesn't even know to take a girl out on a date. Is he going to marry a tortoise in the future? Don't let me wait until I'm 80 to hold my great-grandson. Lin He silently calculated. Chief Lu was 68 this year. By the time he was 80, Lu Jinyan would be 36. If that little brat really waited until 36 to get married and have children, not only would Chief Lu be anxious, but she would also be extremely worried. Seeing Chief Lu panting with anger, afraid he might have a health issue, Linny was about to offer some comforting words when she heard Lu Shoujiang say, Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean you'll only hold your great-grandson when you're 80? That little brat Xiao Yin wants to marry the Gu family's girl and the Fu family's girl. I think even if you live to 102, you still won't hold your great-grandson. Brat. Chief Lu was once again angered by Lu Shoujiang. He directly grabbed the broom at the door, wanting to give him a good thrashing. Linny couldn't help but laugh as she watched, realizing that the usually commanding Commander Lu was being chased around by Chief Lu, howling in distress. Truly, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Captain, here's a letter from your sister-in-law. Lu Jinyan had just hurried back to the dormitory when Gu Shirshu rushed in front of him with a letter that Tang Song had written to him. Lu Jinyan snatched the letter and wanted to return to his dorm to see what she had written. Gu Shirshu followed him into the dorm, his clear eyes filled with curiosity. "Captain, what did your sister-in-law say in the letter? Did she say I love you? I love you." Realizing that Gu Shirshu was referring to a poorly spoken English phrase, Lu Jinyan's ears turned red as if they were about to bleed. Tang Song had never said I love you to him, but he believed that one day she would tell him she liked him. "Get out." Lu Jinyan glanced at Gu Shirshu with disdain, not wanting to continue hearing his nonsense. However, Gu Shirshu showed no awareness of being despised. He pointed at Lu Jinyan's face and exclaimed dramatically, "Captain, you're blushing, and your ears are red. Your sister-in-law told you I love you, right? Captain, you should also tell your sister-in-law. How can you always let the girl take the initiative?" Lu Jinyan's face turned even redder. He had told Tang Song he wanted to date her, but he had never said the words like or love. He was afraid that if he rushed things, he might scare her away, suppressing the heat in his heart. He carefully and tenderly opened the envelope and began to read the reply from Song Tang. Gu Shirshu was actually quite perceptive. He loved the gossip about his captain's love story, but when Lu Jinyan was reading the letter, he wouldn't really lean in to see the content. This letter had been sent by Song Tang a few days ago. At the end of the letter, he had written, Song, I'm sorry." So in her reply, she wrote, "Lu Jinyan, you don't need to say sorry to me. You never did anything wrong to me. I'm very grateful for your hospitality. The food at the state-run restaurant is delicious. The meat skewers you grilled are even better." Looking at the beautiful handwriting on the letter paper, Lu Jinyan couldn't help but smile. He had originally planned to invite her to watch a movie next week during the public holiday. But after seeing her say that she really liked the meat skewers he grilled, he decided to take her camping for a barbecue first and then watch a movie at night. He hoped that, considering how delicious his grilled meat skewers were, she would agree to meet him over the weekend. After reading the letter, he carefully folded the few sheets of paper and put them away. With his ears still red, he took out a delicate bamboo green box from his pocket. Inside the rectangular box lay a hairpin. The shape of the hairpin was particularly beautiful. At the top of the black sandalwood hairpin was inlaid a jade rabbit surrounded by osmanthus flowers, and beneath the jade rabbit hung a crescent moon, looking extraordinarily lovely. Earlier in the day, he had noticed the hairpin in Liang Yuanshan's hand. He couldn't help but remember the last time in the car when Tang Song's long hair had slipped onto him. It felt like feathers brushing across his heart lake, causing his heartbeat to completely lose its rhythm. The hairpin Liang Yuanshan bought was meant for Song Tang. In the eyes of the world, Song Tang was beautiful, while Tang Song was considered ugly, even somewhat frightening. But he thought Tang Song was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more beautiful than Song Tang. He also felt that Tang Song, wearing such a hairpin and tying her long hair up while dressed in a qipao, would definitely look exceptionally stunning. So that afternoon, he couldn't help but go to the state-run supermarket to pick a hairpin for Tang Song, and he immediately set his eyes on this jade rabbit hairpin. Her drunken look, sitting on him and acting spoiled, resembled a soft, adorable little rabbit, making his heart feel hot and soft, wanting to give her everything he had. "Wow, this hairpin is so beautiful. Captain, is this your token of love for your sister-in-law?" "Shut up." Lu Jinyan scolded Gu Shirshu, his face red, not allowing him to speak nonsense. In fact, he felt that the pair of pearl earrings he gifted her was more like his token of love. Gu Shirshu covered his mouth and giggled foolishly. The team leader's face turned even redder. "It's confirmed. This is the token of love the team leader gave to his sister-in-law." After giggling for a while, Gu Shirshu leaned in front of Lu Jinyan and suggested, "Team leader, let's go fishing next week on our day off. I found a great spot where the fish are really fat. I'm busy." Lu Jinyan ruthlessly rejected him, and Gu Shirshu felt really disappointed. However, a thought suddenly struck him, and he realized that the team leader was going on a date. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited. "Team leader, are you going to date your sister-in-law again? Can't you take me along? I'm really good at cheering in several languages. Let's go. Gamoing. I can cheer for you guys. And maybe your sister-in-law will get so excited that she'll kiss you. Get lost." Gu Shirshu's words became more and more outrageous, and Lu Jinyan disdainfully kicked him before slamming the dormitory door shut. After being locked out, Gu Shirshu continued to giggle foolishly. He suspected that the team leader might not even know how to kiss. Should he teach him? But then he thought about it and realized he had never kissed anyone either, so he temporarily dismissed that idea. After Gu Shirshu left, Lu Jinyan seriously wrote a reply on 4 sheets of letter paper to Tang's song. After sealing the envelope, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The last time they met, she kissed him, but she was drunk then. This time, he hoped that when they met again, she would kiss him and agree to be in a relationship with him. Chapter 78. Lu Jinyan, I'm not going to be your pen pal anymore. Goodbye for now. Brother Song. After Liang Yueshin returned to the dormitory, he hurriedly tried to please Song Zhuoye. Song Zhuoye was chatting with Fu Wenjing when he heard Liang Yueshin call him that, and he was taken aback. He couldn't help but get up and touch Liang Yueshin's forehead, not feeling any fever. Didn't you say everyone is about the same age, and wouldn't he call me brother? What has gotten into you? Brother Song, I was shallow before. Liang Yueshin's rebellious face was rarely filled with submission as he hugged Song Zhuoye's arm. From now on you are my dear brother. Get lost. Liang Yueshin suddenly got so mushy that Song Zhuoye was almost freaked out. He shook off his arm, quickly stepping back with a wary look. Offering unnecessary flattery is suspicious. What is wrong with you today? With Song Zhuoye looking down on him, Liang Yueshin's handsome face turned red as if it were about to bleed. But thinking that if he could pursue Song Tang, Song Zhuoye would be his brother-in-law in the future, he decided not to argue. It was the first time he liked a girl this much, and he felt a bit shy to take the initiative to talk about their relationship. After stammering for a long time, he finally said awkwardly, I'm not crazy, nor am I on my mind, I just want to be with Song Tang. I want to pursue Song Tang. Song Zhuoye was shocked, his eyes wide open. Fu Wenjing also panicked. After all, he wanted to pursue Song Tang too. Suddenly having such a big rival, how could he be happy? He jumped up from the bed, glaring at Liang Yueshin. Didn't you say you liked that girl named Tang Tang? You have a girl you like and are competing with me. Liang Yueshin, how shameless can you be? You're just a fickle, heartless jerk. I'm not. Afraid that Song Zhuoye would also think he was a heartbreaker, Liang Yueshin hurriedly defended himself. I just found out today I was mistaken. There's no Tang Tang. The girl I've liked all along is Song Tang. I regret breaking off the engagement with her. I want to be with her. Song Zhuoye was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. After Song Tang was brought back to the capital, Liang Yueshin had constantly looked down on and belittled her. Who would have thought that the girl he liked, Tang Tang, was actually Song Tang? In a moment of distraction, Liang Yueshin rushed up to hug his arm again. Brother, next Sunday is a public holiday. Can I go to your house for dinner? No. Thinking of how Liang Yueshin had always said Song Tang had a bad reputation, Song Zhuoye coldly shook off his arm. Then he sneered, Didn't you say my sister was not decent? Why are you now eager to come to my house for dinner? Our house can't accommodate such a big Buddha. Huh. Who said that if you like my sister or regret breaking off the engagement with her, you're a dog? Woof. Song Zhuoye thought that by saying this, Liang Yueshin would retreat. After all, Liang Yueshin came from a good family and had excellent personal qualities, known for being proud and aloof. Who would have thought that Liang Yueshin would directly call him out? Song Zhuoye felt Liang Yueshin was truly shameless. Just as he was about to mock him a few more times, he heard Liang Yueshin's heartfelt and regretful voice. I mistakenly thought Song Tang had a bad reputation and broke off the engagement with her. I really regret it. The more I interact with her, the more I realize that I was too one-sided and shallow. Song Tang is really wonderful. She is kind, brave, and has a pure heart. She dances beautifully. I've never seen a girl dance better than her. Yes, she's also very smart. Today, Su Shanshan maliciously destroyed the materials my aunt brought back from the Academy of Sciences to frame her. I didn't expect that so many researchers at the Academy, who spent nearly half a month, couldn't calculate the results, but Song Tang figured it out right away. She is really amazing, even better than I imagined. Brother Song, I know that I've made many mistakes because I had prejudices against her. I truly regret it and want to pursue her properly. Song Zhuoye was taken aback. He knew Song Tang was good at solving problems, but he didn't realize she was so smart that she could solve questions from the Academy of Sciences. He increasingly understood how foolish and shallow he had been for once thinking poorly of Song Tang. He really regretted having such a bad attitude toward her. He was a good brother. He would work harder to treat her well in the future, striving to be fair and not favor anyone. She and Song Qingyao were both his best sisters. Song Zhiya couldn't forgive himself, so naturally, he couldn't forgive Liang Yueshin, who always looked down on Song Tang. He pressed his thin lips together and, after a long time, coldly said, "Anyway, I do not support you being with my sister, nor will I help you." Brother Song. Liang Yueshin was about to hug Song Zhiya's arm again when Fu Wenjing blocked him. Fu Wenjing proudly shot him a glance. "Liang Yueshin, you've already broken off the engagement with Song Tang, and you still want to pursue her. You're really thick-skinned. You are the one who is thick-skinned." Liang Yueshin was directly angered by his rival's disdain. "Fu Wenjing, stay away from Song Tang in the future. I met her first. Don't compete with me." Impossible. Fu Wenjing was unwilling to back down at all. "I still want Song Tang to explain physics problems to me every day. If you think I'll withdraw, don't even think about it." Liang Yueshin was both anxious and angry. Fu Wenjing was pursuing Song Tang just so she could teach him physics problems? What girl would want to spend all day doing problems? He silently ground his back teeth, just as he was about to mock Fu Wenjing. He found that Fu Wenjing had started to curry favor with Song Zhiya again. "Brother, did you change your underwear? Can I help you wash it?" Fu Wenjing searched around and quickly rushed to the washing area after finding Song Zhiya's underwear. Liang Yueshin was unwilling to be outdone. He also wanted to wash Song Zhiya's underwear. "Brother Song, do you have any more underwear? I'll go wash it for you too." Song Zhiya was speechless. He only wore one pair of underwear a day. Where would all these extra underwear come from for them to wash? Obviously, Liang Yueshin realized this too. He stepped forward and forcibly pulled off the clean underwear Song Zhiya was wearing. "What are you doing? Don't come over and act like a rogue." In all his years, it was the first time Song Zhiya had someone forcibly strip him, and he was about to go crazy with anger. But Liang Yueshin was determined to please him and forcibly took off his underwear. "Brother, I'll wash your underwear. I guarantee it'll be much cleaner than Fu Wenjing's. Get lost." Song Zhiya pulled the blanket over to cover himself, feeling chaotic. He suddenly felt that the kind of happiness that Fu Wenjing and Liang Yueshin were desperately trying to please him with was something he didn't deserve. Moreover, their flattery was useless. If his sister Song Tang didn't like them, neither of them would have a chance. In short, he would protect his sister well, never let anyone bully her, and absolutely wouldn't let her jump into a fire pit. Actually, on Sunday night, after Lu Jinyan finished writing the letter, he sent it to the area of Shursin Hutong, but Song Tang no longer expected a reply from him. On Wednesday, when she passed by Shursin Hutong while shopping, she casually checked the mailbox. This time, Lu Jinyan sent her quite a few things. There was a particularly beautiful hairpin and a dozen fabric tickets. In his letter, he once again expressed his desire to meet her. His words were sincere, and every line was filled with genuine affection. To be honest, Song Tang was attached to the Lu Jinyan who corresponded with her. She felt a bit reluctant to part with him, but she hoped even less to sink deeper into a relationship that was destined to have no outcome. Coupled with the lingering pain in her backside, she felt a surge of frustration and decided to cut ties with him decisively. She refused the hairpin and fabric tickets he had given her. Not only that, she gathered the fabric tickets, earrings, and fountain pen he had previously gifted her and packed them in a box to return to him. This time, her reply to him was particularly brief, consisting of only 3 sentences. "Lu Jinyan, let's not meet again in the future. Also, let's not correspond anymore. I wish you a bright future, and may we never meet again." Chapter 79. Tang Song and Lu Jinyan cut off contact. It drove him crazy. In just 3 short sentences, Song Tang nearly exhausted all her strength. She once considered Lu Jinyan, who corresponded with her, as a confidant and a close friend. But the Lu Jinyan in reality loathed her to the core. She was also a proud girl. She didn't like to always put her warm face against someone else's cold backside. So, even though her heart felt like it was being sliced, she still put the letter in a box and went to the post office to send it. She knew that Lu Jinyan was very proud and wouldn't lower himself to anyone. After she took the initiative to suggest cutting off contact, he definitely wouldn't write to her again. From then on, they would go their separate ways. She also, as he wished, had no further ties with him. Lu Jinyan had recently been assigned a particularly important and dangerous mission. He successfully completed it and achieved great merit. However, he was shot in the back while trying to save Gu Shirshu. The bullet was less than 2 centimeters from his heart, and the situation was extremely critical. Captain, Lu Jinyan had been unconscious for nearly 20 hours. During these 20 hours, Gu Shirshu had been watching over his hospital bed. When Lu Jinyan finally opened his eyes, Gu Shirshu, a grown man, was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face. You finally woke up. Gu Shirshu sniffed hard, crying so much he could hardly breathe. Captain, thank goodness you're awake. If you had slept like this forever, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Uncle Lu and the others. I could never forgive myself. Shut up. Lu Jinyan, whose head was already buzzing, felt even more annoyed when he opened his eyes to see Gu Shirshu still crying on him. It only made his headache worse. He frowned and pressed his temples, commanding coldly, "Don't hug me. That's a military order." Gu Shirshu wanted to hug Lu Jinyan. As a child, Lu Jinyan had almost lost his life saving him. Now, he had again risked being shot in the heart to save him. It was hard not to be moved. He had long recognized Lu Jinyan as his best brother in this life, and no one could separate them. But even injured, Lu Jinyan's cold demeanor was quite intimidating. Gu Shirshu's sturdy little frame trembled slightly, but he reluctantly let go of him. Gu Shirshu still had so much he wanted to say to Lu Jinyan. However, many leaders had come to the hospital to visit Lu Jinyan, and in front of them, he had to hold back all his heartfelt words for now. The leaders also knew that Lu Jinyan needed to rest well. They didn't stay too long, only expressing their concerns and mentioning that they would record his great merit before leaving his ward one after another. Captain, do you want some water? Gu Shirshu lowered his gaze and saw his captain's pale face. Remembering how the captain's face had been pale but healthy and strong before, he couldn't help but tear up again. He thoughtfully brought a cup of water to Lu Jinyan, helped him drink, and then asked with tears in his eyes, "Do you want to eat an apple? I can peel an apple for you. I'm really good at peeling apples. I guarantee you'll want more after eating it." "You, don't eat." Today was already Friday. Lu Jinyan knew that Tang Song must have replied to him by now. All he wanted to know was whether Tang Song was willing to see him, and he had no mood to eat apples. He propped himself up on the bed and tried to get out to head to the communications room for her reply. "Captain, what are you doing?" Seeing him trying to get out of bed, Gu Shirshu became anxious. He quickly stepped forward to support him. "You're really injured badly this time. You can't move around." Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and continued, "Captain, you're not trying to go to the communications room to find the letter from sister-in-law, are you?" "Sister-in-law has replied. I already had someone bring it over." As he spoke, Gu Shirshu hugged a shoebox-sized box from the side. Proudly, he waved the box in front of Lu Jinyan. "What a big box. I wonder what good things sister-in-law has sent you this time." "Captain, I saw before that sister-in-law not only sent you pastries from Daxiankin, but also sent you white rabbit milk candies. You're really stingy. You didn't even want to share a bite with me. This time, you can't be stingy again. If sister-in-law sent you something delicious, you have to let me have a couple of bites." Lu Jinyan didn't respond to Gu Shirshu. All his attention was drawn to the box. After taking the box, his fingers trembled with anticipation and anxiety. He couldn't help but wonder what she had sent him this time. In truth, he didn't want a young girl to spend so much. But it was contradictory. Receiving her snacks, cherry candies, and white rabbit milk candies made him genuinely happy. He secretly thought that once they were in a relationship, he would give her all his salary, and she could buy whatever she wanted. As long as she was happy, he would willingly do anything for her. Lu Jinyan wouldn't let Gu Shirshu help. He took the knife from Gu Shirshu's hand and personally cut open the tape on the cardboard box. When the box opened, he immediately saw the rectangular bamboo green gift box. This was clearly the gift box for the black sandalwood hairpin he had given her. The hairpin was a gift for her. Why would she send the gift box back? A sense of foreboding rose within him. He tremblingly removed the gift box and saw the lady's pin and pearl earrings he had once given her. Even all the fabric tickets, snack tickets, and candy tickets he had given her. She had returned them all. "Captain, what good food did sister-in-law send?" Gu Shirshu, confused, was still waiting for the captain to feed him something delicious. His clean, clear eyes were full of greed and expectation. "Are there pastries from Daxiankin?" Lu Jinyan didn't answer him. He just trembled, repeatedly trying to grab the letter inside the box. He was really strong, able to easily lift Tang's song with one hand. But at that moment, he felt as if he had exhausted all his strength in this life, and still couldn't grasp the light letter. Gu Shirshu, usually oblivious, also realized something was off with his captain at that moment. He looked at Lu Jinyan with worry and noticed that Lu Jinyan's left hand was tightly gripping the hairpin he had intended to give to his sister-in-law. How could sister-in-law send the hairpin back? Did she have a fight with the captain? Gu Shirshu was anxious, but Lu Jinyan's face was too pale, too painful, and too ugly for him to dare say anything. Finally, he saw Lu Jinyan grab the letter. Captain, seeing Lu Jinyan tear the envelope multiple times without success, Gu Shirshu desperately wanted to help, but he didn't dare to move recklessly and could only nervously watch Lu Jinyan, hoping that sister-in-law really hadn't stopped caring about the captain. He had never been in a relationship, but he could tell that the captain really liked sister-in-law a lot. He hoped the captain and sister-in-law would always be sweet and happy together. After tearing the envelope 13 times, Lu Jinyan finally pulled out the letter inside. The letter was very empty, causing his feelings of disappointment and unease to surge uncontrollably. Ultimately, his gaze fell on the letter. He saw the 3 sentences Tang Song had written to him. Lu Jinyan, let us not meet again in the future. From now on, let us not correspond anymore. I wish you a bright future, and may we never meet again. Chapter 80. Lu Jinyan humbly pleaded, Song, don't leave me. Don't let us meet again. Don't write to me. Farewell forever. He repeated these words over and over, his heart aching as if it were about to shatter into pieces. The last time they met, it was truly enjoyable. She said she was happy to correspond with him, and she praised the meat skewers he grilled as delicious. He thought they could have a future together. He couldn't bear to think that she would decisively cut ties with him, saying farewell forever. He would rather believe there was something wrong with his own eyes than to accept that he would have no further connection with her from now on. But as he lowered his gaze and read the letter again and again, the 3 lines of elegant yet heartless characters on the paper remained unchanged. So heartless that it pierced through his heart, leaving it cold and gray. Song. Lu Jinyan didn't understand what he had done wrong for her to want to sever all ties. Even if he hadn't done anything wrong, if she was angry, he still needed to apologize and cheer her up, ignoring the excruciating pain from his wounds. He forced himself to get out of bed and rushed out of the hospital room. Captain, what are you doing? Come back and lie down. Gu Shirshu was frantic when he saw Lu Jinyan disregard his injuries and get out of bed. He rushed forward to support him, preventing him from leaving the ward. Did you have a fight with your sister-in-law? Even if you did, you need to stay calm. You're seriously injured. If you don't take care of yourself in the hospital, you really might die. I need to find Song. Despite his serious injuries, Lu Jinyan still had remarkable strength. He forcefully shook off Gu Shirshu's hand and staggered toward the exit. She must be angry. It must be my fault. I made her angry. I need to find her. Captain, the letter slipped from the bed. At that moment, Gu Shirshu also noticed the 3 lines of small characters on the paper, seemingly stained by tears. He could tell that his sister-in-law had treated the captain well. The fact that she had spoken so decisively this time must mean that the captain had upset her. When a man angers the girl he likes, he must sincerely apologize and seek forgiveness. But now that the captain was so severely injured, even in such an urgent situation, Gu Shirshu hoped he would stay in the hospital to recover. He feared for the captain's safety and hurriedly chased after him. However, the captain was in a rush, moving too quickly. By the time Gu Shirshu reached outside the hospital, Lu Jinyan had already hailed a motorcycle taxi and left. For a moment, he didn't know where to chase after him and could only stamp his feet in frustration. Song. Lu Jinyan directed the motorcycle taxi driver to the 13th alley. The last time he took Tang Song home, he had counted carefully. She lived in the 7th house on the north side of 13th alley. The door was locked, and it was obvious that no one was home. Lu Jinyan had no idea when she would return, but no matter when she came back, he would wait for her. As luck would have it, not long after Lu Jinyan stood in front of that house, it began to rain. At first, it was just a light drizzle, but soon it turned into a torrential downpour. There was nowhere to take shelter in 13th alley. Lu Jinyan didn't even bother to find a place to avoid the rain. In the pouring rain, he stood motionless outside the house, as if he could not feel the rain or wind, He was just desperate to see the girl he loved. Song Tang came over to pick up the reply from the newspaper office today. When she left home, the sky was somewhat overcast. Just in case, she brought an umbrella. She didn't expect it to start pouring when she reached 13th Alley. Holding the umbrella, she walked quickly, intending to grab the letter and head home. But unexpectedly, she saw Lu Jinyan standing like a towering mountain outside Grandma Fong's house. Clearly, he had come here to find Tang's song. Song Tang didn't want him to think she was deliberately clinging to him, so she didn't bother to pick up the letter and turn to leave. However, just as she turned around, she heard a thud as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Instinctively, she turned back and saw Lu Jinyan collapse to the ground like a mountain crumbling. Lu Jinyan! Song Tang was startled. In her eyes, Lu Jinyan was powerful, cold, and unbreakable. She never imagined he would faint. Although she truly didn't want to have any more interactions with him. He was Lin He's son, and she really liked Lin He. Now that he lay unconscious in front of her, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She hurried forward, trying to lift him up, but felt something sticky on her palm. Clearly, her hand was smeared with his blood. He had fainted because he was severely injured. Lu Jinyan, wake up! Song Tang called out to him several times, but his eyes remained tightly closed, showing no sign of waking up. Not daring to waste any more time, she quickly tried to call for an ambulance. However, his eyes were shut, and his hand was gripping hers tightly. He had a death grip that she couldn't shake off to reach the phone booth to call for help. Just as she was getting anxious, she heard Gu Shirshu's urgent voice, Captain, what is wrong? Why are your eyes closed? You're not dead, are you? Seeing Lu Jinyan lying on the ground unresponsive, Gu Shirshu's nose turned red with worry. He rushed forward to support Lu Jinyan. When he felt Lu Jinyan gripping something tightly, he finally saw Song Tang standing beside him. Sister-in-law? Gu Shirshu was taken aback when he recognized her face. His sister-in-law was truly beautiful. No wonder the captain was so infatuated with her. Song Tang didn't expect Gu Shirshu would call her sister-in-law. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly corrected him. You've got it wrong. I'm not your sister-in-law. Gu Shirshu didn't believe her. He thought she was just being shy or still angry with the captain. She must be throwing a little tantrum. Sister-in-law, help me open the car door. I'll carry the captain into the car. Song Tang never expected that, even after she had explained, Gu Shirshu would still call her sister-in-law. However, since Lu Jinyan's condition looked particularly dire, it was pointless to argue with Gu Shirshu. She quickly opened the car door and helped him get Lu Jinyan inside. She originally thought that after helping him into the car, he would leave. But he continued to grip her hand tightly, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pry his fingers away. So she had no choice but to accompany him to the hospital. Even when the doctor treated his wounds, he stubbornly held onto her hand, unable to separate from him. She inevitably saw the wound on his back. The bullet had penetrated deeply, and now that he had been caught in the rain, his injury looked particularly shocking. Especially when she heard Gu Shirshu talk about the dangers they faced during their mission. Her eyes involuntarily turned red. She was afraid of getting more entangled, and she didn't want to have any further interactions with him in the future, but he was once her pen pal with whom she shared a deep connection. He was Lin He's son, and she still wished for his safety and longevity. I just remembered I have urgent business and need to return to the army. Gu Shirshu, the clever one, wanted to give Lu Jinyan and Song Tang some alone time. After the doctor finished treating Lu Jinyan's wounds, he slapped his forehead and dashed out of the ward, bouncing along. Sister-in-law, please take care of the captain for a little while. I'll be back soon. He said he would be back soon, but it would actually be tomorrow morning. Sister-in-law must love the captain. Seeing the usually tough captain looking so vulnerable, it was only natural for her to feel heartbroken. He believed that when the captain woke up and sweet-talked his sister-in-law, they would definitely rekindle the flames of love, and their affection would surpass what it had been before. He was indeed a clever little guy. Gu Shirshu proudly straightened his chest, helped them close the ward door, and quickly rushed down the stairs. Song Tang definitely didn't want to stay here to take care of Lu Jinyan. But Gu Shirshu was really running too fast. She couldn't catch up even if she wanted to. After the doctor finished treating Lu Jinyan's wounds, he left. And with Lu Jinyan looking like this, it was not okay to have no one watching over him. She decided to wait for a while until Gu Shirshu came back before leaving. Song Song. Song Tang took a deep breath, trying to pry open his fingers. To her surprise, as she just pried a little, he suddenly opened his eyes in a daze. Lu Jinyan had a fever, and it was so severe that his vision was somewhat blurred. But amidst the confusion, he still felt like he saw Tang Song's eyes. He couldn't help but sit up and tightly hold her in his arms. Song Song, don't ignore me. Don't leave me. Chapter 81. A Wild Night, biting her red lips. The doctor had just given Lu Jinyan an antipyretic injection, but he was still burning hot. His strength was particularly great. Holding her so tightly felt like she was placed in a huge furnace, making her a bit uncomfortable. Especially when she heard him hoarsely calling her Song Song, pleading for her not to leave. Her heart inexplicably softened. But it was wrong for her to be soft-hearted towards him. His little bit of affection for Tang Song was not enough to overcome his hatred for Song Tang. Continuing to entangle would only hurt both of them. Lu Jinyan, please let me go. Song Tang forced herself to use the coldest tone to draw a line with him. I've made it very clear in the letter. Let us not communicate anymore, and there is no need to meet again. Let us each be well. Lu Jinyan's wound was infected, and he was burning especially fiercely. His brain felt like it had turned to mush. Her words sounded somewhat vague in his ears. He vaguely heard her say they didn't need to meet again. Her voice was as resolute as her reply to him. His eyelids felt incredibly heavy. Heavy enough that he couldn't keep his eyes open. Heavy enough to make him feel like he was dreaming. Even in this dream, she was still resisting him. Still wanting to draw a line with him and never interact again. Lu Jinyan, can you please take your hand away? He didn't want to continue hearing her draw boundaries with him. And he felt this was a dream. He didn't need to control his surging emotions in a dream. It's getting late. I have to go home. Hearing her say she wanted to leave. He couldn't help but lower his face and block her incessant chatter with his lips. Song Tang's body froze for a moment. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in shock. She truly didn't expect him to suddenly kiss her. She had already made up her mind to cut ties with him and certainly didn't want to kiss him. She pushed against him with all her might, trying to get him away. But to her surprise, he held her even tighter. Lu Jinyan. Song Tang wanted to say that they were no longer even pen pals, and he shouldn't treat her like this. However, his kiss was too urgent, too fierce. She didn't have the chance to protest at all and could only emit low whimpers. Song Song. His kiss deepened inch by inch. Men, in some aspects, can easily learn on their own. Lu Jinyan didn't have much experience kissing, but kissing Song Tang so passionately and crazily made her increasingly unable to resist. His voice, mixed with heavy pleading and surging emotions, continued, don't leave me. Don't abandon me. I really like you. I want to be with you forever. His voice was too enchanting. As if under a spell, her heart couldn't help but soften. In a moment of distraction, she found herself uncontrollably responding to him. Song Song. Feeling her response, Lu Jinyan was overjoyed to the point of almost losing control. He hated dreaming those romantic dreams related to Song Tang. He hated even more that he couldn't control himself for her in those absurd dreams. But this time, his Song Song rarely entered his dream. How could he suppress his nearly crazy desire for her? His distinctively knuckled hand couldn't help but move back and touch the zipper on her back. The night breeze blew, and Song Tang felt a clear chill on her back. This chill instantly woke up her brain, which had been consumed by flames. She then noticed their appearance. His hand was actually, his lips were still. The sight of them was too chaotic and absurd, especially feeling his other hand fiercely gripping her waist, making her panic even more. She mustered all her strength to push him away, wanting him to stop. Lu Jinyan, don't. But her righteous resistance sounded more like a coquetry, and this charming voice made his actions even more uncontrollable. Her little strength was completely unable to push him away. Instead, his kiss returned with a vengeance, leaving her utterly unable to think. Song Song, if I touch you, I will take responsibility. In her hazy consciousness, Song Tang heard Lu Jinyan's magnetic and melodious voice, like a promise, like an unchanging vow for a lifetime. She wanted to say she wouldn't be with him, that she didn't need his responsibility. But his kiss was truly too fierce, too passionate, too hot, She completely couldn't find her voice. She could only indulge him. Song, I will treat you well. For a lifetime. At the critical moment, Lu Jinyan still managed to control himself. He struggled to withdraw his hand from her, no longer kissing her like a wolf, but instead using all his strength to hold her tightly in his arms. He held her so tightly, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. She was his past, present, and future for all lifetimes. Lu Jinyan, let me go. When Gu Shirshu left, he helped them close the door tightly. After the doctor finished treating Lu Jinyan's wound, he also told her to take good care of Colonel Lu. If anything happened, she could call them, and he wouldn't disturb them. The ward door remained tightly locked, and no one would witness what had just happened. But because this was the first time she had gone this far with a man, she felt so ashamed that her toes curled up uncontrollably. Truly, aside from breaking through that barrier, they had done almost everything less than pure. Song Tang didn't know how to continue facing Lu Jinyan and hurriedly tried to break free from his embrace to leave. But she couldn't break free at all. Moreover, after tidying her clothes, she noticed that, for some reason, he was still holding onto her little garment. Song Tang's face instantly turned red, almost dripping blood. Looking at the pale pink little garment in his hand, she couldn't help but recall those fiery, crazy scenes. She could no longer face this little garment and hurriedly wanted to snatch it from him. But he had his eyes tightly closed, and his strength was still astonishingly great. She couldn't reclaim her little garment. Unable to match his strength, she could only blush and negotiate with him. Lu Jinyan, please give me my clothes back. I really need to go home. These days, Song Sungrong had stayed with the troops, and Shin Shioji had gone to Haisher 4. So it didn't matter even if she didn't come home at night. But she just didn't want to stay here any longer. He seemed to have fallen asleep, showing no intention of returning her little garment. Song Tang bit her lip in frustration, deciding to pull the garment away. Again, it failed. Song Tang was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She still couldn't reclaim her little garment. Not to mention, she couldn't break free from his embrace right now. Even if she couldn't walk around outside without her little garment. Song Tang tried several more times. Eventually, she became exhausted and fell asleep in a daze. Song. Before dawn, Lu Jinyan opened his eyes. Last night's dream was particularly warm and lingering. But Tang Song didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. The sweeter the dream, the more painful and desperate he felt in reality. He was feeling down when he suddenly realized something soft in his arms. Realizing something, he was instantly overjoyed. It turned out that everything from last night wasn't a dream. His Song really came to see him. He vaguely remembered seeing a slender, blurry figure before he fainted in Shursen Hutong. He thought she must have seen him fainting and softened her heart. Thinking that his Song was now in his arms made him ecstatic. He tightened his arms little by little, his voice filled with overwhelming emotion. Song. He not only wanted to hold her tightly, but also wanted to kiss her deeply. At that moment, her head was softly nestled in his embrace. As he leaned down, his lips uncontrollably landed on hers, and he finally saw her face clearly. The girl in his arms was not the Tang Song he had been yearning for day and night, but the Song Tang he disliked the most. Chapter 82. She is soft and delicate, captivating his emotions. Lu Jinyan felt as if struck by lightning. In those chaotic dreams, Song Tang called him general, and he repeatedly betrayed Tang Song in a loss of control, making it impossible for him to forgive himself. This time, in reality, he almost had an intimate encounter with Song Tang, further deepening his contempt for his own fickleness. He had previously managed to eliminate his prejudices against Song Tang. He knew she didn't intend to use that packet of medicine to climb the social ladder. She wasn't a girl whose mind was solely occupied with seducing men. Yet, thinking of last night's intoxicating moments filled him with a strong self-loathing, making it hard for him to treat her kindly. He felt as if pricked by needles. Forcefully pushing her away. Song Tang, get out. Don't ever appear in front of me again. Song Tang, deep in sleep, was suddenly pushed awake by him, nearly rolling off the bed, and instantly regained much of her awareness. Just waking up, her beautiful peach blossom eyes were misty, as if a clear lake was shrouded in thin fog, creating an indescribably captivating scene. Meeting her gaze, Lu Jinyan's heart raced uncontrollably. The uncontainable feelings made him hate himself even more. His attitude towards her grew increasingly cold. Get out. His fierce demeanor made it seem as if she were his mortal enemy, which pained her deeply. But recalling how he had held her tightly in the pouring rain, repeatedly calling her song, she decided to clarify things with him. This was her last chance for the two of them. Lu Jinyan, last night, I didn't mean to do anything to you. Thinking of the heated scenes from last night, Song Tang's ears burned. As a girl, mentioning what happened last night filled her with shame, but taking a deep breath, she continued, You wouldn't let go of me. Your strength was too much. I couldn't push you away. I didn't take advantage of you. You were the one who touched me first. When you had a fever, you kept holding me and calling me Song. Song Tang bit her lip. If I really am the Song you speak of, would you still hate me this much? You can't be Song. Because he wore armor. The dreams where he lost control with her made him deeply repel her closeness. Furthermore, having seen Tang's Song, who looked completely different from her, he naturally refused to believe she was Tang's Song. Her words only deepened his hatred for her. His gaze towards her became even colder. The chill radiating from him seemed to threaten to leave the area barren. His voice, like a cold iron spike, stabbed in her heart. Song Tang. The thing I despise the most in this life is meeting you. If possible, I don't want to see you in the next life either. Song Tang's face turned pale. Her beautifully shaped lips, resembling petals, lost all color and trembled in pain. Indeed, his slight fondness for Tang Song was not enough to overshadow his disdain for Song Tang. Indeed, she and he were destined not to walk a long road together. Today, she clarified things to avoid leaving herself with regrets, completely severing her attachments. She could move forward. From now on, she would look ahead. She didn't want him to see her sadness and vulnerability. Hastily turning her face away, she looked up at the sky, trying hard to hold back the tears in her eyes. After regaining her composure, she looked at him with red-rimmed eyes, resolutely drawing a clear line. Don't worry, I won't appear in front of you again, nor will I pester you. I, Song Tang, do not need you. The Song and Lu families lived in the same courtyard. Even if she couldn't avoid seeing him, she would take a detour. You better keep your word. The disgust in Lu Jinyan's eyes was intense, like a dark net that tightly ensnared Song Tang's heart, causing her chest to ache. She knew he didn't fully believe her words. To reassure him and to let herself let go completely, she forced a self-mocking smile, trying to speak lightly. I will do it. In fact, I think many of the young talents in our courtyard are quite good. I even hope to have a relationship here soon. So, Lu Jinyan, you don't have to worry about me bothering you. Of course, I hope that regardless of what happens in the future, you won't pester me or disturb me. Lu Jinyan responded coldly.